Without hesitation. Simon barely made it through a page before laughing and deciding Chandler was his. Darren, after a brief protest, found himself holding Joey. Saren studied the Monica pages with mild concern. She was a costume designer, not an actress. Samantha looked much the same as she flipped through Phoebe's lines, clearly aware that assisting executives and performing dialogue were not the same skill set. Gwendolyn, also a non-actress, picked up Rachel. But by contrast, she seemed to take it in stride, as if stepping into a role was just another thing that happened naturally. Regal didn't assign himself a character, at least not on paper. The reading started casually, people stumbling over words, laughing at typos. But as they progressed, something interesting happened. Whenever someone struggled with a line reading or couldn't quite find the character's voice, Regal would demonstrate. "No, Chandler's humor comes from insecurity, not confidence," he said to Simon. "He jokes because it gives him somewhere to hide." He leaned back slightly, shoulders rounding, posture closing in on itself. When he spoke again, he wasn't demonstrating so much as inhabiting the role. The timing softened. The sarcasm carried a trace of self-defense rather than swagger. "Could I be wearing any more clothes?" The line landed with the exact cadence Chandler needed, the joke doing its job while quietly shielding something more fragile underneath. Simon blinked. "Oh, yeah, that's completely different." Marta and David exchanged glances, surprise flickering across their faces. Later, when Darren was struggling with Joey's sweetness without making him seem stupid, Regal demonstrated again. "Don't play Joey as dumb. Make him simple instead." Regal shifted, his entire physical presence adjusting as he spoke. His body language shifted, opening up, shoulders loose, expression easy and unguarded. The line came out warm instead of forced. "How you doing?" Darren tried again, borrowing what he had just seen. It wasn't perfect, but it was closer, and everyone could feel the difference. When Gwendolyn couldn't quite nail Rachel's frantic energy in the opening scene, Regal showed her. And that's when everyone really noticed. Regal's voice shifted up slightly. His movements became more animated but not cartoonish. His entire energy transformed into someone overwhelmed and vulnerable, but trying desperately to maintain composure. "I was standing there with this gorgeous guy who I could actually see myself marrying, and I kept thinking, what am I doing?" The line carried Rachel's panic and self-awareness at the same time. The way she talked herself through her own emotions while barely keeping them in check. Gwendolyn stared at him. "How did you?" "Your voice drops too low," Regal said, already settling back into himself. "It would land better if Rachel's voice rises when she is anxious. You can also show it physically. Have her move more when she's nervous, like her hands never quite come to rest." Saren was watching her twin brother with undisguised shock. This was what Keanu had meant. This wasn't just demonstrating or explaining. This was actual acting. Complete transformation, perfect character embodiment. Even more surprising was when he helped her with Monica. Monica's control comes from anxiety, not from being mean. Regal said, "She needs things to be perfect because chaos scares her." So when you deliver this line about the apartment being organized, he became Monica. The slightly rigid posture, the precise hand movements, the way control manifested as care taken to an extreme. Even his voice changed, not drastically, but enough. Everything has a place, and there is a place for everything. Saren tried the line again, incorporating what she had seen. It wasn't as good as Regal's demonstration, but it was infinitely better than her first attempt. Samantha watched all this while holding her Phoebe pages, and when her turn came, she looked genuinely nervous. "I don't know if I can do this character," she admitted. "She's so out there." "Phoebe's weird, but she is grounded in her own logic," Regal said. Then he demonstrated. His entire presence shifted again, looser, dreamier, operating on a wavelength slightly adjacent to everyone else's reality, but still connected to it. The voice became lighter, more melodic. "I wish I could, but I don't want to." The classic Phoebe construction, seeming contradiction that made perfect sense within her worldview. The delivery was simultaneously sincere and absurd. Samantha laughed despite herself. "Okay, I see it now." Number 309. Chapter 309, Friends 3. "I wish I could, but I don't want to." The classic Phoebe construction, seeming contradiction that made perfect sense within her worldview. The delivery was simultaneously sincere and absurd. Samantha laughed despite herself. Okay, I see it now. Throughout the reading, Regal never officially took a part, but he inhabited every character at some point, sometimes multiple times. Male characters, female characters, it didn't matter. He found each one's voice, their physical presence, their emotional core. And he did it so naturally, so effortlessly, that it became easy to forget he wasn't actually in the scene. He would demonstrate Ross's intellectual insecurity, then slip into Rachel's emotional vulnerability, then shift to Joey's uncomplicated sweetness, each transformation complete and distinct. Marta and David were taking notes, but they kept getting distracted watching Regal work. Their faces showed clear surprise. They had come to pitch to a famous director, not witness a masterclass in character work. David leaned toward Marta at one point and whispered something. She nodded, equally stunned. They had written these characters, living with them for months, knew them intimately. And somehow this director who had just seen the script was finding layers in the performances that even they hadn't fully articulated. Gwendolyn caught Saren's eye across the room. An unspoken understanding passed between them. This was what Keanu had been talking about. This natural, almost unsettling talent that Regal had apparently been hiding behind his director's chair. Even Keanu, who had seen Regal demonstrate before, looked impressed by the range on display. One thing to show an actor how to play a scene. Another thing entirely to become 6 completely different characters over the course of 2 hours. The most remarkable part was how organic it all felt. Regal wasn't showing off or calling attention to what he was doing. He was just trying to help, making the reading work better by giving everyone clearer reference points. But the cumulative effect was impossible to ignore. By the time they finished the pilot reading, 2 hours later, with empty takeout containers and marked-up scripts scattered everywhere, the room had a strange energy. Everyone had gotten invested in the story. The characters felt real now, lived in. And a significant part of that was because Regal had, without taking a single official role, somehow brought all of them to life. As the discussion continued, feedback flowing naturally, everyone contributing observations that ranged from brilliant to terrible, Samantha leaned toward Gwendolyn. "Is he always like that?" she whispered. Gwendolyn shook her head slightly. "I didn't even know he could do that. Keanu mentioned it once, but seeing it is different. It really is." Saren finished quietly, having moved closer to their conversation. She was still processing what she'd witnessed from her twin brother. "I have known him my entire life, and I had no idea he could just become someone else like that." On the other side of the room, Simon muttered to Darren. "So he directs, writes, and apparently can act better than most working actors. Is there anything this guy can't do?" "Rest, apparently," Darren replied dryly. David watched this unfold with growing amazement. This was exactly what happened when he and Marta told their writer friends about Friends Over Drinks, the natural enthusiasm, collaborative building on ideas, and sense that everyone present was discovering the story together. During this organic back and forth, something unexpected happened. They found problems. Not because anyone was criticizing, but because the casual conversation naturally surfaced things that didn't quite work. "Wait," Darren said during a description of a Season 1 arc, "if Monica's supposed to be a chef at a high-end restaurant, how does she afford that apartment? Manhattan rent is insane." Marta and David froze. They had never addressed that. "Rent-controlled." David tried. Saren said flatly, "No one is going to buy that. Not for an apartment that size in the village." "What if?" Regal said slowly. "It's her grandmother's apartment? She inherited it, so the rent is locked at whatever rate it was decades ago. That's actually realistic for New York." Marta was already writing that down. "Yes, that completely works." The inputs came from everywhere, some brilliant, mediocre, and absolutely terrible. Simon suggested a running gag about Joey being afraid of fish that everyone immediately vetoed. Gwendolyn proposed that Phoebe should have a twin sister who appears occasionally, to which Marta and David looked at each other and nodded. They had already planned that. Keanu thought Chandler should have a catchphrase, something distinctive. Could it be any more obvious? "That's actually not bad," David admitted. The weird emphasis. "It's very Chandler." Samantha asked why none of the friends had jobs that required them to work late or have irregular schedules. "If someone's always at the coffee shop, when are they working?" "Creative license," Marta said, but she was frowning. "Though you're right. We should probably establish that their schedules are flexible. Joey's an actor, so his auditions are during the day. Phoebe's a massage therapist who sets her own hours. Chandler has a boring office job nobody understands. The conversation continued like this for over an hour. Not structured or formal, just people talking about characters they were starting to care about despite having never seen them on screen. At one point, Regal barely said anything. He just watched, observing how Marta and David responded to different types of feedback, how they defended certain choices while being open to others, how their creative partnership worked. Finally, as the Chinese food containers emptied and the energy started to wind down, Regal spoke up. Okay, here's my biggest question. Why should I care about these 6 people? Not from a pitch perspective, from a human perspective. What makes them worth spending time with every week? The room went quiet. Marta and David looked at each other, and something passed between them. The recognition that this was the real question, the one that mattered more than hooks or concepts or marketability. Marta answered, her voice quieter now, more personal. Because they're trying. That's it. That's the whole show. She looked around at everyone present. They're not special. They don't have particularly impressive jobs or talents. They're not saving the world. They're just trying to figure out how to be adults, and they're doing it together. And isn't that what everyone does in their 20s? You're away from your family. You haven't started your own family yet, and the people you hang out with become your family by choice. David picked up the thread. Every week, they will fail at something. A relationship will end. A job will fall through. They will embarrass themselves or hurt each other or make stupid choices. But they will still show up at that coffee shop the next day because that's what friends do. They show up. The room was completely silent now. Even Simon, who had been making jokes the entire time, looked thoughtful. That's why you should care. Marta finished. Because it's real. Because everyone's been there. Because sometimes the most important thing in your life isn't your career or your romance. It's the 5 people who show up at your door with coffee when you're having a terrible day. Regal smiled. Okay, he said. I will read the pilot tonight. If it's as good as this conversation has been, I will make calls. Both writers looked stunned. Really? David managed. Really? This? Regal gestured around the room. This is what your show should feel like. If you can capture this energy on screen, you have something special. Marta and David gathered their scripts, now covered in notes from 9 different perspectives, and prepared to leave. Thank you, Marta said to the room generally, then specifically to Regal. This was not what we expected. We should be considered as a compliment, right? Keanu asked. Definitely. David adjusted his glasses. We came in thinking we would pitch to a director. Instead, we got to see our show come to life. Thanks to everyone here. Marta added. The reading and the feedback, all of it. This helped more than you know. After they left, exchanging contact information with Samantha, still looking dazed, the room settled into a comfortable quiet. Well, Simon said at last, breaking the silence. I did not see that coming. Nor did I. Regal said. Somehow I don't want to believe that. Simon stood, stretching. Keanu was pulling on his jacket, preparing to leave. Let me know if you have decided anything. I am curious now. After everyone finally dispersed, Darren and Simon heading back to handle Superman's ongoing press commitments, Samantha returning to her actual work, Saren dragging Gwendolyn away for dinner plans. Regal sat alone in his office. The Friends pilot script sat on his desk, and he thought about the people who had casually filled his office today, who had turned a formal pitch meeting into something organic and real, who had given feedback because they cared, not because they were trying to impress anyone. Maybe that was what success actually looked like. Not the box office numbers, or the critical acclaim, or the awards. Just people showing up. Regal opened the Friends pilot and started reading. By page 10, he was already planning which studio executive to call first. The first thing Regal did after they left was address a problem he had just discovered. Or more accurately, a problem he had finally decided it was time to confront. Good scripts aren't reaching me, he said, looking at Samantha, Darren, and Simon, who had stayed behind to discuss matrix numbers but were now witnessing Regal's shift into problem-solving mode. Regal, Samantha started. No, let me finish. He walked to his desk, mind already working through the logistics. First and foremost, I am not blaming anyone for not letting those 2 writers into my office until 2 months in. I understand completely. There's no way anyone can possibly filter through everyone trying to reach me. He turned to face them. But that's exactly the problem. We need to build a proper system. Maybe even a dedicated team. A team for what? Simon asked. script evaluation, project assessment, a pipeline that filters submissions so only things with genuine potential reach my desk. Regal ran a hand through his hair. Because let's be real here. Do you think a script of that quality is the only one trying to reach me? Or any established director, for that matter? Probably not, Darren admitted. Definitely not. Regal's voice was firm. I would bet if there are 100 scripts submitted, not even one will be worth anything. That's just the reality. Most will be terrible. Some will be mediocre. A tiny fraction will actually have merit. He paced, thinking out loud now. So I can't meet every person who reaches out. That's impossible. And honestly, even if I decided to try, it would be a waste of time, especially mine. Then what are you proposing? Simon was already seeing where this was going. A system. A proper submission process with multiple screening stages. First pass looks at formatting, basic storytelling competence, weeds out the obviously unprofessional stuff. The second pass evaluates concept, execution, potential. Only things that clear both stages make it to my desk for final review. Samantha was already taking mental notes. That's going to require hiring people, readers, script analysts, maybe a development coordinator. I know, and I know it won't work for everyone. Some great projects will slip through the cracks. There's no perfect system. Regal stopped pacing. But it's better than what we have now, which is essentially nothing. Random chance determines whether I see something worthwhile. You're willing to invest in this? Darren asked. The overhead isn't insignificant. I am willing to go through the hassle to make sure something like tonight doesn't happen again. Two writers with genuine talent spending 2 months trying to get past reception because we had no mechanism for evaluating unsolicited submissions. Regal's expression was serious. I can't guarantee we will catch everything, but I can at least try. Simon nodded slowly. It's a good idea. Studios have development departments for this exact reason. You're essentially building your own. A small one. Focused. Just enough to create a real pipeline. Regal looked at Samantha. Can you start putting together job descriptions? We will need at least 3 readers initially, maybe a development coordinator to manage the process. I will have something by the end of the week. Samantha confirmed. Also, you should I thank Rock. Regal paused. Wait, I think it's better to just do it myself. Number 310. Chapter 310, Round Table. December 12th, 2014 afternoon. The conference room at Lie Studios had been transformed for the occasion. 6 chairs arranged in a comfortable semicircle, each with its own microphone, while the camera crews positioned strategically to capture both wide shots and individual close-ups. This wasn't a standard press junket. This was something Regal had proposed 2 weeks ago, a roundtable discussion featuring the creative leads from all 3 major Lie Studio projects currently in various stages of completion. For Superman, Regal and Henry Cavill. For Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy. For The Matrix, Keanu Reeves and Alexander Tobias. 6 people, 90 minutes. 1 film already released and breaking numbers, 1 nearing release, and 1 that had just wrapped shooting. The moderator was Jessica Chun from Entertainment Tonight. Regal arrived first, settling into his chair with coffee. Henry came next, relaxed in a casual blazer, looking far more comfortable than he had during Superman's promotional cycle. Then Keanu and Alexander, both carrying the focused energy of people deep in post-production. Ryan and Sean arrived last, mid-conversation and laughing, immediately dragging their chairs closer together and throwing off the careful symmetry of the setup. Excuse me, Jessica said, settling into her position. Before we start recording, I would like to set one thing straight. Let's keep this a general conversation, not individual interviews. Jump in whenever you want. Respond to each other. Challenge each other if needed. Does that work? Everyone nodded. Great. Thank you for that. And Mr. Ryan. Rain. It's just Ryan. He cut in smoothly, eyebrows raised. You did say general conversation, remember? That earned a round of laughter. And just like that, the room relaxed. The cameras started rolling. Jessica began. Welcome. We are here with 6 people who are collectively shaping what superhero cinema looks like in 2014. Regal Seraphsail and Henry Cavill from Superman, Man of Tomorrow, which just crossed $850 million worldwide. She continued smoothly. Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy from Deadpool, currently in post-production for a February 2015 release. And Keanu Reeves and Alexander Tobias from The Matrix, set to release on March 31st. She paused, then added, if there is one common thread connecting all three projects, it's Regal Seraphsail. From producing to writing, he has left his imprint on each film at very different levels. Alexander let out a short laugh. Man, hearing that out loud makes me wonder if I am even working. But yeah, I have to remind myself not to compare myself to this workaholic, for my own mental health. After a beat, he added dryly, what's worse is that with everything he does, he somehow doesn't mess things up. Keanu turned toward him, amused. You are complaining about someone not messing things up? I am complaining about him being right so consistently. Alexander said, it's intimidating. A few heads nodded in shared agreement, which drew a small chuckle from Jessica. Regal, for his part, said nothing. Just let them complain. Jessica turned to Henry. You are the only one here who has actually finished a film and seen it released. What's that experience been like, watching your co-stars still deep in production? Henry considered it for a moment. I am not sure that's entirely fair, he said. It's not as if they are new to this. Everyone here has been in the industry long enough to know how it goes. He continued, more thoughtfully. Still, no matter how much experience you have, that final stretch is always nerve-wracking, the test screenings, the last edits, the press cycle. At the same time, it's exciting, because you finally get to show the world what you have been building. He smiled slightly. So, fingers crossed for everyone. I am genuinely excited for their releases. Jessica followed up. Have you seen Deadpool yet? Regal showed some footage. Henry replied. It's very different from Superman. Ryan leaned in immediately. That's the most polite way I have ever heard someone say. What the hell is this? Jessica smiled, sensing the opening. All right, let's get into that. Deadpool is R-rated, which already sets it apart from the other superhero films in this lineup. Ryan, what was it like convincing the studio to go that route? Ryan shook his head. Oh, I didn't convince anyone. Regal did. Jessica turned to Regal. So why was the R rating non-negotiable for you? Regal didn't rush the answer. Because Deadpool only works if you commit fully to what makes him distinct. A PG-13 version is like. He paused, searching. Like alcohol-free beer. You can make it, sure, but it defeats the point. Ryan lit up instantly. I'm stealing that. That's going on a poster. Deadpool, not alcohol-free beer. Keanu tilted his head, considering it. That's a bad tagline. Ryan nodded, completely unfazed and even confused. What are you talking about? It's a perfect tagline. Jessica laughed, then shifted gears. Speaking of distinctive approaches, Alexander, your film is the last of the three to be released. How much can you actually say about it? Beyond the obvious fact that it's action-heavy, what keeps it from being just another action movie? Alexander took a second before answering, glancing briefly at Keanu as if checking the line they had agreed not to cross. Not much, he said, half smiling. And that's not me being difficult. It's genuinely hard to talk about without giving things away. He leaned back slightly. Yes, there is action, a lot of it. But the film isn't built around spectacle first. It is about choices, consequences. Every set piece is there because a character pushed something too far or didn't push hard enough. Keanu nodded, picking up the thread. The action comes out of philosophy. Alexander added, if you strip the fights out, which you obviously shouldn't, you would still have a story about identity, control, and what happens when people realize the system they trust doesn't actually need them anymore. Jessica raised an eyebrow. That's surprisingly restrained. Alexander smiled. That's me behaving. Ryan leaned over toward Keanu. So it's an existential crisis with explosions. Keanu gave a small shrug. That's not wrong. Regal, who had been quiet, finally added. If it feels like just action, we failed somewhere earlier in the script. Alexander nodded once. Yeah, that is what makes The Matrix different from traditional action films. The spectacle has purpose beyond spectacle. Ryan jumped in immediately, which is very different from Deadpool, where the spectacle mostly exists because it's fun. Sean shot him a look. Hey, why are you underselling our own movie? He shook his head. Our action serves character too. It's just that Deadpool's character philosophy is basically, what's the most ridiculous thing we can do here? And can we joke about it while doing it? Henry smiled, listening to the back and forth. Honestly, that's what's interesting about this room. Every film here treats action differently. Superman's action is about protection, saving people. The Matrix's action is about questioning something, and Deadpool's action is about maximum violence with maximum wisecracks. Ryan finished without missing a beat. It's a very focused creative direction. Jessica laughed, clearly enjoying how easily the conversation had slipped into rhythm. That might be the cleanest breakdown of three very different action philosophies I have heard. She glanced around the circle. And honestly, listening to all of you, it doesn't feel like competing films so much as different answers to the same question. And what question is that? Henry asked. She didn't hesitate. Why action still matters. For a brief moment, no one jumped in. Then Alexander spoke, simply, because it reveals character under pressure. Jessica nodded slightly. I did my homework before coming here, especially on Deadpool. I read a few of the comics. Surprisingly, there aren't many comics actually. And what I have noticed is how meta it is, the fourth wall breaks and all. How do you make that work without it turning into a gimmick? Sean smiled, genuinely appreciative. First off, thank you for taking the time to get familiar with the character. That already puts us on good footing. He continued. The key is that the meta stuff serves the character. It's not there just to be clever. Deadpool uses humor and fourth wall breaks as a defense mechanism. That's how he copes with trauma. Jessica nodded along. That makes sense. And speaking of pushing boundaries, you mentioned earlier that the film is R-rated. How does that translate internationally? Ryan leaned in with a grin. It is R in the US, which is already unusual for anything even adjacent to MDCU. In the UK, it's a 15. And in China, he paused, smiling wider. It's rated go fuck yourself. Ryan, Sean warned. I am not exaggerating. Ryan said. They won't certify it because of the content, so there is no Chinese release. But honestly, I would rather make the right movie and lose that market than sand the character down for box office math. Regal spoke up calmly. Some films are better off being exactly what they need to be for their core audience. Henry nodded. Superman plays everywhere because the character is built on universal themes. Deadpool is meant to be subversive. It's targeting a very specific appetite. And the Matrix sits somewhere in the middle. Keanu added. Philosophical enough to travel, but still rooted in a Western action framework. The group fell into a brief, thoughtful pause. Less like a panel, more like colleagues finishing each other's sentences. Number 311. Chapter 311. Roundtable 2. Jessica hesitated for a moment, then looked to Regal. You didn't really talk about this during Superman's release either, but how did you handle the footage leak during shooting? Especially since Deadpool went through something similar. There was a brief, unmistakable pause. Ryan and Sean exchanged a look. Regal answered evenly. There is not much to unpack, honestly. The people involved were dealt with, and we tightened procedures moving forward. That's really all you can do. He glanced toward Ryan and Sean. As for Deadpool, that's probably their story to tell. Ryan exhaled theatrically. All right, full confession. He leaned forward. Remember Superman's opening weekend, when that leaked Deadpool footage suddenly showed up online? Jessica blinked. The rooftop scene? You in costume? That's the one. Ryan said. Yeah, that wasn't a leak. We released it on purpose, without telling Regal or the studio. Regal turned his head slowly toward the camera. I am hearing the word deliberately for the first time right now, by the way. Ryan squinted at him. I don't believe that for a second. You knew. You were just being very cool about it. We didn't know that at the time. Sean cut in quickly. We genuinely thought Regal might shut the whole thing down. Not delay it. Actually shelve the film. We had gone completely rogue on a major marketing move. Ryan nodded. No backup plan, either. Our thinking was, if he did kill the project, maybe the story would somehow leak next. He shrugged. Anonymously. Henry frowned slightly. Is that what people mean by guerrilla marketing? Regal laughed despite himself. You were planning to leak your entire movie? There was no way I could watch a project that could get buried. Ryan said, more serious now. Keanu spoke up calmly. I am mostly impressed you were willing to risk the entire film on a marketing gamble. Ryan didn't hesitate. I knew the footage was good. I knew it would land. And I knew that if we went through the normal approval process, we would spend weeks in meetings, and by then, Superman's momentum would be gone. So we just did it. Sean said. Dropped the footage, watched it explode online, and waited to see if Regal would fire us. I didn't, Regal said. Because it worked. Engagement spiked. Awareness shot through the roof. and it positioned Deadpool perfectly against Superman's tone. He looked directly at Ryan. But if it had backfired, this would be a very different conversation. Ryan let out a breath. Not gonna lie, I had chills just now. Alexander shook his head. That's insane. Don't oversell it. Regal said dryly. For the record, Sean added, I tried to talk him out of the backup plan. You absolutely did not. Ryan said, I tried for about 5 minutes. Sean admitted. Then I agreed it was brilliant. Jessica cleared her throat, trying to regain control. Okay, about Green Lantern. Ryan jumped in instantly. Why did we suddenly pivot to that movie? Let her finish, Ryan. Sean said. Yeah, like hell I could. Ryan shot back. Anything but that. Regal and Keanu were already laughing. Henry just smiled, quietly enjoying the derailment. Jessica gave up on pretending it hadn't happened. All right, I won't name it, she said, amused. But I do want to confirm something. That film, produced under MDC before Regal joined, was it ever meant to be part of the larger cinematic universe you were building? By this point, anyone who had seen Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Superman could sense it. There was clearly something connecting these films beneath the surface. That version won't be part of it, Regal said calmly, ignoring Ryan's expression. Entirely. Maybe another take on the character someday. But not that one. Ryan slumped back in his chair. Happy now. It was clear he still hadn't fully recovered from those particular dark days. Jessica shifted the conversation again. Let's talk about pressure. Henry, Superman opened to 189 million domestically and has crossed 850 million worldwide. By any standard, that's a huge success. But it also sets expectations for your next movie. How do you deal with that? Henry didn't hesitate. I mostly deal with it by not thinking about it, he said honestly. The moment I start chasing numbers or reviews, I lose the thread. My responsibility is to play Clark truthfully. Everything else, the box office, the reception, that's out of my hands. Regal nodded. That's exactly the right mindset. If we do make Superman 2 in the future, it won't be to just repeat the first film's numbers. We are making it to tell the next part of Clark's story. If we do that properly, the rest tends to take care of itself. Jessica turned to Ryan. Deadpool comes out after Superman 2. Does that add pressure to keep up? Ryan laughed. God, no. We are the weird R-rated comedy showing up after 3 serious, prestige superhero films under MDCU. Our success looks very different. He shrugged. If Deadpool makes half of what Superman made, that's still a massive win, especially on a much smaller budget and without a China release. And our audience knows what they are signing up for. Sean added. It's self-selecting. People coming to Deadpool want irreverent, violent, meta-humor. We are not trying to please everyone in the room. Keanu spoke next, measured as always. The Matrix sits in an interesting spot. We are releasing after Superman and Deadpool, so in a way, we are the odd ones. Alexander nodded. Between gravitas and chaos, he said, which actually suits the film. The Matrix is asking big philosophical questions, but it's still delivering large-scale action. It naturally feels like fresh breath after those two extremes. Jessica glanced toward Regal. One thing I noticed, setting Harry Potter aside, none of the films you are involved with have officially announced sequels yet. So when you mentioned a possible Superman 2, should audiences assume The Matrix or Deadpool might follow the same path? Regal didn't bite immediately. Isn't it a little early for that? He said. I would rather have that conversation once the films are actually out. Let them exist first. Ryan jumped in before the pause could settle. See? That's him saying nothing. He grinned. But for Deadpool, it's pretty simple. If the movie makes money, there will be another one. If it doesn't, then no. End of story. He leaned back, unfazed. Personally, I will keep making Deadpool movies until someone physically stops me. I will be 70, still squeezing into the suit making dick jokes. Sean nodded, deadpan. He is not exaggerating. He has already outlined Deadpool 2, 3, 4, and a Christmas special. The Christmas special is essential. Ryan said seriously. It's a key part of the character's emotional journey. Keanu blinked once. I can't tell if I should be impressed or concerned. Jessica pressed on. Last topic. Outside of these 3 films, we did a lot of digging, and uncovered several other projects you are involved in. Correct us if we are wrong. Ryan perked up. Oh, this part's fun. She ticked them off. The 4th Harry Potter film, An animated project with unique effects about a panda, a high-budget Harry Potter game, new comics, and a very quiet, very non-business trip to Japan. Is that everything? Or are we missing something? There was a faint note of pride in her voice. Regal smiled. That is impressive, he said. You are not wrong. He paused, then added, though you did miss a few things. And yes, there is no denying any of it. And Jessica drew the word out, hopeful. And nothing. Regal replied calmly, not budging. She tried one last angle. We still don't know what your next project is. Even if you have said you are taking a break from directing, people are curious. The break is very much still on. As for the next project, Regal said. For a brief moment, he considered mentioning Friends. He stopped himself. It was still too early, and there were a few key pieces that needed to fall into place before anything could be said publicly. You will find out soon. Enough. Jessica leaned back, exhaled, and smiled in defeat. All right, she said. I tried. Jessica glanced around the circle. To wrap it up, what do you want audiences to take away from your respective films? Henry answered first, without hesitation. For Superman, I hope people walk away believing that hope isn't naive. That choosing to help others, even when it costs you something, isn't a weakness. That's what heroism actually looks like. Keanu followed, measured as ever. For The Matrix, it's the idea that questioning your reality isn't paranoia. That the systems we live inside aren't as permanent or unchangeable as they seem. And that change becomes possible the moment you're willing to really look. Ryan leaned forward. For Deadpool, that superhero movie can be fun, messy, irreverent, R-rated, and still have a heart. He paused. Also a lot of dick jokes. A lot. Sean sighed, smiling. He is underselling it. Deadpool is about trauma, healing, and finding family in places you don't expect. The jokes are just how we keep you listening long enough to notice. Alexander nodded. That's true for all of these films, honestly. They are using superhero frameworks to talk about very human things. Superman is about identity and belonging. The Matrix is about control and freedom. Deadpool is about trauma and chosen family. Regal finished quietly. That's the point. Use spectacle to tell stories that actually matter. Make people feel something real, even when the premise itself is impossible. That's what superhero cinema should aim for. Jessica smiled. And on that note, we are out of time. Thank you all. This has been the best roundtable interview I have ever done. Ryan cut in smoothly. And I have done many, because I am extremely popular and constantly in demand. Henry laughed. You are really staying in character even off camera, aren't you? Ryan shrugged. I contain multitudes. Unfortunately, all of them are Deadpool. Number 312. Chapter 312, Crunhigh Roll. December 20th, 2014 morning. What next? That was the question lingered in Regal's movie. Superman was already released. And honestly, there were too many moving pieces demanding his attention. Harry Potter, third film, will be released in December. Deadpool will hit theaters too in February. The Matrix followed at the end of March. Somewhere in between, the Iron Man sequel script needed to be started, one he would write, but not direct. Then there was the publishing side of things. The launch of the sixth Harry Potter book. The debut of The Chronicles of Narnia's first book, this time with his name listed as co-author. On the technical front, he still needed to spend time with the unique FX 3D team on Kung Fu Panda. And the Harry Potter game wasn't going to supervise itself either. Indeed, many things. But these are all something he will be just part of, and not something on the level of directing an entire film, which he hadn't decided on. And that, at least for now, was intentional. So I really am taking a break from directing this year. He muttered, exhaling slowly. There were ideas, of course. A few films he found genuinely exciting, and made to start outlining scenes before his brain could catch up, and resisting that impulse took effort. The truth was simpler and harder to ignore. He pushed a little too far than he would like to admit the past couple years, and most importantly taking the people in his life for granted. Maybe a small film will do. Right. He was thinking of finally taking a small diversion to something similar to his first film, Following. Like minimal crew, minimal working days. I am a bit interested in acting too. That idea could wait, though. He hadn't committed to anything yet, hadn't fully locked onto a project. For now, there was something else that needed his attention over the next few months. Regal took the firm hold of the notepad covered in Japanese characters and English notes, comparing broadcast schedules and licensing windows for anime series. Beside him sat financial projections for various streaming platforms, acquisition costs, and growth models. He had been researching this for 3 weeks. Darren entered for their scheduled morning meeting and stopped when he saw the scattered papers. "Okay," he said, eyeing them. "What am I looking at here?" Regal didn't look rushed. He glanced up from the document in his hand. "Something I want to go after." Darren pulled out a chair anyway. "That sounds expensive already." "The target I want to acquire is," Regal said, looking up. "Crunchyroll. It's an anime streaming platform based in San Francisco." Darren blinked. "You want to buy an anime company?" "I want to buy an anime streaming platform, yes." "Let me explain." Regal spent the next 30 minutes laying out his reasoning with the kind of detail that suggested weeks of preparation. "Here is the situation," he began. Crunchyroll was founded in 2006 by UC Berkeley graduates as basically a MeTube for anime. Users uploaded fansub content, most of it technically pirated. In 2009, they pivoted to fully legal after getting venture capital, removed all unlicensed content, signed their first major deal with TV Tokyo, getting the rights to major shows. He pulled up subscriber data. Currently owned by the Chernin Group, which acquired a majority stake in 2013. They have approximately 750,000 paid subscribers, growing at about 35% annually. 2014 revenue was around $50 million, and they are profitable. "Okay," Darren said cautiously. "Why do we want this?" "You already have Netflix." "Multiple reasons." First, Regal tapped his notepad. "I own Marvel DC Comics. We have been doing animated adaptations sporadically, but there is no cohesive strategy. Batman animated series here, Superman direct-to-video there. It's scattered. You want Crunchyroll to distribute Marvel DC animation. That's one piece. But the bigger picture, animation is an underutilized storytelling medium. Look at what anime does. Complex narratives, multi-season character development, faithful adaptations of source material. Western animation is either kids' content or adult comedy. There is this entire middle ground anime occupies that we are not touching." Regal pulled up another document. "As you know, I started my career writing web novels. Solo Leveling, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Lord of the Mysteries, which already have comic adaptations. All of those were originally web content I wrote before Harry Potter launched. Those stories work brilliantly as animation. Live action would be prohibitively expensive or impossible to film properly. You want to adapt your own work into anime? I want to build infrastructure that makes high-quality animation commercially viable in the West. That means distribution platform, production partnerships, audience development. Crunchyroll gives us the platform and audience immediately." Darren was processing. "This is more ambitious than buying a streaming service. It's about building an ecosystem. Crunchyroll has 750,000 subscribers who pay $6.95 monthly for anime. That's $50 million annual revenue from just subscriptions. But they are capital constrained. They don't have any big IP. They can't bid aggressively on exclusive content, can't expand internationally fast enough, or invest in original productions. And we can provide that capital. But there is another angle." Regal pulled up his Japan contacts list. "I have relationships with creators in Japan. Kishimoto Masashi, for example. Naruto's author? Right. He is becoming a small name from the past few months. He was intrigued that a Western writer knew about the Japanese manga industry when it was barely known outside Japan. We have stayed in touch." Regal showed Darren several exchanged emails, all in Japanese with English translations attached. "We talk about storytelling, the manga industry, and cultural differences. He knows I respect the medium. That matters in Japan. Credibility with creators, not just business deals." Darren was beginning to see the scope. "You are not just buying Crunchyroll. You are positioning to bridge Western and Japanese animation industries." "Yes, and the timing couldn't be better." He leaned forward. "Western audiences are already engaging with Japanese entertainment. They just don't always realize how much of it they are consuming. Dragon Ball games sell incredibly well in the West. Pokemon, Studio Ghibli films, Japanese RPGs. Those doors are already open." He continued, more focused now. "Even though Naruto only began serialization last year, and several other major manga are either about to be adapted or are already in early stages. One Piece included. I am betting this doesn't just grow. It explodes. Overall, what I am trying to say is anime is on the verge of mainstream breakthrough in the West, but there is no dominant platform positioned to capitalize. Crunchyroll is that platform. Could be. With proper investment. Regal leaned back. I have done the analysis. Chernin Group is exploring strategic options because anime isn't their core focus. They would sell for the right offer. What's the right offer? I am thinking of $180 million for full acquisition. Darren's eyes widened. That's significant. It's 3.6x revenue for a subscription business growing 35% annually with 85% gross margins. That's actually reasonable, possibly cheap. Regal pulled up comparable acquisitions. Streaming platforms typically trade at 5-8x revenue. I am offering 3.6x for one with better growth metrics than most. Where does that capital come from? Lie Studios' profits, and some of my personal funds too. Darren nodded. That was the advantage of Regal's structure. Lie Studios was wholly owned, funded initially by his Harry Potter royalties and subsequently by film profits. He didn't answer to external investors or public shareholders. If he wants to deploy capital this way, it's his decision. Like always, you really thought this through. Darren said, I have been thinking about it since I went to Japan. We are building something beyond just films. This is the next piece of infrastructure. The next day, Regal flew to Los Angeles to meet with Chernin Group executives at their Santa Monica offices. Peter Chernin himself attended, along with their CFO and the executive overseeing Crunchyroll's oversight, Mr. Seraphsail. Chernin began. I will admit, when my team said the Hollywood director wanted to discuss Crunchyroll, I was intrigued. This isn't an obvious acquisition for someone in your position. That's exactly why it makes sense. Regal replied. Everyone expects me to buy film production companies or theatrical distribution. Anime streaming is overlooked, undervalued, and positioned for massive growth. You have done your research. 3 weeks of due diligence. I have reviewed financials, licensing agreements, subscriber metrics, competitive landscape, and Japanese industry relationships. Regal pulled out his analysis. Crunchyroll is profitable, growing, and capital constrained. You are getting solid returns, but anime isn't your strategic focus. You would rather deploy capital elsewhere. That's accurate. Chernin admitted. We believe in Crunchyroll's potential, but we are media investors across multiple sectors. Anime is one small piece of a larger portfolio. For me, it would be a strategic cornerstone. I own Marvel DC Comics. We have extensive IP that adapts well to animation but lacks proper distribution infrastructure. Crunchyroll solves that problem while also providing access to the Japanese animation industry. Regal explained his connections, the correspondence with Kishimoto, his understanding of manga and anime culture from his web novel writing background, his vision for bridging Western and Eastern animation. You are trying to build an ecosystem, Chernin observed. Close. And I am prepared to offer $180 million for full acquisition. Cash, no financing contingencies, close within 45 days. The room went quiet. You aren't holding back with your offer. Chernin's CFO said. I'm serious about this. $180 million represents fair value based on current performance with significant upside, if properly capitalized. Regal met Chernin's gaze directly. You have built something successful. I want to take it to the next level with resources and strategic focus you can't provide because anime isn't your core business. Chernin considered this. We would need to discuss this with Crunchyroll's management. This isn't just a financial transaction. We need to ensure continuity for the team. I am not planning operational changes. Regal said immediately. Kuan Gao and his team built this company. They understand anime industry relationships and technical infrastructure better than I ever will. My role is providing creative capital and strategic support, not micromanaging content decisions. That's the right approach. Chernin acknowledged. When can you meet with Kuan? Whenever he is available. I will fly to San Francisco tomorrow, if needed. Number 313. Chapter 313. Crunchyroll 2. Next day, Regal met Kuan Gao at Crunchyroll's Soma District offices, which had the energetic chaos of a successful startup, developers at standing desks, anime posters covering walls, the hum of servers processing millions of streams. Kuin greeted him with frank curiosity. So, the film director wants to buy an anime company. I have got questions. Shoot. I am prepared. Regal said. They spent 4 hours talking. Not pitching, just talking about anime culture, the challenges of licensing from Japanese studios, technical infrastructure for streaming, the balance between free and paid content, merchandise opportunities, theatrical distribution possibilities. Kuin tested Regal's knowledge with increasingly specific questions. What's your take on simulcast versus dubbed releases? Simulcast builds core fan engagement, while dubs expand the casual audience. You need both, prioritizing simulcast for initial release to compete with piracy, then layering dubs for broader reach. How do you handle licensing negotiations with risk-averse Japanese studios? Demonstrate commitment through actions, not just words. Consistent payment terms, respectful handling of content, long-term relationship building. Japanese business culture values stability over aggressive growth. What's your position on fan communities and user-generated content? Essential. Anime fandom is participatory, fan art, discussion forums, convention culture. The platform should enable that engagement while respecting IP boundaries. Community builds retention. By hour 3, Kuin was visibly impressed. You actually understand this industry. Most Western investors see anime as cartoons for nerds and wonder why we can't just stream everything for cheap. I started as a web novel writer. Regal explained. Serial storytelling with passionate online communities. The dynamics are similar. Understanding what drives fan engagement, respecting source material, building sustainable creator relationships. Chernin mentioned you have contacts in Japan. Regal showed him the Kishimoto correspondence. We have been discussing narrative structure and character development for his manga, while I also funded it. He knows I respect manga as a serious storytelling medium, not just content to exploit. Kuin read through several exchanges, clearly surprised by the depth. These aren't business emails. This is genuine creative discussion. Because that's what interests me. Business enables creative work, not the other way around. Regal leaned forward. Here is my pitch. I acquire Crunchyroll for $180 million. You and your team continue operating with full autonomy. I provide creative capital for aggressive licensing deals, international expansion, technology infrastructure, and eventually theatrical distribution partnerships. My involvement is strategic guidance and resource allocation, not content decisions. Regal shook his head slightly. Technically, I already have one Netflix. I could expand its reach into anime if I wanted to. He paused. But Japanese audiences are far more likely to trust a platform that grew out of their ecosystem than one imported from the West. He continued, measured. More importantly, you've spent years building relationships I couldn't recreate in 5. Studios trust Crunchyroll. Creators trust it. Trying to compete with that would be arrogant and inefficient. He met their gaze. Partnering or acquiring makes far more sense than trying to outmuscle what's already working. Kuin was silent for a moment, processing. What's your long-term vision? Dominant anime streaming platform in every major market. Exclusive content that makes Crunchyroll the default destination. Original productions in partnership with Japanese studios. Theatrical distribution of major anime films. And eventually, Regal paused. Western-style animation that learns from anime's storytelling sophistication. Marvel DC animated series that match anime quality standards. Kuin raised an eyebrow. That's maybe a little grandiose for a long-term vision, don't you think? Regal smiled faintly. I believe in aiming high. Kuin considered him for another second, then nodded. I do too. And honestly, that's exactly what we'd do if we had unlimited resources. He stood and extended his hand. If you are serious about long-term investment and giving the platform real operational autonomy, I am in. December 25, 2014. The press release of Regal's move to buy Crunchyroll was carefully worded to emphasize strategic vision rather than diversification. Lie Studios acquires Crunchyroll for $180 million, plans major animation initiative. Lie Studios, the production company behind films like Spider-Man, Iron Man, and current phenomenon Superman, announced today the acquisition of Crunchyroll, the leading anime streaming platform, for $180 million in cash. The acquisition represents a major strategic initiative in animation, combining Crunchyroll's anime distribution platform with Lie Studios' content production capabilities and Marvel DC Comics IP portfolio. Animation is an underutilized storytelling medium in Western markets, said Regal Seraphsail, founder of Lie Studios. Anime demonstrates what's possible: complex narratives, sophisticated character development, faithful source material adaptation. We are building infrastructure to bring that same quality and ambition to Western animation while supporting the anime industry's continued growth. Seraphsail, who began his career as a web novel author before transitioning to filmmaking, noted his intent to adapt his early works, including Solo Leveling and Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, into animated series through partnerships with Japanese studios. These stories were written for serialized format and would be prohibitively expensive or technically impossible as live-action productions. Animation is the natural medium, Seraphsail explained. Crunchyroll CEO Kun Gao emphasized operational continuity. This partnership provides resources for aggressive international expansion and exclusive content deals while maintaining the autonomy that's made Crunchyroll successful. Lie Studios understands our industry and our audience. The acquisition includes plans for aggressive simulcast licensing deals with major Japanese studios, international expansion into European and Latin American markets, theatrical distribution of anime films through Lie Studios' existing relationships, original animated productions featuring Marvel DC properties, adaptation of Seraphsail's web novels into anime format. The entertainment industry's response was confused but intrigued. Variety, breaking news. Regal Seraphsail's $180 million acquisition of Crunchyroll represents an unexpected but potentially brilliant strategic move. Unlike typical diversification plays, this acquisition aligns with several of Seraphsail's existing assets: ownership of Marvel DC Comics, background as web novel author, an established track record of respecting source material. The emphasis on animation as a serious storytelling medium rather than children's entertainment is notable. Seraphsail's statement positioning anime as a model for Western animation suggests ambitions beyond simply acquiring a streaming platform. Industry analysts note the price, 3.6x revenue for a rapidly growing subscription business, appears reasonable, possibly conservative given streaming platform valuations. The Hollywood Reporter analysis. What separates this acquisition from typical Hollywood anime ventures is Seraphsail's apparent understanding of the medium. The Japanese animation industry has historically been skeptical of Western partners. Seraphsail's approach, maintaining operational autonomy for Crunchyroll while providing capital and distribution support, may prove more effective than traditional acquisition and control strategies. The anime fan community's reaction was cautiously optimistic. R/anime. Regal Seraphsail, Superman director, just bought Crunchyroll for $180 million. U/anime historian. This is huge, and potentially very good. Context most people are missing. Seraphsail started as web novel author, Solo Leveling, ORV. He understands serialized storytelling. He owns Marvel DC Comics and explicitly wants to improve Western animation quality by learning from anime. He has kept Crunchyroll's team operational and autonomous. This isn't Hollywood buying anime to exploit it. This is someone who genuinely respects the medium, acquiring infrastructure to support it. U/skeptical but hopeful. I want to believe, but Hollywood has a terrible track record with anime. Remember every live-action adaptation that sucked? Yeah. U/optimistic weeb. Difference. He is not adapting anime to live action. He is buying the distribution platform and planning to create animation that learns from anime. Plus his whole thing with Harry Potter was respect source material. That's exactly what anime fans want. U/Japanese industry observer. The Kishimoto connection is legit. I am Japanese and have followed their correspondence through industry channels. Seraphsail studies manga seriously, reads raw Japanese releases, understands paneling and narrative pacing. Kishimoto respects him as a fellow storyteller, not just a businessman. Twitter. @Anime News Network. Breaking. Film director Regal Seraphsail acquires Crunchyroll for $180 million. Plans include original Marvel DC animated series, adaptation of his web novels, Solo Leveling, WARV, into anime, Theatrical anime, film distribution. Aggressive simulcast licensing. This could be transformative or disastrous. Time will tell. At web novel fans. Wait, Solo Leveling and ORV are getting anime adaptations? The author just bought an anime company to adapt his own work? This is the most anime plot development ever, and I am here for it. At Marvel DC fan page. So DC Animation might finally get consistent quality and distribution through Crunchyroll? Batman animated series on the same platform as Dragon Ball Z? I actually love this idea. While the discussion on social media is going on, the first integration meeting happened at Live Studios, with Kuin and his leadership team flying down from San Francisco. Regal gathered his core team, Darren, Samantha, Simon, and even Gregor. Yeah, the person who handled the comic version of Solo Leveling is also here. All of them gathered here to meet Crunchyroll's leadership. First thing, Regal began. Crunchyroll operates independently. You are not subordinate to Live Studios' film operations. You are a separate business unit with your own P&L and decision-making authority. Clear? Kuin nodded. More than ever. Though I would like to understand how you envision integration with Marvel DC content. Let's discuss that. Gregor, you handle Marvel DC Comics operations. What's the current state of animated content? Gregor pulled up a presentation. We have produced scattered animated projects, Batman, Mask of Phantasm in 93, Superman animated series 96 to 2000, direct-to-video films sporadically. Quality varies. Distribution is fragmented, some on TV, some direct-to-video, some licensed to various platforms. No cohesive strategy either. That changes now, Regal said. Going forward, all new Marvel DC animated content gets produced with Crunchyroll as primary distribution. We build libraries on the platform, create appointment viewing, and develop consistent quality standards. What about existing contracts? Gregor asked. Honor them, don't renew them. Everything new goes through Crunchyroll. Regal turned to Kuin. From your side, what does this enable? Original content that's not licensed from Japan. Kuin said immediately. We have been purely distributors of Japanese anime. Having Marvel DC IP means we can produce Western animation with anime production values, something we have wanted but couldn't justify without own content. We partner with Japanese studios, Production IG, Madhouse, others you already have relationships with, to produce Marvel DC animated series. Western IP, Japanese production expertise, Crunchyroll distribution. Darren leaned forward. You are creating a bridge between industries that normally don't collaborate. That's the goal. And it extends to my web novels, Solo Leveling, ORV, Lord of the Mysteries. Those were written for serialized format and could adapt naturally to anime's episodic structure. Simon added, this opens creative possibilities. That's the broader vision. Regal explained. Crunchyroll will be the platform that connects Western and Japanese animation industries, elevates animation as a serious storytelling medium, and creates a sustainable business model for high-quality content. Within 3 weeks of closing the acquisition, Crunchyroll announced a series of major deals that wouldn't have been possible without Live Studios' capital. Exclusive simulcast partnership with Shueisha for all weekly Shonen Jump anime adaptations, including the newly announced anime. U.S. markets, starting with upcoming Studio Ghibli releases. Production partnership with Production IG to create original Batman animated series, Batman, Gotham Chronicles, Western IP, Japanese animation studio, Crunchyroll distribution. Technology infrastructure investment, $15 million for platform upgrades including 4K streaming capability, improved mobile apps, expanded server capacity. International expansion announcement. Crunchyroll launching in 15 European countries and 8 Latin American markets by year-end. The aggressive moves immediately changed industry perception. What wasn't publicly known was Regal's ongoing conversations with Japanese creators. In early April, Kishimoto Masashi visited the U.S. for a manga industry conference. Regal arranged to meet him in San Francisco at Crunchyroll's headquarters. They had been corresponding for a year now, but meeting again in person was different. Kishimoto arrived with his editor and translator, only to see Regal's Japanese improve by leagues. Seraphsail-san. Kishimoto greeted him formally. Kishimoto-sensei. Regal replied with a respectful bow. Thank you for making time to visit. They toured Crunchyroll's offices, with Kuin explaining the platform's operations and showing metrics on Naruto's performance. Consistently one of the most watched series, driving substantial subscriber acquisition. Later, in a private conference room, they discussed the Batman co-production with Production IG. I wanted your perspective, Regal said in Japanese, speaking slowly to ensure clarity. Western superhero IP, Japanese animation studio. What makes this work versus fail? Kishimoto considered carefully before responding. Respect. Most failures happen because Western companies treat anime studios like vendors. Make this, deliver that. Success requires treating them as creative partners. Understand their process, trust their expertise, don't force Western storytelling rhythms onto Japanese production methods. That's our approach, Regal confirmed. Production IG has creative control over Batman's visual direction, fight choreography, pacing. We provide story outline and character requirements. They determine how to execute. Good. That works. Kishimoto paused. Your web novels, Solo Leveling, ORV. I read them. They feel more like manga than Western novels. Very visual storytelling. Regal nodded. That's because I learned from manga, he said simply. Anyone familiar with his work could see it. The pacing, the framing, the way moments were built to be seen, not just read. And since he had already experienced those stories in another visual format, he wrote without him ever needing to force it. It shows. These stories would work well as anime. Kishimoto looked at him seriously. You understand our medium. Not just business, actual creative understanding. That's rare from Western companies. If you maintain that respect, this Crunchyroll acquisition could change how our industries interact. That has always been the end goal. After Kishimoto left, Kuin approached Regal. That was significant. Kishimoto is gaining respect from every major creator in Japan right now. Him endorsing what we're building? That opens doors that money alone couldn't. Relationships matter in Japanese business culture. Regal said, more than contracts or capital. We're playing a long game. Build trust now. Expand partnerships over years. I am amused by your methods. That day a picture of Kishimoto and Regal standing with a drawing of Spider-Man, Iron Man, Superman drawn by Kishimoto himself circulated online, marking the beginning of something extraordinary. Number 314. Chapter 314, TV slot. It was an empty room just beside the conference room on Lie Studio's third floor, converted into what Darren was now calling the reading room. Regal stood before his three new hires of the script evaluation team of Lie Studio. Alara Vance as team leader, while Kieran Thorne and Jace Merritt taking the role of team managers. Regal shifted his focus onto his insight skill. Name Alara Vance. Traits perceptive, methodical, stoic. Editor A+. Unique skill structural resonance. A passive instinctive feel when a story's pacing is off or a beat is missing, allowing to pinpoint the exact page a script loses its way. Yep, that is exactly why she is the team leader. Regal nodded as he already knew other two also have talent and editor with B+ and B respectively. Currently, the three of them are sitting somewhat nervously as Regal walks them through their actual responsibilities. Your job isn't to find the next masterpiece, Regal said, leaning against a desk. It's to filter out everything that wastes my time. Alara, the newly appointed lead, spoke first. So we are looking for reasons to reject scripts. That's one way to put it, but I prefer you think of it as looking for reasons a script deserves attention. Regal corrected. Most submissions will be amateur work, formatting errors, basic logic gaps, no grasp of structure. Those get rejected within a week. He pulled up the tier system on the monitor. Tier 1, automatic pass. Plagiarism, poor formatting, or incomprehensible logic. Action, form rejection, no notes. Tier 2, competent but unremarkable. Technically sound but derivative, weak characters. Action, brief rejection with specific feedback. Tier 3, shows promise. Strong voice or unique perspective with execution issues. Action, detailed notes, request for resubmission. Tier 4, the Regal standard. Exceptional concept and commercial potential. Action, full report for Regal's immediate review. Jace looked at the Tier 1 description. Some of these are going to be pretty rough. It's easy to get frustrated reading these all day. Regal's expression turned dead serious. He looked each of them in the eye. One rule you never break. No matter how bad a script is, never disrespect the writer. Do not judge them based on their appearance or their background. Treat them with the respect a human being deserves. We reject the work, not the person. The room went quiet. The weight of his professionalism settled over them. Writing is hard. Regal continued. Most people haven't put in the work yet, but they still had the guts to put their heart on paper. Keep your critiques professional and your conduct honorable. Right then, Samantha entered carrying 20 scripts. These are all ready. Screened for basic professionalism, not handwritten notes or spam. You are starting fresh. Kieran picked up the first script, flipping through it. When do you want the first evaluations? 2 weeks. Regal replied. Read thoroughly, discuss with each other, and write clear notes. Alara will oversee the final consensus before anything reaches my desk. As the readers began their work, Darren approached Regal in the hallway. You really think this will work? 1% reaching tier 4. It's better than random chance. Regal replied. And word gets around. If writers know they get a fair shake here, the talent will start coming to us first. Samantha checked her tablet. Speaking of talent, NBC wants a meeting tomorrow. Whitebridge Studios is also circling now that they know we are involved with the Friends writers. Regal nodded. Undauntedly, without much hesitation, he decided to invest in the show. However, despite having already owned Netflix, he can't produce the whole show by himself. This is still 2014, and the episode release of TV still matters. Unlike in future, they can directly release them on OTT platforms. And he had no choice but to look for TV channels that were prepared to give the slot. Set it up. Let's decide once we confirm who is actually serious. Later that evening, Regal met Marta and David at a coffee shop in Burbank. So, Marta said, settling into her chair. We heard you are meeting with networks. NBC tomorrow, Whitebridge. Studios on Thursday. Regal confirmed. Any preferences? David exchanged a glance with Marta. NBC has historically had better comedies. But Whitebridge Studios has deeper pockets. NBC also has Thursday night. Marta added. That's the strongest comedy block on television. If Friends gets that slot. It's also the most competitive. David countered. If we don't perform immediately, we are dead. Regal listened to them debate, noting how they worked, pushing each other, finding stronger arguments through disagreement. What matters most to you, he asked. Money, creative control, or the best chance at success? All three, Marta said immediately. Then, more carefully. But if we had to choose, creative control. We have been through development hell before. Notes that contradict each other. Executives who don't understand the show. We need someone who trusts us. Then that's what we negotiate for. Regal said. NBC gets first position because they know how to handle comedy, but we go in with clear terms. You run the show, they support it, not the other way around. David looked relieved. That's exactly what we needed to hear. I am not interested in developing something that gets mangled in production. Regal explained. Either we make the show properly, or we don't make it at all. Marta smiled. We did hear that you were straightforward. And from where exactly? Zephyr Siegel. David replied. Regal blinked, clearly surprised to hear his girlfriend's father's name. You know Zephyr? Not personally, but one of our friend works under him. And my friend apparently heard him say some good things about you, which was why we were so persistent with you. She paused, and he was right. The conversation shifted to casting. They had been thinking about it for months, sketching out ideal types for each role. They also talked for another hour, about storylines for season 1, the coffee shop set design, the apartment layouts. By the end, Regal understood why they had been so persistent. Friends isn't the usual type of sitcom pitch. It was a fully realized world they had been living in for months. The next morning, Regal arrived at NBC's Burbank offices with Marta, David, and Samantha. Warren Littlefield, NBC's president of entertainment, greeted them personally, a good sign. Mr. Seraphsail, Littlefield said, shaking hands. I will admit, when I heard you were developing a sitcom, I was skeptical. Then I read the pilot. They settled into the conference room. 3 other executives joined, head of comedy development, head of scheduling, and someone from business affairs. Let's be direct. Littlefield continued. We want Friends. Thursday night, 9:30 slot, following our established lineup. Full season commitment, not just a pilot order. Marta and David tried to hide their excitement. A full season order was rare, especially for unproven creators. What's the catch? Regal asked calmly. There isn't one. We believe in the material and in your judgment. Littlefield made sure to press the later one. He added, except for. Regal kept his expression neutral. Except for. The head of comedy development pulled out her copy of the pilot script, covered in annotations. The Ross-Rachel dynamic needs to be clearer from episode 1. We need to feel that tension immediately, not build to it. That's intentional, Marta said. It's a slow burn. Television doesn't have the luxury of slow burns, the executive cut in. If viewers can't see where it's headed, they won't stick around for episode 2. Regal noticed Marta's jaw tighten, but didn't intervene yet. What else? He asked, keeping his voice even. Monica comes across as too controlling, another executive added. She needs to be more likable. Chandler's sarcasm reads mean instead of funny. And we're worried Phoebe might be too weird. The head of comedy development said. There's a risk she alienates mainstream audiences. With each note, Regal saw Marta and David's enthusiasm draining. These weren't suggestions. They were demands that would fundamentally alter the characters. Regal said, Can we have the room for a moment? Littlefield looked surprised but nodded. Of course. The NBC executive stepped out. They are going to ruin it. David said immediately, voice tight. Those notes would turn it into every other generic sitcom. They don't understand the characters. Marta added. Monica's controlling because she is insecure. That's the point. Smoothing that out just strips away the depth. Regal let them vent, then spoke quietly. Then we walk. Both of them stared at him. We walk away. Regal repeated. We thank them for their time, say the notes don't align with our vision, and we leave. Whitebridge Studios meets us tomorrow. If they give us the same notes, we walk from them too. But this is NBC. David protested. And they are talking about a Thursday night slot. That's kind of the dream. It's the dream slot for their version of Friends. Regal said. Not yours. And I didn't invest in your version to watch it become something else. Either we make your show, or we don't make anything. Samantha, who had been silent until now, added. There are other networks. Vista Crowns International, CBS, even cable. I am sure someone will understand what this is. The NBC executives returned. So, Littlefield said, settling back in. What do you think? Regal stood. Thank you for your time and interest. Unfortunately, your notes would require fundamental changes to the show's concept. We are going to pass. The room went silent. Pass. The comedy development head looked shocked. We just offered you a full season commitment. For a different show than the one we are making. Regal replied calmly. We appreciate the offer, but it's not the right fit. Littlefield recovered quickly. These are just notes. Everything's negotiable. The characters aren't. Marta said, finding her voice. They are who they are. If that's not what you want, then this isn't our show anymore. David nodded. We've been through this before. We're not doing it again. Littlefield studied them, then Regal. Are you really walking away from NBC's Thursday night? We are walking away from creative interference. Regal confirmed. If you're willing to make the show as written, we can continue talking. If not, we're done here. The silence stretched. Finally, Littlefield smiled, genuine this time. Sit down. They sat. Those notes were a test. Littlefield nodded. Right, I believe you. Regal nodded clearly, not buying it. Number 315. Chapter 315. Rework on Death Note. Those notes were a test. Littlefield nodded. Right, I believe you. Regal nodded clearly, not buying it. He can clearly see that they simply wanted to establish some order of power with their demands, and seeing it failed they just stepped back. Still he let them continue. This is how the business works. We wanted to see if you would defend your vision or cave at the first sign of pressure. Littlefield added. You know, television is full of people who say they want creative control, but fold immediately when challenged. We need to know what you are made of. He pulled out a different document, a deal memo. Here is the real offer. Full season, 13 episodes, Thursday 9:30 slot. Standard network broadcast standards apply, but creative decisions are yours. Regal read through it carefully. Huh. This is the kind of contract you will only offer when you actually trust someone's judgment. We always did. Littlefield said. The concept is excellent, and those characters, exactly as written, are what we want. We just needed to make sure you wouldn't compromise them. Marta was still angry. I am still taken aback by your test. But it worked. Littlefield replied. Now I know you three will fight for this show. That's what I need. We will review the contract and get back to you. Regal said. But assuming it matches this memo, I think we have a deal. They shook hands. Outside, walking to the parking lot, David finally spoke. Did we just get played? Probably, Regal admitted. But we also got what we wanted. Sometimes you take the win, even if the process is frustrating. Marta was smiling now. Actually, I am still having a hard time processing that 6 of 1 is officially greenlit. 6 of 1. Regal raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? Before we settled on the title Friends, we had a few other names, like 6 of 1. Yeah, David added. We also thought of Insomnia CAF. For a moment, Regal wondered, if one of those titles had been on the brief Samantha handed him, would he have even agreed to the meeting? Maybe. He had received some details about the script, not just the title. But if it had been only the title, things might have turned out very differently. Just then, Samantha cautioned. There are still many obstacles up front. Contracts, casting, production, months of work before it airs. That doesn't mean we are not moving forward. David replied. It already feels like we have come a long way from waiting outside Live Studios. Regal checked his phone. A message from Darren about Deadpool marketing materials needing approval. Another from Keanu about Matrix sound mixing. Always something. But watching Marta and David process that their show was actually getting made, that felt like time well spent. Remember, he said, we are still meeting at Whitebridge Studios. NBC needs to understand that we have options, especially if they try pulling something like that again. Leverage, David said approvingly. Always, Regal confirmed. 2 days later, the Crunchyroll San Francisco office had transformed over the past month. More staff, better equipment, and an energy that came from suddenly having real resources to execute ambitious plans. Cohen gathered his leadership team for the first major strategy meeting since the acquisition. We have $50 million in capital approved for the next 18 months, he announced. Let's talk about how to deploy it. The room, department heads for content acquisition, technology, marketing, and business development, leaned forward. Priority 1 is exclusive content, said Emily, head of content acquisition. We are in negotiations with Shueisha for exclusive simulcast rights to their entire catalog. That's One Piece, Bleach, and Dragon Ball Z everything. Cost? Cohen asked. $18 million annually. But it makes Crunchyroll the only legal place to watch the biggest anime series in the West. Do it, Cohen approved. What else? We are talking to Production IG about co-producing an original series, not based on existing manga. Original story, developed specifically for Crunchyroll. That's risky, the business development head cautioned. Original anime has high failure rates. It also differentiates us. Emily countered. Every other platform just licenses existing shows. We need original content to stand out. Cohen considered. Cost and timeline. $8 million for 12 episodes. Released in late 2016, we can start the production this fall. Approved. But I want Regal involved in story development. He understands serialized narrative structure. Already planning on it. The technology head spoke next. We need infrastructure upgrades. Current servers can't handle the growth we're projecting. I am recommending $12 million for new server capacity, CDN expansion, and 4K streaming capability. 4K is premature, Cohen said. Most anime aren't produced in 4K yet. It will be in 2 years. We need to be ready. Fair point. Approved. Marketing presented their plan, aggressive social media campaigns, convention presence, partnerships with anime YouTubers and influencers. The budget is $6 million for the year, the marketing head explained. Focus on building community, not just advertising. We want Crunchyroll to feel like it's made by anime fans, not just for them. I like that approach, Cohen said. By the end of the meeting, they had allocated $44 million of their $50 million budget. Aggressive expansion, but calculated. The remaining $6 million? The CFO asked. Reserve for opportunities, Cohen said. Unexpected licensing deals, emergency acquisitions, whatever comes up. After the meeting, Cohen called Regal to update him. We are moving fast. Cohen explained. Exclusive Shueisha deal, original production, major tech upgrades. Good, Regal replied. That's what the capital is for. One question. Emily mentioned you will be involved in the original anime's story development. How much time can you commit? I will outline the core narrative structure and character arcs. Your team can execute it. Think of me as a creative consultant. That works. We are also moving forward on the Batman anime co-production with Production IG. Have you talked to them about it? Meeting confirmed the meeting. They are excited about the Batman project, but want clear creative boundaries, which we will give them. I will have a detailed brief ready before we fly out. Also, I have been thinking about the announcements. We should probably coordinate the Batman anime and solo leveling adaptations. Make them part of a larger Crunchyroll original content initiative. Makes sense. What's the timeline? Announce at Anime Expo in July. Big panel, show concept art, generate buzz. By then we will have Production IG locked in and can show we're serious about quality. I like it. Put together a presentation. We will review it before the expo. Will do. Oh, and one more thing. Have you thought about Death Note? Regal paused. What about it? You wrote and directed the feature film version. But the script you started with, it was originally for a series, right? Before you compressed it into a feature. It was. So we have a complete series script sitting unused. That seems like a waste. Regal hadn't thought about Death Note in months. The film had been successful, critically acclaimed, commercially viable, a genuine psychological thriller that worked despite its supernatural premise. But Cohen was right. The original series script existed, more detailed and expansive than what made it into the feature. You want to develop Death Note as an anime series? Come on, don't act like you never thought about it. I am sure adapting it into different mediums was always part of the plan. Yeah, I had the idea initially. But at some point, it became just one of many things I wanted to do, not something I had to do. So let's bring it back, he said. I want to develop it as Crunchyroll's flagship original series. The concept is brilliant. A supernatural thriller with moral complexity, cat-and-mouse detective work, philosophical questions about justice. It's perfect for serialized format, and more than that, we already have a script. We can't just let it rot. Hearing that, Regal considered it. Death Note as a series could explore themes the feature had to compress. Give L and Light's rivalry proper development. Show the psychological deterioration in detail. And he was excited again, curious to see how this one would turn out. That's a good plan, he said. But first, I will send you the script. It definitely needs some revisions. Go over it, and we will make the final call after we discuss it at the Anime Expo. After the call, Regal pulled up his old Death Note series script, the one he had written first, before realities forced him to compress it into a feature-length film. Reading it again, he was struck by how much had been lost in compression. The feature worked, but the series had room to breathe, to develop ideas fully, to let the tension build naturally over episodes instead of racing through plot. Yeah, Cohen was right. It was time to give Death Note the format it deserved. After the call, Cohen felt something he hadn't felt in years of running Crunchyroll on limited resources, genuine excitement about what they could build. That afternoon, Keanu stopped by unannounced. Matrix sound mixing is done, he said, settling into a chair. Alexander wants you to hear it. Final mix or still tweaking? Final enough. We are locked for release. How do you feel about it? Keanu considered the question. Proud and nervous. The film is big. Bigger than anything I have done. Bigger than following. In teams of budget, yes. And don't get jealous now. Yeah. But don't let your knees shake over just this. In the future, you are going to be in even bigger films. Regal said. How is Alexander handling the pressure? Well, considering it's only his second film, he's managing well. He knows what he wants, doesn't compromise when it matters, and trusts his instincts. Reminds me of someone. Regal smiled. He learned from watching. We all did. They talked through the Matrix release strategy. March 31st, wide release, 3,500 theaters. The marketing emphasized spectacle and mystery without revealing too much plot. The posters are working too, Keanu said. People are intrigued but confused, which is perfect. Did you think about pre-screenings? We are scheduling them 3 weeks prior to release. Good. After Keanu left, Regal checked his calendar. Deadpool will be released on February 14th, Valentine's Day, which Ryan had insisted on for the irony of an ultra-violent R-rated movie opening on the most romantic day of the year. Matrix followed March 31st. Friends will start filming in February and will premiere in April. And somewhere in all of this, he needed to decide what he was directing next. The small acting project was still percolating in his mind, something intimate, character-focused, a palate cleanser after 3 massive superhero films. But he hadn't committed yet. That evening, Gwendolyn arrived at Regal's home office carrying takeout, Thai food from the place they both liked. She opened the door quietly, already planning what she'd say about him working too late again. But the words died in her throat. Regal was asleep on the leather sofa, one arm draped across his chest, the other hanging off the edge. His laptop sat open on the coffee table, screen dim, but still displaying what looked like production schedules. Papers were scattered around him, scripts, notes, budget spreadsheets. He looked peacefully asleep for once. Gwendolyn set the food down carefully, making no sound. For a moment, she just watched him. The slight furrow between his eyebrows that never quite went away, and his usual stiff shoulders carrying the burden of million-dollar projects seemed relaxed and finally just stopped. She moved to the phone on his desk, lifting the receiver with practiced silence. She dialed Samantha's direct line. "Samantha," she said quietly when the assistant answered. "It's Gwendolyn. Can you make sure no calls come through for the rest of the evening? And cancel anything he has scheduled for tomorrow morning, unless it's something truly urgent." "Is he okay?" Samantha sounded concerned. Number 316. Chapter 316. Friends, Casting. "Samantha," Gwendolyn said quietly when the assistant answered. "It's Gwendolyn. Can you make sure no calls come through for the rest of the evening? And cancel anything he has scheduled for tomorrow morning." "Is he okay?" Samantha sounded concerned. "He is fine. I will handle it. There aren't any important meetings today, so there won't be any interruptions tonight. I can move his morning meetings to the afternoon." "Thank you." Gwendolyn hung up and looked at the sofa. There wasn't much room, but there was enough. She slipped off her shoes and carefully settled beside him, shifting his arm so she could tuck herself against his side without waking him. His body responded automatically, arm curling around her even in sleep, pulling her closer. She fit perfectly there, head resting on his shoulder, one hand settling over his heart. She could feel it beating, steady, strong, reliable even when the rest of him was running on empty. The office was quiet. Outside, Los Angeles traffic hummed distantly, but here it was just them, breathing in sync, existing in a pocket of stillness that felt stolen from the chaos of everything else. Gwendolyn closed her eyes. This was what she wanted. Not grand gestures or elaborate dates or anything that required scheduling and coordination. Just this, being close to him when he finally stopped moving long enough to rest. She felt him shift slightly, still asleep, his cheek coming to rest against the top of her head. His breathing deepened, the tension in his body slowly releasing as real rest took hold. "I have got you," she whispered, knowing he couldn't hear. "You can stop for a while." His arm tightened around her fractionally, and she smiled. Even unconscious, he was holding on. They stayed like that, wrapped around each other on a too-small sofa in an office full of unfinished work. And for the first time in weeks, Regal slept without dreaming of production schedules or release dates or anything that required decisions. He just slept. And Gwendolyn kept watch, making sure nothing disturbed him, content to exist in this small, perfect moment of quiet. Outside, the sun set over Los Angeles, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink that neither of them saw. The city moved on without them, always moving, always demanding, always waiting. But here, time stopped, and that was enough. Regal woke slowly, awareness returning in fragments. Warmth against his side, the scent of jasmine, Gwendolyn's perfume, soft breathing that wasn't his own. He opened his eyes to find her still asleep, curled into him like she belonged there. Which she did. The office was dark except for the city lights filtering through the windows. His laptop had gone into sleep mode. The papers around them remained scattered, problems waiting to be solved. But none of that mattered right now. He looked down at Gwendolyn, really looked, taking in the relaxed set of her features, the way her hand rested over his heart, the complete trust in how she slept against him without reservation. When had she arrived? How long had they been like this? He didn't know, didn't care. Carefully, slowly, he reached over to the nearby throw blanket and pulled it over them both. Gwendolyn stirred, but didn't wake, just burrowed closer with a small sound of contentment. Regal settled back down, arms secure around her, and let himself sink back into rest. The work would still be there tomorrow. The decisions, the meetings, the constant motion, all of it would be waiting. But right now, at this moment, he had everything he actually needed. He closed his eyes and drifted, anchored by her presence, grateful for someone who knew when he needed to stop even when he didn't. Morning came gently. Gwendolyn woke first, disoriented for a moment before remembering where she was. Still wrapped in Regal's arms, the blanket cocooning them both, sunlight creeping across the floor. She tilted her head up to find him awake, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite name. "Hi," she said softly. "Hi. You needed that. I know. You were going to argue that you are fine and didn't need 12 hours of sleep." "I wasn't going to argue." She raised an eyebrow. Really? You were right. I was running on fumes." He paused. "Thank you for making me stop." Gwendolyn smiled and kissed his jaw. "Someone has to take care of you." Apparently, they stayed there a while longer, neither willing to break the spell. Eventually, practical concerns intruded: hunger, schedules, the world outside demanding attention. But for now, just a little longer, they held on. Later, after they had finally gotten up and Gwendolyn had reheated the Thai food from last night, Samantha called. "Good morning," she said, sounding amused. "Your first meeting is at 2 p.m. Darren wants to discuss Deadpool marketing, and Kuan needs 15 minutes about the Tokyo trip." "That's fine. Thank you for clearing this morning." "Don't thank me. Thank Gwendolyn. She is terrifying when she is protecting you." Regal glanced at Gwendolyn, who was pretending not to listen while eating pad thai. "I will keep that in mind. Also, the script readers want to meet this afternoon. Elena found a potential tier 4. Already. That is what I was informed. Set it up for 3:30. That afternoon, Regal met with Darren about Deadpool marketing. Ryan's romantic campaign was generating significant buzz, pre-sales were tracking higher than projected, and social media engagement was through the roof. "It's working," Darren confirmed. "Unconventional marketing for an unconventional film. The R rating is actually helping. Makes it feel dangerous, subversive. And the Valentine's Day angle? Couples are genuinely planning to see it as date night. Either ironically or because they think ultra-violent superhero action is romantic. Anyway, it's ticket sales. Ryan will be insufferable when he finds out he was right. He already is. I got 3 texts this morning about vindication and genius recognition." Regal smiled. "Let him have it. The campaign earned it." After Darren left, Kuan called from San Francisco. The meeting with Elena and the script readers was brief. "We have a tier 4, she said, holding a script. Regal looked up, surprised. "You don't have to hurry, you know." Once the word was out that Lai Studio was looking for new scripts, our emails basically got spammed. And just within the week, we have reviewed 118 scripts. This is the first one that cleared all checkpoints. She handed him the script, a thriller titled Prisoners by Aaron Guzikowski. Why tier 4? Strong premise, child abduction, detective investigating, moral complexity about justice versus vengeance. The structure is tight, the dialogue is naturalistic, and the ending is devastating. Marketable? I believe so. Regal flipped through it. I will read it tonight. The moment he heard the name, he understood what film it might be, and in fact, he was excited to see if it was the same one. Marcus and David both agreed it should reach you. We wrote full evaluations. After Elena left, Regal looked at the script. 218 submissions, and only one had made it through. That was actually better than he had expected. Maybe the system was working. While Regal was busy in other things, Friends' team had officially began casting today. The room smelled like stale coffee and desperation. Marta Kaufman sat at a long table, pen clicking rhythmically against her notepad. David Crane slouched beside her, reading through headshots with the weary expression of a man who had seen 200 people pretend to be quirky that week. At the far end sat Sammy Park, Netflix's managing director, looking like he might throw up. You okay? Marta asked. Definitely not. Sammy adjusted his glasses for the 4th time in 2 minutes. This is only the second show Regal's personally invested in. After Millionaire. No pressure. Just all the pressure. David looked up. Breathe, Sammy. We are just casting a sitcom about 6 people who drink coffee. A sitcom? Sammy repeated flatly. That cost more than my childhood home. Several childhood homes. Marta corrected. The door opened. A production assistant poked her head in. Ready for the next batch? Marta sighed. Send them in. Rachel auditions. The first actress walked in wearing what could only be described as a wedding dress. I wanted to embody the character, she announced. You know, Rachel runs away from her wedding in a coffee shop, not actively getting married during the audition, right? David said. I am committed to my craft. We can see that. She didn't get the part. The second actress was promising, funny, charming, the right mix of privileged and lost. Then, mid-scene, her phone rang. I am so sorry, she said, pulling it out. I have to take this. Do? Have to take a call? Right now? Marta blinked. It's my agent. David leaned forward. Your agent who told you to come to this audition? Yeah. She answered the phone. In the audition room. While they watched. Hey. Yeah. I am in the middle of it. No, they seem nice. What? Oh my God, really? She hung up. Smiled brightly. Sorry, I just booked a deodorant commercial. Can we start over? No. Marta said. No, we cannot. Then Emma Crawford walked in. She wasn't what they had pictured. Darker hair, sharper features, a little older than the character description. She made Rachel Green feel real, spoiled but not insufferable, naive but not stupid. When she delivered the line about cutting up her father's credit cards, there was this tiny crack in her voice that made you believe she was actually terrified. Thank you, Marta said when Emma finished. That was great. Emma smiled, started to leave, then paused. Can I ask, is this for NBC or Netflix? Both. David said. Netflix produces, NBC airs. Yes, after their meeting with NBC, as Regal had planned, they also attended a meeting with Whitebridge Studios. The contract Whitebridge offered had solid terms, and they seemed genuinely open to working with Regal. Still, in the end, they chose to go with NBC. Cool. Emma nodded. My mom's gonna freak out. She still doesn't believe streaming is real television. Sammy laughed despite himself. After Emma left, David looked at Marta. Her. Sammy made a note. One down. Monica auditions. I am a very clean person. The first actress announced before anyone asked. Like, obsessively clean. I alphabetize my spices. That's great. Marta said carefully. But we're looking for someone who can play. I also organize my socks by color and fabric weight. Okay. And I never eat carbs after 6 p.m. David rubbed his temples. We're gonna move on. Number 317. Chapter 317. Friends Casting 2. The second actress was a disaster for a different reason. Halfway through her scene, a crash came from the hallway. Shouting, the door burst open. A man in a pizza delivery uniform stood there, breathless. Is there a Monica Geller here? Everyone stared. That's the character name. Marta said slowly. Oh. He looked around. Well, someone ordered 8 pizzas to this address under that name and didn't pay. The actress currently auditioning went pale. I can explain. You ordered 8 pizzas? David said. I was nervous. I eat when I am nervous. Where are the pizzas? Sammy asked, bewildered. In my car. They didn't cast her, but they did pay for the pizzas. Sammy ate 3 slices while stress-reviewing budget spreadsheets. Tanya Mills came in like a hurricane, fast-talking, neurotic energy, hands moving constantly. She made Monica competitive, controlling, but somehow still likable. When she delivered the line about wanting to be the mom who makes the best snacks, she sold it with this manic intensity that was both funny and a little sad. Thank you, Tanya. Marta said. Was I too much? I feel like I was too much. I am always too much. You were perfect. David said. Tanya blinked. Really? Really? After she left, Sammy exhaled. 2 down, 4 to go? I am gonna need more coffee. The Phoebe auditions. This was where things got weird. The first actress brought a guitar. Not unusual. Phoebe plays guitar. But then she started playing an original song about the audition, while making intense eye contact with Marta. Casting directors, looking for a star, wondering if I will fit, wondering who we are. Thank you. David interrupted. They're interrupting me, but I will keep singing free. We're good. Marta said firmly. The actress kept singing all the way out the door. The second actress seemed normal until she mentioned she was a method actor. I have been living as Phoebe for 3 weeks, she said. What does that mean? Sammy asked. I am currently homeless. Pause. You're what? Marta said. Phoebe lived on the streets, so I am too. For authenticity, where are you sleeping? A park in Burbank. David closed his eyes. Please get a hotel. That wouldn't be true to the character. They didn't cast her. Marta made a note to have someone check if she actually went to a hotel. Lily Zhang walked in eating an apple. She didn't apologize, didn't explain, just started her scene mid-chew. And somehow it worked. She made Phoebe weird without trying too hard, spacey, sweet, with this underlying toughness that suggested she'd been through some shit. When she finished, she took another bite of the apple. Sorry, I skipped breakfast. Don't apologize. David said. You're hired. Lily paused mid-chew. Wait, really? Really? Cool. She smiled. Can I finish this apple? Yes. Marta laughed. Finish the apple. Sammy crossed another name off the list. The Chandler editions. Could I be wearing any more cologne? The first actor said. Everyone coughed. That's a lot of cologne. David managed. I wanted to make an impression. Mission accomplished. Marta said, eyes watering. We'll call you. They did not call him. The second actor was actually funny. Good timing, solid delivery. Then, during his scene, his mom called. Sorry, he said, silencing it. 30 seconds later, she called again. I am so sorry, he muttered, declining it. She called a third time. He answered. MOM. I'm in an audition. Pause. No, I don't know what we're having for dinner. Mom. Longer pause. I will pick up milk on the way home. I have to go. He hung up, looked at them. Sorry. How old are you? David asked. 28. And you live with your mom? Rent in LA is insane. Fair point, but still didn't get cast. Marcus Reed walked in and immediately tripped over a chair. Shit, sorry. I am good. I am totally good. He wasn't good. He was flustered, red-faced, and his headshot fell out of his folder onto the floor. But when he started reading, he nailed it. Chandler's sarcasm, his deflection, the way humor was both a weapon and a shield. Marcus made every joke land while suggesting something fragile underneath. That was great, Marta said. Marcus exhaled. Thank God. I thought I blew it with the chair thing. The chair thing was very Chandler. David said. So did I get it? Marta and David exchanged a look. Yeah. Marta said. You got it. Marcus broke into a grin. Holy shit. Okay. Cool. I am gonna go call my mom. The one from earlier? Sammy joked. Different mom. Marcus said. Mine's cooler. The Ross audition. The first actor was too handsome. He looks like he's never been insecure a day in his life. David whispered. Ross is a paleontologist. Marta whispered back. He should look like he's been insecure every day of his life. They passed. The second actor brought dinosaur facts. Did you know the velociraptor was actually the size of a turkey? He said before his scene. We did not. Marta said. Also, they probably had feathers. Fascinating. And the T-Rex couldn't actually roar like in Jurassic Park because... We're going to start the scene now. David interrupted. The actor was fine, but he wouldn't stop talking about dinosaurs. Even after they said thank you, and as he walked out. Stegosaurus means roofed lizard, echoed from the hallway. Owen Garrett came in nervous, bouncing on his heels, talking too fast, running his hand through his hair. He made Ross anxious and pedantic and somehow endearing. When he delivered the "we were on a break" line during a cold read, the whole room laughed. That was perfect, Marta said. Really? Because I feel like I rushed the... It was perfect, David repeated. Owen nodded. Okay, cool. Thanks. Sorry. I am rambling. I will stop. Don't stop, Marta said. That's exactly what we need. Joey audition. This was the hard one. We need someone who's dumb but not dumb, Marta said. Charming but not sleazy. Sexy but non-threatening. David added. Is that possible? Sammy asked. They were starting to think it wasn't. One actor was too smart. Another was too creepy. A third couldn't deliver a joke to save his life. One guy showed up in character and refused to break, calling everyone bro and asking if there was food. Then Nico Delgado walked in. He had this easy, goofy charm. Big smile, expressive face, zero self-consciousness. When he read Joey's lines, he made every stupid thing sound sincere. How you doing? Wasn't a pickup line. It was a genuine question. Marta said when he finished. I think That's Joey. Nico blinked. Wait, seriously? Seriously. Oh, thank God. Nico sagged with relief. I have been eating nothing but ramen for 3 months. You're about to afford much better ramen, David said. Nico left grinning. Later, in the same room, the table was covered in headshots, coffee cups, and pizza crusts. We did it, Marta said. We did it, David echoed. Sammy stared at the final list. Emma, Tanya, Lily, Marcus, Owen, Nico. Regal's gonna kill me if this doesn't work, he muttered. It will work, Marta said. How do you know? She smiled. Because they are. Perfect. David raised his coffee cup. To 6 people drinking coffee. They clinked cups. Outside, in the waiting room, 6 actors who didn't know each other yet sat with their phones, texting friends and family. None of them knew they were about to become the most famous ensemble in television history. But they had found out soon enough. Soon, the list reached Regal's table. As he went through it, he noticed that almost none of the selected names matched the actors he remembered. Honestly, it worried him a little, but he couldn't let that show. He knew for a fact that trying to cast only the actors he personally knew would be impossible, or worse, a waste of time. So he had to go with this and hope that this Friends turned out the way it was meant to. Just then, his phone rang. It was Christopher Bennett, CEO of Iconic Talent Agency, ITA. Been a while. Christopher said. Yeah, yesterday. Regal replied. Well, I meant a proper voice call, not text messages. Huh. Even then, it wasn't that long ago. Maybe a week, max. Can't you just go with the flow? I would, but if I remember correctly, the last time you called was to get my help landing Ryan Reynolds for your agency. Yeah, but it's not like you actually helped me. I gave you permission to talk to him. It was your job to make him a tempting offer. Like I didn't. I offered him the best contract a B-list actor could get. You are getting dull at your game. Ryan's betting he won't be a B-lister after the movie releases. Anyway, it's your job to figure that out. And don't tell me you called just to brag that out of 6 main cast members of Friends, 3 of the actresses who got the roles are from your agency. Yep, that's exactly why. Grow up. You are 40 and still unmarried. That is unprofessional. They both laughed. So, when are you getting married? To your assistant in? I proposed SH. Christopher stopped midway, realizing what he had almost revealed. Then he shouted, Damn it, Steven, you idiot. He was clearly talking about Junior Steven. The call ended soon after. Why is everyone obsessed with assistants? Regal muttered, turning to Simon. Then he added, Well, it's better than someone else going after your assistant, I guess. That nearly made Simon spit out his coffee. Why would you even bring that up? Because I am fucking tired of your long game. Regal shot back. Why aren't you proposing to her, man? Soon. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Samantha. She briefly mentioned the end-of-year plans, the small party Regal was hosting on the 31st, just for his close circle. After that, she excused herself and left. Simon paused. Your rooms are soundproof, right? Yeah, definitely. 100 per, he nodded. What soundproofing are you guys talking about? A voice interrupted as a head popped in through the doorway. It was Darren. Regal looked at Simon. Then Simon looked at Darren. Simon's face went a little pale. Regal was the first to laugh. Darren didn't understand what was happening, but it was obvious something had happened. Number 318. Chapter 318, New Year Night. 31, December, 2014. The New Year Eve night was in full swing, as the space hummed with conversation and laughter. Regal had gone simple with the decorations, string lights, a decent spread of food, an open bar. Nothing extravagant, but just enough to say thank you. He had given everyone bonuses before the holiday. Live 360, Netflix, Crunchyroll. Every employee got something extra in their accounts and a few days off to actually enjoy it. Most had taken him up on the offer. Rock, apparently, had not. Dude. Regal turned to find his bodyguard standing near the entrance, arms crossed, scanning the room like someone might storm in with a weapon. I told you to take leave. Why are you here? Don't you have, I don't know, family? Friends? A life? Gwendolyn, passing by with a drink, shot him a look. Regal, that was mean. Yeah, my bad. Regal held up his hands. Wasn't trying to be, but he was genuinely curious. Rock had appeared in his life seemingly out of nowhere. Professional, competent, weirdly loyal, and surprisingly more than capable he liked to show off. Regal paid him well, Sure, but the guy acted like guarding a 20-something entertainment mogul was his life's calling. And honestly, Rock was good at his job. Regal couldn't complain. Still, didn't make it less strange. Rock didn't answer, just gave a slight nod and resumed his surveillance of the room. Regal sighed. Fine. Suit yourself. After a while. So this is Regal? He doesn't look like much. Chill. You can't just say that. Regal turned toward the voices. Two kids, one tall and lanky, maybe 14, the other shorter and younger, probably 10, stood a few feet away, studying him like he was an exhibit at a museum. Simon, standing nearby with a drink, made no effort to intervene, just watched with faint amusement. Regal raised an eyebrow. These two are Samantha's, right? Huh. Well, I will let it slide, since your mom is really good at her job. The older kid puffed out his chest. Yeah, and we already know our mom is great at her job. Good for you, Regal said dryly. According to Rock's intel, one of them was adopted. He couldn't remember which, but that didn't really matter. Before he could say anything else, a sharp voice cut through the air. Is that how you talk to adults? Samantha appeared from the crowd, her expression cold enough to freeze the room. Both kids immediately deflated. Sorry. They mumbled in unison before scurrying off. Regal couldn't help it. He shot them a petty, victorious smirk as they retreated. That's how parenting is done, he said to Simon. Simon snorted into his drink. Noted. Another group arrived shortly after, Zach Barg and his family. Regal had met Zach's 3 daughters before, at the youngest one's birthday party, which had been unexpectedly useful networking-wise. He had run into Andrew Garfield there, Zach's nephew, and the connection had stuck. We finally meet our luck charms again, Regal said, grinning. Zach blinked. Luck what now? Well, I got to see my Spider-Man, Regal clarified. Andrew Garfield, at your daughter's party. Lucky day for me. Zach laughed, shaking his head. Gwendolyn was already chatting with Zach's wife, leaving Regal with the 3 girls, 12, 10, and 8 years old. They were more outgoing than Samantha's kids, thankfully. The youngest one asked if he had any dogs. No dogs, Regal said. I am barely home. That's sad, she said matter-of-factly. Yeah, Regal admitted. It kind of is. The party filled out as the evening went on. His twin sister, Saren, showed up with Keanu Reeves in tow. They stayed near the bar, low-key and relaxed. A lot of invites hadn't been taken up. Regal had expected that. People had families, long-standing traditions, and lives that didn't revolve around studios or schedules. He preferred it that way. The room felt full without being crowded, social without being forced. But the most notable arrivals came later. 6 faces he had already memorized from headshots and screen tests, now standing together in the same space for the first time outside an audition room. The newest additions to the Netflix show: Emma Crawford as Rachel, Tanya Mills as Monica, Lily Zhang as Phoebe, Marcus Reed as Chandler, Owen Garrett as Ross, Nico Delgado as Joey. The cast of Friends. Regal had invited all of them, not sure how many would actually show. It was New Year's Day. They didn't know him anything yet, but he figured it might help if they got to know each other outside the audition room, build some chemistry before filming started. All 6 came. They clustered together near the windows, talking quietly, clearly nervous. Regal didn't push, just greeted them, thanked them for coming, told them to enjoy the food and drinks. He had let them settle in on their own time. Marta Kaufman and David Crane were there too, of course. Marta looked tired but pleased. David was deep in conversation with Simon about something Regal couldn't hear. Regal grabbed a drink and made his way over to Marta. You good? He asked. She glanced at him, then smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Yeah, mostly. Marta hesitated, then sighed. There's a small problem. Regal had been getting daily updates on the casting process. He knew it was nearly finished. And if he was being honest, there was one disappointment. Not a single actor from the original timeline had made it through. He had half hoped the universe would throw him a bone. Courtney Cox walking in, or Matt LeBlanc, or literally anyone from the show he remembered. But no. Still, the cast they had chosen seemed solid. He trusted Marta and David's instincts. But still, this wasn't the time. Marta, he said, lowering his voice, don't always be so focused on the work. And trust me, that is serious advice coming from someone like me. She gave him a look, half amused, half resigned. Yeah, I know, but I want to ask this now, since you seem to be in a good mood. Consider it a request. Regal exhaled and lifted his glass slightly. All right, I am listening. She hesitated, then added quickly. Before I start, this was David's idea. He paused. Did you just throw your partner under the bus? She smiled innocently, just establishing context. Then she said it. What if you played the barista? Regal stared at her. What? Hear me out. Marta leaned forward. It's a tiny role, maybe 5 lines in the pilot. Occasional appearances after that. You would be on screen for 30 seconds at a time, tops. But it would be a fun experiment. And, she grinned. You demonstrated every single character during the Cold Red. We know you can act. And, she dragged out. It is free publicity. Thought so. Regal didn't take offense. He set his drink down. Acting? I won't lie, I did think about it. And I am having second thoughts now. Are you, though? Marta's tone shifted, more direct. Isn't this exactly what you want? You want to act because it's fun, but you don't want to bury yourself when you have already got so much going on. This is low stakes. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we recast and move on. Regal studied her. You have learned your way with words, Marta. She shrugged. He considered it. Did he really like acting? Not really. For now, it was curiosity, an itch he hadn't scratched. And if he was being honest with himself, his heart leaned more toward directing stories than being in them. But the curiosity was still there. And this was a low-commitment way to test it. So you want me to play Gunther, right? That's the only one that fits the bill, he asked. Yeah. Gunther, a barista at Central Perk, knows the group, friendly, but not part of their inner circle. You said it's only a small role? Regal asked carefully. Are you confident about that? Marta frowned, confused. Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Regal almost laughed. Of course. He knew the character. On paper, right now, Gunther was small. A few hours of work for the pilot, occasional cameos and minimal commitment. But Regal knew how it would grow. The guy who started as a background extra and somehow became a fixture, one of the most frequently recurring characters in the entire series. By the later seasons, fans had basically adopted him as an honorary member of the group, to the point he was dubbed as the 7th friend by fans. And not to mention, the character's quiet, unrequited love for Rachel. But Marta didn't or couldn't know that. Still, that doesn't mean he can't ignore what he was signing up for, even if others didn't. You have me hooked, he said finally. I will think about it. Marta's face lit up. Awesome. But, Regal added, if this turns into more than you are expecting, don't say I didn't warn you. Marta laughed. It's a barista, Regal. How much bigger could it get? Regal just smiled. You have no idea. Across the room, the 6 new cast members were still clustered together, talking quietly. Emma said something that made Nico laugh. Tanya rolled her eyes but smiled. They were starting to relax. Regal watched them for a moment, then turned back to Marta. They are going to be great, he said. Marta followed his gaze. Yeah, I think so too. The party carried on, music played, people talked, and the city sparkled outside the windows. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Regal thought about the future. About 6 friends who didn't know each other yet. About a barista who would become more than anyone expected. About all the things he couldn't control and the few things he could. He raised his glass. To small roles that become something bigger. To luck, timing, and taking chances. To whatever came next. Number 319. Chapter 319, Delay. 2 days later, Regal's office, Lie Studios. The January sun filtered through the windows, casting long shadows across Regal's desk. Chris Columbus sat across from him, looking surprisingly relaxed for someone about to discuss a multi-million-dollar delay. So, Regal said, leaning back in his chair, we are delaying the release of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire for more than 3 months. Right. This time, Harry Potter, 4th film was not released on usual December month, which is the first time ever. Chris nodded. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem, right? I heard Red Studios is also fine with it. More than fine, they are actually positive about it. That was unusual. Studios hated delays. Delays meant rescheduling marketing campaigns, renegotiating theater bookings, and explaining to shareholders why projected revenue was being pushed to the next quarter. But Red Studios didn't panic. They are aware that they will make more money later. Regal explained. Superman was dominating theaters until a few weeks ago, and even now people are still lining up for repeat viewings. If we drop Harry Potter into that same window, we risk cannibalizing our own audience. Someone who might see both films ends up choosing one. We would be competing with ourselves. Chris tilted his head. That's actually smart thinking. Red's smarter than people give them credit for. Regal pulled up some files on his computer. What we do need to worry about is the fans. They are disappointed as they have been waiting for this film since Goblet of Fire. It is understandable. It is more serious than that. Imagine telling a 7 to 13-year-old Potter fan who has been counting down the days since summer. Chris conceded the point with a small smile. Anyway, Regal continued. Let's go through where we actually are with the 3D work. Chris shifted forward, pulling out his tablet. As you already know, the film shooting is more complex than we have imagined. Regal nodded. He had felt it on the Harry Potter set. Filming natively in 3D wasn't just harder than 2D. It was an entirely different discipline. Dedicated camera rigs, heavier and less forgiving. A stereographer on constant standby. 2 lenses that had to be calibrated obsessively. Interocular distance, convergence, every setup adjusted shot by shot. One misstep and the image caused eye strain, or worse, looked cheap. And all of it demanded more time, more crew, and far more planning than any standard production. He had never directed a 3D project before. That much was on him. The difference hadn't been underestimated exactly, but it had been felt too late. Chris continued. Still, if it were only 2D, we can finish the shoot in a week at maximum, and release the film in a month or so. However, 3D post-production will take longer. The problem isn't the technology. Chris explained, swiping through his tablet. It's the execution. We shot this natively in 3D, which was your idea, by the way, and a good one. But shooting in 3D and finishing a 3D film for theatrical release are 2 completely different animals. He didn't need to spell it out. Most 3D films weren't truly shot in 3D at all. They were flat images converted in post, depth layered on artificially. Regal had made a conscious call not to do that. If they were going to commit to the format, they were going to do it properly, even if it made everything harder. And as far as he remembers, only one Harry Potter movie, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2, was released in its entirety in 3D. Though later re-releases have brought some of the previous Harry Potter to 3D in theaters for the first time, with other films getting limited IMAX 3D showings or 3D Blu-ray releases. So he wanted to change that and provide a better experience for the fans. Regal leaned forward, elbows resting on his desk. The point was to give audiences something they couldn't replicate at home, he said. No matter how good their TV got. And it will, Chris said, when it's done properly. He turned his tablet toward Regal. Look at this, the Hungarian horntail dragon in 3D footage. The footage played, and it was stunning. The dragon didn't just exist on the screen. Regal could feel its aura and presence. The sheer scale, the depth of its rough, layered skin, the way its head moved and locked onto the camera like a real, thinking creature. The atmosphere around it felt heavy, oppressive in a way 2D simply couldn't convey. That's incredible, Regal admitted. Right? And look at this. Chris swiped to another clip. The graveyard sequence. The camera drifted through the fog as the tombstones receded into the background, each layer clearly defined. Voldemort's rebirth unfolded with unsettling depth, the cauldron in the foreground, the Death Eaters emerging one by one from the darkness behind, the space between them stretching uncomfortably wide. The scene felt vast, isolating, and hostile. This is what 3D should be, Regal said quietly. This is why you wanted to shoot natively instead of converting in post. Post-conversion can't create this. It can fake depth, but it can't give you this. Chris paused. But here is where we are struggling. Chris swiped again. Harry sitting alone in the Gryffindor common room late at night. The room mostly empty, fire burning low. The golden egg rested on the table in front of him, its surface reflecting distorted shapes as he turned it in his hands. When he opened it, the scream echoed outward, filling the space. Regal felt it immediately. The depth wasn't helping here. The room felt too open, the distance between Harry and the background exaggerated in a way that broke the isolation the scene was meant to convey. Instead of intimacy and pressure, it felt staged, like a set dressed for the camera rather than a private moment of frustration and fear. It feels off, Regal said. Chris pulled the tablet back. Right now, about 30% of the film feels like this. The action sequences are outstanding. The Triwizard tasks, the dragon chase, the graveyard. Large-scale moments thrive in 3D. But the quieter scenes struggle. What specifically needs fixing? Depth mapping refinement, convergence adjustment. There are artifacts in the 3D version that don't appear in 2D. Little visual glitches that break immersion. A character's hand crossing a depth plane and suddenly looking detached from their body. Background elements that feel too flat or too pronounced. It's technical stuff, but it matters. Regal sat back, processing. So what you were telling me is that we invested in shooting natively in 3D, something most studios won't bother with because it's expensive and complicated, and now we need additional time to actually make it work the way it's supposed to. That's exactly what I am telling you. And if we rush it? Chris didn't hesitate. If we rush it, we release a mediocre 3D experience. He said flatly. And then I don't even need to bring up the critics. The ones who will write entire think pieces about how 3D is a cash grab. About how studios never learn. Which defeats the entire purpose. Completely. Regal drummed his fingers on the desk. But the fans aren't going to like this. That surprised Chris again. It isn't about the statement itself. Of course fans would be disappointed by a delay. But the fact that Regal mentioned them first. Not the money, the studio politics, or the box office projections. The fans. A movie postponement meant serious financial implications. But Regal was worried about disappointing people who had been waiting for this film. It reminded Chris why he had agreed to work on this project in the first place, and why leaving was going to be harder than he had expected. Chris had already told Regal this would be his last Harry Potter film. He had been bracing for pushback, questions about why, attempts to change his mind, maybe even some frustration. Instead, Regal had just listened. I understand, he had said. You can't make the same type of film for the rest of your career. People need to move on at some point. That was it. No guilt-tripping or tying to negotiation. Just understanding, which somehow made it harder to leave. Because this was his last Harry Potter film, Chris had thrown everything into making it special. He had agreed to the 3D experiment even though it meant more work, longer hours, and added complexity. He had pushed for practical effects over CGI wherever possible. He even fought for character moments that other directors might have cut for pacing. He wanted this film to matter. The fans will understand. Chris said finally, if we are honest about why we are delaying. If we show them the difference between rushed 3D and proper 3D. Regal pulled up the release calendar on his monitor. December was supposed to be the golden month for blockbusters, he said. We've already missed that window. But that doesn't automatically make this a loss. If we play it right, the delay can still work in our favor. Chris glanced at the screen. December would have meant fighting 10 other films at once. And one of them would have been ours. Regal added dryly. Superman. So the choice was a packed December where we cannibalize ourselves. Chris said. Or we move. Regal finished. Not into an empty month. That doesn't exist anymore. But into a window. Where the audience's appetite is high. He leaned back. Eyes still on the calendar. February and March are impossible since Deadpool and The Matrix will be released. But April to May, early summer ramp up. That's different. Chris raised an eyebrow. Competition will still be heavy. It will. Regal agreed. But it's a different kind of competition. Summer audiences aren't choosing one movie. They are choosing experiences. Multiple trips. Repeat viewings. He tapped the screen lightly. If we release it there, we are not hiding from competition. We will stand in the middle of it and say we are worth the premium ticket. Chris nodded. So summer it is then. Yep. Now what's the actual status of the work? Regal asked. Percentage-wise. About 95% of filming is complete. Chris said. The large-scale sequences are locked. The Triwizard tasks, the Hungarian horntail chase, the underwater Black Lake sequence, and the graveyard resurrection. Those all work beautifully in 3D. And you are confident 3 months is enough? 3 weeks is enough to do it properly. 5 would be ideal, but 3 is workable if we stay focused. Regal made his decision. Then we delay the film to summer. We take the full 3 weeks, plus buffer time for any additional fixes that come up during final review. He closed the calendar. I would rather release a finished film later than a rushed film. Chris exhaled, relief visible on his face. Thank you. No need to. Thank me. Regal stood, walking to the window. We made the decision to shoot in native 3D specifically to deliver superior quality, to prove that 3D could be more than a gimmick, that it could be a legitimate storytelling tool. Rushing the finish would compromise that entire investment. He turned back to Chris. This is the first Harry Potter film in 3D. It needs to be exceptional, not just acceptable. If we are going to ask audiences to pay extra for the 3D experience, we owe them something worth paying for. It will be, Chris said. I promise you that. I believe you. Regal extended his hand. 3 weeks. Make it count. Chris shook his hand firmly. I will. As Chris left, Regal returned to his desk and pulled up the full 2015 release calendar. February 14th, Deadpool. March 31st, The Matrix. April-May, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, 3D/2D. 3 massive releases in 3 months. Deadpool, R-rated superhero comedy designed to subvert every genre expectation. The Matrix, philosophical action thriller that questioned the nature of reality itself. Harry Potter, family-friendly franchise filmmaking with cutting-edge technical innovation. 3 completely different films and audiences. If all 3 succeeded, it would establish Lie Studios as a powerhouse capable of dominating multiple genres simultaneously. If even one failed, critics would question whether the company was overextending, trying to do too much, too fast. Regal closed his laptop. Bring it on. Number 320. Chapter 320. Delay 2. 2 days later, the announcement went out across all major entertainment outlets. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire moves to summer 2015. Lie Studios in red announced today that Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire will release summer 2015, shifted from its original December 2014. The delay is attributed to the film's groundbreaking use of native 3D cinematography, the first Harry Potter film shot entirely with 3D camera systems. We made the decision to shoot Goblet of Fire in native 3D to deliver an immersive visual experience worthy of the story, said director Chris Columbus. That technology requires additional post-production time to execute properly. Rather than rush the 3D conversion and compromise quality, we are taking the necessary time to deliver the film audiences deserve. The film will be released in both 3D and 2D formats, with the 3D version featuring enhanced depth and atmospheric effects specifically designed for the format. Variety. The decision to push Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire into the April-May corridor is a calculated gamble. The move sacrifices the safety of a holiday launch for the volatility of early summer, where competition intensifies week by week. Still, if Chris Columbus and Seraphsail truly deliver a native 3D experience that distinguishes itself from standard post-conversion fare, premium ticket pricing and repeat viewings could justify the delay. This is either disciplined, confidence, or an expensive test of audience patience. The Hollywood Reporter, shifting Harry Potter out of December and into the early summer window, is unconventional but not irrational. The franchise has proven flexible across release dates, and in April-May debut positions the film at the front edge of peak moviegoing season rather than buried inside it. The real variable is the native 3D presentation. If it meaningfully outperforms the industry's usual post-converted releases, the move could redefine expectations for premium format blockbusters. Box Office Pro. Seraphsail is wagering that execution matters more than calendar placement. Early summer is crowded, not forgiving, and competition will be fierce. But Potter isn't a normal franchise. Its core audience will show up regardless. The open question is whether broader audiences will pay higher 3D ticket prices when multiple big-budget alternatives are playing the same month. IndieWire. In an era where studios rush effects-heavy films to meet arbitrary dates, delaying a tentpole for quality, even into a competitive summer window, is notable. Whether the native 3D ultimately justifies the wait remains uncertain, but the willingness to risk timing in favor of craftsmanship is a rare and welcome stance. Social media reactions. At PotterFanForever. 3 more months until Goblet of Fire? I am dying. But if the 3D is actually good and not just a gimmick, I guess it's worth the wait. At 3DMovieFan. Finally, a blockbuster shot in native 3D instead of lazy post-conversion. This is how the format should be used. At Skeptical Viewer. 3D is a cash grab, Nobody wants it. Just release the 2D version in December and stop making excuses. The kid reactions online. At Lily Potter 2024, age 13, this is the worst day of my life, and yes, I know that sounds dramatic, but I don't care. I've been counting down for months. Now I have to wait till summer? I'm going to cry. At Harry Potter Fan 08, age 11. My mom says we have to wait because they're making the movie better, but I don't understand why it takes so long. Can't they just finish it faster? I want to see the Dementors now. At Ravenclaw Kid, age 14. Okay, everyone needs to chill. They're making it in 3D, which is really cool and hard to do. I would rather wait and see an amazing movie than rush and see a bad one. Plus, summer means I can see it on my birthday. At Weasley Twins Fan, age 12, I told my dad about the delay and he said, patience is a virtue. And I said, well, I don't have any virtues and now I'm grounded. At Tiny Wizard, age 5, dictated to parent, why does the movie need to sleep for 3 more months? Is it tired? My mommy says I'm not allowed to sleep that long. At Small Kid 2019, age 6, dictated, I don't understand why they can't just make the movie faster. When I build Legos, I just build them fast, and they're done. Movies should be like Legos. At Baby Potter, age 4, dictated, is Harry Potter sick? Is that why he can't come to the movies? My mommy says when people are sick, they have to rest. At Young Wizard 2010, age 9, why does it take so long to make a movie? My dad can make videos on his phone in like 5 minutes. Adults are confusing. At Seriously Obsessed, age 15, not okay. Not okay at all. I was supposed to see this opening night with my best friend before she moves to another state. Now she'll be gone. Thanks a lot, Lie Studios, for ruining my life. At Hedwig Lover, age 10, my brother says the 3D means the Dementors will look like they're really there, and now I'm scared and excited at the same time. At Hermione Wannabe, age 13, I did the math and 6 weeks is 42 days, which is 1,008 hours, which is 60,480 minutes. That's a lot of minutes to wait. The parent reactions online. At Mama for Chaos, my 8-year-old just asked if we can skip to summer, and when I explained that's not how time works, she asked if we could build a time turner. This is going to be a long 3 months. At Dad Jokes Daily, me. The new Harry Potter is delayed until summer. My kid, why? Me. They're making it in 3D. My kid, what's 3D? Me. It makes things look like they're popping out of the screen. My kid, pauses, will it make the chocolate frogs real? At Single Mom Life, just spent 20 minutes explaining to my twins why we can't just go to the movie place and tell them to hurry up. They are now writing a letter to Mr. Movie Man, asking him to work faster. I'm not stopping them. At Working Dad 2.0, my daughter has been crying for 30 minutes because Christmas is ruined now. I tried explaining that Christmas is about more than movies. She looked at me like I'd suggested Voldemort was the good guy. At Potter Familia 5, the good news, my kids are so devastated about the delay that they've forgotten to ask for expensive Christmas presents. The bad news, all they want now is summer to come faster, which I cannot provide. At Teacher and Mom, trying to explain post-production timelines to my 10-year-old. It's like when you write an essay, you have to edit it and make it better. Her response, I never edit my essays. Me. I know, sweetie. I know. Offline reactions, reported by local news. Denver, Colorado, ABC 7 News. A local movie theater reported that several children showed up asking if the delay was real or fake news. When the manager confirmed it was real, one 8-year-old reportedly said, "But I've been good all year," before her mother had to carry her out, still protesting. Portland, Oregon, KPTV. A group of young Potter fans organized a countdown chain where they'd been tearing off 1 link per day until the December release. Upon hearing the news, they held a small funeral for the chain in one child's backyard, complete with a eulogy written in crayon. Today we say goodbye to our countdown chain, read 9-year-old. It was a good chain. It didn't deserve this. Austin, Texas, KVUE. A local elementary school teacher reported that attendance dropped noticeably in her afternoon class after the announcement broke during lunch. When she investigated, she found 6 students in the library huddled around a computer trying to find a petition to make the movie come out faster. They were very serious about it, said teacher Patricia Gomez. One of them had already designed a logo. A Barnes & Noble in Chicago, late afternoon. The children's section smelled faintly of paper and coffee from the CAF nearby. A 6-year-old tugged at his mother's sleeve, eyes fixed on a display stacked with Harry Potter books. "Mommy, when is the Harry Potter movie?" "Summer, sweetie," she said without looking up from the register line. "Remember? We talked about this." He frowned, doing the math in his head. "But that's after Santa comes." "Yes." There was a long pause, long enough for her to glance down at him. "Can I ask Santa to make it come faster?" She smiled despite herself. "You can ask, baby, but I don't think it works that way." He thought about that, serious and quiet. Then, with mild disappointment, "Santa's not very good at movies, huh?" A playground in Seattle. Overcast, damp, the ground still dark from morning rain. 2 kids sat on the edge of the slide, feet kicking at nothing. "Did you hear?" The older one said. "Harry Potter is delayed." The younger squinted. "What's delayed mean?" "It means we have to wait longer." "A beat." "Why?" "They are making it in 3D. The younger considered this. "What's 3D? The older shrugged. "I don't know. My dad says it costs more money." They sat with that for a moment. "Adults are dumb," the younger said. "Yeah." The older agreed, like this explained everything. A grocery store in Atlanta, fluorescent lights humming softly. A cart half full of cereal boxes and frozen food rolled to a stop in the cereal aisle. "Dad," a 10-year-old said suddenly, "can we just go to where they make the movie and tell them we will help?" His father laughed, not unkindly. "Help with what?" "I don't know. Whatever takes so long. I am good at computers." "That's sweet, but I could bring my friends," the kid pressed. "We would work for free. We just want to see the movie." The father stopped pushing the cart, looked down at him, and thought about it. "You know what?" he said slowly. "I will write them a letter suggesting that." The kid's eyes went wide. "Really?" "Sure," his father said, smiling. "Can't hurt." None of these conversations were meant for Regal, or they would ever reach the studio in any official capacity. But they were happening anyway. Number 321. Chapter 321. Delay 3. Lie Studios. The office was quiet. Rock stood in his spot near the door, with his usual expression. The announcement had gone out 24 hours ago, and the internet was still processing, still raging, defending, and feeling. Chris sat in the chair across from Regal's desk, holding a printed email. He had been staring at it for the past 3 minutes, expression shifting, between amusement and something deeper. "Listen to this," he said finally, voice slightly rough. Regal looked up from his laptop. Gwendolyn turned from the window where she had been standing silently. Chris cleared his throat and began reading. "Dear Lie Studios, my name is Marcus and I am 10 years old. My dad is writing this for me because his typing is faster, but these are MY words. I heard the Harry Potter movie is delayed because it takes a long time to finish. I wanted to tell you that me and my friends can help. There are 6 of us, and we're all really good at different things. I am good at computers. Jake is good at art. Emma is good at organizing things. Tyler is really strong, so he can carry heavy stuff. Sophia is good at math. And Sam is good at making people feel better when they're sad. We talked about it at recess, and we decided we would all work for free if it means the movie comes out faster. We don't need money. We just really want to see it. My dad says you probably won't say yes, but I told him it doesn't hurt to ask. He says I'm right about that. Please think about it. Sincerely, Marcus Thompson and the Harry Potter Helper Squad. P.S. We're available after school and on weekends. P.P.S. My dad added this part. I know you won't actually take my son up on his offer, but I wanted you to know how much your work means to him. Thank you for caring enough to get it right." Chris's voice cracked slightly on the last line. He lowered the paper, and for a moment, he just sat there, staring at it. Then he laughed, a short, choked sound that was half humor, half something else entirely. "The Harry Potter Helper Squad," he said quietly, shaking his head. 6 kids, ready to work for free. As long as it doesn't interfere with homework. Regal leaned back in his chair, something tightening in his chest. "Did they include a resume?" he asked, trying for lightness. Chris glanced up at him, eyes a little too bright. "No, but I think Tyler's strength section was very clearly defined. Very role-ready." Gwendolyn smiles at their innocence. "They don't understand delays or pipelines or how long these things actually take," she said. "All they are aware of is they are waiting, and they think if they do their part, if they help, it will get here sooner." Chris set the letter down on the desk carefully, like it was something precious. It hasn't been long since I joined the industry, he said quietly. But I believe I have observed actors who could carry a scene without saying a word, cinematographers who could turn an empty room into something unforgettable, crews who would run on fumes just to make a deadline. He let out a quiet breath. But no one has ever offered to help me finish a film for free just because they couldn't wait to watch it. He rubbed his face, composing himself. And the father's note at the end. Chris's voice wavered, thanking us for caring enough to get it right. Like we are doing them a favor by delaying. Regal scrolled through his laptop, pulling up more reactions he had been cataloging. There is more. A lot more. He turned the screen toward Chris and Gwendolyn. In Portland, someone organized a countdown chain funeral, he said. They held a mock service. Someone even wrote a eulogy in crayon. There is a 6-year-old who asked if Santa could help movies get finished faster. Apparently, that seemed reasonable to him. The teenager whose best friend is moving before the new release date. She said we ruined her life. The 4-year-old who thinks Harry Potter is sick and needs to rest. Each one hit differently with a small emotional gut punch. Chris leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. I knew people would be disappointed. I expected anger, frustration, and complaints about the delay. But I didn't expect. He gestured helplessly at the screen. This. I didn't expect it to feel like we personally hurt them. Gwendolyn chuckled. As if we let them down. Yeah. Regal didn't respond immediately. He scrolled through a few more posts. A teenage girl who'd done the math on exactly how many minutes she'd have to wait. A 7-year-old dictating messages about why movies needed to sleep. A 13-year-old rage posting on their blog while their parents tried to explain quality control. We still made the right call. Regal said at last. His voice was calm, but subdued. Delaying it was necessary. I know, Chris replied. That doesn't make it any easier to sit with. Gwendolyn finally turned from the window, and they could both see her eyes were red. I keep thinking about the first book, she said. Back when it was just an idea. When we didn't even know if anyone would care, and believing felt like a small, private thing. She walked over, leaning against Regal's desk. Now there are children writing mock eulogies for countdown chains because waiting hurts that much. She continued, voice unsteady. Regal reached for her hand. She took it immediately, holding on. That's what we put into the world, she continued. Something that matters enough for them to organize around. She gestured at Chris's letter. Even go as far as to offer their childhood free time for. They will understand eventually. Chris said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. When they see the finished film and experience what we were protecting. Or they will remember the wait. Gwendolyn said that the movie they were counting on for Christmas didn't arrive. Regal squeezed her hand gently. They will remember both. The anticipation and the moment it finally pays off. That's part of caring about something. She looked at him, searching. This was meant to be good, she whispered. We are protecting it by taking our time. So why does it feel like we are causing pain instead? Because they love it. Regal said simply. And love is messy. Love doesn't care about post-production schedules or 3D convergence or technical excellence. Love just wants what it wants, when it wants it. Chris stood, walking to the window where Gwendolyn had been moments before. He stared out at the city lights, thousands of them, each one potentially representing someone who cared about this film. There was a kid who asked if Harry Potter was sick, he said quietly. If that was why he couldn't come to the movies yet. Because when someone is sick, they need time to recover. He turned back to face them. That might not be such a bad way to see it. The film needs time to become what it's meant to be before we send it out. Gwendolyn nodded. I published that first book because I believed in it, she said. I risked my reputation and savings because I thought it mattered. And it still does. She took a shaky breath. I just didn't expect it to grow into this. Feeling tied to the happiness of so many people. From little Marcus and his helper squad to the girl counting down the days before her friend moves. You are not responsible for their happiness. Regal said, stepping closer. You are responsible for the story, making sure that when they finally see it, it earns everything they are feeling now. And if it's not, her voice was barely a whisper. It will. Chris said, steady, because we are doing exactly what Marcus's father thanked us for, taking the time to get it right. Rock, who was standing still, moved. His usual stoic expression softening almost imperceptibly when he saw Gwendolyn's face. Without a word, without being asked, He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, crisp, white, perfectly folded, and crossed the room to hand it to her. Gwendolyn stared at it for a moment, surprised by the gesture, then took it with a watery laugh. "Thank you, Rock." He nodded once, a small, dignified acknowledgement, then resumed his position by the door, as if offering comfort was simply another responsibility in his undefined job description. Gwendolyn dabbed at her eyes. 3 months, she said, voice still unsteady. "Yeah," Chris agreed. "And then we show them it was worth it," Regal added, his arm around her shoulders now. Gwendolyn looked at Chris's letter still sitting on the desk, then at the laptop screen showing countless reactions, the angry ones, the understanding ones, the heartbroken ones, the hopeful ones. "It better be worth it," she whispered. "For their sake, and ours." Chris picked up his letter, folding it carefully and slipping it into his jacket pocket. "I am keeping this," he said. "And when we premiere this film, when Marcus and his helper squad and everyone else finally sees it, I want to remember how much it meant." He looked at both of them. This delay isn't just about polish or technical standards. It's about respecting how much they have put into this already, their excitement, their patience, and the belief that this story is worth holding on to. Outside, the city continued its endless rhythm. Somewhere out there, Marcus was probably asleep, dreaming of helping make movies. Kids were counting down new calendars. Parents were explaining patience to children who'd never learned to wait for something they loved this much. And in 3 months, they would all find out if the wait meant anything. But for now, in this quiet office, 3 people who had built something extraordinary sat with the weight of what they had created, the joy and the responsibility, the love and the guilt, the pride and the fear. Gwendolyn settled herself beside Regal. Regal kept his arm around her, solid and steady. Chris touched his pocket where Marcus's letter rested, and they hoped, desperately, fiercely, that it would be enough. By the end of the day, the announcement had generated over 2 million social media mentions, 847 online articles, and countless conversations in living rooms, classrooms, and playgrounds across the world. The reaction was messy, emotional, divided, and deeply, undeniably human. Some people understood, others raged, and few didn't care. But everyone had an opinion. And in 3 months, they would all find out if the wait was worth it. Number 322. Chapter 322. Filming Friends. Lena Crawford stood behind the camera, doing her best not to dwell on one unavoidable fact. She was about to direct Regal Seraphsail. For her, he wasn't just another actor stepping into frame. He was the first person who had believed in her when no one else did, the one who had given her a chance to work as an assistant. Director under him, long before her name carried any weight of its own. Was she nervous? No. Nervousness would have been manageable. This was something closer to a quiet unraveling. But it was also true that she had been preparing for these 3 weeks. Shot lists color-coded by priority, backup plans for every conceivable problem, notes on each actor's previous work, their tendencies, what kinds of direction they responded to best. She had even practiced her camera directions out loud at home until her husband told her she was talking in her sleep about rack focuses. Lena glanced at her notebook, covered in annotations, questions she had prepared, reminders to herself about tone and pacing. She'd written "breathe" in the margin of every page. Huff, 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 huff. Then another, letting each one out slowly through her nose, grounding herself. She forced her thoughts back over everything it had taken to reach this moment. The projects that had been shelved days before shooting because a producer decided a woman didn't quite fit the tone. The meetings where her ideas were praised, only to be repeated minutes later by someone else and suddenly taken seriously. The job she lost after being labeled difficult for pushing back or unreliable for refusing 18-hour days without warning. There were the pilots that never made it past development, the scripts that stalled in limbo, the long stretches where she had to choose between family emergencies and professional momentum, knowing the industry rarely forgave either choice. And just when Regal had been ready to invest in her own script, everything paused. A break of over 1.5 years away from sets and schedules because she had gotten pregnant, carried a child, and given birth, all while quietly wondering whether stepping away meant she would never be asked back. It had taken her husband's steady support, months of doubt, and more stubbornness than she liked to admit to return. And yet, here she was. She had made it through the first week of directing a new sitcom called Friends. She genuinely liked the material, the rhythm of the dialogue, the chemistry the writers were building toward, the feeling that this could grow into something lasting. When Regal had called her personally, she hadn't even pretended to hesitate. He had backed her early, never talked down to her, never treated her as a novelty. In many ways, he had been her professional godfather. But what truly convinced her was meeting the writers and feeling how deeply they cared about the work. There was no chance she was going to mess this up. Not even if it meant being the first person to call action for a director who had reshaped Hollywood in the span of 5 years. Lena. She was startled. Ah. Regal stood beside her, lightly tapping her shoulder. Are you still with us? Yes. Yes, she said quickly. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. He studied her for a moment. You sure? She nodded, squaring her shoulders. Completely. Well, he said, stepping back toward the set. That's good to hear. The moment passed, and Lena snapped fully into focus. They had 3 days to establish Gunther, get clean, usable footage of the main cast, and lock the pilot before Regal gets busy with Deadpool, release in February. His time was valuable, and that alone would have been enough pressure. Add to that the fact that this was her set, her responsibility, and failure simply wasn't an option. She forced herself to sound more confident than she felt. We should start with the basic movements. Just go through the routine, making coffee, wiping down, the usual barista stuff. We'll capture it from a few angles, see what reads best on camera. Regal nodded and moved behind the counter. Lena returned to the monitor, hyper-aware of every decision she was making. Where to position the camera, which lens to use, how tight to frame the shot. She had watched directors make these choices hundreds of times. Now it was her turn, and suddenly every option felt weighted with the possibility of being wrong. Okay, rolling, she called out, her voice steadier than she expected. Regal began the sequence, grinding beans, steaming milk, wiping the counter. His movements were precise, controlled, every action deliberate and complete. Lena watched the monitor, frowning slightly. It looked professional, exactly how someone would perform the actions if they were demonstrating them. But it didn't look real. She let the take run to completion, buying herself time to figure out how to articulate what was wrong. This was the part she had been dreading, giving notes to someone who had infinitely more experience than her, who could probably direct this scene better than she could even if he wasn't the one in front of the camera. But that wasn't her job right now. Her job was to make this work, regardless of who was performing it. Cut, she said. Then, before she could second-guess herself, can we talk about what we just did? Regal stepped out from behind the counter, attentive. Sure. What are you thinking? Lena pulled up the playback, gesturing to the screen. See here? The way you're moving, it's very clean. Every action has a clear beginning, middle, and end. That's a problem? For this character, yeah. She paused, trying to find the right words. This wasn't like the notes she had heard Regal give on his sets. He would usually describe what he wanted emotionally, let the actor figure out how to achieve it. But Lena had learned direction from multiple sources, and her approach was more technical, more specific. The issue is that it looks performed, she continued. Like you're showing me how to make coffee rather than just making coffee. Does that make sense? Regal's eyes were still on the monitor, but Lena could tell he was processing rapidly, the way he did when problem-solving on set. She had seen this before during production. Meetings when confronted with technical challenges. His mind worked through solutions faster than most people could articulate the problem. Muscle memory without conscious engagement, he said. The body's doing one thing while the mind's completely checked out. Yes. Give me 1 second. Regal closed his eyes briefly, and Lena recognized what he was doing. She had seen actors do this before, but never with this kind of speed. He was resetting internally, recalibrating his entire approach to the character in real time. When he opened his eyes and moved back behind the counter, something fundamental had shifted. Yeah, let me try something. Go for it. Rolling when you're ready, Lena said. This time the transformation was immediate and startling. Regal's movements lost all their careful precision. His hands moved with the kind of unconscious efficiency that came from repetition, reaching for things without looking, movements overlapping in ways that suggested someone whose body knew the routine so well their mind didn't need to supervise. He wiped the counter but missed a spot. started steaming milk while the grinder was still finishing. Small inefficiencies that made it look completely real. Lena leaned forward, surprised. Cut. That was... How did you change it that fast? Regal looked at her with a slight smile. You gave me a clear direction. Once I understood what wasn't working, it was just a matter of adjusting the internals. But that was one take. She stopped mid-sentence, the thought trailing off as she met his gaze and saw the calm certainty there. Of course. She felt a small shift in her chest, the tension easing as the realization settled in. This wasn't something to be surprised by. This was Regal. And suddenly, it all made sense. Lena realized what she was seeing. This wasn't someone fumbling through their first acting experience. Regal had been studying this craft seriously, maybe not publicly or in big roles, but with the same intensity he brought to everything else. Okay, she said, recalibrating her own approach. Let's add the dialogue. Same energy. You're so bored with this routine that the words are just noise. The "here's your coffee" line? Yeah. And this might sound strange, but you're not really talking to Ross in the scene. She explained. You're just making the right sounds while your mind is already somewhere else. Regal nodded once, and Lena saw him make another internal adjustment, subtle but present, like watching someone fine-tune an instrument. Whenever you're ready. He went through the sequence, making the coffee, sliding it across the counter. Then, "Here's your coffee, Ross. Extra foam, just like always." The line came out perfect. Lena felt a mix of relief and something else, genuine admiration. "But can we go for one more for safety?" she said. Same energy, same throwaway delivery. They ran it again. Even cleaner than before. Regal had fully inhabited the adjustment. Now, making it look effortless. That was sport on. Lena called. As the crew reset for the next shot, she found herself reevaluating her entire approach to the day. She'd been terrified of directing Regal, worried about giving notes to someone more experienced. But the reality was different than she'd anticipated. Yes, he was more experienced as a director. But as an actor, he was skilled enough to take direction efficiently, while humble enough to not let ego interfere with the process. That combination was rare. One of the camera operators, Mike, who had worked on Regal's previous films, approached her during the reset. "That was impressive," he said quietly. "He's better than I expected." Lena admitted. "Not him. You." Mike adjusted his rig. "You gave clear, specific direction without hesitation. Didn't matter that it was Regal. You treated him like any other actor and got exactly what you needed. He made it easy by adjusting so fast. He adjusted fast because your direction was good." Mike countered. "I have worked with a lot of first-time directors. Most of them are too scared to give real notes to actors they admire, or they give vague emotional direction and hope the actor figures it out. You were specific and technical. That's why he could make the change immediately." Lena hadn't thought about it that way. She had been so focused on her own anxiety about directing someone of Regal's stature that she hadn't considered how her preparation, all those reference videos, all that analysis of real baristas, all that specific observation, had actually equipped her to give the kind of clear direction that made quick adjustments possible. "Thanks," she said. Mike nodded and walked away. Lena looked down at her notebook. All the obsessive preparation and contingency plans and reminders to breathe. She had been carrying it like a security blanket, afraid to trust her own instincts. But her instincts had been right. The reference footage had been useful. The specific technical direction had worked. She closed the notebook and set it aside. Time to actually direct instead of hiding behind preparation. 3 days later evening. Regal sat on the edge of the bed, still in his jeans and t-shirt from set, exhausted in a way that felt different from his usual post-production fatigue. Gwendolyn emerged from the bathroom, toweling her hair. "Long day." "Very. How did it go?" "We wrapped Gunther's scenes for the pilot." Lena got everything she needed. "So, Mr. Director? How does it feel to be Mr. Actor for once?" Gwendolyn asked amusingly. "It was a good experience." "So, do you want to act more?" "Maybe. Not in anything big. But these small roles, where I can show up, do my part, and leave. There is something appealing about that. With no pressure and responsibility beyond my own performance. Like a break from yourself." Something like." Regal smiled. "You know what? Maybe you should also act. It would be fun acting. With you." "No thank you." "What?" Instant rejection. Number 323. Chapter 323. DJ again. January 3rd, 2015 evening. The live stream went live with the familiar crackle of his mic. All right, hello guys. It's your DJ again. The chat began to roll immediately, names and emojis stacking faster than he could read them. He leaned back in his chair, eyes flicking across the screen. Yeah. Happy New Year, he said, half smiling. I see it. I acknowledge it. Someone asked how excited he was about the new year. He didn't even pause. Guys, let me be honest with you, he said casually. This year is going to be exactly like last year. And the year before that. I've been watching this pattern since I was a kid. Nothing magically resets because the calendar changes. He shrugged. If you still want to believe this year will be completely different and full of miracles, that's fine. Just don't blame me later. Call it karma or delusion. Same thing. The chat exploded. At MovieFan88, El Malo DJ starting the year with zero chill. At Optimistic Viewer, bro, why are you like this? At Gang, he's not wrong though. At Believer, let people be hopeful, damn. Some people laughed, others agreed loudly. A few called him depressing, pessimistic, or dramatic. But one thing was clear, everyone was having fun. Messages kept pouring in, faster now. He glanced at the sidebar again. Oh, also, he added, like it had just occurred to him. I dropped a couple of videos recently. One on the best movies of 2014. He snorted. Barely any views. Meanwhile, my video on the worst movies of 2014? That thing took off. He shook his head. What are you guys? You don't even try to hide it anymore. Anyway, if you're bored, go check those out. At Self-Viewer, we like watching you roast things, what can we say? At HoneyFan, trash content, good content confirmed. At Loyalist, already watched both. Your Superman take was spot on. The chat reacted predictably, defensive, amused, self-aware. He replied to a few comments, picked a couple to tease, then leaned closer to the mic. All right, now for actual news, he said. I am starting a reaction channel. That got their attention. Yeah, movie trailers, games, random stuff. I will see what sticks. Go check it out when it's up. People who had been watching him for years were visibly excited. Subscribed messages popped up, hype flooded the chat. At Longtime Viewer, finally. At Reaction Fan, about time you joined the Reaction Gang. At Skeptical Watcher, this either gonna be fire or cringe, no in between. He raised a finger. Relax. Hopefully it doesn't get hit with copyright strikes and die instantly. That earned a wave of laughing emojis. Someone asked about movies he was excited for next year. I will make a proper video for that, he said. Soon. I don't want to rush it. He scanned the chat again. At Seeker. Make a video predicting what movies will be trash in 2015. DJ read it aloud and laughed. Bro, what are you? He shook his head. And you guys call me pessimistic? Yeah, it'll get views, I know. But come on. I need to pretend I have some standards. He paused. Or maybe I don't. We will see. Then his tone shifted slightly. Not serious, just more deliberate. All right, let's talk about Regal. That alone was enough to spike the chat again. At Regal Fan, here we go. At Film Nerd, finally the good stuff. At Casual Viewer, is he making another movie? You all know I like the guy. DJ continued. But yeah, bad news first. There's no movie directed by him personally releasing this year. Groans filled the screen. At Dissa what? At No Why. This is the worst news. At Underfan, he needs a break TBH. I know, it sucks. But at this rate the dude is going to work himself into the ground. Let him breathe for a second. The chat went wild. One message even said at Ease Me, let him die, just give us a movie. DJ stared at it, unimpressed. Yeah, okay. Calm down, seek help. He waved it off and kept going. Anyway, it's not like nothing's coming. There are still movies released under Lie Studios. MDCU stuff too, and I have heard he's also involved in a sitcom. At Pop. Wait, what? At Viewer. Regal doing a sitcom? At Watcher. That's random AF. A pause. He read reactions, letting the information settle. And yeah, he added, this year feels more like an expansion year for him. The whole Crunchyroll acquisition? That wasn't a rumor, it actually happened. The chat slowed. A lot of people were clearly confused. At Lost. What's Crunchyroll? At Anime H. Why should I care? At User. Is that important? For those asking, he said patiently. Crunchyroll is an anime streaming platform. Regal acquired it a few months ago. The reaction was underwhelming. At Not. Okay, cool, I guess. At Gone. Still don't see why that matters. DJ smirked. He knew exactly how to fix that. And speaking of anime, he continued, leaning forward slightly. There's talk. Again, talk. That Regal is making an anime adaptation of Death Note. That did it. The chat surged back to life. Wait what? At anime fan, in no fucking way. At Skept, source, trust me bro. At is that so? If this is real I'm losing it. At dude, yeah right LMAO. Caps lock, question marks, people spamming the same messages over and over. Okay, he said, amused by the chaos. Calm down. I said it's talk, not confirmed. But yeah, apparently it's happening. He let them process for a moment, then continued. As far as what's officially lined up, here's what we know, no particular order. He counted on his fingers. Deadpool, The Matrix, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, which was delayed, but yeah, that's coming this year. He leaned back. There's also the sitcom I mentioned. It's called Friends, by the way. Some other smaller projects, an animated movie. They released concept art recently. It's about a panda story set in China. Looks pretty solid actually. At on E. Kung Fu Panda? At KKDS. That concept art was fire. He nodded at the screen. Yeah, that one. And then there's the anime stuff. Death Note series, possibly solo. Leveling getting adapted too. Oh, and a Harry Potter game. He paused deliberately. But that one? That's going to take a long time. Like years. Don't hold your breath. At Gamer, how long we talking? At Pat, 2020 probably LOL. At Non-CC, if it's good I will wait. DJ exhaled, reviewing the list in his head. Yeah, he said quietly. That's a lot. The chat completely lost it. At Over, how is one person doing all this? At Not Yet, this is insane even for Regal. At OK, he's building an empire. At Aholic, someone make him sleep. And the thing was, he hadn't planned any of this. His delivery was natural, almost casual, like he was just chatting with friends rather than dropping industry information to thousands of viewers. As usual, he didn't acknowledge the praise or disbelief flooding the chat. Just moved on. Okay, last thing, he said, and his tone shifted, slightly more careful now. This one's a stretch, totally unverified. Could be complete nonsense. He leaned closer to the mic. But apparently, Regal might try acting. The chat reaction was immediate and brutal. At Way Dude, ha 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 sure. At AF. Okay, now you're just making shit up. At Gang. I mean maybe. At Thinker. Why would he act when he can direct? At Laugh. This is the dumbest rumor yet. Most people didn't believe him, some laughed it off outright. Others called it fake news, attention-seeking, clickbait. Hey, I said it's just talk. DJ defended mildly. Baseless rumors, I am just passing it along. Don't shoot the messenger. At F point. He did say unverified. At Doubtful. Yep, but why even mention it? At C. We will find out eventually. He glanced at the clock on his second monitor, 11:47 p.m. I think that's enough for today, he said, reaching for his mouse. See you guys later. The chat, of course, had no intention of ending politely. At Jockcore, DJ gonna die alone this year too. At Ruffel, still no girlfriend in 2015 calling it now. At Mode, at least he has a LMAO. At S-Fan, leave him alone damn. Jokes flew in about his love life, his future, how he'd still be single by next year. Some of it crossed the line into genuinely rude. None of it surprised him. This was his community, and he had cultivated this exact tone. The vibe, strangely, was still good. Familiar banter, the kind that came from people who'd been watching for months or years. He waved at the camera. Yeah, love you too. But he ended the stream. Silence. The sudden absence of noise, no chat messages flying, notifications pinging, or background hum of being watched, felt almost physical. DJ leaned back in his chair, rubbed his eyes with both hands, and took a long drink of water from the bottle beside his keyboard. The room felt suddenly empty without the chaos. His second monitor still showed the stream analytics, 7,847 peak viewers. Not bad for a random weeknight stream. Then his phone buzzed. He glanced down. A text message. The contact name read, Mr. Simon. Yes, that's Simon, line producer at Live Studios. One of Regal's core team members. And no, this wasn't about paid promotions or sponsorship deals. DJ opened the message. Simon, stream went well. Good instincts on how you dropped the acting info. Natural delivery. DJ stared at it for a moment, then typed back. Just talked about it like everything else. Let the chat think it's fake. More believable that way. Simon, true. He set the phone down and leaned back, processing. This partnership, if you could even call it that, had started about 6 weeks ago. Live Studios had reached out. Not through official channels, or with contracts or NDAs or formal agreements. Just Simon, sending a casual DM on Twitter. DJ had been suspicious at first. People didn't just reach out from major studios without wanting something. But the conversation had been straightforward. That was 6 weeks ago. Since then, Simon had fed him information that seemed impossible for a YouTuber with 20,000 subscribers to have. The Crunchyroll acquisition, mentioned it casually in a video 3 days before Variety broke the story. His audience had been skeptical. Then the official announcement came, and people noticed. That's what made tonight's stream so important. The acting rumor about Regal, that wasn't public yet. Not even close. Big entertainment outlets didn't know. Industry insiders weren't talking about it openly. But Regal couldn't just announce, "I am acting now," without preparation. You had to condition the audience first, plant the seed. Let the idea exist in people's minds before confirming it. That way, when they finally saw him on screen, it didn't feel jarring. It felt like something they had already half expected. So they had chosen this route. Feed DJ the information, let him present it as baseless rumor. Then, when Friends premiered and people actually saw Regal playing Gunther, they would remember. Wait, didn't DJ mention this months ago? Credibility for DJ, prepared audience for Regal. Win-win. What did DJ risk? Nothing. If it turned out to be false, he had already framed it as an unverified rumor. If it turned out to be true, he would be right. Was he the right choice for something this strategic? That question had occurred to him more than once. He was just a YouTuber. Decent views, but nothing massive. Why would a major studio trust him with this kind of information? But that wasn't his problem. They made their decision. He saw an opportunity and took it. If he gained more from this partnership than they did, if his channel grew faster than their projects benefited, that was on them for choosing poorly. Simple as that. Still, despite all the strategic calculus, despite the transactional nature of the relationship, one thing lingered. DJ picked up his phone again, scrolling back through Simon's messages. Dozens of them now, always professional, accurate, never asking him to compromise his opinions. With this single move, trusting a small YouTuber to carry information instead of going through traditional media, DJ's respect for Regal had grown. Not because of power or fame, but because instead of controlling the narrative from the top down, Regal had trusted someone small to let the truth breathe first, to plant seeds in communities that major outlets couldn't reach authentically. That took vision and humility. Number 324. Chapter 324. Deadpool release. February 14th, 2026, 7 p.m. W&B Cinemas, Century City, Los Angeles. The lobby buzzed with an energy Thomas Wright hadn't seen in months. Maybe years. He stood by the concession stand. His concession stand, technically, since he owned this particular W&B Cinemas location, watching the crowd filter in for the 7:30 p.m. showing of Deadpool. Valentine's Day opening. Bold choice by Red Studios. But then again, everything about this release had been bold. Or insane, depending on who you asked. Excuse me, can I get a large popcorn and, wait, is that butter-flavored or actual butter? A woman in her 20s leaned over the counter. Flavored. The concession worker admitted. Ugh. Fine. I will take it anyway. It's Valentine's Day and my boyfriend dragged me to a superhero movie instead of dinner, so I am stress eating. Her boyfriend appeared beside her, grinning. Babe, this isn't just a superhero movie. This is stored by Regal. The guy who's behind Harry Potter, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Superman. This is gonna be dash. Weird and depressing, she finished. Yeah, I know. You've been talking about it for 3 weeks. Thomas smiled. Slightly. That seemed to be the consensus. People either came because of Regal's name or despite it. The lobby was packed. Nearly sold out for the evening shows. Thomas had checked the numbers an hour ago. 94% capacity across all screens showing Deadpool tonight. Impressive for a movie the critics had already started eviscerating online. He had read some of the early reviews that leaked from the New York screenings. Aggressively unfunny, narratively incoherent, self-indulgent garbage. And yet here they were, hundreds of people, buying tickets, buying concessions, filling seats. Thomas moved through the crowd, observing. This was his favorite part of the job, not the business side or the profit margins, but watching people anticipate a movie. The moment before the lights went down, when anything was possible. I heard it's super violent, a college-age guy said to his friends. That's why it's rated R, dumbass, his friend shot back. First R-rated superhero movie from a major studio in like a decade. Nah, man, I think there was another one that was released in 2010. That was R-rated. And it sucked. Thomas passed a group of film students. He recognized the type, all black clothing and opinions, Regal's entire filmography. They looked like film students, so most probably going to hate Deadpool, Thomas thought. Film students always hated anything that chose fun over formalism. He checked his watch, 7:18 p.m., 12 minutes to showtime. That's when he noticed the commotion near the ticket verification station. A family of 4 stood in front of the scanner, mother, father, 2 boys. The younger kid looked maybe 13, skinny with braces and a Deadpool t-shirt that was clearly brand new. The older one was taller, awkward in that 17-year-old way, trying to look casual while obviously nervous. Sydney, one of Thomas's best staff members, held up a scanner and a sympathetic expression. I am sorry, but I need to see ID for both boys. The younger kid's face fell immediately. The father sighed. Told you sneaking in wasn't gonna work, boys. But you had to try. But mummy, the younger kid's voice cracked with desperation. I want to watch this film. It's made by the same person who made Harry Potter. The mother crouched down to his eye level, gentle but firm. That isn't exactly right, sweetheart. But even so, this movie isn't for kids your age. It's rated R for a reason. How about we go to your favorite park instead? We can get ice cream. The older kid crossed his arms, indignant. I am just 1 year short. 1 year? That's stupid. I can handle it. Sydney kept her professional smile in place, but Thomas could see the apology in her eyes. I am really sorry, guys. Studio policy is strict on this one. The rating is 17 plus, no exceptions. But we can offer you a full refund on the tickets. The younger kid looked like he might cry, but everyone at school is going to see it, and I will be the only one who. Jacob, the father's voice was kind but final. It's not happening. We will come back when you're older. That's not fair. Life's not fair, kiddo. Come on. The family turned away, the younger boy dragging his feet, the older one shooting one last longing look at the theater entrance like it was the promised land he'd been denied. Thomas watched them go, shaking his head slightly. He had expected this. A movie with Regal's name attached, the man behind children's films like Harry Potter films, who had become synonymous with must-see cinema, was always going to attract younger audiences. Except this time, Regal had made something those kids explicitly couldn't see. The irony was almost painful. Thomas's phone buzzed. A text from Jonathan Chun, one of his oldest friends and a local entertainment lawyer. John. Hey man, any chance you can look the other way for my nephew? He's 16, really mature for his age, huge Regal fan. I will owe you one. Thomas had gotten 3 similar texts in the past week. One from his sister, a business partner, and his own accountant, of all people. He had rejected them all. It was kind of funny, actually. People thought owning a theater meant he could bend the rules. But the MPA didn't mess around with R ratings, and Red Studios had been explicit in their theater communications. Strict ID enforcement with no exceptions. We're serious about this. Thomas typed back. Thomas, sorry man. Studios got us on lockdown. Tell your nephew to wait a year or torrent it like every other underage kid in America. John, you're a terrible friend. Thomas, I am just a normal business owner. He pocketed his phone and made his way toward Theater 7, the largest auditorium, 347 seats, surrounded by 339 people who had paid $15.50 each to see what Regal had done to the superhero genre. The hallway was crowded with last-minute arrivals. Thomas slipped through, nodding at staff members, checking that everything was running smoothly. The theater doors were already open. People filed in, finding seats, settling in with their overpriced snacks and drinks. The energy was palpable, opening night energy, the kind you only got a few times a year with the really big releases. Thomas found his usual seat, back row, center, perfect sight line, and sat down. Around him, the theater filled rapidly. By 7:25, nearly every seat was taken. To his left, a couple in their 30s. The woman was scrolling through her phone. The RT score is at 23%, she said. 23%. Critics destroyed this thing. Her partner shrugged. Critics destroyed everything that's new. That's not. Okay, that's actually true. Fine. But if this sucks, you're buying me dinner after. To his right, three guys who looked like they had come straight from a gym, all wearing variations of athletic gear and protein shaker bottles. Bro, I just want to see Ryan Reynolds kick ass, one said. I don't care about the fourth wall meta whatever shit. Just show me cool fights. Thomas smiled. The range of expectations in this room alone was staggering. Film students wanting auteur brilliance. Action fans wanting spectacle. Regal fans wanting something, though they weren't sure what. And everyone else is just hoping for a good time on Valentine's Day. The lights began to dim. Conversations dropped to murmurs. Thomas settled into his seat, genuinely curious. He had seen the trailers, irreverent, violent, unlike anything in Regal's filmography. He had read the critical pan and also watched audiences buy tickets anyway. Now he would see what all the fuss was about. The Red Studios logo appeared on screen. Then Live 360. Then MDCU. And then the screen went black. A voice, fuck. The entire audience laughed, surprised. Ryan Reynolds appeared on screen, not as Deadpool, but as himself, sitting in what looked like a writer's room. Okay, let's try this again. Proper studio logos this time. Someone off screen. We already showed the logos. Yeah, but I didn't like the font. Can we change the font? No. Fuck. More laughter, but louder this time. The movie hadn't even started yet, and it was already breaking the fourth wall. Thomas leaned forward slightly. Around him, he could feel the audience calibrating, adjusting their expectations, trying to figure out what kind of movie this was going to be. Number 325. Chapter 325. Deadpool, Release 2. The movie hadn't even started yet, and it was already breaking the fourth wall. Thomas leaned forward slightly. Around him, he could feel the audience calibrating, adjusting their expectations, trying to figure out what kind of movie this was going to be. The movie opened with Deadpool sitting in the back of a taxi, drawing a crayon picture of himself killing a stick figure. The cabbie, a middle-aged Sikh man named Dopinder, glanced in the rearview mirror. Where to, sir? Oh, you know, the expressway. Gonna murder some people. Standard Friday. Dopinder nodded like this was completely normal. Ah, very good, sir. And you will need me to wait? Or? Nah, I will catch an Uber back. Or steal a car. Haven't decided yet. Their conversation was absurdly casual, Deadpool giving Dopinder love advice while casually checking his guns. Before we arrive, may I ask for advice about a woman? Oh, buddy, you came to the right guy. I am excellent at relationship advice, by which I mean I am terrible, but I will tell you what you want to hear. There is a woman, Geeta, very beautiful, but she is not interested in me. She prefers my cousin Bandhu. Deadpool considered this. Have you tried being less related to Bandhu? That might help. I cannot do that. Then have you considered violence? What? Just kidding. Mostly. Look, Dopinder, here's the secret to winning a woman's heart. Confidence, honesty, and not being your cousin. You've got 2 out of 3. Not bad odds. They pulled up to the overpass. Deadpool checked his guns, dual pistols, fully loaded. Okay, this is my stop. Wish me luck. Good luck, Mr. Poole. Deadpool climbed onto the overpass railing, looked down at traffic. A black SUV approached below. He turned to the camera. Okay, quick recap for anyone who showed up late because they were watching that Frozen short. I am Deadpool. I am a mercenary. That SUV down there contains a bunch of armed assholes working for a guy named Francis. He pulled out his phone, showed a photo of a stern British man with dead eyes, who tortured me, ruined my face, and generally made my life suck. So I am going to kill him. But first I am going to kill them, because action movies need an exciting opening, and I am a people pleaser. Angel of the Morning swelled on the soundtrack. Deadpool jumped. What followed was 7 minutes of the most brutally choreographed action Thomas had ever seen in a superhero movie. Deadpool crashed through the SUV's sunroof, fired both pistols point-blank into 2 guards' faces. Blood sprayed across the windshield. Realistic blood, dark and viscous. The couple to Thomas's left gasped. Oh shit. The SUV swerved. Deadpool used a guard's body as a shield while unloading his weapons. 12 bullets, he announced cheerfully. Let's count 'em. 1, 2, 3. Each shot accompanied by a quip. That's 1. Headshot. 2. Groin shot. The guard screamed. 3. This is fun. Knee shot. The SUV flipped. Deadpool was thrown through the windshield, rolled across the pavement, and came up running. A guard charged with a knife. Deadpool caught his wrist, twisted until bones cracked audibly. You know what I love about knife fights? Deadpool said, grabbing the knife. The intimacy. He stabbed the guard through the throat. It's like a really violent hug. Around Thomas, the audience was riveting, some laughing, others wincing, everyone engaged. When Deadpool ran out of bullets, he threw both guns at a guard's face, knocking him cold. I meant to do that. He drew his katanas. The next 3 minutes were pure sword work, decapitations, dismemberments, limbs flying. Deadpool hummed along to the music while leaving a trail of corpses. At one point he cut off a guard's hand, caught it midair, waved it at another guard. Hi there. Can you give me a hand? Oh wait, I already got one. The gym bros to Thomas's right were losing their minds. While finally, one guard remained. A terrified man in tactical gear holding his hands up. Wait. I have information. Deadpool paused. Oh, do tell. Francis isn't here. He sent us as a distraction. Deadpool looked at the camera. You gotta be kidding me. This whole opening action sequence, and the villain isn't even here? That's such a narrative. Behind him, the SUV exploded. Deadpool was launched forward, tumbled across the highway, and came up smoking. Okay, that was cool though. 1 year earlier. The image rewound like a VHS tape. Past the fight, past the taxi, all the way back to Wade Wilson, Reynolds without the scarring, handsome and cocky sat in a seedy bar called Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Girls. The walls were covered in weapons, crude drawings, and a Deadpool betting board where the regulars wagered on who would die next. Behind the bar, Weasel, a sleazy charming bartender who looked like he'd seen everything twice. So what did you do today, Wade? Wade was eating pizza, wearing a leather jacket. Scared the shit out of a teenage girl's stalker. How did that go? Great. I followed him around for a week. Showed up at his gym, his work, his mom's house. Made it very clear that if he didn't leave Megan alone, I would ruin his life in creative ways. You kill him. Nah, better. I threatened to email his entire office his furry porn collection. The audience howled with laughter. Weasel, you're a mercenary with a heart. I am a mercenary with moderate empathy and good rates. Don't romanticize me. Then she walked in. Vanessa, played by an actress Thomas didn't recognize, but who had instant chemistry with Reynolds. She sat at the bar, ordered whiskey, and made eye contact with Wade. What do you do? Wade asked. I am an escort. Cool. I kill people for money. That is cool. What followed was the weirdest, most profane courtship Thomas had ever seen. Wade and Vanessa comparing childhood traumas like trading cards. Foster care at 7. Vanessa said. Orphaned at 9. Wade countered. Juvie at 14. Dishonorably. Discharged from special forces at 22. You win. That's worse. They clicked instantly, two damaged people finding each other in the wreckage. The montage of their relationship was set to Careless Whisper and featured everything from skee ball to sex to celebrating holidays to building IKEA furniture while arguing about the instructions. It was romantic, raunchy, and genuinely sweet. The couple to Thomas's left was holding hands now. Time jump, 11 months later. Wade and Vanessa in bed, post-sex, talking about the future. We should get a place. Vanessa said. Something with actual furniture that doesn't collapse. I am a mercenary. You know my job security is terrible. So get a different job. Doing what? I am not exactly qualified for office work. Then we will have to figure it out, together. Wade smiled, kissed her. Okay, together. Then he collapsed after the diagnosis. Doctor's grim face. Mr. Wilson, you have advanced cancer. Liver, lungs, prostate, brain. It's extensive. Wade sat there, processing. How long? Months, maybe a year with aggressive treatment. And treatment would do what, exactly? Buy you time. But the prognosis isn't good. Vanessa's reaction. We will fight it. There's nothing to fight. I have got maybe a year. Then we make it a good year. But Wade couldn't do it. He just couldn't watch him die. The scene where he left, sneaking out in the middle of the night, leaving a note, was heartbreaking. A man. In an expensive suit approached Wade outside the bar one night. "Mr. Wilson, I represent an organization that can cure your cancer." "Fuck off. I am serious. We've developed a process that activates dormant mutant genes, gives people powers, heals terminal illnesses. You would be superhuman." Wade stopped walking. "Bullshit. Not bullshit. We have done it dozens of times successfully." The recruiter showed photos, before and after images of people with powers, looking healthy. Wade, desperate and dying, agreed. He left Vanessa a note. "Had to leave. Don't look for me. I am sorry. I love you." Cut to the workshop, a grimy facility that looked like a converted warehouse. Ajax, British, cold, sadistic, ran the operation with his assistant Angel Dust, a super-strong woman who clearly enjoyed the work. "Welcome, Mr. Wilson," Ajax said. "The process is simple. We stress your body to extreme levels. This activates latent mutant genes, you develop powers, and survive. Everyone wins. And if I don't have mutant genes? Then you die? But you're dying anyway, so..." Ajax smiled. "What do you have to lose?" What followed was a montage of systematic torture that made the audience shift uncomfortably. Suffocation chambers, electrocution, days without food or water, and chemical injections that made Wade scream. Ajax watched it all with clinical detachment. The body needs to think it's dying. That's what triggers the mutation. Wade kept his humor as armor. "You know this is really not as fun as the brochure suggested." Days passed with no powers developed, but just suffering. Then Ajax revealed the truth. "Oh, did I mention? The cure is a lie. We're creating super slaves. Once you develop powers, we sell you. You will spend the rest of your immortal life working for whoever pays the most." Wade's rage was absolute. "You motherfucker." Ajax sealed him in an airtight chamber, cut the oxygen to near zero. "Let's see if asphyxiation works." It did. Wade's mutation triggered, but wrong. His entire body became a mass of scar tissue as the cancer and healing factor fought for dominance. His skin bubbled, reformed, scarred over completely. He survived, but he looked like a walking burn victim. When Ajax opened the chamber and Wade saw his reflection, he screamed, "What did you do to me?" Ajax smiled. "I made you immortal. Ugly, but immortal." Number 326. Chapter 326. Deadpool, Release 3. "What did you do to me?" Ajax smiled. "I made you immortal. Ugly, but immortal." Wade snapped, used his newfound strength to break free, started a fire. The facility collapsed in flames, and he managed to escape. Ajax and Angel survived. Wade, hiding his face under a hood, returned to Sister Margaret's. Weasel's reaction when Wade showed his face. "Holy mother of Wade. Is that you?" "Yeah. You look like Freddy Krueger face-fucked a topographical map of Utah." "Thanks. I mean, seriously, you look like an avocado had sex with an older, more disgusting avocado." "Are you done?" Despite the jokes, Weasel helped. Gave Wade a room upstairs to hide in. Wade spent months isolated, planning revenge. Created the Deadpool suit, red and black, to hide bloodstains, fully masked to hide his face. He couldn't go back to Vanessa, not looking like this. Blind Al appeared, an elderly blind woman who became Wade's roommate through circumstances that were never fully explained. "Why am I here, Wade?" "Because I needed a roommate and you can't see my face. I can hear the scarring in your voice. You sound like you gargle gravel." "You're a delight, Al." Their dynamic was pure dysfunctional comedy. "Al, did you eat my Ben and Jerry's?" "Wade, maybe. That was the last of my chubby hubby." "Well, you can't see it, so what does it matter? I hate you so much." Montage of Deadpool hunting Ajax's associates. Leaving bodies. Asking the same question, "Where's Francis?" One guy tied upside down from a bridge. "I don't know." Wrong answer. Deadpool cut the rope. Sound of impact below. Another in a nightclub. "Where's Francis?" "Fuck you." Deadpool beat him unconscious, then looked at the DJ. "Sorry about the blood. Can you keep the music going?" Really sets the mood. The violence was cartoonish and brutal, stylized enough to be darkly funny, realistic enough to be shocking. Back to present. Highway. Present day as Deadpool surrounded by corpses. Deadpool stood among the wreckage, one surviving guard zip-tied to a twisted piece of guardrail. The man was bleeding from his nose, breathing hard. "Okay, Francis Jr., let's try this again." Deadpool crouched down, spinning a knife. "Where?" Is Francis? I don't know, man. He doesn't tell us shit. Wrong answer. Deadpool pressed the blade against the guy's kneecap. I've got all day and a healing factor. You've got working legs. Let's see who breaks first. The guard's eyes went wide. Wait. There's a facility, east side, near the docks. He uses it sometimes. Sometimes. I swear that's all I know. Deadpool studied him. You know what? I believe you. He stood up, sheathed the knife. See? We got there eventually. Cooperation is. Clang. Heavy and metallic. Deadpool spun around, hand moving to his katana. 8 feet of chrome-plated muscle stood 20 feet away, arms crossed. Beside him, a teenage girl in black leather, phone in hand, looking deeply unimpressed. Oh, what the hell? Deadpool muttered, standing slowly. The metal giant stepped forward, each footfall leaving indents in the asphalt. Step away from him. I am sorry, who are you exactly? Deadpool kept his hand near his katana. Because you're interrupting. I am Colossus. This is Negasonic Teenage Warhead. His voice was deep, Russian accented, absolutely serious. We are X-Men, and you are under arrest. Pause. Under arrest? By who? The Tin Man and his teenage sidekick. We are mutants, the girl, Negasonic, said flatly, still texting. Real ones. Not whatever. Science experiment you are. Deadpool blinked. Mutants, right? The genetic lottery people. So what? You've got a superhero club? Matching uniforms? Do you do team-building exercises? Colossus moved closer, surprisingly gentle despite his size. We are a school for people with abilities. We teach control, give purpose. That's adorable, but I am busy. Deadpool turned back to his prisoner. So this facility at the docks. The guard was gone. Just the zip tie, cut clean through, lying on the ground. What the? Deadpool spun in a circle. Where the hell did he? He ran while you were distracted, Negasonic said, not looking up from her phone. About 15 seconds ago. And you didn't think to mention that. I don't work for you. Deadpool threw his hands up. That was my only lead. He was about to tell me. He whirled on Colossus. This is your fault. With your dramatic entrance and your... Colossus was suddenly right there, massive hand clamping around Deadpool's wrist. Click. Handcuffs a military grade, already locked around Deadpool's wrist and Colossus's chrome hand. Deadpool stared down at it. Did you just handcuff us together? You are coming with us. Colossus said firmly. You need help, training. So you could be hero. I don't want to be a hero. Deadpool yanked at the cuffs. They didn't budge. Let me go. Nyet. You come to school and meet Professor Xavier. Learn better way than murder. The better way? Francis tortured me. Deadpool's voice cracked with rage. He turned me into this. And you want me to what? Forgive him? Take the high road. Revenge will not heal you. Colossus said, voice softening. Maybe not, but it's all I have got. Deadpool yanked again. The handcuffs held firm. He looked at his trapped wrist, at Colossus's immovable chrome arm, at Negasonic watching with detached interest. Then down at the highway below, a garbage truck passing underneath. Okay, Deadpool said quietly. You made your choice. Good. You are seeing reason. Deadpool pulled out his knife. What are you, Ano? Colossus reached for him. Too late. Deadpool jammed the blade into his own wrist, right at the joint where hand met arm, and sawed downward with practiced, horrifying efficiency. Stop. Colossus grabbed for the knife. Deadpool twisted away, cutting deeper, through tendon, through muscle, scraping against bone. What are you doing? Negasonic finally looked up, eyes wide. Problem solving. Deadpool grunted, sweat pouring down his mask. Blood sprayed everywhere. Colossus's chrome hand was slick with it. Deadpool wrenched his wrist sideways, snapping the final connective tissue. His hand came off. Still handcuffed to Colossus. Deadpool held up the bleeding stump. Regeneration already beginning. See? Freedom. You are insane. Colossus stared at the severed hand in his grip, horrified. I am motivated. Deadpool backed toward the edge of the highway. Wait. Colossus started forward. Can't wait. Got a revenge quest. Very time-sensitive. Deadpool's hand was already regrowing, skeletal fingers pushing through raw flesh. Thanks for the recruitment pitch, though. Really inspiring. You need help. Colossus called. I need Francis. Deadpool reached the broken guardrail, looked down. The garbage truck was directly below, moving slowly through traffic. When you are ready to stop running, Colossus began. Put it on my vision board. Deadpool saluted with his regrowing stump. Nice meeting you, Chrome Dome. And you, Teenage Angst. Let's never do this again. He jumped backward off the highway. No. Colossus rushed to the edge. Deadpool plummeted 30 feet, landed directly in the open bed of the garbage truck with a wet thump, cushioned by bags of trash. He popped up immediately, waving his half-regenerated hand at them. I'm okay. Mostly. Everything's fine. The truck rumbled away into traffic. Flashback. Creating the suit. 6 months earlier. The screen rippled, flashback within the flashback. Wade's voice narrated. So after escaping the workshop, looking like a burnt chicken nugget, I needed a suit. Something that would hide my disgusting face and also look cool enough that people would take me seriously as a murderer. Cut 2. Wade in Blind AL's apartment, sitting at a sewing machine. Blind Al sat in a recliner nearby, watching TV. What are you doing over there? Sounds like a dying cat. I am sewing. You? Sewing. I am a man of many talents, Al. Killing. Sarcasm, and apparently needlework. That machine belonged to my mother. If you break it, I won't break it. Probably. Montage. Wade creating the Deadpool suit piece by piece. The first version was white, plain, boring, looked like a ninja costume from a Spirit Halloween store. He tried it on, looked in the mirror. This looks like shit. Blind Al. I can't see it, but I believe you. It's too white, shows bloodstains too easily. I need something darker. Next attempt, black suit. Better, but too generic. I look like a goth Spider-Man knockoff. Third attempt, red and black. The mask had white eye patches that looked vaguely like Spider-Man, but meaner. Wade looked in the mirror, turned, and checked himself out. Okay, this is it. This is the one. Blind Al, does it hide your face? Completely. Then I approve. Now get out of my sewing room. Wade looked at the camera. See this suit? Cost me $150 in materials and 6 weeks of work. Compare that to Iron Man, who probably spends $6 million per suit. I am fiscally responsible. Wade's voiceover continued. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wade, why don't you just talk to Vanessa? Tell her what happened. And the answer is, have you seen my face? She'd run screaming. Or worse, she would pity me. Can't have that. Montage set to Careless Whisper, the same song from their romance montage, but now creepy. Wade in the Deadpool suit, watching Vanessa from across the street as she left work. Wade hid behind a newspaper, with eye holes cut out, at the coffee shop where she got her morning latte. Wade on a rooftop across from her apartment, watching her through the window with binoculars as she watched Netflix alone. I know this looks creepy. It is creepy, but I couldn't help it. I needed to see her. Make sure she is okay, even if she would never see me. One night, Vanessa was walking home from the bar where she worked. A drunk guy started following her, catcalling. Wade appeared from the shadows behind the guy, tapping his shoulder. The drunk turned. What the? Deadpool punched him so hard, he folded like a lawn chair. Vanessa spun around. Deadpool was already gone, disappeared into the alley. She looked around, confused, then kept walking home faster. From the rooftop above, Wade watched her enter her building safely. You're welcome. Back to present timeline. Montage of Deadpool interrogating various criminals. A arms dealer tied to a chair in a warehouse. I don't know where Ajax is. Wrong answer. Deadpool held up a blowtorch. Let's try again. Where is Francis? He moved operations. I swear. After you destroyed the workshop, he went underground. Where underground? I don't know. He doesn't tell people like me. Deadpool sighed, turned off the blowtorch. Well, this was a waste of time. He shot the guy in the foot. That's for wasting my evening. Another scene. Deadpool dangling a hacker over the edge of a building by his ankles. Where is Francis? I don't know. I just do his website maintenance. He has a website? Yes. For recruitment. What's the URL? www.workshopsolutionsdot.com. Deadpool pulled him back up. That's the most generic villain website name I have ever heard. You guys need better branding. Each interrogation got increasingly absurd, but also increasingly violent. Deadpool left a trail of broken bones and terrified criminals across the city. Thomas watched the crowd as much as the screen. The film students who had been skeptical were leaning forward now, engaged despite themselves. The action fans were getting exactly what they wanted: brutal, creative fight choreography. The couple to his left had stopped checking their phones entirely. Even the gym bros were laughing at the jokes, not just the violence. Thomas heard someone behind him whisper, "Is this allowed? Can you just do this in a movie?" Apparently you could. The second act dragged slightly. A montage sequence that went on too long, some jokes that didn't land, but the audience stayed with it. They had bought in. They trusted the movie would take them somewhere worth going. Back to present timeline. Deadpool lay on the couch in Blind AL's apartment, watching his hand grow back. It was the size of a baby's hand, pink, tiny, wiggling its little fingers. "This is so weird," Deadpool said, wiggling the baby hand. "Look at it, Al. It's adorable." Blind Al sat in her recliner, facing the TV. "I can't see it." "Right? Well, it looks like a tiny hand. Very cute. I could do hand puppet shows." "Please don't." Deadpool made the baby hand wave. "Hello? I'm Wade's new hand. Nice to meet you. I hate you so much. Love you too, Rumi." The baby hand was growing slowly. You could actually see it getting bigger in real time, bones forming, flesh filling in. Disgusting and fascinating. Thomas heard someone in the audience whisper, "That's the grossest thing I have ever seen." Another person, "I can't look away." "So," Blindell said, "did you find Francis?" "Almost. Got a lead on the highway. Killed a bunch of his guys. One got away, Bob from Hydra. Nice guy actually, felt bad about shooting him." "Did you shoot him?" "Just in the leg. He will walk again. Eventually." "You're terrible at this revenge thing." "I am great at this revenge thing. I have killed like 30 people in the last 6 months. And yet Francis is still alive." Deadpool's baby hand made a rude gesture at her. "I saw that." Blindell lied. Cut to Sister Margaret's. Earlier that day, a man in an expensive suit entered, clearly out of place among the mercenaries and lowlifes. He approached the bar where Weasel was serving drinks. "I am looking for someone." The man placed a photo on the bar, Wade Wilson, pre-disfigurement. Weasel looked at it. Didn't react. "Never seen him. He used to frequent this establishment. A lot of people frequent this establishment. I don't keep records." The man leaned closer. "This is important. The person I work for is very interested in finding Wade Wilson." One of the regulars, Buck, a massive biker covered in tattoos, appeared beside the suit. The man said he doesn't know. "You deaf?" Another regular stood up. Then another. Suddenly the suit was surrounded by 6 mercenaries who all looked very willing to commit violence. The suit raised his hands. "I will go, but if you see him..." He placed a business card on the bar. "Tell him Ajax sends his regards." He left. Weasel immediately called Deadpool, then burned the business card with his lighter. Deadpool sat on the couch, examining his hand. It was fully grown now, back to normal size, scarred like the rest of him, but functional. He flexed the fingers, made a fist. "Good as new." "Well, as new as a hideously scarred hand can be." "Blind Owl, your hand grew back and you're still annoying." "That's consistent." "Thank you." That wasn't a compliment. Deadpool's phone buzzed. Text from Weasel. "Guy in a suit was here asking about you." Showed a picture. Didn't look friendly. Deadpool sat up straight. "Shit. What?" "They're looking for me." "Ajax's people." "Well, you've been murdering their employees for 6 months. What did you expect?" "I expected them to be worse at finding me." Deadpool grabbed his suit. "I gotta go warn Weasel." "He already warned you." "That's what the text means." "Oh, right. Then I gotta go. Do something else productive." He didn't have a plan. 2 days later. Vanessa. Left work late, midnight shift at the bar. I walked to her car in the back lot. She didn't notice the black SUV parked in the shadows or Angel Dust step out until it was too late. Vanessa spun, reaching for her pepper spray. Angel Dust moved faster, grabbed her wrist, yanked her forward. Vanessa screamed, tried to fight, punched Angel Dust in the face as hard as she could. Her hand broke. Angel Dust didn't even flinch. "Nice try, sweetheart." Chloroform cloth over Vanessa's face. She struggled, but Angel Dust was impossibly strong. Within seconds, Vanessa went limp. Ajax stepped out of the SUV. "Put her in the back. Make sure she's secure. She's feisty." Angel Dust commented, hauling Vanessa's unconscious body like a sack of potatoes. "Broke her hand punching me. Wade Wilson certainly has a type." They drove away. Behind them, in the parking lot, Vanessa's phone lay on the ground, cracked screen. Deadpool stood in the parking lot outside Vanessa's work, holding her phone. It was raining, dramatic, cinematic rain that soaked his suit. He had found it in a puddle, screen cracked. Her purse a few feet away, contents scattered. Signs of a struggle. She was gone. Number 327. Chapter 327. Deadpool Release 4. Deadpool stood in the parking lot outside Vanessa's work, holding her phone. It was raining, dramatic, cinematic rain that soaked his suit. He had found it in a puddle, screen cracked. Her purse a few feet away, contents scattered. Signs of a struggle. She was gone. Deadpool stood there, unmoving, water running off his mask. His phone rang an unknown number. He answered. Ajax's voice. Hello, Wade. Deadpool's voice went cold. Where is she? Safe, for now. Want her back? Come to the old salvage yard on the waterfront. You know the one. If you hurt her. Midnight, come alone. Or don't. Either way, this ends tonight. Click. Deadpool looked at Vanessa's broken phone in his hand. The rain kept falling. Okay, Francis, he said quietly. You want to play? Let's play. Blind AL's apartment. Deadpool was loading weapons with manic efficiency, pistols, grenades, katanas, ammunition. This is a bad idea. Al said from her recliner. It's the only idea. He's going to kill you. Let him try. It's Xavier's school, late afternoon. Deadpool burst through the front door. Metal Jesus. Angry teenager. I need your help. Colossus appeared from the dining hall, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Deadpool. You return. Yeah, very touching. Listen, remember that guy who escaped from the highway? Well, kidnapped my girlfriend, and now I need to go save her and murder everyone. And I could use some muscle. Negasonic appeared, still on her phone. This sounds boring. Your face is boring. Weak comeback. Deadpool turned to Colossus. Look, I know you want me to be a hero or whatever. Well, here's your chance. Help me save an innocent woman from a psychotic British torturer. Very heroic. Very X-Men. Colossus considered. This woman, is she in real danger? Francis, Ajax, has her. He's going to kill her to get to me. So yeah, real danger. Then we help. Colossus stood, chest puffed with moral certainty. This is what X-Men do. We save innocent people. Negasonic sighed. Fine, but I'm not changing out of my pajamas. You're wearing pajamas? These are pajamas. She gestured at her all-black outfit. Those look like regular clothes. They're comfortable. Therefore, pajamas. That's not how. You know what. Never mind. Let's go. Deadpool in the front passenger seat. Colossus and Negasonic crammed in the back, Colossus's metal shoulders taking up most of the space. Mr. Poole, Dopinder said nervously. Why is there a large metal man in my taxi? Long story. Just drive to the waterfront salvage yard. Is this about Gita? What? No. This is about saving my girlfriend from... Wait. What about Gita? Dopinder's face darkened. I took your advice. About Bundu. Oh no. I kidnapped him. He is in the trunk. The entire taxi went silent. Deadpool turned slowly. You kidnapped your cousin. Yes. Now he cannot have Gita. Dopinder, that's not what I meant. You said violence was the answer. I was kidding. From the trunk, muffled screaming. Colossus, we must free this man immediately. This is crime. Negasonic. This is the best thing that's happened all day. Deadpool put his head in his hands. Okay. New plan. Dopinder, after you drop us off, you let Bunda go. Apologize. Blame it on. I don't know, sleepwalking. But Gita will not date you if you're in prison for kidnapping. Oh, I had not considered this. Clearly, they arrived at the salvage yard. Deadpool, Colossus, and Negasonic got out. Deadpool leaned back in the window. Seriously, let him go. I will, Mr. Poole. The taxi drove away, Bundu's still screaming in the trunk. Negasonic, your friend is insane. He's not my friend. He's my cab driver. The three of them stood before the salvage yard entrance, a massive junkyard of rusted ships and cars, perfect villain lair aesthetic. Dramatic music swelled. They walked forward in slow motion, Deadpool in the center, katanas on his back. Colossus on his left, metal gleaming. Negasonic on his right, hands crackling with atomic energy. Very cool. Very heroic. Very cinematic. They reached the entrance. Deadpool reached for his weapons. They weren't there. He patted his back, his sides, nothing. Oh. What? Colossus asked. I forgot my weapons. What? They're in the taxi. I left them in Dopinder's taxi. Negasonic burst out laughing. Even Colossus looked disappointed. Deadpool, how do you forget weapons? I was distracted by the kidnapping confession. The dramatic music cut off with a record scratch. In the theater, the audience howled with laughter. Thomas was crying. This was perfect comedic timing. Deadpool pulled out his phone, called Dopinder. Turn around. I forgot my weapons. But Mr. Poole, I am already 5 miles away. I don't care. Turn around. 5 minutes later, the taxi returned. Dopinder handed Deadpool the duffel bag full of weapons. Thank you, Dopinder. You are welcome, Mr. Poole. Should I wait? No. Go home. Let your cousin go. Rethink your life choices. Yes, Mr. Poole. The taxi drove away again. Deadpool turned back to his team. Okay, now we're ready. They walked forward again, less dramatic this time. The moment thoroughly ruined. Negasonic. That was the least cool thing I have ever seen. Shut up. The salvage yard was a maze of rusted metal and shadows. In the center, on top of a decommissioned helicarrier, Ajax waited with angel dust and a dozen armed mercenaries. Vanessa was tied to a support beam, gagged but conscious. Her eyes went wide when she saw Deadpool. Ajax smiled. Wade Wilson. So good of you to come. It's Deadpool now, Francis. We've been over this. You brought friends. They're not friends. Associates. With benefits. Wait, that came out wrong. Let's finish this. Ajax drew a massive knife. Angel dust cracked her knuckles. The mercenaries raised their weapons. Before we start, Deadpool said, I just want to say, this is going to get really violent. Like, super inappropriate for children. If there are any kids watching, cover your eyes. Your parents made bad choices bringing you here. He looked at the camera, winked. Then, okay, let's fucking go. What followed was 15 minutes of the most brutal, creative, absurdly violent action Thomas had ever seen. Deadpool versus the mercenaries, bullets, blades, improvised weapons. He used a hubcap as a frisbee to decapitate someone. Stabbed a guy with his own knife. Made constant jokes while leaving a trail of bodies. Colossus fought Angel Dust, 2 super strong beings demolishing ships with every punch. Angel Dust was holding her own, grinning with savage joy. Negasonic blew things up, cars, supports, anything that looked expensive. Teenage rebellion with atomic powers. Deadpool fought his way to Ajax on top of the helicarrier. They clashed, Ajax's super strength versus Deadpool's regeneration and weapons skill. Ajax punched Deadpool so hard he flew 30 feet, crashed through a windshield. Deadpool got up, bones cracking back into place. Okay. Ow. But also, not dead. Checkmate, Francis. They fought across the collapsing structure. The helicarrier was falling apart beneath them. At one point, Deadpool's arm was nearly severed. It was hung by a thread of tissue. He looked at it, looked at Ajax. Well, this is inconvenient. He ripped the arm off completely, threw it at Ajax's face. Ajax recoiled in horror. Deadpool used the distraction to stab him in the shoulder with a katana, pinning him to the metal hull. The structure collapsed. Both fell toward the ground. Deadpool grabbed Vanessa mid-fall, shielded her with his body. They hit a pile of tires, cushion landing. Ajax wasn't so lucky, impaled on a piece of rebar, still alive, but trapped. Deadpool stood, one-armed, walked over. Drew his gun with his remaining hand. Colossus ran up. Deadpool. No. Be hero. Show mercy. Deadpool looked at Vanessa, who'd removed her gag. She looked at Ajax, then at Deadpool, and mouthed. Do it. Deadpool looked at the camera. Well, she's the boss. Bang. Ajax's body went limp. Colossus covered his face with his metal hands. You were supposed to be better? I am really not, Metal Jesus. That's kind of my whole thing. Deadpool freed Vanessa from the ropes. She stared at him. The mask, the missing arm, the blood. Who are you? Deadpool's hand went to his mask. Hesitated. Then slowly pulled it off. Vanessa gasped. Oh my God. Yeah. I know. Hideous. I look like Wade. Her voice cracked. Wade. Hey, Ness. She touched his scarred face with shaking hands. I thought you were dead. I thought you just left. I had cancer. I was dying. They said they could cure me. Obviously a lie. Not totally too, I guess, since I am alive, but I turned me into this. He gestured at his disfigured face. I couldn't come back to you looking like this. Tears ran down her face. You idiot. I know. I would have stayed. I know. She kissed him, scars and all. The audience cheered. Negasonic, from nearby. This is disgusting. Deadpool, breaking the kiss. You're 17. Everything's disgusting to you. Colossus was crying metal tears. Is beautiful. Love conquers all. Deadpool's arm finished growing back, baby-sized at first, then rapidly expanding to normal size. Okay, that's still super weird. Vanessa said. You get used to it. They walked away from the burning salvage yard together. Colossus carrying an unconscious Angel Dust, arrested, not killed. Negasonic texting about the whole experience. Deadpool and Vanessa hand in hand. Sister Margaret's bar, 2 weeks later. Deadpool sat with Weasel, mask off, drink in hand. So you got the girl back. I got the girl back. And you killed Francis. Yep. And you're still not joining the X-Men. God, no. Weasel raised his glass. To Wade Wilson. Worst hero ever. Deadpool clinked glasses. I will drink to that. He looked at the camera. And that's my story. Thanks for watching. Tell your friends. Or don't. I already got paid. Pause. Deadpool looked at camera. And that's my origin story. Wade Wilson. Deadpool. Merc with a mouth. If you liked it, tell your friends. If you didn't, well, you already paid. So, thanks anyway. Credits rolled, animated comic panels of Deadpool fighting random villains. Every few seconds, his narration. This guy played Ajax. Great performance. Sorry I killed you, buddy. Stunt coordinator. Thanks for not letting me die during the highway scene. Special thanks to whoever convinced the studio to let us make this R-rated. You're the real hero. Mid-credits. Half the theater emptied. Thomas stayed. So did about 140 others. Screen lit up. Deadpool in a bathrobe, eating a chimichanga. You're still here? The movie's over. Go home. Pause. Oh, you want a sequel tease? Fine. Cable. Big cyborg guy. We will fight. It will be great. Also maybe a new team too. Bite of chimichanga. Assuming this makes money. So tell your friends. Seriously. My financial future depends on it. Static. Deadpool will return. Probably. The lights came up. Thomas sat there as people filed out, buzzing with energy. That was insane. I can't believe they got away with. Did you catch the joke about? I need to see that again just to catch everything I missed. When he cut off his own hand to escape the handcuffs, I almost threw up. Funniest shit I've seen. Definitely seeing it again. The couple to his left. That was incredible. Told you. You're still buying dessert though. Thomas stood, walked to the lobby. Sydney caught him. Well, Thomas smiled. Order more popcorn. This thing's gonna run for months. He pulled out his phone. Thomas, Deadpool is a hit. Critics are wrong. Audiences love it. Ad screens. Outside, the family from earlier walked past. The 2 rejected boys. The younger, for more years. Thomas smiled. 4 years from now, that kid would finally see this movie. And it would still be just as insane. He headed home, already planning the weekend rush. Opening night was over. The phenomenon was just beginning. Thomas once again checked out the critics' reactions. The first critics' review hit Twitter before the opening credits had finished. Rolling in New York. At film critic Dan, just walked out of Deadpool. What did I just watch? This isn't a movie. It's a film school dropout's fever dream. Regal has finally lost it. February 10th. By 8:15 p.m., the floodgates opened. At Variety Jessica, Deadpool is aggressively unfunny, narratively incoherent, and borderline unwatchable. Reynolds is trying so hard. Levy has no control. This is what happens when you let a director make whatever he wants with no oversight. D. At Hollywood Reporter, Regal's winning streak ends with Deadpool, a meta-disaster that thinks breaking the fourth wall equals comedy. It doesn't. The R rating feels gratuitous, not earned. Expect this to disappear from theaters by week 2. At IndieWire Sophie, I have defended Regal through everything. But Deadpool? This is self-indulgent garbage. Jokes that land nowhere. Action that means nothing. A plot that actively mocks the audience for caring. Regal has jumped the shark. At Rolling Stone Film, Deadpool represents everything wrong with modern superhero cinema. Cynical, empty, more interested in references than storytelling. Ryan Reynolds plays the same character he always plays, but with worse dialogue. 1.5 out of 5 stars. The consensus was swift and brutal. Rotten Tomatoes launched at 23% fresh. And it was still the same. He just shook his head. Sydney caught Thomas's eye from behind the concession stand. He walked over. So, she asked. How was it? Thomas considered. A hit. Is it that good? No. Thomas smiled. It's just really, really fun. And I think we're going to be showing this movie for a long time. Sydney raised an eyebrow. The critics said it was terrible. The critics aren't the ones buying tickets. Thomas glanced back at the theater entrance, where the next showing was already boarding. Trust me, this thing's going to have legs. He pocketed his phone and walked to his office, already thinking about extending the run, adding more showtimes, maybe even bringing in additional staff for the weekend rush he suspected was coming. Outside, in the parking lot, he passed the family from earlier, the two boys who'd been turned away. The younger kid was eating ice cream, but still looked miserable. Thomas almost felt bad. Almost. But rules were rules. And in a year, that kid would be able to see Deadpool on streaming, or in theaters if it got a re-release, or, if Thomas's instincts were right, in the sequel that was absolutely going to happen. For now, though, the movie belonged to the people who could handle it. And based on what Thomas had just seen, those people were going to make Deadpool one of the most talked-about films of 2015. Critics be damned. He smiled and headed back inside. Opening night was just the beginning. Number 328. Chapter 328, Crashing a Wedding. February 21st, 2015 evening. The hotel suite was quiet except for the television and the sound of Ryan Reynolds' voice cutting through an interview. Regal sat on the floor, back against the couch, watching the screen with mild amusement. The interview was from earlier that day, Ryan and Sean Levy, doing press rounds for Deadpool, which had been in theaters for a week now. The numbers were insane. $92 million domestic opening weekend. $180 million worldwide in 7 days. Critics were still split, half calling it brilliant subversion, half dismissing it as juvenile garbage, but audiences didn't care. They were showing up in droves, many seeing it multiple times. If this momentum continued, Deadpool would become the highest-grossing R-rated film of all time. Regal had deliberately stayed out of the promotional cycle after opening weekend. This was Ryan and Sean's moment. They were the faces of the film now, and they deserved to own its success without him hovering in the background. On screen, the interviewer leaned forward with that particular expression journalists got when they thought they had a provocative question. Ryan, the critical response has been quite divided. Some reviewers have been pretty harsh about the film's humor and violence. What's your response to that? Sean Levy's face collapsed slightly, a barely perceptible wince that suggested he knew exactly what was coming and was already bracing for it. Ryan's expression didn't change. He just smiled that perfectly calibrated smile and said, "Well, I think some critics walked into Deadpool expecting something physiological like Death Note, and were disappointed as it was just dick jokes with occasional emotional depth. We never pretended to be important cinema. We're a violent R-rated superhero comedy that breaks the fourth wall. If that's not your thing, that's fine. But we made exactly the movie we promised, and audiences seemed pretty happy about it." The interviewer blinked, caught off guard by the directness. Ryan continued, leaning back casually. "I mean, one reviewer called it aggressively juvenile. And I thought, yeah, that's literally the character. Deadpool is aggressively juvenile. That's the point. Getting mad about that is like watching a horror movie and complaining it's too scary." Sean put his face in his hands, but he was smiling. "Damn," Keanu said quietly. "I wish I had the guts to say something like that with a straight face." There was a laugh from behind him. Regal voice. "Dude, we all know it isn't about guts. You're just too nice of a person to say something like that." Keanu turned slightly. "Huh, you're praising me. Did I sound like that?" Regal replied from the other couch, eyes still closed. "It wasn't my intention, honestly." What kind of response is that? They were in Regal's hotel suite in Beverly Hills, not his house, because Gwendolyn had wanted to stay somewhere different for the night, and Keanu and Saren had tagged along for what had turned into an impromptu double date. Gwendolyn was sprawled on one couch, already half asleep. Saren occupied the other, equally drowsy. "Can you two turn off the TV and stop making noise?" Gwendolyn mumbled without opening her eyes. "Some of us are trying to sleep." "Yeah," Saren agreed, her voice muffled by the cushion. "It's almost midnight. Shut up already." Both men immediately went silent. Regal grabbed the remote and muted the television. Silence settled over the suite. After a moment, Keanu opened one eye. "Should we go for a walk?" Regal nodded. "Where are you going?" Gwendolyn asked, eyes still closed. "Just sleep already. I gotta pee." Regal said with a completely straight face. Go alone then. And we have a restroom here if I remember correctly. Going alone? Nope. And this restroom doesn't have the right feel. Ugh. Saren's voice came from the other couch. In-law, just let those two idiots do whatever they want. You're right. Gwendolyn murmured, already drifting back towards sleep. The room fell quiet again. Keanu and Regal exchanged glances, then carefully, very carefully, stood and moved toward the door, trying not to make any noise. Every footstep was calculated to avoid creaking the floorboard. They made it to the hallway and closed the door with exaggerated slowness. Then both exhaled. That was tense, Keanu said, like escaping prison. They walked down the corridor toward the restrooms, both moving with the casual ease of people who had no particular destination and no reason to hurry. The hotel was hosting some kind of event, a wedding reception, judging by the decorations and the distant sound of music. The Peninsula. Beverly Hills was known for that kind of thing. Luxury weddings, corporate events, the occasional celebrity gathering. They used the restroom, an unnecessarily luxurious one with marble counters and ambient lighting, then grabbed Cokes from a vending machine near the elevators. These cost $8 each. Keanu observed, looking at the machine. Highway robbery. We're paying for it anyway. Obviously, they found a seating area in a quiet corner of the hallway, leather couches positioned near large windows overlooking the city. Regal sat with his head tilted down, eyes half closed. Keanu leaned back with his head resting against the wall, staring at the ceiling. Neither spoke. They just sat there, drinking overpriced Cokes, existing in comfortable silence. That's when the woman appeared. She was clearly from the wedding, full bridal gown, professionally done makeup and hair, moving with the slightly frantic energy of someone who was supposed to be somewhere important 5 minutes ago. She was hurrying down the hallway when she glanced over and stopped mid-step. Her eyes locked on Keanu. Full-on starstruck freeze. The kind of recognition that took a moment to process, followed by visible disbelief. Regal's head was still down, so she didn't notice him. All her attention was on Keanu. Oh my God, she said, voice slightly breathless. Are you Keanu Reeves? Keanu lifted his head, smiling politely. I am. Hi. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to bother you. She seemed to remember herself, smoothing down her dress nervously. I'm getting married. Right now, actually. The reception is down the hall. I just needed a moment to breathe and... Sorry, I'm rambling. Congratulations. Keanu said warmly. That's wonderful. Thank you. She laughed, still slightly flustered. This is so surreal. I'm literally getting married, and I just ran into Keanu Reeves in a hallway. Best wedding story. Keanu agreed. There was a pause. The woman seemed to be debating something internally, then made a decision. This is completely insane. But, would you want to come to the reception? Just for a minute? My husband would lose his mind. He's a huge fan. Keanu blinked. Your wedding reception? I know, it's ridiculous. You're a complete stranger, and this is my wedding, and I'm being completely inappropriate. No, it's fine, Keanu said, already sitting up straighter. I'd be happy to stop by. The woman's face lit up. Really? Then reality seemed to catch up with her. Wait, no, that's insane. I can't just invite a celebrity to my wedding. What am I doing? I'm so sorry. Please forget I said anything. It's fine, Keanu reassured her. Honestly, no, I should go. Thank you for being so nice about this. She started backing away, still apologetic. Congratulations on, well, everything you do. You're great. Okay, I'm leaving now. Sorry again. She hurried off, disappearing around the corner toward the reception venue. Keanu sat back down, finished his Coke, and set the empty can on the side table. Silence returned. After a full minute, Keanu stood up and checked his clothes. Does my outfit look presentable? Regal looked up. Yeah, but since when do you care about stuff like that? He didn't. Keanu was wearing dark jeans and a plain black button-up. Nice enough for a hotel lounge, but definitely not wedding appropriate. Not the kind of thing an A-list actor would wear to a public event with photographers and guests. But Regal already knew where this was going. Your outfit looks good too, Keanu said casually. Regal made an irritated face. I wasn't even invited. You are now. That's not how invitations work. It does. Regal sighed, but stood up. This is a terrible idea. Probably. We're going to cause a scene. Most likely. And we're underdressed. Definitely. They headed toward the reception venue. The wedding reception was in full swing. About 150 guests, elegant decorations, a live band playing something jazzy. Keanu and Regal entered through the main doors, and the reaction was immediate. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. Heads turned. Someone dropped a glass. The bride spotted them first. Her eyes went wide, then wider. She grabbed her husband's arm, pointing mutely. Keanu smiled and walked directly toward the couple, Regal following slightly behind. "Congratulations," Keanu said, extending his hand to the groom. "Your wife invited us. Hope that's okay." The groom looked like he was having a small stroke. This is Keanu Reeves." Keanu confirmed. "And this is my friend, Regal Seraphsail." Now the bride noticed Regal. Her expression suggested she was reevaluating her entire life. "We don't want to intrude," Regal said quickly. "Just wanted to stop by, congratulate you both, maybe take a quick photo if you want." "Photo," the groom repeated, still processing. "Yes, photo. Definitely a photo." Someone produced a phone, then several phones. The bride and groom stood between Keanu and Regal, both looking shell-shocked and delighted. Multiple photos were taken. The bride was crying, happy tears apparently. The groom kept saying this is insane under his breath. "Beautiful ceremony," Keanu said, despite not having seen the ceremony. "Thank you," the bride managed. "Thank you so much for coming. I can't believe." "Enjoy your night," Regal said, already stepping back. "Congratulations again." They were out the door before most of the guests could even approach them. The entire visit lasted maybe 3 minutes. They made it back to the suite around 12:30 a.m. Gwendolyn and Saren were both awake now, sitting up on their respective couches, arms crossed, wearing identical expressions of suspicion. "Where were you?" Gwendolyn asked. "Restroom," Regal said. "Then we got Cokes. For 45 minutes. We took our time." Saren looked at Keanu. "Why do you have lipstick on your cheek?" Keanu touched his face, finding the mark the bride had left when she had hugged him. "Oh, that. What that?" Saren's voice had taken on a dangerous edge. "We may have crashed a wedding," Regal admitted. Both women stared. "You what?" "Technically we were invited," Keanu clarified. "The bride invited me. Regal just came along." "You crashed a stranger's wedding," Gwendolyn said slowly. "We didn't crash it. We visited for 3 minutes, took a photo, and left." "Do you have any idea how inappropriate that is?" Saren stood up. "That couple's wedding photos are now going to be dominated by the fact that Keanu Reeves randomly showed up. Their whole night, their entire memory of their wedding, is now about you being there." "They seemed happy about it," Keanu offered. "That's not the point." Gwendolyn sat back down, rubbing her temples. "By tomorrow morning, this is going to be everywhere. Every entertainment news site, every gossip blog, every social media platform. And that couple is going to spend their honeymoon dealing with media attention they never asked for." "We should apologize," Regal said. "How? You don't even know their names." "The hotel has records." "Stop," Saren interrupted. "You're making it worse. Just stop talking. Both of you." They stopped. The women retreated to one of the bedrooms, closing the door with slightly more force than necessary. Regal and Keanu stood in the living room, looking at each other. They sat on opposite couches, both processing. Silence. More silence. "I am sleeping on the couch tonight," Keanu observed. "Same." Next morning, Regal woke to his phone buzzing aggressively. Multiple messages from Samantha, Darren, and Simon, all saying variations of the same thing. "Samantha, have you seen the news?" "Darren, please tell me you had a good reason for crashing that wedding." "Simon, the photos are everywhere. Call me when you're awake." Regal opened Twitter. The top trending topic, hashtag Keanu crashes wedding. Second trending, hashtag Regal Seraphsail wedding. Third, hashtag wholesome Keanu, which was trending every other week anyway. He scrolled through the posts. At Entertainment Tonight, exclusive, Keanu Reeves and Regal Seraphsail made a surprise appearance at a wedding at the Peninsula Beverly Hills last night. The wholesome moment everyone is talking about. At People VIP, the most unexpected wedding guests, Keanu Reeves and Regal Seraphsail surprised newlyweds in the sweetest way. At E! News, Keanu being Keanu. Actor stops by stranger's wedding after being invited, brings Regal Seraphsail along. But on the bright side, the comments were mostly positive. At Wholesome Content, Look at them in regular clothes just being normal people. No entourage, no drama, just showed up to make someone's day special. This is class. At Keanu fan forever. Only Keanu would actually show up to a stranger's wedding because he was asked nicely. This man is too pure for this world. At movie fan account, the fact that they're both dressed so casually makes this even better. They weren't there for attention, they just wanted to do something nice. At bride goals, imagine inviting Keanu Reeves to your wedding as a joke, and he actually shows up. Best wedding story ever. At film Twitter, Regal looks like Keanu dragged him there against his will, and honestly, that's hilarious. At observant viewer, look at Regal's face in the third photo. That's the expression of a man who said, "This is a bad idea," and got ignored. At wedding photographer, professional wedding photographer here. Those photos are going to be treasured forever. What an incredible gift to give someone. There were some critical voices, there always were. At privacy advocate. Cute story, but also they crashed a private event. Imagine trying to enjoy your wedding, and suddenly it's about celebrities. At skeptical user, this feels like a publicity stunt. Why were they even at that hotel? But these were quickly drowned out by the overwhelmingly positive reaction. At defending Keanu at privacy advocate, the bride literally invited him. Read the article. At reality check at skeptical user, they were staying at the hotel. People are allowed to exist in hotels? At voice of reason, y'all really trying to find problems with Keanu Reeves doing something nice? That's where we are as a society. Regal closed Twitter and walked to the bedroom door. Knocked gently. Come in. Gwendolyn's voice. He entered. Both women were awake, sitting on the bed with their own phones, clearly reading the same coverage. We're sorry, Regal said immediately. You were right. We should have said no and turned their private moment into a circus. Yes, you did. Gwendolyn agreed. But her tone was softer now. But apparently the couple is thrilled. She showed him her phone. A statement from the bride, posted on social media an hour ago. To everyone asking about last night. Yes, Keanu Reeves and Regal Seraphsail came to our wedding reception. My husband and I are huge fans, and when I randomly ran into Keanu in the hallway, I impulsively invited him. I honestly thought he'd say no, but he was incredibly gracious and stopped by for a few minutes. Our wedding was already perfect, but this made it unforgettable. To everyone saying they crashed or made it about themselves, please stop. They did the opposite. They gave us 3 minutes of their time, made sure we got photos we'll treasure forever, and disappeared so the night could go back to being about us. We will never forget this. Thank you, Keanu. Thank you, Regal. You made the best day of our lives even better. The post had been shared over 200,000 times in an hour. Regal read it twice. So they're okay with it. Fortunately, Saren said, showing her phone with the groom's post. They are calling it the highlight of their life. But you were still right. Keanu said from the doorway. We should have thought about the consequences before agreeing. Even if it worked out this time, it was irresponsible. Yes, it was. Saren agreed. But apparently you got lucky. Gwendolyn stood and walked to Regal. Next time someone invites you to their private event, think about it for more than 2 seconds before saying yes. Okay. Because your presence, both of your presences, changes the entire dynamic of any situation. You have to be conscious of that. We will be. She kissed his cheek. Good. Now buy me breakfast. I'm starving. Regal, Kano, Gwendolyn, and Saren were still in the room. Moments earlier, Regal had ended a call with Samantha, instructing her to arrange a honeymoon gift for the couple, perhaps even a world tour. He cut the call and looked at the two women. So, that counts as us trying to set things right? He asked. After a long pause, both of them nodded. Finally, Kano said. The comment made Gwendolyn and Saren laugh, and Regal and Kano found themselves smiling as well. Then Regal's phone rang again. Samantha, he answered, mildly amused. What? Did you forget something? But as she continued speaking, the smile slowly drained from his face. His expression darkened, and then darkened even further. Regal, I am so sorry to call with this, but you need to know. Richard Harris passed away this morning. Regal's face went blank, then dark. What? Number 329. Chapter 329, Loss. Regal, I am so sorry to call with this, but you need to know. Richard Harris passed away this morning. Regal's face went blank, then dark. What? He collapsed at a hotel. They rushed him to the hospital, but Samantha's voice cracked slightly. He didn't make it. Hodgkin's disease. It happened very fast. The others could hear every word in the quiet room. Gwendolyn's hand went to her mouth. Saren closed her eyes. Keanu sat forward, expression grim. Does Lily know? Regal asked, his voice carefully controlled. Chris is with her now? He wanted me to tell you before the news broke publicly. When did this happen? Early this morning, around 6 a.m. The family is releasing a statement in the next hour. Regal was quiet for a long moment. Thank you for telling me. We're leaving now. He ended the call and stood motionless, processing. Richard Harris. Dumbledore. The anchor of the Harry Potter films. The actor who had brought gravitas and warmth to every scene, who had mentored the young cast, who had become beloved by everyone who worked with him. Gone? Oh God. Gwendolyn said softly. Lily. Lily Harris, who had played Hermione since she was 11 years old. Also, she is Richard's real granddaughter, and it would be too little to say that the duo are set favorites, while being part of many behind-the-set moments during the Harry Potter filming. Regal pulled out his phone and called Chris Columbus. Chris answered on the first ring. Did you hear? Yes. There was a pause, just breathing on the other end of the line. How is she? Regal asked. Devastated. They all are. Daniel. Rupert, Lily especially. She is not talking much. Chris's voice was rough. We are at my house. Can you come? We're leaving now. Thank you. The call ended. Regal looked at the others. We need to go. They moved quickly, gathering belongings without discussion. The levity from minutes ago felt like it belonged to a different lifetime. In the car, nobody spoke. Gwendolyn sat beside Regal in the back seat, holding his hand. Keanu drove with Saren in the passenger seat, both silent. Regal's phone buzzed constantly, messages from the cast, from Red Studio, from crew members who had worked on the films. Everyone is processing the same impossible news. Then Twitter notifications started flooding in. The news had broken. At Variety, breaking, Richard Harris, acclaimed actor who portrayed Albus Dumbledore in the Harry Potter films, has died at 72. More details to follow. At Hollywood Reporter, Richard Harris dead at 72. The legendary actor passed away this morning from Hodgkin's disease. At BBC News, breaking, Irish actor Richard Harris dies, aged 72. The reactions came immediately. At Harry PF, no, not Dumbledore. This can't be real. At EMT Viewer, Richard Harris was Dumbledore. I can't process this. At Start F, this is the worst news. He was perfect in that role. R.I.P. to a legend. But then other reports started surfacing, ones that made Regal's stomach turn. At TMZ, breaking, Richard Harris's last words were reportedly, "It was the food. Don't touch the food," as he was wheeled into the ambulance from the hotel. At Entertainment News, witnesses report Richard Harris shouted warning about food before collapse. Investigation ongoing. At Gossip Outlet, Richard Harris's disturbing final words raise questions about circumstances of death. What the hell is this? Saren said from the front seat, reading her own phone. They're turning his death into a conspiracy theory? Regal's jaw tightened. That's what they do. More outlets picked it up. At Sensationalist News, did Richard Harris die from food poisoning? The last words suggest something sinister. At Clickbait Media, what really killed Richard Harris? His final warning suggests foul play. This is disgusting, Gwendolyn said, reading over Regal's shoulder. The man just died, and they're making it into a mystery. Keanu's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He had Hodgkin's disease, that's what killed him. Not food, or conspiracy, cancer. Tell that to TMZ. Saren muttered bitterly. Regal was already typing a message to Simon. Regal block all media inquiries, no statements as of now. Wait for the family's official word. Simon already on it. But outlets are going crazy with the last words angle. Regal sue them. They arrived at Chris's house in Brentwood 40 minutes later. Several cars were already there, some of the producers, a few other cast members. The house had the subdued, heavy atmosphere of a place where grief had settled. Chris met them at the door, looking older than he had a week ago. They're in the living room, he said quietly. Lily is not doing well. Inside, Daniel Radcliffe sat on the couch, red-eyed. Rupert Grint stood by the window, arms crossed, staring at nothing. And Lily was curled in a chair, small and silent, looking devastated. Hey, Regal said softly, moving to sit near Lily. She looked up, eyes wet. Did you hear what they're saying? About the food. I saw it. It's not true. He was sick for months. The doctors told him to rest, but he insisted on finishing his scenes for Goblet of Fire. Her voice broke. He said he wouldn't let us down. That Dumbledore needed to be there. Gwendolyn sat on the arm of Emma's chair, putting a hand on her shoulder. The press is making it into something sensational. Lily continued, anger mixing with grief. Like it's mysterious or suspicious. But it's not. It's just sad. He was sick and he died, and now people are turning it into a story instead of respecting that he's gone. I know. Regal said. He was kind. Lily said, tears falling freely now. Everyone focuses on his acting, which was brilliant, but he was just kind. He checked on me and other kinds between takes. Asked about our schoolwork. Told us stories about his career to help with nerves. She couldn't finish. Daniel spoke up from the couch, voice hoarse. The last day we filmed together, he told me to take care of the younger cast. Said that was the real responsibility, not the acting, but making sure everyone felt safe and supported. He said something similar to me. Rupert added quietly, about remembering why we started doing this. For the joy of it, not the fame. The room fell into heavy silence. Regal's phone buzzed. A message from the Harris family's publicist, copied to key production members. Official statement releasing in 30 minutes. Requests that the media respect privacy. No details about final moments will be shared. Those are for family only. Good. Let them shut down the sensationalist speculation. The statement came exactly on time. The family of Richard Harris is deeply saddened to announce his passing this morning at age 72. Richard died peacefully with family present after a long battle with Hodgkin's disease. He was a loving father, grandfather, and friend. A brilliant actor who brought joy and depth to every role. His portrayal of Albus Dumbledore introduced him to a new generation of fans, and he cherished being part of the Harry Potter family. We ask that his final moments be kept private, reserved for the family to process in peace. Any reports claiming to know his last words or final actions are speculation and invasion of privacy. Richard lived a remarkable life. Please honor his memory by celebrating his work and the kindness he showed to everyone who knew him. Services will be private. In lieu of flowers, donations can be made to Hodgkin's lymphoma research. The statement was clear, dignified, and directly contradicted the sensationalist reporting. But of course, that didn't stop the tabloids. At TMZ, Richard Harris family denies food warning reports, but sources say otherwise. At Gossip Rag, what is the Harris family hiding about Richard's death? They are vultures, Saren said, reading over Keanu's shoulder. Always have been. Chris replied bitterly. Regal stood. Excuse me for a minute. He stepped into Chris's study and called Simon. I need you to do something. Regal said when Simon answered. What? Coordinate with the Harris family's legal team. Every outlet publishing speculative bullshit about his death, send cease and desist letters. Invasion of privacy, harassment of grieving family, whatever applies legally. That's a lot of outlets. I don't care. Make it expensive for them to continue. Hit TMZ especially hard. They started this. Regal. He was a good man who died from cancer. His family deserves to grieve without vultures turning it into entertainment. Regal's voice was cold, controlled fury. Make it stop. Simon was quiet for a moment. I will make the calls. Thank you. Regal returned to the living room, where the cast and crew had begun sharing memories. Daniel talked about Richard's sense of humor between takes. Rupert mentioned how Richard would slip him candy during long shooting days. Lily shared how Richard had given her advice about handling fame. Remember, you're a person first, an actor second. Chris recounted Richard's dedication to getting Dumbledore exactly right. Hours spent discussing character motivation, relationships with students, the weight of leadership. He understood Dumbledore deeply. Chris said, not just as a wizard, but as someone carrying tremendous responsibility while trying to remain kind. That's hard to act. Richard made it look effortless. As the afternoon wore on, the initial shock began settling into something more permanent. Grief with edges, the kind that would last. Around 4 p.m., Gwendolyn quietly suggested they handle something practical. Lily, she said gently, do you want help drafting a statement? The press will ask. Lily looked up, exhausted. I don't know what to say. Say what you feel. We'll help you make it clear. They worked together, Lily, Gwendolyn, and Regal, crafting something honest without being exploited by the media. Later that night, Regal and Gwendolyn returned to their hotel suite around 11 p.m. Both were exhausted, emotionally more than physically. The kind of tiredness that came from sustained grief, from supporting others through their pain while processing your own. Gwendolyn sat on the edge of the bed, staring at nothing. "You okay?" Regal asked. "It was just when you first wrote the Dumbledore character, and I read the script of the first Harry Potter film. I was skeptical as to who can bring such gentleness and mysterious harshness to such a character. Surprised me. Like you always, Richard was spot on. Now, I can't imagine anyone other than him in that role." "True. I feel the same." He sat beside her, and they just existed together in the quiet. "Lily's going to struggle with this," Gwendolyn said eventually. She looked up to him so much. "I know. Chris is arranging for a grief counselor to be available on set. For all of them, but especially the younger cast." "That's good." More silence. "The tabloid coverage was disgusting. Equals," Gwendolyn said, anger creeping into her voice. "Turning someone's death into a mystery, speculating about his final moments, completely disrespecting his family. Simon's handling it. Legal letters to everyone pushing that narrative. They deserve to be sued into silence." Regal pulled out his phone, checking updates. The conspiracy theories were still circulating, but losing steam as mainstream coverage focused on Richard's legacy. The Harris family had posted photos, Richard throughout his career, including behind-the-scenes shots from Harry Potter sets. Him laughing with the young cast. Him in full Dumbledore costume, looking every inch the wise wizard. The comments were overwhelmingly supportive now. At Fan 1, "Thank you for sharing these. What a beautiful life he lived." At Fan 2, "Dumbledore will live forever because of Richard Harris. Rest in peace to a legend." At Fan 3, "Ignore the tabloids. We're celebrating his memory, not speculating about nonsense." Regal set down his phone and lay back on the bed. Gwendolyn joined him, both staring at the ceiling. "Life's fragile," she said quietly. "Yeah. Makes you think about what matters." "It does." She turned to look at him. "Promise me something." "What?" "Promise me we won't take this for granted. Us, the people we love, the time we have. Because it can end so suddenly." "I promise." "I am serious, Regal." "So am I." He met her eyes. "I promise. No more taking you for granted. No more assuming there's always more time. I will do better." She kissed him softly. "Good." They fell asleep like that, fully dressed, lights on, holding each other because today had been a reminder that nothing was permanent and the people you loved deserved to be held close while you still could. Number 330. Chapter 330. Another Blow. London Waterstones, Piccadilly, 9:47 a.m. The line stretched around the block. Parents with children who had stayed home from school. Teenagers who had been camping outside since midnight. Adults who had taken the day off work without explanation, knowing their bosses would understand, or at least, knowing they didn't care if their bosses didn't understand. Everyone was here for the same reason. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. The sixth book. Inside the bookstore, massive promotional displays dominated every floor. Posters showing the cover, dark, foreboding, the silhouette of Dumbledore against a starlit tower. Cardboard standees of the main characters, while the staff members wear Hogwarts house scarves. But beneath the excitement, there was something else. Attention. Because 2 weeks ago, Richard Harris had died. The man who had brought Albus Dumbledore to life on screen, gentle, wise, powerful in the quietest possible way, was gone. His death felt unfair because it took someone who had seemed eternal. The funeral was private, while the tributes are public and endless. And now this, the biggest rumor. A book where Dumbledore dies. The timing felt cruel. Willow Richardson stood near the front of the line, her copy of Order of the Phoenix clutched against her chest like a shield. She was 17, had been reading these books since she was 11, and couldn't remember a time when Harry Potter wasn't part of her life. Her friend Claire stood beside her, quieter than usual. "Do you think the author changed it?" Claire asked suddenly. After Richard Harris died. Willow had been wondering the same thing. The book had been finished months ago, printed and shipped to warehouses around the world. There was no changing it now even if the author, Regal, wanted to. But the question everyone was asking wasn't whether he could change it. It was whether he had planned it. Whether Dumbledore's death had always been part of the story, or whether Richard Harris's death had somehow influenced the narrative. Whether the timing was coincidence or something darker. I don't know, Emma admitted. But we are about to find out. The doors opened at 10. Willow and Claire moved with the crowd, finally. Reaching the register after 20 minutes of shuffling through promotional displays and trying not to trip over younger kids sprinting toward the children's section. The cashier, a woman in her 40s wearing a Ravenclaw scarf, smiled tiredly as she scanned Willow's book. You reading it today? She asked. Immediately. Willow confirmed. Good luck. The woman said, and something in her tone suggested she knew exactly what was coming. Willow took her book, the weight of it familiar and comforting, and headed for the exit. Outside, she found a bench. Claire sat beside her. For a moment, neither of them moved. I am scared to start, Willow admitted. We all are. What if it's worse than we think? Claire didn't answer. Willow opened the book and began reading. New York City, Barnes and Noble Union Square, 7:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Finn Thompson stood with his father in a line that had formed hours before the store opened. He was 11 now, old enough to read the books on his own, young enough that his dad still came with him to launches because some traditions mattered. Finn held the book he had just purchased, unopened, staring at the cover. Dad, he said quietly. Yeah, buddy. Is Dumbledore really going to die? James looked down at his son. He had been dreading this question since the rumors started circulating online from early sales. Leaks from advanced reader copies, speculation based on chapter titles, theories that ranged from plausible to absurd. But the consensus had been clear: Dumbledore dies in this book. I don't know, James said honestly. We will have to read it to find out. But the actor died. Marcus continued, his voice smaller now. Mr. Harris, he died. And now the book comes out, and Dumbledore dies too. I know. That's not fair. James knelt down, meeting his son's eyes. Maybe. But sometimes life isn't fair, and stories aren't either. Did the writer do it on purpose? Because Mr. Harris died? No, James said firmly. The book was written before that happened. Sometimes terrible timing is just terrible timing. Finn nodded, but his grip on the book tightened. They found a spot in the CAF section. Finn opened his copy, his father sitting across from him with a coffee, watching. James had already decided he wouldn't read over his son's shoulder. This was Finn's experience, his journey. All James could do was be there when it was over. Finn started reading, and James waited. Los Angeles Live Studios, Regal's office, 10:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Regal sat at his desk, staring at the television mounted on the wall. Live coverage of the book launch. BBC, CNN, entertainment news networks. Everyone was covering it. Footage of lines around bookstores worldwide. Interviews with excited readers, and speculation about plot points. And underneath it all, the constant refrain. Richard Harris died 2 weeks ago. Now Dumbledore dies in the book. Is this coincidence or cruel irony? Gwendolyn sat on the couch near the window, reading through social media reactions on her tablet. They are asking if you planned it, she said quietly. If you wrote about Dumbledore's death after Richard Harris died. Regal rubbed his face. He had been expecting this and prepared for it, as much as anyone could prepare for navigating grief and art and public perception simultaneously. But expecting it didn't make it easier. His phone buzzed a text from Simon. Press is requesting comment. What do you want me to tell them? Regal typed back. Schedule a press conference, today if possible. I will address it directly. He set the phone down. Gwendolyn looked up. What are you going to say? The truth, Regal said simply. London, 4:37 p.m. Willow sat on her bed, the book open in her lap, tears streaming down her face. She had just finished chapter 27. The lightning-struck tower. Dumbledore was dead, killed by Snape, on top of the astronomy tower while Harry watched, frozen, unable to help. It was brutal, devastating. The kind of narrative gut punch that left you staring at the page, unable to process what you'd just read. Willow's hands shook. She had known it was coming. These type leaks had been accurate in most of the cases. But still, knowing and experiencing were entirely different things. Claire sat beside her, her own copy closed. She had finished 20 minutes earlier and had been sitting in silence since. I can't believe he did it, Willow whispered. Dumbledore was. He was the one who was supposed to be safe, the one who always knew what to do. Claire just sat in silence. Willow wiped her eyes, but more tears came. And Richard Harris just died, and now this. I know Regal didn't plan it that way. It's just coincidence. But it feels like the universe is being deliberately cruel. Claire put her arm around Willow's shoulders. They sat like that for a long time. Eventually, Willow picked up her phone. Twitter was exploding. Thousands, no, tens of thousands, of people posting reactions in real time. At Potter Fan Forever, I just finished. I'm not okay. I will never be okay again. At Hog Alumni, Dumbledore is dead. Snape killed him. I'm screaming. I'm crying. What is happening? At Booklover 88, the fact that Richard Harris died 2 weeks ago and now this. I can't. I just can't. At Ravenclaw, this is the worst day of my life, and yes, I know that's dramatic, but I don't care. At Deef, there has to be more to this. Snape wouldn't. He wouldn't. At Broken, I am sitting in a bookstore crying, and I don't even care who sees me. The reactions were raw, immediate, unfiltered. People were grieving, not just for a fictional character, but for everything that character represented. Safety, wisdom, and the idea that some people were untouchable, that some anchors held firm no matter how bad things got. And now that anchor is gone, Willow scrolled further, reading reaction after reaction, and found herself in a thread that made her pause. At Skeptor, this release? Why? Now, 2 weeks after Harris died? That's cruel. At Philolist, because release schedules are set years in advance. You can't just delay a global book launch because of tragic timing. At G-Fan, it still feels wrong. Like we're being forced to grieve twice. At Inist, we are grieving twice, and that's painful. But blaming Regal for telling the story he needed to tell isn't fair either. The thread devolved into arguments after that. People defending Regal, people condemning him, people insisting he should have delayed the release out of respect. Willow didn't know what to think. She understood logically that Regal hadn't planned this, that the timing was coincidence. But emotionally, it felt like the world was piling grief on top of grief and expecting her to handle it. Her phone buzzed. A news alert. Regal Seraphsail to hold press conference regarding Half-Blood Prince and Richard Harris. Willow opened the link. The press conference was scheduled for 8 p.m. London time. Live-streamed. She set an alarm. She needed to hear what he had to say. Los Angeles Press Conference Live Studios, 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8 p.m. London. The press room was packed. Journalists from major outlets, entertainment reporters, bloggers who'd somehow secured credentials. Cameras lined the back wall. The air hummed with anticipation and barely contained aggression. This wasn't a friendly crowd. They wanted answers, explanations, and someone to blame for the emotional turmoil there. Readers were experiencing. Regal walked in with Gwendolyn beside him. He wore a simple black suit. Gwendolyn sat to his left. Simon stood near the side wall, arms crossed, watching. Regal stepped to the podium. For a moment, he just stood there, looking out at the assembled press. Then he spoke. 2 weeks ago, we lost Richard Harris, he began. His voice was steady, clear. An extraordinary actor and, by all accounts, an extraordinary man. His portrayal of Albus Dumbledore brought joy and comfort to millions of people, myself included. He paused. Today, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince was released, and in that book, Dumbledore dies. The room was silent. I know what you are asking. Regal continued. Whether I planned this or Richard Harris's death influenced my narrative choices, and this is some kind of cruel tribute or cosmic irony. He looked directly at the cameras. The answer is no. I wrote about Dumbledore's death years ago. It has been part of the planned arc for this series since before the first book was published. The structure of Harry's journey, his mentorship under Dumbledore, his eventual need to face Voldemort alone, required Dumbledore's death. Narratively, thematically, it was always necessary. A reporter near the front raised her hand. But the timing is a coincidence. Regal said firmly. Tragic, painful coincidence. Nothing more. Some fans feel like you should have delayed the release. Another reporter called out. Out of respect, Regal's expression didn't change. Delaying a global book release 2 weeks before launch is logistically impossible. Millions of copies have already been printed, shipped, and distributed. The supply chain for a release of this magnitude is set in motion months, sometimes years, in advance. He leaned forward slightly. But more than that, I don't believe delaying would have changed anything. Whether this book came out today, next month, or next year, the grief would still be there. Richard Harris would still be gone. Dumbledore would still die. The pain doesn't disappear because you postpone it. A younger reporter, clearly emotional, spoke up. But don't you think? Aren't you asking people to grieve twice? To lose Richard Harris and then lose Dumbledore? Regal was quiet for a moment. Then, yes, I am, and I understand how painful that is. The room shifted. I understand. Regal continued. Because I am grieving too. Richard Harris brought a character I created to life in ways I never could have imagined. He gave Dumbledore warmth and gravitas and humanity, and now he's gone. And that loss is real. His voice remained steady, but something in his eyes betrayed the weight he was carrying. But the story is also real. And Dumbledore's death, painful as it is, serves a purpose. It forces Harry to grow up, to stop relying on the safety net of someone wiser and stronger, to face the reality that sometimes the people we depend on most can't save us. He looked out at the crowd. That's a hard lesson, in fiction and in life. But it's a necessary one. A long silence. Then a voice from the back. Do you regret it? Writing about Dumbledore's death now that Richard Harris is gone. Regal didn't hesitate. No. The bluntness of it rippled through the room. I don't regret telling the story I needed to tell, he said. I regret the timing. I regret that people are experiencing compounded grief. But I don't regret the narrative itself. Even if it hurts people, the same reporter pressed. Stories are supposed to hurt sometimes. Regal replied. That's how they matter. If Harry Potter never challenged readers, never made them uncomfortable or sad or angry, it would just be escapism. And that's not what I set out to create. He paused. I set out to create a story about love and loss and growing up. And growing up means losing people. It means learning that even the strongest protectors can't shield you from everything. That's what Dumbledore's death represents. Gwendolyn reached over and touched his hand briefly. A small gesture, but visible. Another reporter. What would you say to fans who feel betrayed? Regal considered the question carefully. I would say that your feelings are valid, he said. If you're angry, be angry. If you're sad, be sad. If you need time before you can appreciate why this story went the way it did, take that time. But I would also say, don't confuse grief for the character with anger at me. Dumbledore's death was always coming. The only thing that's changed is that we lost Richard Harris before we were ready. And that's not something I controlled. He straightened. I can't fix the timing. I can't bring Richard Harris back. I can't make Dumbledore's death hurt less. But I can tell you this, the story continues. Harry's journey isn't over. And everything that happens, including this loss, will matter in the end. The room was quiet. Someone near the front asked, will you recast Dumbledore for the remaining films? Yes, Regal said. When the time comes, we will find someone to honor Richard Harris's legacy while bringing their own interpretation to the role. But that decision won't be made lightly or quickly. Do you have anyone in mind? Obviously not. More questions followed about the book, the films, the future of the franchise. Regal answered each one with the same measured calm, never defensive, never apologetic. After 30 minutes, Simon stepped forward. That's all the time we have. Thank you. The reporters erupted with follow-up questions, but Regal was already stepping away from the podium. He and Gwendolyn left through the side door. Back to London, 8:47 p.m. Willow watched the press conference on her laptop, Claire beside her. When it ended, neither of them spoke for a long time. Finally, Claire said, he's right, you know. About what? That it was always going to hurt. Whether Richard Harris died or not, or timing was different. Dumbledore's death was always going to wreck us. Willow nodded slowly. And he's right that the story isn't over. She closed her laptop and looked at the book still lying on her bed. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. The worst book she'd ever read. And maybe, eventually, one of the most important. I am still mad, she said. Me too. But I am going to keep reading. Me too. Because that was the thing about stories that hurt you. If they mattered enough, you came back. Even when it was painful. Even when it felt unfair. You came back because you needed to know how it ended. Number 331. Chapter 331. Friends, first episode. March 1st, 2016. The NBC Thursday night lineup had been a cultural institution for over a decade. Families scheduled dinners around it. College students planned their nights knowing they would be home by 8. Water usage across major cities measurably dropped during commercial breaks as people rushed to use bathrooms before their shows returned. Tonight was different. Tonight, NBC was gambling that institution on 6 unknown actors and a coffee shop. Warren Littlefield stood behind the technical director, hands gripped behind his back, watching the broadcast feed with the intensity of a general observing a battlefield. "Are the audio levels good?" he asked. "Perfect," the sound engineer confirmed. "Picture. Clean." Beside him, the head of comedy development checked her tablet. "Social media monitoring is active. We are tracking sentiment in real time." Littlefield nodded but didn't look away from the screen. This was it. 13 episodes ordered, significant marketing spend, a Thursday night slot that could make or break careers. If Friends worked, it would anchor NBC's comedy block for years. If it failed, every executive in this room would be answering uncomfortable questions by Monday. The opening credits began. New York City random Upper West Side apartment. Maya sat on her couch with a bowl of popcorn balanced on her lap. Her roommate, Elfie, sprawled on the floor with her back against the coffee table. The TV was on, volume already adjusted, the previous show's credits rolling toward the commercial break. "What do you think?" Elfie said, scrolling through her phone without looking up. 6 people sitting in a coffee shop talking? Can that even be called a show? That's just life. Boring life. The promos looked funny. Maya offered, though her own conviction wavered slightly. She had been burned before by promising trailers that led to unwatchable shows. The promos for every sitcom look funny. Elfie countered. Then you watch the actual episode, and it's laugh track hell with jokes that were stale in the 90s. Remember that one we watched last month? The one with the quirky neighbor. Maya winced. Don't remind me. You bet. We gave it 15 minutes and wanted those 15 minutes back. Maya didn't argue further. Elfie had a valid point. Most new sitcoms died within 3 episodes. For excellent reasons. Weak writing, forced chemistry, concepts that sounded better in pitch meetings than they played on screen. The graveyard of failed sitcoms was vast and well-populated. Still, something about the Friends ads had caught her attention. The writing felt sharper than usual, less formulaic. The setup was simple, almost deceptively so, but there was something in the rhythm of the dialogue, the way the actors played off each other even in 30-second spots, that felt different. "Just give it 10 minutes. Maya said. "If it sucks, we will switch to something else. I promise." Elfie shrugged, still not looking up from her phone. "Fine. Whatever." The previous show ended. Commercials rolled, car insurance, fast food. A trailer for an action movie called The Matrix, which kinda made them lift their heads, only to drop again once it was followed by another boring commercial. Then the screen faded to black. A beat of silence. The opening shot appeared, New York City skyline, morning light catching the buildings just right, the familiar fountain that every New Yorker recognized even if they had never actually stopped to look at it properly. Then the coffee shop, Central Perk. The interior was warm, inviting, and lived in. And then Rachel burst through the door in a wedding dress. Maya sat up slightly. Elfie's scrolling slowed. The first lines of dialogue hit. Rachel frantic, confused, trying to explain why she'd just run out on her own wedding. Monica's reaction, a mix of concern and exasperation that felt genuinely sisterly. The rest of the group responded with varying degrees of helpfulness. "Ah, they look so cute," Elif said after about 90 seconds. "Tour," Sarah murmured, but she was smiling. The episode moved quickly. No slow setup, no excessive exposition, no characters stopping mid-scene to explain their relationships to each other for the audience's benefit. Rachel arrived, frantic and lost. The group reacted, some welcoming, some skeptical, all distinct. Monica's neurotic energy, the way she straightened things that didn't need straightening while talking. Ross's awkward crush, visible in every glance even when he wasn't speaking. Chandler's deflective sarcasm, using humor like a shield. Joey's earnest stupidity, genuine without being caricature. Phoebe's cheerful weirdness, grounded enough to feel like a real person rather than a quirk generator. Each character was introduced economically, through action and dialogue rather than explanation. And somehow it worked. They are all very unique. Jessica admitted during a brief pause in dialogue. "The writing's good," Sarah said. "Listen to how they talk. It sounds like real people." Elfie made a non-committal sound but didn't look away from the screen. The first commercial break hit. Neither of them moved. Maya expected Jessica to immediately grab her phone, start scrolling, and disconnect. That was the test. If a show couldn't hold you. Through the commercial break, it had already lost. But Elfie just sat there, staring at a car commercial without really seeing it. "We are watching episode 2, aren't we?" Maya asked. "I need to check my schedule," Jessica said defensively. "Also, it's only been 8 minutes. I heard it will be available on Netflix after airing." "Oh, that's kinda convenient." The show returned. Ross was trying to build furniture, failing spectacularly. The physical comedy was good. Genuine timing, real commitment to the bit. But what sold it was everyone else's reactions. The way Monica tried to help, but made it worse, and how Chandler offered commentary instead of assistance. And finally how Joey just watched like it was entertainment. Maya found herself laughing. Elfie laughed too. 18 minutes in, the group was back at Central Perk. The scene was simple, just a conversation that happens when friends had nothing particular to discuss, but enjoyed each other's company enough that it didn't matter. Behind them, barely visible, a barista moved around the counter. Blonde hair, neutral expression, and completely unremarkable. He set down a coffee cup, said something inaudible to another customer, and walked off screen. Maya barely registered with him. Elfie didn't seem to notice at all. The scene continued, the camera staying focused on the main cast. Ross was talking about his ex-wife. The hurt was visible even through the attempt at casual discussion. Rachel was trying to be supportive, but clearly had no idea how to navigate this kind of emotional terrain. Monica compensated by being aggressively helpful. Chandler made jokes to cut the tension. It was a small scene. But, "There's Sue." "Good," Maya said quietly. "Like, all of them, the casting is perfect." "I don't recognize any of them," Elfie said. "Are they all completely unknown?" "I think so. I looked it up yesterday. None of them have done anything major." "That's insane. The chemistry is too good for a first episode with unknowns." Maya nodded. Chemistry was the thing you couldn't fake, couldn't manufacture in casting sessions or table reads. Either it existed or it didn't. And somehow, impossibly, these 6 actors had it. The balcony scene arrived around the 22-minute mark. Ross and Rachel stood on Monica's balcony, ostensibly getting air, actually having one of those conversations that was about everything except what it was really about. The dialogue was simple, but underneath, tension, history, something unspoken threading through every word. The chemistry was undeniable. "Oh no," Elfie said. "What?" "I am invested." Elfie pointed at the screen. "In them. I want them to get together. It's episode 1, and I already want them to get together." "That's not fair." Maya grinned. "Welcome to caring about a sitcom. I didn't consent to this." Too late. The episode was winding down now, moving toward its conclusion. The pacing had been tight throughout. No wasted dialogues. No scenes that overstayed their welcome. The final scene arrived. The group sat together at Central Perk, laughing about something inconsequential, the kind of nothing moment that somehow meant everything when you were with the right people. The camera pulled back slowly, widening to show the entire coffee shop. And there, behind the counter, clearly visible now, was the barista. Blonde, quiet, and watching them with a faint, unreadable expression. He wiped down the counter one more time, methodical and unhurried, then disappeared into the back. Maya noticed him this time. Something about the movement, the framing, felt deliberate. Like the camera wanted you to see him without drawing attention to the fact that you were seeing him. "Who's the barista?" she asked. Elfie squinted at the screen. "No idea. Background character? Maybe." The scene faded. Credits rolled. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Elfie sat up from the floor, turning to face Sarah with an expression of mild betrayal. "Okay," she said slowly. "That was actually good." Maya grinned. "Told you. I am not saying it's great." Elfie clarified. "But definitely down for the second episode." Next week." "Next week," Elfie confirmed. Maya pulled out her phone, curiosity getting the better of her. Twitter was already slowly getting the sniff of the show. She scrolled through reactions. At ComedyFan92. "Okay, I wasn't expecting much, but Friends is actually really good." At Skeptical Viewer. "That was surprisingly solid. I will watch episode 2". At TV Addict. "The chemistry between these actors is insane for a pilot. How did they find 6 unknowns this good?" At Forever. I ship it already. I don't care if it's episode 1, I ship it. At sitcom hater, fine. Fine. It was good. Happy now. The reactions were overwhelmingly positive, not universal. Nothing ever was. But the ratio of enthusiasm to criticism was startlingly high for a new show. Guess we are not the only ones who liked it, Maya reported. Elfie leaned over to look at the screen. Huh, maybe we are not idiots for liking it. Or maybe we're all idiots together. That's the spirit. Maya kept scrolling, reading reactions, watching as the conversation grew and spread. Fan accounts were already being created. Ship names were being proposed. People were debating which character was the best, which actor stole the show, whether the Ross-Rachel thing would actually happen or just be endless teasing. Then she saw it. A thread, buried slightly but gaining traction. At Film Theory Guy. Okay, this is gonna sound insane, but did anyone else think the barista looked familiar? At Casual Watcher. The blonde guy? No, why? At Film Theory Guy. I swear I've seen him before. Can't place it though. At Skeptical Fan. It's probably just an actor. Background casting. At Film Theory Guy. Yeah, probably. Still bugging me though. Maya almost mentioned it to Elfie, then decided against it. It was probably nothing. Just someone's face triggering. Vague recognition, the way strangers sometimes did. She set her phone down. So, Elfie said, what should we eat now? Already hungry. Yeah, I didn't notice it while watching the show. Well, I can't blame you. Lie Studios screening room. Regal sat in the back row, watching the broadcast feed on the large screen. Marta and David sat a few rows ahead, holding hands without realizing it. Their posture was rigid, bodies tense with the kind of anxiety that came from watching something you'd created be judged in real time by millions of people. Samantha stood near the door, monitoring live reactions across multiple platforms. Simon sat beside Regal, silent, waiting. The room was dark except for the glow from the screen. No one spoke. They had already seen the episode. Multiple times. In editing, in test screenings, in the final color-corrected version that NBC approved for broadcast. But this was different. This was real. Regal watched the opening scene play out. Zero Rachel in the wedding dress, the group's reactions, the setup establishing itself with economy and precision. The episode continued. At the 18-minute mark, his scene arrived. Central Perk, the group on the couch and behind them, barely visible, Gunther making coffee. Regal watched himself on screen with the detached interest of someone evaluating a technical problem. The performance was exactly what they'd needed. Unremarkable, functional, background. A person doing their job while more interesting. Things happened around them. No one in this room reacted to his appearance. They had all known he was playing the role. But out there, in living rooms across the country, most people wouldn't notice. That was intentional. Regal had deliberately avoided any publicity about his casting, except for the careful leak he planned with the MeTuber DJ. And when asked directly, the studio had given vague non-answers, without any valid confirmation. Because the moment it became Regal Seraphsail's acting debut, the focus shifted. It stopped being about friends and became about him. And this show didn't need that weight. It needed to stand on its own, at least for now, as he doubted it won't stay hidden for too long before he had to conform. The episode moved toward its conclusion. The final scene at Central Perk, the camera pulling back to show the full space. Gunther was visible behind the counter, watching the group with that quiet, unreadable expression Lena had directed him toward. Then the fade-out. Credits rolled. For a long moment, no one in the screening room moved. Then Marta started tearing, while she stared at the screen. David put his arm around her, his own eyes suspiciously bright. I still can't believe we made it through. Marta whispered. Regal stood, walking down to their row. Preliminary numbers are strong. Samantha reported. Very strong, actually. Ratings are tracking above projections. Next week's the real test. David said. Anyone can watch a pilot. Out of curiosity, the question is whether they will come back. They will come back. Regal said with conviction. They have to. It's too good not to. Samantha's tablet chimed. She glanced down, eyebrows rising slightly. NBC just sent preliminary ratings, she said. 18 million viewers. Silence. 18 million? Marta repeated. 18.2, to be exact, subject to adjustment, but that's the early estimate. David laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. That's huge for a pilot. Marta wiped her eyes, composing herself. 18 million people had just watched something they had built from nothing. Watching 6 unknown actors become a family as a coffee shop becomes a world. And tomorrow, those people will talk about it. At work, at school, online. They would debate which character was funniest, whether Ross and Rachel should get together, what the dynamic meant. They would invest. And if enough of them came back next week, and the week after that, then maybe, just maybe, they had built something that would last. Samantha was still scrolling through social media reactions, occasionally reading particularly notable ones aloud. Then she paused. "There's a thread gaining traction," she said carefully. "About Gunther." Simon, who'd been silent throughout, finally spoke. "I was thinking how long it would take before you can form it yourself." Regal considered. 3 episodes, maybe 4. And then it won't matter. By that point, the show will have its own momentum. It won't need me. That was the plan. Give Friends time to establish itself on its own merits before the reveal shifts the narrative. Let the characters breathe before the meta-conversation took over. Marta stood, stretching. "I need a drink, possibly several drinks." "I will join you," David said immediately. They headed for the door, still holding hands, still processing. Samantha followed, giving Regal a brief nod. Simon remained. "Your acting was great," he said quietly. "I barely get to watch much of me." Regal replied. Simon said, "You know, I am glad we decided to produce this show." "Whoa, you have never said that even for multi-million projects, right?" "Even I was surprised at how satisfied I am feeling right now." "That's what good producing is." Simon didn't comment. He just nodded. Number 332. Chapter 332, The Incredible Hulk. February 2015. Lie Studios. Regal sat in his office reviewing production timelines, and, honestly, the picture wasn't pretty. Captain America, the First Avenger, Thor, and Batman, Knight of Gotham were all in active script development. He had provided detailed story outlines for each, 40 to 60 pages of narrative structure, character arcs, key plot points, thematic through-lines, and handed them off to dedicated writing teams to make a bounded script. The back and forth had been constant. Captain America's writers kept wanting to modernize Steve Rogers, make him less Boy Scout and more cynical. Regal kept pushing back, insisting that Rogers' unwavering moral clarity was the entire point of the character. Thor's team struggled with the tonal balance between Asgardian mythology and Earth-based humor. Too much comedy, and it became a joke, and the audiences would disengage from the fantasy elements. Batman presented different challenges, finding the line between dark interpretation and something that fit within a shared universe where Superman existed. All 3 scripts needed to be locked by summer if they wanted to maintain the original release schedule of next year. Casting would need to happen simultaneously, which meant making major decisions about actors who would define these characters for potentially a decade. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a question kept circulating. Was releasing 3 major superhero films in 1 year too much? The market had never seen anything like what Regal was building. Iron Man had succeeded, Spider-Man had succeeded, Superman had exceeded every expectation. But flooding theaters with multiple entries from the same universe in a 12-month span risked audience fatigue. That was a decision for later, though. Right now, his focus needed to be on the one film actually releasing this year. The Incredible Hulk. The script sat on his desk, the final draft, personally written by him with input from the MDCU writing team. Unlike the other 3 films where he had provided outlines and supervised, this one he had written himself because Hulk was complicated. In his previous world, the character had been rebooted multiple times. 2 distinct film iterations, Ang Lee's Hulk in 2003, then The Incredible Hulk in 2008. Neither had quite cracked the code of making Bruce Banner's story work as both character study and blockbuster entertainment. More than that, Hulk's origin had always been unclear in the broader Marvel timeline. Was it before Iron Man? After? How did it connect to the larger universe? The chronology had been messy, contradictory, retrofitted to make sense after the fact. Regal had fixed that. This version would fit cleanly into the established timeline, taking place concurrently with the events between Iron Man and Spider-Man, with specific references that locked it into the continuity without requiring viewers to have seen every previous film. The story followed the basic structure of the 2008 film, Banner on the Run, trying to cure himself, pursued by the military, but with deeper character work and clearer thematic focus. He had been careful with the script, representing weeks of work, ensuring every detail served both the individual story and the larger universe. Now he just needed someone to direct it. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Come in." John Tunnard entered, and Regal gestured to the chair across from his desk. John sat down, trying not to look as nervous as he obviously felt. Regal studied him for a moment. They had history, though John probably assumed he had forgotten about it. 3 years ago, John had been working as an entertainment journalist, one of those interviewers who asked controversial questions to generate clicks and get noticed by editors. He had been at a press event for one of Regal's early projects, and he had asked Alexander, Regal's former assistant director, a pointed question. It must be nice having it easier than most directors, given Regal's backing. The auditorium had gone uncomfortably quiet. Alexander had handled it professionally, but Regal had noticed the question and noticed the interviewer who had asked it, John Tunnard. At the time, Regal had recognized something in the question that most people missed. It wasn't purely rage bait. There was genuine frustration underneath it, the kind that came from someone who had entered the industry wanting to direct, but couldn't break through, watching someone else get opportunities he felt he deserved. The irony wasn't lost on Regal. Now John was sitting across from him, potentially about to receive the exact opportunity he had once resented someone else getting. And somewhere out there, another struggling interviewer might ask him the same question John had asked Alexander. 2 months ago, John had received the call. Regal's assistant, Samantha, had been characteristically direct. "Mr. Seraphsail would like to discuss a directing opportunity with you. Are you available next week?" John had nearly dropped his phone. After being fired from his previous job and somehow landing work on the set of the very person indirectly responsible for that dismissal. He had been working independently since leaving the Spider-Man production, trying to build a portfolio of short films and spec commercials that might get him noticed. The work was fine, paid decently, but it wasn't what he had gotten into this industry for. And when he had left to focus on his own filmmaking, he had thanked Regal personally for helping him rediscover his passion for the craft itself rather than just reporting on other people's work. He hadn't expected anything to come from it. Certainly hadn't expected this. A phone call offering him a chance to direct what Samantha had described only as a green monster movie. Now the script sat in front of him, and Regal was watching him with that unreadable expression he wore when evaluating people. Regal pushed the Hulk script across the desk. "Read it," he said. "If you are not interested after that, we will shake hands, and you can go back to documentary work." John picked up the script with both hands. He opened the first page. Fade in. Int. Bottling factory day. The factory floor is loud. Machinery running at full capacity. Bottles moving along conveyor belts in endless streams. Workers maintaining rhythm with practiced efficiency. Bruce Banner, late 30s, works at the quality control station. He's thin, unremarkable in factory uniform and safety glasses. His movements are precise, economical, checking bottles as they pass without wasted motion. A heart rate monitor is visible on his wrist beneath his sleeve, 68 BPM. The production line operates smoothly until Bruce's hand catches on a rough edge of machinery. A small cut, barely noticeable. He doesn't even react to the pain, just pulls his hand back and examines it. A single drop of blood wells up. He immediately hits the emergency stop button. The entire production line grinds to a halt with a pneumatic hiss. Other workers look up, confused, annoyed at the interruption. "Supervisor, OS," in Portuguese. "What happened?" Bruce doesn't answer, focused entirely on the machinery in front of him. He grabs a cleaning solution and cloth, wiping down every surface his hand might have touched. Meticulous, thorough, checking twice. The supervisor approaches, irritated. "Supervisor," in Portuguese. "Banner, what are you doing? Why did you stop the line?" Bruce, in Portuguese, not looking up. "Contamination, I need to clean it." Supervisor. "Contamination? It's a small cut. Just put on a bandage and get back to work." Bruce continues cleaning, checking the bottles that had already passed his station. He pulls 3 from the line, examining them carefully under the fluorescent lights. Clean, clean, and clean. He exhales slowly, checking his heart rate monitor, 75 BPM. Bruce, in Portuguese. "Sorry. All clean now." He restarts the line. The supervisor walks away shaking his head, muttering about paranoid Americans. Bruce returns to his station, hand now bandaged, continuing his work with the same careful precision. What he doesn't see: one bottle, already past his inspection point before he hit the emergency stop, moving down the conveyor belt with the others. Inside it, barely visible against the clear soda, a single drop of blood. The bottle gets capped, labeled, boxed, shipped. John stopped reading, a chill running down his spine despite the warmth of Regal's office. That was it. That was how they found him. One drop of blood Banner didn't know about, contaminated with gamma radiation, shipped to some random customer who would drink it or, no, someone would test it. The military had probably been monitoring for exactly this kind of trace evidence. 5 years Banner had stayed hidden, and one microscopic mistake ended it. John continued reading, excitedly. Moving on. The script jumped forward. Bruce discovering his mistake too late, the realization that the bottle had shipped days ago. His panicked attempt to track it through factory records, finding the shipping manifest, understanding that by now the military probably already knew. Then the soldiers arrived at the favela. Bruce running. His heart rate climbed as he fled across rooftops, through narrow alleys, the monitor on his wrist beeping faster and faster. 145 BPM. 155 BPM. 165 BPM. John's own pulse was elevated just reading it. Then Bruce made it to a safe house. Temporary, somewhere he could catch his breath and think. Soldiers closing in, gunfire and tear gas canisters crashing through windows. Bruce was trapped in a back room, nowhere left to run, surrounded. His heart rate was 169 BPM. A soldier kicked down the door, weapon raised. 170 BPM. And then, smash. Number 333. Chapter 333, The Incredible Hulk, 2. Int. Factory safe house, backroom day. Bruce's eyes flash green. His pupils dilate, the color spreading across his entire iris like ink in water. The soldier's expression changes from professional aggression to primal fear. Soldier, into radio. Contact. Subject is. He doesn't finish. Bruce's body begins to change. It wasn't a typical hero transformation. Instead, it was fast, violent, and wrong. His spine arches backward with a sound like breaking wood. Muscle mass expands so rapidly his shirt tears apart. Skin shifts from normal flesh tone to deep green, the transformation spreading outward from his core. Height increasing, 6 feet to 7 to 8 to 9. The soldier fires his weapon. 3 shots. The bullets hit. Bruce's transforming body jerks from the impact. But they don't penetrate. The wounds are already closing, green skin knitting back together faster than the damage can register. The Hulk's hand shoots out, impossibly fast for something that size, and grabs the soldier by his tactical vest, lifts him off the ground, throws him through the wall. The soldier crashes through plaster and wood, tumbling into the adjacent room, unconscious. Before he hits the ground, more soldiers pour through the door. The Hulk roars, a sound that doesn't belong to anything human, something between rage and anguish and pure primal fury. And then he moves. EXT, favela streets, day. The Hulk crashes through the side of the building, debris exploding outward. He lands in the street, cracking pavement under his weight. For a moment, he just stands there, breathing hard, looking at his own hands like he doesn't recognize them. Then soldiers open fire from multiple positions. Gunfire, dozens of weapons and bullets sparking off his skin, tearing through the air around him. The Hulk's expression shifts from confusion to rage. He picks up a car, an entire car, easily 2 tons, and throws it at the nearest military position. The vehicle tumbles through the air, crashes into a building, soldiers scattering. The Hulk runs, each step covering 15 feet, massive legs propelling him forward with terrifying speed. He leaps, clearing an entire building, 30 feet vertical, landing on a rooftop that partially collapses under the impact. Jumps again. Each leap took him further from the soldiers, deeper into the favela, moving with desperate animal instinct away from the threat. Behind him, destruction, collapsed buildings, burning vehicles, injured soldiers calling for backup. The military had been hunting Bruce Banner for 5 years. They had finally found him, and now they understood why he had been running. John set the script down, hands actually shaking. His heart was pounding like he had just run a marathon. Goosebumps covered his arms despite the temperature-controlled office. That transformation sequence. He had read action scenes before, lots of them. Scripts that described fights and chases and explosions with varying degrees of competence. It felt like watching something happen, like being present for violence that was simultaneously horrifying and impossible to look away from. The way Regal had written it, the specific details of Bruce's body changing, the sound design implied in the description, the soldier's perspective shifting from professional to terrified, the Hulk's own confusion before the rage took over. John could see it, the entire sequence fully formed in his mind, exactly how it would look on screen. The transformation wouldn't be a spectacle. It would be a pure adrenaline rush, something that happened to Bruce against his will. And when the Hulk finally moved, throwing cars, leaping buildings, each action described with just enough detail to convey the impossible physics of it, John felt a weird satisfaction just reading the words on the page. This was going to look incredible on screen. Incredible like the title suggested, beyond belief, impossible to fully comprehend, something that demanded to be seen in IMAX with a sound that rattled your chest. He picked up the script again, flipping forward, scanning subsequent pages rapidly. The military pursuit. Betty Ross. Searches for Bruce independently, driven by guilt and love. Samuel Stearns trying to help develop a cure. Emil Blonsky enhanced with super soldier serum, becoming addicted to the power it gave him. The script built methodically toward the final confrontation. Blonsky transforms into Abomination, Bruce having to choose between staying hidden or letting the Hulk out one more time to stop a monster he'd inadvertently helped create. John read the climax, the battle between Hulk and Abomination, and felt his pulse spike again. Two creatures, each weighing several tons, tearing through an urban campus like it was made of cardboard. The property damage was described in clinical detail. Buildings collapsed, vehicles crushed, pavement cracked and broken, while Bruce fought for control from inside the Hulk's consciousness. Not trying to suppress the rage anymore, trying to direct it. The script ended with Bruce accepting that he had never been normal again, negotiating an uneasy alliance with General Ross, choosing to learn to coexist with the Hulk rather than keep running from it. John closed the script and looked up at Regal, who had been sitting quietly the entire time, just watching him read. "Well?" Regal asked. John opened his mouth to speak, then stopped. What was he supposed to say? That this was the best script he had ever read? That the action sequences alone would be worth the price of admission? That the character work was deeper than most dramas pretending to be? Important? All of that was true, but it felt inadequate. "I won't do this film," he said suddenly. Regal raised an eyebrow. "No, not if incredible isn't part of the title." The words came out without thinking, pure instinct, and for a second John worried he had just blown the entire opportunity with a stupid joke. Then Regal laughed, a genuine, surprised sound. "Don't worry, there is no Hulk without incredible," Regal said, like he was testing how it sounded. "So is that a yes?" Regal stood and extended his hand across the desk. "Pre-production starts in 3 weeks. Casting begins in May. I want your initial vision board and shot list in 2 weeks." John stood and shook his hand, grip firm. "You will have it in 1 week." He turned to leave, script in hand, then paused at the door. "Thank you," he managed finally. "Let's see if you could say the same thing after production starts when you're exhausted and second-guessing every decision and wondering if this was the worst mistake of your career." "I will thank you then too." Regal smiled slightly. "Good luck." Outside the conference room, John Tunnard sat in his car, the script resting on his passenger seat. He stared at it. Then he picked up his phone and called his wife. "Hey," he said when she answered. "I got the job." Her squeal of excitement made him pull the phone away from his ear. "Congratulations." He listened to her rapid-fire questions, smiling to himself. "I can't explain everything right now," he said, glancing back at the script. "But I think I finally did it. All the hard work. And more than that, the script is incredible." He glanced at the script again. "Right. Incredible, nothing less than that. I think this might be the most important thing I will ever work on." More excited talking from his wife. "I love you too. I will be home in an hour. We will celebrate." He hung up, started the car, and drove home with the script beside him, already thinking about camera angles, casting choices, how to translate Bruce Banner's internal struggle into something visual. how to make a monster sympathetic, how to make rage tragic, how to tell a story about a man learning to live with his demons instead of running from them. It was going to be hard, exhausting, a challenge of his career. He couldn't wait to start. Back to Regal. By the time John stepped out, Regal was already on the line with Darren. So, did you manage to contact his agent? Apparently, he doesn't have one. Could have guessed that actually. But yeah, he is willing to fly to the US for the audition. Cool. Arrange his flights, and send him the copy of the script. Got it. Yeah, see you. Good work. Regal ended the call. They had been talking about the actor he intended to cast as Hulk. The name he had landed on was Karl-Heinz Urban. Yep, the same New Zealand actor who, in Regal's previous world, would later go on to play Billy Butcher in one of the most successful modern television series, The Boys. Here, though, Karl-Heinz was still at the very beginning. Small indie films, a few television appearances, and is yet to make his debut in Hollywood. From the moment Regal had come across him, he'd known he wanted to work with him. And now, with a role as raw and imposing as Hulk on the table, there was no reason not to make the offer. None at all. But, yeah, he also had one thought running in his mind. Was this world ready for a show like The Boys? Alas, he had to see it for himself, and he doubts it is going to be anytime soon. For now, he was simply looking forward to seeing Karl-Heinz Urban step into the role of Hulk. Number 334. Chapter 334. The Matrix Release. March 2015. The Hulk script had been locked. John Tunnard was deep in pre-production, assembling department heads and building vision boards that captured the visceral, tragic quality Regal had written into every page. The main casting would begin in May, though he already met Karl-Heinz, and their decision is still in progress. Anyway, the film is scheduled to shoot through summer for a late fall release. Now Regal's attention shifted to something else, something that had been building quietly for months and was about to explode into public consciousness. The Matrix. On February 20th, 2015, while Ryan Reynolds dominated box office conversation with Deadpool's unprecedented Valentine's Day opening, something else dropped online almost unnoticed at first. A trailer, 60 seconds long. It opened with silence, complete, unsettling silence, before a phone began ringing. Then, the green code, cascading down a black screen, Matrix digital rain that meant nothing to anyone seeing it for the first time, but somehow felt significant, ominous, like watching reality's source code made visible. Keanu's voice, barely above a whisper. Have you ever had a dream that you were so sure was real? What if you couldn't wake up? How would you know the difference between the dream world and the real world? Flashes of imagery. A woman in leather running along a building. Men in black suits and sunglasses moving with inhuman precision. Someone dodging bullets that left vapor trails in the air. Keanu screaming as his mouth sealed shut impossibly. Then Lawrence Fishburne's voice, deep and commanding. What is The Matrix? The title appeared, The Matrix. Release date, March 31st, 2015. Story by Regal Seraphsail. Directed by Alexander. The trailer ended. Within 24 hours, the trailer had generated over 10 million views across various platforms. Not Deadpool numbers. Nothing was touching Deadpool that weekend, but significant for something that refused to explain itself. March 15th, 2015. Keanu sat across from Jimmy Fallon, who had been trying for 10 minutes to get an actual answer about what The Matrix was about. Come on, Jimmy said, laughing but clearly frustrated. You have to give us something. What's the movie about? Keanu smiled. I can't really explain it without spoiling the experience. Try anyway. Okay. Keanu leaned forward slightly, considering how to phrase it. When I first heard the script, when Alexander sat me down and walked me through the concept, I was actually a bit blank afterward. Blank? Yeah, like, I understood the words individually, but putting them together created this cognitive dissonance where I started questioning things I would never have thought to question before. Jimmy looked delighted. That's not helpful at all. I know what I am saying doesn't make sense right now. Keanu continued, and there was genuine earnestness in his voice. But after watching the movie, you will understand why I can't explain it. The film has to show you. Telling you it would ruin what makes it work. So it's confusing? No, it's clarifying. But in a way that only makes sense once you've experienced it. Jimmy turned to the audience. Does anyone understand what he's saying? Mixed laughter and confusion from the crowd. See, this is what I have been dealing with for months. Jimmy said, everyone involved in this movie talks like they're in a cult. Maybe we are. Keanu replied, deadpan. That got a bigger laugh. Jimmy shifted topics. I have to ask about something else that's been all over social media. You and Regal Seraphsail crashed a wedding. We didn't crash it. Keanu corrected, smiling now. We were invited. So if you are invited, you gotta show up? If it feels genuine enough. How was your experience? It was fun, Keanu said simply. We showed up with genuine intention of congratulating the new couple, gave a toast, and a pic. That's about it. They seemed happy we came. The clip went viral immediately. Keanu's earnest description of why they had attended, the image of two of Hollywood's most prominent figures showing up to a fan's wedding just because they had been invited and had the time. It generated exactly the kind of positive press that money couldn't buy, humanizing both of them while reinforcing the mystique around The Matrix by association. March 20th to 30th, 2015. The remaining days before premiere became a blur of promotional activity. Keanu and Alexander hit every major talk show, every entertainment program, every outlet that would have them. And at every single appearance, they maintained the mystery, answering questions without revealing anything, generating intrigue through deliberate vagueness. The marketing campaign continued its minimalist approach. One poster design, green coat on black, the title, the tagline. TV spots that had a pure atmosphere. The phone ringing, reality glitching, that one line. What is the Matrix? Meanwhile, Deadpool was still performing well in theaters, having crossed $700 million worldwide. Friends was dominating Thursday night television ratings. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire was locked for summer release with the first native 3D experience in the franchise. And The Matrix sat at the center of entertainment conversation despite, or because of, the fact that almost no one knew what it actually was. March 31st, 2015. Los Angeles Chinese Theater 6:47 p.m. The premieres are scheduled for about an hour. And for now, the red carpet stretching down Hollywood Boulevard, as camera flashes of paparazzi and media are in full swing. Keanu Reeves stepped out of the Blacktown car with Saren beside him, and the crowd erupted. Keanu, Saren, we love you. You two are perfect together. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Ever since Saren's accident on Academy Awards night, when she had been hit by a drunk driver just hours before the ceremony, the public had rallied around the couple with protective intensity. What had started as sympathy had transformed into genuine affection as they watched Keanu cancel appearances to stay by her side during recovery, as they saw Saren return and even win the Best Costume for Spider-Man last year. The audience just loved cheering for the cute and charming couple. A teenage girl near the barrier held a sign. Keanu plus Saren equals relationship goals. Another fan's poster read, real love exists and it looks like them. Keanu waved to the crowd, his arm around Saren's waist, and she smiled with the kind of warmth that made photographers scramble for the shot. Behind them, another town car arrived. The crowd's energy shifted, anticipation building as Regal Seraphsail stepped out, extending his hand to help Gwendolyn from the vehicle. Regal, Gwen, we ship it. Their reception was different, but equally enthusiastic. Where Keanu and Saren represented romantic idealism, Regal and Gwendolyn embodied something else. Power couple energy, two people at the top of their respective fields who somehow made it work despite impossibly busy schedules. Gwendolyn was the owner of Everleaf Press, who believed and had published Regal's first book of Harry Potter, which is currently the modern era's most-selling book every year in millions. Together, they were the kind of couple that made Forbes write articles analyzing their combined net worth and cultural influence. But the fans didn't care about that. They cared that Regal looked at Gwendolyn like she was the only person in the room, even surrounded by hundreds. That she had been spotted on set during productions, bringing him coffee and making sure he actually ate. And the candid photos that occasionally surfaced, the two of them walking through bookstores on rare days off, or sitting in coffee shops arguing about story structure. The four of them, Keanu, Saren, Regal, and Gwendolyn, stopped for obligatory photos at the main press backdrop. Photographers shouted directions. flashes creating a strobe effect that never quite felt normal no matter how many premieres you attended. They had almost made it to the theater entrance when a photographer's voice cut through the chaos. Regal, Keanu, one photo of you, both with your partners. The photographer clearly recognized the opportunity for something more valuable. Two of Hollywood's most talked about couples in a single frame. Sure, Keanu said easily, glancing at Regal. Why not? Regal agreed. They repositioned. Keanu and Saren on the left, Regal and Gwendolyn on the right. The four of them arranged in a way that looked natural rather than staged. The photo captured something specific. For people who genuinely enjoyed each other's company, whose relationships existed independent of publicity needs, whose presence together felt authentic rather than manufactured. After the shot, Regal, Gwendolyn, and Saren headed inside, escaping the red carpet. Keanu stayed behind. He was the star of the film, which meant interview obligations that couldn't be avoided. Simon appeared from the theater entrance as the three of them entered. "We are seated in 20 minutes, he said. Regal replied. "Everyone important here. Cast, crew, studio executives, press." Alexander's already inside. Outside, Keanu was in his third interview, and again he heard the same question. "So what is the Matrix?" "Huh." Keanu laughed. Genuine, charismatic, the kind of laugh that made him likable even when he was probably not answering questions. "You have waited this long, so a few more minutes shouldn't be a big deal, right?" he said. Obviously, he can't reveal it, even if it's going to be all over the internet in a few hours. This was their main promotional tactic that took the film to the public. They avoided each and every traditional promotional tactic of preparing the audience, releasing behind-the-scenes featurettes explaining the plot, and even the interviews where the stars accidentally revealed major story beats. Instead, they bet everything on one tagline. What is the Matrix? Many media houses and critics had called it pretentious, accusing them of hiding a weak story behind marketing gimmicks, and that it would backfire. That audiences wouldn't show up for a film they couldn't understand from the advertising. But Regal had been adamant about the approach, and Alexander had agreed. The Matrix had done the opposite of what Deadpool's campaign did from the same live studio, where posters plastered across cities with different taglines and joke variations, a Valentine's Day angle that turned an R-rated superhero movie into date night. One tagline, with minimal explanation. Make people curious enough that they had to see it opening weekend just to understand what everyone was talking about. The strategy had worked better than anyone expected, which was shown in advanced ticket sales and social media speculation that had reached fever pitch. And that uncertainty had become the marketing itself. Now, standing on the red carpet with photographers still shouting his name and fans still screaming support, Keanu understood why the approach had been right. The journalist in front of him tried again. "Can you at least tell us what genre it is? Science fiction? Action? Thriller?" "Yes," Keanu said with that enigmatic smile that had become his trademark during this press tour. "Yes to which one?" "Yes to all of them. And none of them." He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice like he was sharing a secret. "I will say this, though, question everything you think you know about reality." He moved to the next interview, leaving her looking both delighted at getting something quotable and frustrated at still not having an actual answer. Inside the theater, 7:15 p.m. The lights dimmed. Regal sat in his usual spot, back row, aisle seat, where he could see both the screen and the audience's reactions. For a brief moment, he considered standing by the balcony exit instead, but Gwendolyn was already seated beside him. Kano and Alexander were somewhere in the middle of the theater, surrounded by cast and crew. The LA studios. Then the distribution network, Red Studio, appeared. Number 335. Chapter 335. The Matrix, Release 2. It was night, and inside an apartment. A computer screen glows in the darkness, lines of green code scrolling endlessly. Pull back to reveal Thomas Anderson, known online as Neo. 29. Programmer by day, hacker by night. He's fallen asleep at his keyboard. The phone rings. He jerks awake, disoriented. Nep questions. "Yeah." A voiceover is heard. "Hello, Neo." Neo freezes. That voice, he knows it, or thinks he does. "Who is this?" The voice. Over continues. "You know who this is. You've been looking for me, Neo. And now I have found you." Neo. The answer to your question is yes. The Matrix is real. Neo asks, what is the Matrix? That's the question that's been keeping you up at night. The question that brought you here. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. Alexander tried to watch the film, but his eyes always shifted to the audience. Luckily, he could see they were already leaning forward and getting hooked, which made him slightly loosen his body. Thereafter, the opening sequence unfolded. Trinity's impossible physics-defying escape. Agents that moved too fast, fought too precisely. The first glimpse that something was fundamentally wrong with this world. The action was spectacular. Alexander and his had delivered on every technical promise. Bullet-time photography that made action feel like poetry. Fight choreography that blended Hong Kong cinema with something entirely new. But it was the questions that held people. What is the Matrix? Why can Trinity do the impossible? Who are the agents? What is real? Every scene raised the stakes without providing answers. The film was structured like a puzzle box, each piece clicking into place, but revealing yet another layer of mystery. Alexander had watched this film dozens of times in post-production. He had supervised the edit, approved the sound design, signed off on every VFX shot. But watching it with an audience, feeling their collective confusion and fascination, was entirely different. This was the test. Not whether the film was technically accomplished. They already knew it was. But whether audiences would embrace the uncertainty. Whether they'd trust the film enough to follow it down the rabbit hole without knowing where it led. At the 40-minute mark, the reveal came. Suddenly, Neo stands in infinite whiteness. Morpheus appears beside him. He questions, "This isn't real?" Morpheus' voice answers again. "What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain." He produces a remote control, clicks it. Suddenly, they're sitting in chairs. The white void becomes a room, or the simulation of one. He continues, "The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room." He gestures to a window. Neo stands, approaches it. Outside, a city that looks normal and ordinary. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. He stands beside Neo. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Neo questions, "What truth?" Morpheus turns to face him directly. "That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage. Born into a prison. That you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind." He pauses, letting it sink in. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. He produces 2 pills. One red, one blue. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. He extends his hands, offering both pills. Remember, all I am offering is the truth. Nothing more. The theater was dead silent. Alexander could feel the weight of that moment landing. The choice, the point of no return. Neo's hand reached for the red pill, and the film shifted. What had been a sleek sci-fi mystery became something darker. The real world revealed. Not gleaming future cities, but ruins. Humans grow in pods, machines harvesting them for energy. The truth that reality itself was a lie. The audience reaction was visceral. Gasps. A few people whispering, "What the fuck," under their breath. Someone 3 rows ahead leaned over to their companion. "I was on my phone. Did I miss something?" The film continued. Neo's training. The revelation that the Matrix's rules could be bent, broken. That belief shaped reality inside the simulation. The action sequences escalated, lobby shootout, helicopter rescue, subway station confrontation. But underneath it all, the philosophical questions kept building. If your reality is a simulation, are you real? If you can manipulate that simulation, does that make you a god or still a prisoner? What does freedom mean when you've never known you were trapped? At 2 hours and 16 minutes, the final scene played. Neo stands on a busy street corner, people rushing past, oblivious. He's wearing sunglasses now, a long black coat. It looked classy. He pulls out a phone and dials. "I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. Intercut with the machine world, vast server farms, artificial intelligence processing his words. Neo continued. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. He looks up at the sky, or rather, at the simulated sky. I am going to hang up this phone, and then I am going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I am going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. He pauses. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you. He hangs up, looks directly at the camera, at the audience, smiles. Then he takes off, flying. The camera pulls back, showing the city from above. All those people, still trapped and unaware. Neo disappears into the sky. Smash cut to black. Title card, to be continued. The credits rolled, but nobody moved, which made Alexander subconsciously gulp. For a solid 15 seconds, the theater sat in absolute silence. Someone started clapping, then someone else, and within moments, the entire theater was on its feet. A standing ovation. Alexander looked like he was going to cry. Keanu, beside, was grinning and accepting handshakes from people around him. Gwendolyn behind the rows leaned close to Regal. You didn't want to direct this? Yeah. Is that too late? Later after party Roosevelt, Hotel 10:34 p.m. The party was in full swing. Cast and crew mingling with executives, press, and assorted Hollywood elite who had managed to secure invitations. Keanu was surrounded by people asking about the training, the philosophy, what it felt like to play someone discovering their entire reality was a lie. Alexander was doing his first major interviews as a director, looking more confident now that the film had actually screened and people hadn't walked out in confusion. Regal stood near the bar, nursing a drink and observing. A journalist from Variety approached. Lauren Mitchell, someone he had worked with before. Professional, smart, didn't ask stupid questions. Can I get a comment? She asked. On the record? Sure. The Matrix is going to be divisive. Some people will call it pretentious, overly philosophical. What do you say to that? Regal considered his answer carefully. I would say they are not wrong, he replied. It is philosophical by choice. We wanted to make a film that entertained but also challenged. That made people think about questions that don't have easy answers. Questions about reality. Questions about everything. Reality, identity, free will, the nature of consciousness. We live in a world where technology is advancing faster than our ability to process what it means. The Matrix is about asking, what happens when we can no longer trust our own perceptions? Lauren was taking notes. And you think audiences want that? Want to be challenged? Some will. Some won't. Regal took a drink. But I would rather make something that divides people than something everyone forgets the moment they leave the theater. Quotable. She smiled. One more question. The ending clearly sets up a sequel. Is that confirmed? Nothing's confirmed. But if audiences want more of this story, we have more story to tell. Can you give me any hints about where it would go? No. She laughed. Worth a shot. After she left, Gwendolyn appeared with fresh drinks. Across the room, Alexander was being interviewed by a film blog, gesturing enthusiastically about the bullet time photography and how they'd achieved certain shots. Keanu was in deep conversation with one of the philosophy consultants they had brought in during pre-production, actually debating the finer points of simulated reality. The crew was celebrating, drinking, relieved that months of brutal post-production had resulted in something they could be proud of. And somewhere out there, in theaters across the country, midnight screenings were about to start. People who had bought tickets weeks ago, who had been obsessing over trailers, who'd been asking, what is the Matrix, for months. They were about to find out. Regal's phone buzzed. A text from Simon. First midnight screening reactions coming in. You want to see? He replied, not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Tonight was for the team and celebrating what they had built. He will find out tomorrow if the rest of the world agrees. Number 336. Chapter 336. The Matrix Response. February 21st, 2026. Reddit thread, r/movies. U/CJake. Okay, so I just saw The Matrix and my brain is broken. Can someone explain what I just watched? Are we living in a computer simulation? Is this real life? Am I in the Matrix right now? U/nerd99. That's literally the point. The movie asks, how do you know your reality is real? What if everything you experience is just electrical signals interpreted by your brain? The Matrix is a prison you can't see, touch, or taste, a prison for your mind. U/AF 2000. Forget the philosophy. Did you see those action scenes? Keanu dodging bullets in slow motion? The lobby shootout. That's the best action choreography I have seen in years. U/casual viewer. I went in expecting a sci-fi action movie. I left questioning my entire existence. Thanks, Regal. Twitter. @FilmCriticSarah. The Matrix is Alexander's second film after Whiplash. And he's 2-4-2. Tighter direction, clearer vision, and he let Regal's story breathe. This deserved the praise Whiplash never quite got. #The Matrix. @Movie Review Guy. Keanu Reeves was the perfect choice for Neo. That confused, what is happening energy in the first act? The man was born to dodge bullets in a leather coat. @Action Cinema. The action blocks in The Matrix are revolutionary. Wirework plus martial arts plus bullet time equals cinema history. Every action director is going to steal from this movie for the next decade. Calling it now. @Indie Film Lover. Story by Regal, directed by Alexander. This is what happens when you pair a visionary storyteller with a technical perfectionist. Variety, Film Review Excerpt. The Matrix, a mind-bending action masterpiece. By Roger Ebert. Alexander's second directorial effort following the criminally underappreciated Whiplash proves that his debut was no fluke. Working from a story by Regal, Hollywood's current golden boy who seems incapable of a misstep, Alexander crafts a film that's simultaneously a philosophical treatise and a kinetic action spectacle. Keanu Reeves delivers his career-best performance as Neo. A hacker who discovers reality is a computer simulation. Reeves' natural bewilderment in the early scenes gives way to quiet intensity as Neo embraces his role as the One. It's a star-making turn for an actor who's been underestimated for years. But the real stars are the action sequences. The bullet time effect, where time slows to a crawl while the camera moves at normal speed, is destined to be copied, parroted, and celebrated for decades. The lobby shootout alone is worth the price of admission. Regal's story asks big questions. What is reality? What is free will? Can we escape the systems that control us? Alexander's direction ensures these questions never bog down the pacing. This is a film that trusts its audience to think, while also giving them the visceral thrill of watching Keanu Reeves kick people in the face. Rating: A. Some will say Whiplash deserved more recognition, perhaps. But The Matrix will not have that problem. IMDb Reviews. A watershed moment in filmmaking, and what a kick-ass masterpiece. October 10th. Immensely entertaining, intriguingly philosophical, and just about one of the best films ever made. October 10th. Good but not the greatest film ever made, 7 out of 10. What is The Matrix? Well, one of the best films ever for one thing. October 10th. Okay. Logan sat up on his bed, clearly high, gesturing wildly. What if we're already eyeing The Matrix right now? His roommate Carter threw a pillow at him. Dude, it's 3 a.m. No, but listen, Logan dodged the pillow. How do we know we're not? Like, right now, this moment. What if this whole dorm is just code? If we're in The Matrix, their third roommate William said from his desk, not looking up from his laptop. The graphics in the dining hall are shit. That meatloaf today looked like it was rendered on a PS2. Carter laughed. Bro, if I am in a simulation, why would they make me this broke? That's just cruel programming. Maybe that's the point. Logan insisted. Maybe The Matrix makes you broke, so you're too busy working to question reality. Or maybe you spent your money on weed and movie tickets. William replied. Red pill or blue pill? Logan held out his hands like he was offering actual pills. I am taking the blue pill and going to sleep, Carter said, pulling his blanket over his head. Wake me up when we're back in the real world. But what if we never were? A shoe hit Logan in the face. Would you rather? 15-year-old Brittany held up 2 chicken nuggets like they were pills. Red pill. Find out your crush doesn't like you back. Blue pill. Keep hoping forever. Her friend Jasmine immediately grabbed the red pill nugget and ate it. Red pill. I need to know. Bro, that's so sad though. Their friend Tyler protested. Blue pill means you can keep the fantasy alive. That's called delusion, Tyler. Jasmine shot back. It's called hope. It's called being pathetic. Their friend Aaron. Red pill. Eat school lunch. Blue pill. Stay hungry but keep your dignity. Everyone stared at their trays. I should have taken the blue pill. Brittany muttered, poking at her mystery meat. At the next table over, a group of freshmen were doing the same thing. Red pill. Tell your mom you failed the math test. Blue pill. Hide the test and pray. She never finds out. Blue pill, always blue pill. Bro, she's gonna find out eventually. That's my future me's problem. The vice principal walking by pinched the bridge of his nose. I am too old for this Matrix nonsense. 16-year-old David put down his fork dramatically. Family, red pill or blue pill? Red pill. I tell you I got a B on my chemistry test dash. You got a B? His mom looked delighted. Or blue pill. You live in blissful ignorance of my academic struggles. His dad looked up from his phone. What's this red pill blue pill thing? You kids keep saying it. It's from The Matrix, Dad. That movie I wanted to see, but you said was too violent. Oh, the one your brother saw? Dad glanced at 18-year-old Tyler, who suddenly looked very interested in his mashed potatoes. Tyler said he was going to Alex's house. I did go to Alex's house. Tyler said defensively. His house just happened to be at the movie theater. Mom sighed. Red pill or blue pill, honey? She looked at her husband. What? Red pill. We ground Tyler for lying. Blue pill. We pretend this conversation never happened and enjoy dinner. Dad considered this seriously. What did you think of the movie, Tyler? It was sick. Keanu dodges bullets and learns kung fu, and there's this whole thing about reality being fake dash. Blue pill. Dad decided. I am taking the blue pill. Everyone eat your vegetables. David grinned. So about that, B. Don't push it. Red pill or blue pill? Kaya asked her co-worker Ruby while they waited for the coffee to brew. Red pill. You check your email right now and deal with whatever disaster is waiting. Blue pill. You finish your coffee in peace first. Ruby didn't hesitate. Blue pill. Blue pill forever. Email can wait. Their co-worker Brad walked in. Are you guys doing the Matrix thing? Everyone's doing the Matrix thing, Brad. Kaya said. My kids won't stop doing it. This morning my daughter held up 2 pieces of toast and said red pill. Burnt toast, blue pill, no breakfast. She's 7. That's actually pretty smart for a 7-year-old. Ruby said. Sounds like you need to take the red pill about your parenting. Kaya said, grinning. Brad glared at her. I am taking the blue pill and pretending you didn't say that. The break room door opened. Their boss walked in. Everyone immediately busied themselves with their coffee. Red pill or blue pill? The boss said tiredly. Red pill. I acknowledge that all of you are wasting company time with movie references. Blue pill. I get my coffee and leave. Silent pause. I am taking the blue pill. But if I hear one more Matrix reference in the quarterly meeting, we're going to have problems. After he left, Brad whispered. He's definitely in the Matrix and doesn't know it yet. A month after its release, The Matrix has transcended cinema to become a cultural shorthand. The phrase red pill/blue pill has entered the lexicon as a way to describe any binary choice, particularly one involving uncomfortable truth versus comfortable ignorance. It's not just a meme, says Dr. Kinsley Rodriguez, cultural anthropologist at UCLA. The Matrix as metaphor resonates because people genuinely feel trapped by social media algorithms, by economic systems, by information bubbles. The film gave them language for that feeling. The glitch in the Matrix phenomenon, where people share videos of odd occurrences and jokingly suggest reality is malfunctioning, has become the fastest growing trend. Hashtag Matrix Glitch has 2.3 billion views. We're half joking, says content creator at CheckPod. But also, are we? The movie asks, how do you know what's real? And nobody has a good answer. So we make memes about it. Even serious discourse has adopted the film's framework. Climate activists use red pill to describe accepting climate science. Tech critics use the Matrix to describe social media addiction. Political movements across the spectrum claim to offer the red pill of truth. If you haven't heard of the red pill/blue pill concept by now, as one viral tweet put it, you are literally living under a rock, which might also be the Matrix. We can't be sure. 72-year-old Margaret sat in the common room with her friends Doris and Robert, watching the news on TV. They're talking about that Matrix movie again. Doris said, my grandson won't shut up about it. What's it about? Margaret asked. People living in a computer. Robert grumbled. Bunch of nonsense. In my day, movies had plots you could understand. In your day, movies were silent, Robert. Doris shot back. Not that old, Doris. On TV, a news anchor said, the red pill, blue pill question has become America's newest dash. What's this red pill, blue pill thing? Margaret asked. Doris explained. Apparently in the movie, you choose between knowing the truth or living in comfortable ignorance. Robert snorted. That's not new. That's called marriage. Robert, what? I took the red pill 50 years ago when I asked Cheryl about her book club. Turns out it was a gossip club. About me. Margaret laughed. So which pill would you take now? Blue pill, Robert said immediately. I am too old for more truth. Just let me watch my game shows in peace. Red pill. Doris said. I want to know which of you is eating my yogurt from the community fridge. Margaret and Robert exchanged guilty looks. Blue pill, they said in unison. 5 friends sat around a table, 3 beers in. Mike held up his hands. Red pill or blue pill? Red pill. Your girlfriend tells you her real body count. Bro. Mike, no. What? I am just saying. Jess threw a napkin at him. That's not even what the Matrix is about, you idiot. The Matrix is about truth, Jess. Uncomfortable truth. The Matrix is about escaping systems of control. Their friend Aaron corrected. It's a metaphor for capitalism. It's a metaphor for the patriarchy. Jess countered. It's a metaphor for religious awakening. Their friend David added. It's a metaphor for being trans. Someone shouted from another table. Everyone paused. Is it though? Mike asked. Jess interrupted. The point is, everyone sees something different in it. I just saw Keanu kicking ass in a cool coat. Mike said. And that, David raised his glass, is the real blue pill. Just enjoy the action and don't think too hard. I will drink to that. They clinked glasses. At the bar, the bartender rolled his eyes. This was the 15th Matrix conversation he had heard tonight. A group of parents sat in folding chairs, watching their kids run drills. My daughter asked me this morning. Karen said, red pill or blue pill? Tell her the truth about Santa or let her keep believing. Oh no, Michelle groaned. What did you say? I panicked and said there is no spoon. What does that even mean? I don't know. It's from the movie. My son keeps saying it. Dad Steve chimed in. My kids have been doing red pill, blue pill about everything. This morning, red pill breakfast is eggs. Blue pill breakfast is Pop-Tarts. I just wanted them to eat something. Which did they choose? Another dad asked. They argued about it for 20 minutes and missed the bus. Red pill, deal with the fact your kids are weird. Blue pill, blame the movie. Karen said. Everyone laughed. Definitely blaming the movie. Dad Steve decided. I still don't understand what it's about. Another mom admitted. My husband saw it and tried to explain. Something about computers? It's about reality being fake. Michelle explained. Oh, like Instagram? Kind of. See, I get Instagram. Computers I don't understand. Is it scary? It's R-rated, so. Oh good. So my kids definitely haven't seen it through illegal means. Knowing looks exchanged around the circle. Blue pill. They all said in unison. Taking the blue pill on that one. Grandpa Joe sat in his recliner, watching his teenage grandson explain the Matrix for the 3rd time. So let me get this straight. Joe said, the robots put people in pods and make them think they're living normal lives, but it's all fake? Yes. Finally, 16-year-old Connor looked relieved. And this boy, Neo, he can dodge bullets and fly because he realizes it's all fake? Exactly. That's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. Grandpa, in my day, if you wanted to dodge bullets, you joined the army and built character. Grandma walked in from the kitchen. Joe, leave the boy alone. I am just saying, these kids and their fake reality movies. Reality's hard enough without being fake. Actually, Grandpa, the movie's asking if we can ever really know dash. Red pill, blue pill. Joe interrupted. Here's my version. Red pill, you do your homework. Blue pill, you keep talking about fake computer people. Connor sighed. That's not dash. Red pill or blue pill, Connor? Red pill. I will do my homework. Smart boy. After Connor left, Grandma looked at Joe. You understood that movie, didn't you? Every word. Reminded me of that time in '67 when I had pneumonia and the fever dreams dash. Joe. Fine. It was actually pretty good. But I am not telling him that. Philosophy departments report 300% increase in enrollment. Students keep asking if we are in a simulation, says Professor Mason at Berkeley. I've taught epistemology for 20 years and never had this much engagement. They're citing the Matrix in their papers. Some professors hate it. I think it's fantastic. Intro to philosophy courses add the Matrix to required viewing lists alongside Plato's cave allegory. It's the same question Plato asked 2,400 years ago. Mason continues, what if reality is just shadows on a wall? What if truth is beyond what we perceive? The Matrix just asks for it with bullet time and leather coats. Host, so Keanu, the whole world is obsessed with the Matrix. People are saying we live in a simulation. What do you think? Keanu Reeves. I mean, how would we know if we didn't? Audience loses their minds. Host. That's not reassuring, Keanu. Keanu smiles enigmatically. Exactly. Clip goes viral. 45 million views. NBA player makes an impossible behind-the-back shot from half-court. Announcer. That's not possible. He broke out of the Matrix. Clip replays in slow motion, bullet time style. Commentator. Someone needs to check if we're in a simulation because that shot defied physics. The phrase broke out of the Matrix becomes standard sports commentary for any exceptional play. March 21st, 2026, box office and beyond. Domestic total, $387 million. Worldwide, $831 million. The numbers were strong, but the cultural impact was unprecedented. Meme Economy Report. Red pill/blue pill memes. 47 million posts across platforms. Glitch in the Matrix videos. 8.9 billion views. There is no spoon references. Used in everything from sports to politics to relationship advice. I know Kung Fu clips. Every tutorial video ever made now includes this reference. Merriam-Webster announces Red Pill and The Matrix as candidates for word/phrase of the year. Taking the red pill enters common usage to mean accepting harsh reality. Living in the Matrix becomes shorthand for being controlled by unseen systems. Glitch in the Matrix describes any moment of déjà vu or oddity. If someone says they haven't heard these phrases, the universal response, "What rock have you been living under?" Actually, don't answer. That rock is probably also the Matrix. The most unexpected development. Even serious Matrix discussions turn into jokes. Climate scientist on Twitter. The data clearly shows we need immediate action on climate change. This is the red pill moment for humanity. Replies. But what if the blue pill is just vibing? Instructions unclear. Took both pills. Now I see through time. The Real Matrix is the friends we made along the way. Political debate on CNN. Pundit. Americans are waking up to the truth. They're seeing through the Matrix of host. Are you seriously using a movie that came out a month ago to describe politics? Clip goes viral as a meme. Reddit thread, r/philosophy. U/deep. Serious question. Could we actually be in a simulation like the Matrix suggests? U/physicist 99. Statistically possible. We can't prove we're not. U/meme lord. If we're in the Matrix, the graphics are terrible and I want a refund. U/existential dread. The Matrix is a metaphor for capitalism/patriarchy/social media/insert personal grievance. U/contrarian. What if the real Matrix is thinking you've escaped the Matrix when you've just entered a deeper layer? U/comedian. What if the real Matrix was the memes we made along the way? 3,000 upvotes. The Hollywood Reporter, March 28, 2026. The Matrix, when a movie becomes reality. Making $831 million worldwide is impressive. Spawning a meme format that breaks the internet is notable. But The Matrix has done something rarer. It's changed how people think and talk. Within a month, Regal's story, brought to life by Alexander's direction and Keanu Reeves' career-defining performance, has become cultural infrastructure. The film's questions about reality, control, and truth have resonated so deeply that people can't discuss modern life without referencing it. I have never seen anything like this, says media analyst Robert Chong. Movies become popular. They make money. But movies rarely become the language people use to describe their world. The Matrix did it in 4 weeks. Even the backlash is a meme. People joke about everything being Matrix-related. But the jokes themselves prove the point. The film is inescapable. You can't go online without seeing red pill/blue pill memes. You can't watch sports without hearing glitch in the Matrix. You can't discuss technology, society, or truth without someone making a Matrix reference. And if you somehow haven't heard these references, you're living under a rock. That rock is the Matrix. Wake up, Neo. Regal and Alexander didn't just make a successful film. They made a mythology. And in 2016, mythology spreads at the speed of memes. Final box office projection, $900 million worldwide. Across the country, in dorms and offices, playgrounds and retirement homes, bars and family dinners, the same conversation played out 1,000 different ways. Some people understood the philosophy, few just liked the action, and others turned everything into a meme. But everyone was talking about it. Because Regal and Alexander hadn't just made a movie about questioning reality. They had made a movie that gave people a framework for questioning reality. And whether you were 8 years old choosing between cereals or 80 years old choosing between truth and comfort, the question was the same. Red pill or blue pill? What do you really want to know? And maybe more importantly, what are you willing to live without knowing? The Matrix didn't just entertain people. It gave them a language for the questions they were already asking. And in March 2016, from college dorms to retirement homes, from playgrounds to dive bars, everyone was speaking that language. Even if half of them were just joking about juice boxes and burnt toast. That was the magic of it. The profound and the stupid existing side by side. Just like the Matrix itself. Number 337. Chapter 337. The Matrix Post-Interview. The stage was set simple. 3 chairs, a small table with water bottles, warm lighting. The audience buzzed with energy as the host, James Corden, walked out to applause. Ladies and gentlemen, James began, grinning. A month ago, a movie came out that has broken the internet, spawned 1 million memes, and made everyone question whether reality is real. Please welcome the star and director of The Matrix, Keanu Reeves and Alexander. The audience erupted. Keanu walked out first, jeans, black t-shirt, leather jacket, the exact energy of, I just wandered in here, and someone handed me a microphone. He waved awkwardly, smiled that Keanu's smile, and sat down. Alexander followed, early 30s, sharp-dressed, but not showy. The look of someone who'd just spent 18 months in an editing room and was still processing daylight. He shook James's hand, nodded to the audience, sat. Gentlemen, James said, welcome. How does it feel to have made the most talked-about movie of the year? Keanu glanced at Alexander. Alexander glanced back. A beat. Keanu leaned toward the mic. This is real, right? I didn't just take the red pill again. The audience burst into laughter. Alexander nodded slowly. If this is a simulation, it's got great lighting. Bigger laughter. Keanu squinted at the crowd. Anyone else seeing DJVU? James clutched his chest. We've lost them already. The audience roared again. James leaned forward. So before the movie came out, you guys couldn't talk about it at all, right? Like, we had you on for press and you basically said there's a movie. It has me in it. Goodbye. Keanu nodded seriously. Yeah, we were under very strict instructions. From who? The studio. From Regal. Alexander said. He told us. If you spoil the twist, I will personally re-edit the movie to make your characters die in the most embarrassing way possible. The audience howled. He was joking. Keanu added. Probably. Were you tempted to spoil it? James asked. Even a little? Every single day. Alexander admitted. People would ask, what's the movie about? And I'd have to say, reality? Maybe? Can't say more. I sounded like an idiot. Keanu laughed. That genuine Keanu laugh that's half surprised, half delighted. I told my friends, I am in a movie, and they said, what's it about? And I said, I can't tell you. And they said, is it bad? And I said, no, it's great. And they said, then why can't you tell us? And I just left the room. You just left? I didn't know what else to do. James pulled out a photo, Keanu mid-wire work, suspended in air, looking exhausted. This was from training, right? You trained for 4 months. For months. Keanu confirmed. Martial arts, wire work, weapons training. I learned Kung Fu. Did you actually learn Kung Fu, or? I learned some Kung Fu. Enough to not embarrass myself. The stunt team, who are incredible, by the way, they taught me everything. But there's a scene where Neo says, I know Kung Fu. And in real life I was thinking, I know Kung Fu choreography, which is different. Alexander jumped in. The funny thing is, Keanu's being modest. He did like 90% of his own stunts. The insurance company was furious. They wanted a stunt double? James asked. They wanted me in a padded room, Keanu said. But Alexander and the team made it safe, or mostly safe and safe-ish. There was one moment, Alexander said, grinning, where Keanu was supposed to do a wire pull, basically get yanked backwards really fast, and the mechanism malfunctioned and launched him twice as far as planned. Keanu nodded. I hit the wall. You okay? I am here, aren't I? Keanu shrugged. The shot made it into the movie. It looked cool. The audience clapped. A woman in the audience raised her hand. James pointed to her. Yes. Question. She stood, visibly nervous. Hi. This is for both of you. Did you know the movie was going to become this thing? Like, everyone's talking about red pill, blue pill. Did you expect that? Alexander and Keanu exchanged looks. No, they said in unison. Alexander continued. We knew the story was strong. Regal doesn't write weak stories. And we knew the action was good. But the cultural impact? The memes? The philosophy discussions? That's beyond anything we imagined. I saw a video, Keanu said, of a 7-year-old holding up 2 chicken nuggets and doing the red pill, blue pill thing. A 7-year-old. I don't think Regal intended his philosophical sci-fi to become a chicken nugget meme, but here we are. James laughed. Do you engage with the memes? Oh, constantly. Alexander said. I have a burner Twitter account just to read them. Some are hilarious. Some are. He paused. Very creative interpretations of what the movie means. Like what? Someone said The Matrix is actually about the education system trapping kids in a cycle of meaningless tests. I mean, Keanu tilted his head. Is that wrong, though? The audience erupted in applause. James's expression shifted. Time for the spicy question. So there's been some, let's call it discourse, about what the movie means. Some people say it's about capitalism. Some say it's about technology. Political groups have tried to claim the red pill metaphor as their own. How do you feel about that? Alexander sat forward. Here's the thing. Art is interpretation. People bring their own experiences to a story. If someone sees The Matrix as a critique of capitalism, okay. If someone sees it as spiritual awakening, okay. But, he emphasized, when political extremists try to co-opt the red pill as a symbol for their ideology, that's not what this movie is. At all. The red pill, Keanu added quietly, is about truth, personal truth. The courage to see reality even when it's hard. It's not about. He gestured vaguely. Whatever weird stuff people are trying to make it about online. Alexander agreed. Regal wrote a story about breaking free from systems of control, not about joining different, worse systems of control. James nodded. Well said. A young woman in the front row had been bouncing excitedly the whole time. James finally pointed at her. You look like you have a question. She stood up, almost shaking. Hi. Oh my God. Hi. Okay. So, Keanu. I have been a fan since following, and you have always been my favorite actor, and The Matrix is the best thing I have ever seen, and I just want to say, she was talking so fast. Thank you for being you because you seem like the nicest person, and also you're really talented, and also. She ran out of breath. Keanu smiled, genuine, warm. Thank you. That's really kind. She hesitated. Can I ask you something personal? Sure. Do you ever have moments where you feel like you're in the Matrix? Like reality is weird. Keanu thought about it seriously. Yeah. Sometimes, especially lately. Like, a month ago I was just an actor doing a job. Now people are quoting my character's lines at grocery stores. That's surreal. Makes you question what's real. So you have taken the red pill? She asked. I think. Keanu said slowly. I am still deciding every day. Every morning I wake up and choose. See the world as it is, or see it how I want it to be. Some days I take the red pill. Some days I take the blue pill. Depends on the day. The woman looked like she might cry. That's beautiful. You're beautiful. Keanu said automatically, then immediately looked embarrassed. I mean, that came out weird. I meant, your question was beautiful. The question. Not that you're not. I am making this worse. The audience was dying laughing. Alexander patted his shoulder. Just stop talking, man. Yeah. Keanu nodded. Yeah, I am gonna stop. The woman sat down, beaming, and her friends immediately hugged her. A man in glasses stood up. This is for Alexander. The film references Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation. There's literally a shot of Neo's fake book that's hollowed out. How much of postmodern philosophy influenced your directorial choices? Alexander brightened. This was his element. A lot, actually. Regal's script had those references built in, but visually, I wanted to reinforce the idea that everything in the Matrix is a copy of a copy. The green tint? That's meant to feel artificial, like old computer monitors. The way the camera moves in the Matrix versus the real world, different frame rates and color grading. Every choice was about making the audience feel the difference between simulation and reality. Did you read Baudrillard before filming? I read Baudrillard, Plato's Cave Allegory, Daniel Dennett, even some Philip K. Dick. I wanted to understand the philosophical lineage. But honestly, the best guide was Regal. He had written this world so completely that he could answer any question about how the Matrix works, why it exists, what it means. Is Regal a genius? The man asked. Alexander didn't hesitate. Yes. Unambiguously yes. James grinned. Okay, I need to know, any funny behind-the-scenes stories? Stuff that went wrong. Keanu and Alexander both started laughing. Oh man, Alexander said. There's this scene where Neo wakes up in the pod, right? Covered in goo, freaking out. We used this special gel that was supposed to be warm and comfortable. It was freezing. Keanu said. Like ice cold. They told me don't worry, it's temperature controlled. And I got in, and it felt like I had jumped into the Arctic Ocean. His scream in that scene? Alexander said. 100% real. That's genuine. Oh my god, I am freezing to death panic. I thought I was being murdered by special effects. Keanu added. We kept that take because your face was perfect. Alexander said. Pure terror. Because I was terrified. The audience loved it. James shifted gears. So, Keanu, you and Regal have this legendary friendship, right? He's promised you a movie, a custom role. When's that happening? Keanu's face lit up, genuine excitement. Oh man, I hope soon. You know, he is working on a lot of projects simultaneously. Deadpool just came out. He's got other stuff in production. But he told me, when I write your movie, it will be ready. And I trust him. Do you know what it's about? No idea. The genre? Nope. Do you know anything about it? Not a single thing. Keanu said, grinning. But here's the thing. I don't need to. Regal and we have this understanding. He knows me. He knows what I can do, what I want to do. When he's ready, he will call, and I will be there. James looked amazed. So you would commit to a movie without knowing the script, the genre, anything? From Regal? Absolutely. You know me. Keanu leaned back, completely relaxed. I am just as excited as you guys to work with him again. The dude's taking on too much right now, juggling 10 things. But as soon as I get the call, I am ready. Whatever it is. The audience went quiet for a moment, then erupted in applause. It was such a Keanu answer. Humble, loyal, trusting. James turned to the camera. Did you hear that, Regal? Keanu's waiting. Call him. Laughter and more applause. Alexander. James said. What's next for you? More Matrix? Something different. Alexander considered. Honestly, right now, I am still processing this Matrix. I haven't thought about the next project. I have been in post-production and press for so long that I need to just breathe for a second. So no sequel plans? Alexander smiled, carefully. I didn't say that. The audience screamed. So there will be a sequel? Look, Alexander said. Regal wrote this story with room to expand. The world is rich. There are questions we didn't answer. Could there be more? Definitely. Will there be more? That depends on a lot of things: studio, schedule, whether people actually want it. People want it. Someone in the audience yelled. Alexander laughed. Okay, good to know. But seriously, if we do a sequel, it has to be for the right reasons. Not just the first one made money. It has to have something to say, and right now, I am not sure what that is yet. But you will think about it. Oh, I am already thinking about it. Alexander admitted. I think about it every day. I have ideas. Regal has ideas. But we're not rushing. Quality over speed. Keanu nodded. That's the right call. James pulled out some cards. Okay, Rapid-fire fun facts that I learned about the production. True or false? The bullet time effect required 120 cameras. True. Alexander said. 120 still cameras arranged in a circle, all firing at once. We called it bullet time during production, and the name just stuck. True or false? Keanu gave all his stunt doubles Harley-Davidson motorcycles as gifts. Keanu looked embarrassed. True. The audience reacted immediately. They carried me. Through half the movie, he continued. When you watch the action and think, wow, Keanu looks great, that's usually them risking their spine. A bike felt fair. More applause. He glanced sideways. And I wasn't the only one. Regal did more than anyone knows. But if you ask him, he will pretend it was nothing. The crowd let out a warm, knowing laugh. That's the most Keanu thing ever. James said. True or false? James continued. There is a hidden frame in the movie that says, wake up. Alexander grinned. True. Good luck finding it though. It's literally one frame. 1/24th of a second. Why? Because we could, and because it fit the theme. Subliminal messaging in a movie about subliminal control. Diabolical. I love it. James wrapped up. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. The Matrix is in theaters now, making $1 billion and breaking everyone's brains. Anything you want to say to the fans before we go? Alexander spoke first. Thank you, seriously. We made this movie hoping people would connect with it, and the response has been overwhelming. Keep questioning things and thinking. That's what the movie's about. Keanu nodded. Yeah. And also, be kind to each other. The world's complicated enough without us making it harder. Red pill, blue pill, whatever, just be kind. Classic Keanu. The audience stood, applauding. As the cameras faded out, you could hear someone in the audience yell, there is no spoon. And Keanu, laughing, yelled back, there is no spoon. Aftermath, social media. Twitter, 10 minutes later. At M024. Keanu just said he'd do a Regal movie without even reading the script. That's trust. That's friendship. That's cinema. At Stan, did Keanu just call an audience member beautiful and then panic? I am dying. He's so pure. At Filed, Alexander confirmed a sequel is possible, but only if it has something to say. That's how you make art, people. Quality over cash grabs. At Matrix Memes, some days red pill, some days blue pill, is now my entire personality. At Pop Culture, Keanu gave his stunt team motorcycles. This man is too good for this world. And in living rooms across America, people watching the interview came to the same conclusion. Keanu Reeves was exactly who you hoped he would be. Alexander was the thoughtful artist the film deserved. And Regal, wherever he was, had created something that would outlive all of them. The Matrix wasn't just a movie anymore. It was a conversation. And that conversation was just beginning. Chapter 338. Pancreas. I want to eat your pancreas. April 15th, 2015. Lie Studios, 3:47 p.m. The room had been occupied for the past 2 hours. Regal, Gwendolyn, Samantha, Simon, Darren, and Rock all gathered around the table with bound scripts in front of them. The atmosphere had started optimistic, even excited. Now it felt like someone had died. Gwendolyn stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor with a sound that made everyone flinch. Her eyes were red, wet, and she clutched the script in both hands like she wanted to throw it, but couldn't quite bring herself to let go. How could you be so cruel, Regal? The accusation came between sobs, muffled against his chest. Gwendolyn was practically strangling him with how tightly she was holding on, her face buried in his shirt, tears soaking through the fabric. Her whole body shook with the force of her sobs that came from somewhere deep and real. Gwendolyn managed between gasps. This is just so sad. Another sob. When did you become so heartless? I am leaving. Don't try to contact me about this topic anymore, she said, voice tight with emotion. It has nothing to do with me. She walked toward the door, movements stiff and deliberate, like she was holding herself together through sheer force of will. Regal stood as well. Gwen, I am serious, Regal. She didn't turn around. I can't. I don't want to talk about this right now. The door closed behind her with a soft click that somehow felt louder than a slam. Silence settled over the room. Samantha was the first to speak, her voice carefully neutral. I think this is the first time you two have had such a major fight. There's no need to think about it, Darren said, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his face. It is. And actually, I don't blame Gwen either. Regal turned to stare at him. Not you too, Darren. What? I am just saying. Whatever Darren was about to say was drowned out by a muffled sound that had been running in the background for the past 10 minutes, which everyone had been politely trying to ignore. Simon sat with his face buried in his arms on the table, shoulders shaking, making sounds that were somewhere between sobbing and hiccuping. Occasionally a few words would emerge, something like, "Why would you?" and "so unfair," and "I can't believe." But mostly it was just incoherent weeping. The last time Simon had cried like this was after reading The Hangover script, but those had been happy tears, laughter mixed with emotion at the absurd brilliance of it. This was different. This was the kind of crying that came from somewhere deep and wounded, the kind that made grown men look like children who'd had their favorite toy taken away. And in the back of the room, Rock stood tall as always, posture perfect, expression neutral and stoic, except for the tears running down his face. Silent, steady, completely at odds with his usual impassive demeanor. I don't know people could cry like that, Darren said, staring at Simon's hunched form. No, forget people. I didn't know anything could make Rock cry. Regal looked back over his shoulder. He hadn't noticed Rock crying because he'd been too focused on Gwendolyn's outburst and Simon's theatrical breakdown. But now that he actually looked, yeah, Rock was definitely crying. Tears tracked down his face in straight lines, catching light from the overhead fluorescence. He didn't make a sound, didn't move to wipe them away, just stood there like a statue that had somehow learned grief. Regal's shoulders slumped slightly. I already told you, he said, more to himself than anyone else. Rock is actually all muscles and not much of a thinker, very sensitive and emotional guy under all that dash. He gestured vaguely at Rock's imposing frame, trying to convince himself this was normal, expected, not at all concerning. Samantha reached for a tissue from the box on the table, dabbing at her eyes with movements she probably thought were subtle. Darren did the same a moment later, turning slightly away like that would hide the fact that he was also affected. Regal sat back down heavily, staring at the script still open in front of him. And then he remembered his first experience watching this film in his past life. The theater had been packed, a random Tuesday evening, mostly young adults and couples. He had gone alone, drawn by word-of-mouth recommendations and critical praise, expecting something sad but beautiful. What he'd gotten was devastation. By the final scene, the entire theater had been crying. Not quiet, dignified tears. Actual sobbing. The kind where you could hear people trying to muffle it and failing completely. He'd left feeling emotionally wrecked, like someone had reached into his chest and rearranged everything inside. And now he was planning to do that to millions of people. Yeah, this movie was going to leave a lot of people in tears in theaters. Earlier that day, 1:30 p.m., it had started simply enough. Regal had called everyone, the people whose opinions he trusted most, who understood his work well enough to give honest feedback without filter. I have decided on my next directing project, he had announced once everyone was settled. Immediate interest. They had been waiting for this, wondering what Regal would choose to follow up Superman. What could possibly follow a film that had redefined the superhero genre? It's a love story, Regal continued. Gwendolyn had actually gasped, a smile breaking across her face. Finally, you're finally doing a romance. About time. Samantha had added. Your action films are excellent, but I have been saying for years you should try something more character-driven. Simon had looked intrigued. Darren had raised an eyebrow, but seemed interested. Even Rock had shifted slightly, which for him was the equivalent of enthusiastic anticipation. What's it called? Gwendolyn asked, leaning forward. Regal had paused, knowing the title would throw them. I want to eat your pancreas. Complete silence. Darren blinked. I am sorry, what? I want to eat your pancreas. Regal repeated calmly. That's Dash, Gwendolyn started, then stopped. That's the actual title? Not a working title. That's the title. It sounds like a horror film, Simon said, or a really weird medical drama. It's neither, Regal assured them. You will understand the reason behind the title within the first 5 minutes of the story. Don't judge a book by its cover. He had distributed the script's thin, bound copies with the full title printed on crisp white covers. This is also going to be one of my lowest budget films, Regal explained as they examined the scripts. Nowhere near following micro-budget, But compared to the superhero films, this is nothing. I am estimating around 8 to 12 million total. That got their attention for a different reason. 8 million. Samantha asked. For a theatrical release? It's a character piece. 2 leads, minimal locations, no special effects beyond basic post-production. The story relies heavily on performance, visual storytelling, and music. Regal leaned back in his chair. I am planning to hire new actors. Unknowns or relatively unknown. People who can disappear into the roles without bringing baggage from previous work. And you're directing this yourself? Gwendolyn asked, already opening to the first page. Yes, I want to try something different. After coordinating massive productions with hundreds of people, I want to work on something smaller, more personal. He had watched them begin reading, seeing their expressions shift from curiosity to engagement as the story unfolded. The title page was visible. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, written by Regal Seraphsail. Regal had been thinking about this project for months, starting from Spider-Man to Superman, making the MDCU into something massive and unwieldy that required constant supervision. He had wanted something different that didn't require coordinating 50 VFX artists and managing franchise continuity. He had considered several options: small character studies, intimate dramas, and various romance scripts that all felt too conventional, too safe. Then he had remembered. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. The Japanese animated film had gutted him when he had first watched it. A deceptively simple story about a high school boy who discovers his classmate is dying, and the strange, profound friendship that develops between them. It wasn't a typical romance, and it was absolutely devastating. However, it was done in 2D animation in his past life, and his decision to adapt it had been surprisingly easy. First, he used this search token he had with him lying around for a while, and he still has around search token X4, title token X2. The story was universal enough to translate across cultures without losing its core. The themes, mortality, connection, the masks people wore, the courage it took to truly live, those worked anywhere. The story was deceptively simple. A high school boy discovers his classmate is dying from a terminal pancreatic disease. And against both their natures, they form an unlikely friendship that transforms both of them before her inevitable death. But the execution, that's where it became something more. Absolutely destroyed him emotionally in ways he hadn't anticipated. And he knew immediately it would work in any cultural context because the themes were universal: mortality, connection, the masks people wore, the courage required to truly live rather than just exist. For the American adaptation, he had kept everything essential: the structure, character dynamics, and emotional beats. The ending, especially the ending, remained exactly the same. What changed were the cultural specifics. The setting, an American high school in a mid-sized city, somewhere that felt real without being identifiable. Haruki became Elliot. Y means the Lord is my God, which fits someone who is emotionally isolated, searching for meaning without realizing it. However, he kept Sakura's name unchanged, as it works in English, and there's a symbolic resonance to cherry blossoms that stayed in the script. Number 339. Chapter 339. Pancreas, 2. However, Regal kept Sakura's name unchanged, as it works in English, and there's a symbolic resonance to cherry blossoms that stayed in the script. The protagonist, Elliot Marsh, 17, introverted to the point of isolation, someone who'd learned to navigate life by not participating in it. He read books during lunch, avoided social interaction, kept everyone at arm's length because it was safer that way. Not because of trauma or dramatic backstory, just because emotional connection required vulnerability he wasn't willing to risk. The female lead, Sakura Minami, also 17, half Japanese and half American, outgoing and warm in ways that seemed effortless. But her cheerfulness wasn't naive. It was deliberate, a choice she made every day despite knowing she was dying. She had been diagnosed with terminal pancreatic disease over a year ago, given maybe another year to live, and instead of withdrawing from life, she'd thrown herself into it with desperate intensity. The story began with Elliot finding Sakura's diary in a hospital waiting room, not snooping, just picking up a book someone had left behind. The first page revealed her diagnosis, her prognosis, her decision to tell no one except her immediate family. When Sakura discovered he knew, instead of being angry or scared, She was relieved. Finally, someone she could be honest with. Someone who knew the truth and wouldn't treat her like fragile glass. She made him a deal. Keep her secret, and she'd show him how to actually live before she died. What followed was a friendship that shouldn't have worked. The girl who lived like every day might be her last, and the boy who lived like nothing mattered at all. They challenged each other. She pushed him to take risks, make connections, stop hiding behind books and solitude. He gave her honesty, someone who saw past her cheerful mask to the fear underneath. Slowly, inevitably, they fell in love. But the script never flinched from reality. She was dying. No miraculous cure or last-minute medical breakthrough. Just the steady march toward an ending they both knew was coming. The climax wasn't dramatic. Sakura simply collapsed one day and left before the ambulance arrived. And Elliot was left with her diary, her final letter to him hidden in the back pages, explaining everything she'd never said out loud. That she loved him. That knowing him had made her remaining time meaningful. That she wanted him to keep living, to honor her memory by actually participating in life instead of watching from the sidelines. The final scene showed Elliot months later, sitting in a coffee shop with Sakura's former best friend, a girl he had never spoken to before Sakura's death, who had also been grieving alone. They talked, laughed, and connected over shared loss. And as the camera pulled back, showing Elliot actually engaging with the world around him, the title finally made complete sense. I want to eat your pancreas. Sakura's wish to consume his strength. Elliot's need to absorb her vitality. Two incomplete people finding temporary wholeness in each other, even knowing it couldn't last. Watching his team read through the script, Regal had tracked their reactions with clinical interest. Gwendolyn had been smiling through the first act, charmed by the developing friendship, by Sakura's infectious energy and Elliot's gradual opening up. Around page 60, her smile had faltered slightly. The reality of Sakura's condition becomes more present in the narrative. By page 90, she had stopped smiling entirely, reading faster now, hoping for something that wasn't coming. The final 20 pages, she had read with tears already forming, knowing where this was headed but desperately wanting to be wrong. Samantha had taken longer to finish, reading methodically even as her expression grew increasingly devastated. When she closed the script, she dabbed at her eyes with tissue and said quietly, "It's beautiful, and I hate you for writing it." Darren had read the entire thing in stubborn silence, jaw clenched, refusing to show emotion until the very end when he'd muttered "fuck" under his breath and reached for tissues. Simon had made it to page 100 before breaking down completely. He had finished reading while actively crying, which explained why he was currently still weeping into his arms. And Rock had read silently, stoically, giving no indication of his reaction until Regal had looked back and seen the tears tracking down his face. When Gwen finished, she just sat there for a long moment, staring at the last page. And after that, the dream began. Why would you write something so tragic? Maybe you should just stick to writing action and mystery films. Gwendolyn continued, her voice hitching. Love stories and romance are supposed to be wholesome. Is it not wholesome? Regal asked carefully. It was. Gwendolyn pulled back just enough to look at him with red, puffy eyes. And that's exactly why it's so painful. They were so good together. They were so. This is what led to the current situation. Present conference room, 5:45 p.m. One by one, they left. Samantha stood first, script tucked under her arm. She didn't say anything about liking it or not liking it, just nodded once at Regal and walked out, already pulling out her phone to probably call someone who could help her process what she'd just read. Darren followed a few minutes later. I need a drink, he announced to no one in particular. Several drinks. Maybe an entire bottle. It's not even 6 p.m. Regal pointed out. I don't care. This script requires alcohol to process. He paused at the door. It's good, by the way, really good. But I'm still going to need that bottle. Simon eventually pulled himself together enough to stand, though his face was blotchy and his eyes were red. Then it was just Regal and Rock. Rock stood in his usual position near the back wall, tears now drying on his face, but still visible. He hadn't moved to wipe them away, hadn't acknowledged them at all. Regal gathered his own script and notes, shoving them into his bag while trying to figure out how to address the current situation. Rock approached silently, because of course he did. The man moved like a ghost despite being built like a tank. and held out a water bottle. Regal took it. Thanks. Rock didn't leave. Just stood there, waiting. You want me to go talk to Gwen? Regal said. It wasn't a question. Rock nodded once. I was planning to anyway. Regal took a long drink of water, then pulled tissues from the box on the table and handed them to Rock. Also, take these. Someone your size doesn't look right while crying. Rock accepted the tissues with the same neutral expression he wore for everything, dabbing at his face with surprising delicacy. Regal headed for the door, then paused. For what it's worth, I am glad it affected you. All of you. That means the story works. Rock nodded again, and Regal left him standing there in the empty conference room, probably processing emotions he didn't have vocabulary for. The hallway was quiet, most people having left for the day. Regal made his way toward his office, where he knew Gwendolyn would be waiting. She always came back after their disagreements, needing space first, but ultimately wanting resolution. He found her sitting in the chair by the window, script open in her lap, staring at nothing. Hey, he said quietly from the doorway. She didn't look at him. They were so good together. I agree. A perfect couple. And you killed her anyway. Gwendolyn's voice broke slightly. You let her die, and you let Elliot lose her, and you made it so sad I can barely breathe thinking about it. Regal came closer, sitting on the edge of his desk, so he faced her. Would you have preferred if I had changed the ending? Made her live? Yes. Obviously yes. Why? The question stopped her. She finally looked at him, eyes still red from crying. Because it's a love story. Love stories are supposed to be happy. They're supposed to give people hope. This does give people hope, Regal said. Gently. Just not the kind you're expecting. How is watching someone die hopeful? Because the story isn't about Sakura dying. It's about Elliot learning to live. He leaned forward slightly. Sakura was always going to die. From the moment she was diagnosed, her ending was written. And instead of withdrawing from life, she throws herself into it. She makes choices, takes risks, and forms connections with people even knowing she won't be around to see those connections develop. The question wasn't whether she would survive. It was what she would do with the time she had left. Gwendolyn was listening now, still upset but engaged. And what she chose, Regal continued, was to help someone else learn how to be human, to connect and participate in life instead of just observing it. She gave Elliot something he couldn't find anywhere else, permission to be vulnerable, to care about someone knowing he might lose them. But he did lose her. He did. But he didn't lose what she taught him. That's still there permanently. Regal picked up the script from her lap, turning to the final pages. The ending shows Elliot actually living, connecting with people, honoring Sakura's memory by doing exactly what she wanted him to do. Gwendolyn wiped at her eyes with her sleeve. It's still sad. It is, but it's also beautiful. Two people who needed each other, finding each other at exactly the right time, changing each other's lives even though they couldn't stay together. She was quiet for a long moment, then, I still think the title is morbid. He corrected. Sakura says she wants to eat Elliot's pancreas because he has the strength she lacks, the ability to face hard truths without flinching, the courage to be himself without pretending. And what does Elliot want from her? Her ability to live in the moment, to connect without fear, to be open and vulnerable even when it's terrifying. Regal set the script aside. So it's about two people who are incomplete finding temporary completion in each other. But the completion doesn't end when she dies. Elliot carries what she gave him forward. He took her hand. The tragedy isn't that she dies. The tragedy is that she was always going to die, and instead of wasting what time she had, she chose to spend it helping someone else learn how to be human. Gwendolyn was crying again, but quieter now. You were so annoying as always. She stood, moving closer until she could lean against him, and he wrapped his arms around her while she processed everything the script had made her feel. It's going to destroy people in theaters. That isn't my intention, but it probably will. Good, she said fiercely. If I had to cry this much, everyone else should too. Regal smiled despite himself, holding her tighter. Outside the window, Los Angeles was settling into the evening, the golden hour light painting everything warm and temporary, exactly like the story he had written. Beautiful because it couldn't last. Meaningful because it would end. Number 340. Chapter 340, 3D Trailer. May 2nd, 2015 Red Pictures Screening Room. The screening room was the same usual close and intimate space. where Red Studio greenlit Regal's first film. The following. Just like the past, only the first 2 rows were occupied. Regal had called this screening personally, reaching out to specific people for specific reasons. It wasn't a test audience situation or a marketing strategy session, just a chance for the people who had poured years into this franchise to see something before the world did. The attendees were still filtering in, with 3D glasses being distributed. Rupert Grint sat in the middle of the front row, talking animatedly with Daniel Radcliffe about something that was making them both laugh. They had grown up on the Harry Potter franchise, spent their teenage years becoming the characters millions of people now associated them with. I am just saying, he was telling Daniel Radcliffe, if they make us do another premiere tour, I am demanding better hotel rooms. Last time I had a view of a parking garage. You had a suite. Daniel replied, though he was smiling. A suite with a parking garage view. Rupert gestured dramatically. I am an international film star, mate. I deserve parking garage views from at least the 15th floor. Daniel laughed, then immediately glanced sideways at Lily Harris to see if she was laughing too. Lily sat beside Daniel, responding to their conversation, but with less of the easy brightness she typically brought to set. She had grown up adjacent to this franchise through her grandfather Richard Harris, visiting sets together and attending premieres before eventually working in film herself. And 3 months ago, Richard had passed away. And honestly, even for him, his replacement is something that is very personal and emotional. But from a studio and production standpoint, it will be necessary for the next 2 films. So he could only imagine how it feels for Lily. Everyone was trying to be normal around her. The trying was obvious and well-intentioned and slightly awkward for everyone involved. Remember when Richard told us that story about Dumbledore's backstory? Rupert said, then immediately realized what he'd said. I mean, not that we should. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Rupert. Lily's voice was gentle but firm. You can talk about him. I am not going to shatter if someone mentions my grandfather. Yeah, but honestly, I would rather you just act normal instead of walking on eggshells every time his name comes up. She tucked hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture. He would hate everyone being weird about it. Daniel seized the opportunity to contribute something helpful. He had the best stories. Remember when he told us about his first time working for a film? The time he messed up his only line? Lily smiled, more genuine now. He was embarrassed every time he brought it up. I feel like he was just trying to ease our nerves. Rupert said, relaxing slightly. Duh, Mr. Obvious. Daniel replied. Lily actually laughed at that, and Daniel's entire face brightened in response. Rupert caught the expression and rolled his eyes where only Daniel could see, mouthing the word subtle with maximum sarcasm. Daniel mouthed back, shut up, while his face went slightly red. This was the worst-kept secret on every Harry Potter set. Daniel Radcliffe had been nursing a crush on Lily Harris for approximately 3 years. Everyone knew, cast, crew, producers, probably the catering staff. The only person who seemed genuinely oblivious was Lily herself. Rupert had initially found it amusing. Now, after watching Daniel spend 3 years being slightly too helpful, slightly too attentive, and completely unable to just ask her out like a normal human, it had become both endearing and mildly painful to witness. You all right there, mate? Rupert asked innocently. You look a bit flushed. Maybe coming down with something. I am fine, Daniel said through gritted teeth. Could be a fever. Lily, does he feel warm to you? Lily reached over automatically to check Daniel's forehead, and Daniel shot Rupert a look that promised future revenge, while simultaneously looking like he might actually combust from the contact. You feel normal, Lily said, pulling her hand back. But we should probably get you water if you're not feeling well. I am completely fine, Daniel insisted, his voice slightly higher than normal. Rupert's just being concerned. Rupert supplied helpfully. Caring? An excellent friend. An absolute menace. Near the back of the room, Rock and Simon stood in their usual dynamic. Rock silent and imposing, Simon explaining something with excessive hand gestures. Which is why the color grading in the underwater sequences needed at least 15% adjustment to maintain visual clarity while preserving the atmospheric darkness. Rock, you understand what I am saying, right? Rock nodded once. That's not convincing. Rock's expression remained completely neutral, but one eyebrow raised approximately 1 millimeter, which for him was basically hysterical laughter. I hate that I can't tell if you are mocking me or genuinely engaged. Simon muttered. Samantha stood to the side, reviewing something on her tablet while maintaining peripheral awareness of the room's emotional temperature. Gwendolyn sat in the second row as one of the investors from the Everleaf Press side. Deontay Marovich, president of Red Pictures Distribution, occupied a seat in the second row, looking simultaneously relaxed and intensely focused. This screening mattered for reasons beyond just creative appreciation. The delay had been expensive, and the 3D investment represented significant financial risk. Zach, Regal's longtime editor who had cut this trailer personally, sat near the projection booth, ready to address any technical issues. And Chris Columbus stood near the front, looking at the blank screen with an expression that mixed pride and melancholy. This was his last Harry Potter film. After years of helping build this franchise, he was stepping away to pursue other projects. The weight of walking away hadn't quite settled yet. Regal watched all of this from his position near the center of the second row, taking in the room's dynamics with practiced observation. The kids were trying too hard to be casual around Lily. Daniel was trying too hard to hide feelings everyone already knew about. Rupert was trying too hard to pretend he wasn't enjoying Daniel's suffering. Chris was trying too hard not to think about this being his finale. Everyone was trying, which meant everyone was nervous. All right, Regal said, his voice cutting through the various conversations. Let's get started. Immediate attention. Everyone turned toward him. You all know why we are here. First look at the Goblet of Fire trailer before it releases publicly next week. But this isn't just a normal screening. He gestured to the 3D glasses stacked on the armrests of each seat. This is the first 3D Harry Potter film, shot natively rather than converted in post. Everything you're about to see was designed specifically for this format. He picked up a pair of glasses. So put these on, settle in, and let's see if 3 months of delay was worth it. Rupert grabbed his glasses immediately. If this gives me a headache, I'm billing you for the aspirin. Bill me for therapy while you're at it. Daniel muttered, which made Lily laugh. The room complied, the atmosphere shifting from nervous energy to genuine anticipation. Lights dimmed and the screen illuminated. The trailer opened in complete silence. Black screen with no studio logos or title cards, just darkness and the faint sound of breathing. Then, a whisper. Young and scared. Harry Potter. The darkness began to ripple, like water disturbed by something moving beneath the surface. Harry Potter. Louder now and more voices joining. The rippling intensified, and suddenly the darkness wasn't empty. It was filled with shapes moving just out of focus, shadows that suggested things massive and terrible and wrong. Harry Potter. A scream, and the darkness shattered. The 3D effect hit immediately and viscerally. Fragments of black exploded outward, flying past the camera toward the audience. Each piece rendered with enough depth that several people in the screening room instinctively flinched. Behind the shattered darkness, the Triwizard Cup, gleaming golden, suspended in empty space. The camera pushed forward through the debris, moving toward the cup as ethereal voices whispered prophecies and warnings in languages that sounded almost, but not quite like English. The cup grew larger, filling the screen, and reflected in its polished surface. Harry's face was older, hard, and more than anything terrified. Then a smash cut to the Hogwarts castle, materialized from mist, and the 3D depth made it feel like you could reach out and touch the towers. Students moved across the grounds in the foreground while the castle loomed behind, each layer of distance perfectly defined. Dumbledore's voice, warm and measured. The Triwizard Tournament brings together 3 schools for a series of magical contests. Quick flashes. The Goblet of Fire burning blue, names shooting upward. Durmstrang students performing synchronized magic, their wands creating geometric patterns that extended into the audience space. Beauxbatons students demonstrating graceful spell work, butterflies of light floating through multiple planes of depth. 1 champion per school. Dumbledore continued. Chosen by an impartial selector. The goblet again, flames roaring higher. Harry's name emerged from the fire, the parchment floating forward in 3D, so realistic it felt like you could grab it from the air. Shocked reactions from the crowd, rendered in perfect depth, foreground students sharp and detailed, background figures softer, but still distinct. The Hungarian horntail emerged from darkness, and the 3D effect made it impossible not to comprehend the dragon's sheer scale. Its head alone was 15 feet across, teeth like swords, eyes burning with predatory intelligence. It roared directly at the camera, and the sound design made the screening room's seats vibrate. Harry on a broomstick, tiny against the dragon's mass, diving and weaving through the air. The depth perception made every near miss genuinely terrifying. The dragon's claws passing within inches, fire breathing around him, the ground far below rendered in sickening detail. The dragon's tail whipped toward the camera in perfect 3D, and Lily actually gasped. Harry grabbed the golden egg, the dragon lunging after him, jaws snapping closed on empty air as he rolled away with impossible precision. Number 341. Chapter 341. 3D Trailer 2. The dragon's tail whipped toward the camera in perfect 3D, and Lily actually gasped. Harry grabbed the golden egg, the dragon lunging after him, jaws snapping closed on empty air as he rolled away with impossible precision. Tonal shift with beauty instead of terror. The great hall transformed, ice sculptures catching light from thousands of floating candles. The 3D made the space feel genuinely massive, architecture extending upward into darkness, while dancers moved across the floor in the foreground. Hermione in her dress, descending the stairs. The camera pulled back to show Ron's stunned expression, and the depth between them somehow made the moment more intimate rather than less. Music swelling, not the diegetic ball music, but the trailer's orchestral score building towards something. Couples dancing, the camera weaving between them, showing faces and emotions and small moments of connection rendered in beautiful detail. Then came the glimpse of the underwater darkness. Harry swimming deeper, the black lake stretching. Endlessly below him, schools of fish moved through different depth layers, some close enough to seem touchable, others distant and ghostly. The merpeople appeared from shadows, their movements alien and unsettling. The 3D made their otherness visceral, too close and fast, surrounding Harry from multiple directions. Captives suspended in the water, sleeping faces peaceful while danger approached from below. Harry reaching for them, his hand extending toward camera in perfect 3D perspective. Something grabbed his ankle from behind, and the color drained from the world. The portkey sequence, spinning, disorienting, the 3D effect making the rotation genuinely nauseating in the best possible way. Landing hard in darkness. Tombstones emerging from mist, each one occupying a different depth plane that made the graveyard feel vast and claustrophobic simultaneously. Kill the spare, a voice hissed. Green light with Cedric falling. Harry's scream, raw and broken. The cauldron bubbling, something forming in the darkness. Shadows moving with terrible purpose. Peter Pettigrew's terrified face as he performed the ritual, the 3D making every desperate gesture feel immediate and present. And then, Voldemort. Not fully shown, but just suggestions. A hand emerging from darkness, skin too pale, fingers too long. The edge of a face, features that looked wrong even in shadow. Red eyes opening. I can touch you now. During the last seconds, the trailer accelerated, frames flashing. Faster. Harry dueling, wand movements creating light trails through 3D space. Dragons circling overhead, their wings creating depth and shadow. The maze, walls shifting and closing, paths changing as Harry ran. Dumbledore's face, grave and worried. The cup glowing gold. Fire and darkness mixing. Wands connecting, light streaming between them. Faces of everyone Harry loved, flash after flash. Richard Harris as Dumbledore, his final appearance in the franchise, delivering a line with such weight and warmth that it transcended the screen. Dark and difficult times lie ahead, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying the wisdom of someone who'd seen this pattern before. Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy. His face held on screen for just a moment longer than the other shots. A goodbye to the actor and the character both. Then, title card, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Directed by Chris Columbus. Screenplay and story by Regal Seraphsail. The 3D made the letters seem to float in space, each word occupying a different depth. May 31st, 2015. Thunder, dragon roar and darkness. The screen went black. Lights came up slowly, giving everyone time to adjust. Nobody spoke immediately. Rupert was the first to break the silence, pulling off his 3D glasses and just staring at the now empty screen. I had chills, Daniel finished. That was absolutely terrifying in the best way. Lily had tears running down her face, but she was smiling. Seeing him again like that, her voice caught. I haven't seen new footage of him in so long. And he looked so. She couldn't finish. Gwendolyn was already moving, settling into the seat on Lily's other side and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. I know, sweetheart. I know. He would have loved this. Lily managed, wiping her eyes. The 3D, the dragons, all of it. He was so excited about where the franchise was going, so proud of being part of it. He was proud of you, the whole cast and crew. Gwendolyn said gently. He told me constantly how proud he was that you had chosen a film, how much he loved watching you develop as an actress and a person. Daniel still hadn't moved his hand from Lily's arm, and Rupert was genuinely impressed by his friend's ability to provide comfort while simultaneously looking like he might die of nervousness. Rock appeared silently, materializing like a ghost despite being built like a tank, holding out a box of tissues. He offered them first to Lily, then to Gwendolyn when he noticed she was also tearing up despite trying to stay composed for Lily's sake. Simon sat in his seat actively crying, not even attempting to hide it. That scene with Cedric dying, and then Dumbledore's line about choosing what's right. He gestured helplessly at the screen. How is that a trailer? That's an emotional assault disguised as marketing. Samantha stood beside him looking caught between sympathy and secondhand embarrassment. Simon, you know this is a professional screening with industry executives present, right? I don't care. Simon wiped his eyes aggressively with tissues Rock had provided. That was emotionally devastating and beautifully crafted, and you can't judge me for having human feelings. I am not judging. You are definitely judging. I am just suggesting that maybe crying this hard at a trailer is what? Appropriate? Because it is. Rock's crying too. Everyone looked at Rock, who indeed had tear tracks on his face despite maintaining his usual stoic expression and complete silence. Rock cries at everything. Samantha said. He cried at a detergent commercial last week. It was very moving. Rock said quietly, his first words of the entire screening. The mother reuniting with her son after he'd been away at college. It was a detergent ad. Emotional truth transcends medium. Rock replied with perfect seriousness. Rupert started laughing, which broke the remaining tension in the room. I love that Rock's deepest philosophical statement today is about laundry detergent. Mock all you want, Rock said, but that mother's joy was real. It was acting. All art is artifice. The emotion it creates is genuine. Did Rock just? Daniel looked around. Did he just get deep about a commercial? Rock contains multitudes, Samantha said, sounding resigned to this fact. Lily was laughing now too, which had probably been Rock's intention all along. Distract from grief with absurdity. Across the room, Regal stood with Deontay Maravich while Zach and Chris Columbus hovered nearby, clearly waiting to hear the distribution president's reaction. So, Regal said, worth the delay? Deontay nodded slowly, still processing what he'd just seen. Going for 3D was the right call. It looks exceptional on the screen. That was the goal. The dragon sequence alone will sell tickets. And that graveyard atmosphere. Deontay shook his head appreciatively. You were right to take the extra time. This is substantially better than anything we could have rushed to release earlier. Regal didn't mention that this opinion hadn't been universal within Red Pictures. When Richard Harris's death had been announced 3 months ago, certain executives had pushed hard to accelerate the release schedule. Their logic had been mercenary but not irrational from a purely business perspective. Capitalize on the emotional response. Get the film into theaters while audiences were already thinking about the franchise and its legacy. Regal had shut that conversation down immediately. We're not using Richard's death as a marketing opportunity, he had said flatly during the conference call where the suggestion first emerged. We release when the film is ready, not when it's emotionally advantageous to exploit a tragedy. Some executives had pushed back, argued about market timing, audience sentiment, maximizing opening weekend potential. Regal had been equally blunt. If Red Pictures wants to delay, for quality reasons, I support that completely. If they want to rush to exploit a man's death, I will polarize Studios' involvement And you can explain to your board why you lost your franchise producer over basic human decency. The conversation ended quickly after that. Now, watching Deontay's genuine appreciation for the finished product, Regal felt vindicated. They had made the right choice for the right reasons, and the work spoke for itself. "How's the full film looking?" Deontay asked. "The final cut is locked," Chris answered. "Color grading is nearly complete. 3D conversion for the non-native shots is finished. Sound mix should be done by the end of next week." "You feel good about it?" Chris smiled, though there was melancholy underneath. "This is my best work on the franchise. I know I am biased because it's my last one, but yeah, I am really proud of what we made." Zach added, "The pacing in the third act is particularly strong. We found a rhythm that lets the emotional moments breathe while maintaining tension through the action sequences. The 3D actually helps with that. Spatial depth creates natural pause points that wouldn't work in standard format." Regal glanced toward the front row where the kids were still processing, the conversation having shifted from tears to laughter through Rock's bizarre detergent commercial tangent. Daniel still hadn't moved away from Lily's side. Rupert was watching them with the long-suffering expression of someone who'd been witnessing this slow-motion romance for 3 years. "Give me a minute," Regal said to Deontay, then walked down the aisle. Lily looked up as he approached, wiping her eyes one final time. "Sorry, I didn't mean to get so emotional." "Don't apologize." Regal cut her off gently. "That was the appropriate response to seeing someone you loved on screen. If you hadn't reacted, I would be worried something was wrong." She smiled weakly. "The trailer's beautiful. Really beautiful." Daniel finally spoke up, though he was still positioned protectively close to Lily. "When are you planning to release this? Because if the trailer hits this hard, the full film is going to destroy people. We're releasing it next week across all platforms. Standard trailer campaign, theaters, television, online. The 3D version will play exclusively in 3D, equipped theaters to give people a preview of what the format adds." "And the film releases when?" Lily asked. "July 2nd. Chris answered. "Wide release. All major markets simultaneously. We're targeting maximum theater count because the 3D experience is the selling point. This needs to be seen on the biggest screens possible." Deontay stood, clearly ready to move toward next steps. "When can we schedule the full screening for the executive team?" 2 weeks, Regal said. "The final cut will be completely locked by then." "Good. I will coordinate with your team." Deontay shook hands with Chris, then Regal. "Congratulations. This is going to be massive." After he left, the room's energy shifted again, less formal, more celebratory. The kids were comparing notes on which 3D moments had been most effective. Gwendolyn was showing Lily something on her phone that was making her laugh. Simon had recovered enough to start explaining shot composition choices to anyone who would listen. Rock stood in his usual position near the back, silent and observant, tissues still in hand just in case anyone needed them. Regal watched them all, feeling something close to satisfaction. They had made the right choices. Delayed for quality, refused to exploit tragedy, invested in technology that actually enhanced the story rather than existing as a gimmick. And now they had a trailer that worked, a film that would honor everyone who'd contributed to it, and a franchise that continued to mean something beyond just commercial success. The Goblet of Fire would release in 4 weeks. Audiences would experience the first 3D Harry Potter film. And Richard Harris's final appearance as Dumbledore would remind everyone why they'd fallen in love with these movies in the first place. Not because of the spectacle, though the spectacle was impressive, but because underneath the magic and danger and adventure, these films were about people. Real, flawed, courageous people trying to do the right thing in dark times. That was worth protecting, honoring, and taking the time to get exactly right. Number 342. Chapter 342. Pancreas Leads, 1. A week later, Tom Holland sat in the waiting area outside Regal Seraphsail's office, trying very hard not to bounce his leg. He failed spectacularly. The nervous energy had to go somewhere, and his leg was the unfortunate victim, tapping against the floor in a rhythm that would probably annoy anyone within earshot if there was actually anyone around to be annoyed. But the waiting area was empty. Just him, his anxious thoughts, and the increasingly loud ticking of the clock on the wall. 13 minutes until 3. He had been called in with zero explanation. Just Samantha's professional voice on the phone yesterday. Mr. Seraphsail would like to see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Please arrive on time. With no context or hint about whether this was good news or bad news, or just some administrative thing that required his physical presence for reasons beyond his understanding. Tom had spent the entire night oscillating between hope and dread. The audition had been 2 weeks ago, and he has been waiting, checking his phone obsessively, refreshing his email every hour, driving his mom absolutely mad with his anxiety. They will call when they call, she had said with the patience of someone who'd been through this before. Worrying won't make it happen faster. Easy for her to say. She wasn't the one who had just auditioned for the biggest role of her life. The waiting area door opened. Tom's legs stopped mid-bounce. Samantha walked in leading. A girl. Tall, confident stride. Wearing jeans and a casual top. Hair pulled back in a way that looked effortless but probably wasn't. Tom recognized her immediately. Zendaya. They had done the chemistry read together during callbacks. But that had been such a blur of nerves and script pages, and trying not to mess up that Tom hadn't really processed much beyond, do not forget your lines, and try not to look like you're about to vomit. Their eyes met. She looked just as nervous as he felt, though she was definitely hiding it better. Wait here, Samantha said to both of them. When I call you, come inside together. Not before. Then she disappeared back into Regal's office, leaving them alone. Silence. Awkward. Thick silence that seemed to expand to fill the entire room. Tom's brain screamed at him to say something. Anything. But his mouth had apparently forgotten how words worked. Zendaya sat down 3 chairs away from him, close enough to be polite, far enough to maintain personal space. More silence as the clock ticked louder. Hey, Zendaya said finally. Hey, Tom replied, his voice coming out slightly higher than normal. He cleared his throat. Hi. Yeah. Hey. Real smooth, Holland. Another pause. So, Zendaya started, then seemed to realize she didn't know where that sentence was going. Yeah. Tom agreed, which made no sense as a response, but was apparently all his brain could produce. They both looked away, then looked back at the same moment, caught each other's eyes, and both looked away again. Even faster. You are here for, Tom started. The movie thing, Zendaya said at the exact same time. They both stopped. Tom laughed nervously. Sorry. You first. No, you go ahead. I was just, are you here for the pancreas movie? Tom asked, then immediately cringed at his own phrasing. I mean, I want to eat your pancreas. The actual title. Not just pancreas. Zendaya's expression shifted from nervous to amused. Yeah, the pancreas movie. That's what I have been calling it in my head too, because the actual title is kind of long. Actually, they still didn't know the full script, so does the meaning behind the title. They sat with that for a moment, both clearly wondering what the full story actually entailed. Can I ask you something? Zendaya said. Yeah, of course. Is this your first big audition? Like, for a lead role? Tom nodded. Completely. I have done theater back in London, but this is my first film audition for anything beyond like, background kid number 3. You. Same. I mean, from a different background, I have done singing and dancing stuff, some TV work. But nothing like this. Tom's phone vibrated suddenly. The Spider-Man notification sound echoed through the quiet waiting room. That distinctive web-shooting thwip sound he had set for Instagram notifications because he was, apparently, 17 years old. Zendaya's eyebrows raised. Tom's face went red. I am a bit of a Spider-Man fan. Like, a big fan. Possibly an obsessive fan. The notification sound is probably excessive, but thwip. Another notification. Thwip. And another. What the? Tom pulled out his phone, frowning at the screen. Thwip. 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 Instagram notifications were flooding in. New followers. Dozens of them. More appearing every second. That's weird. He muttered, scrolling through. I never get. Why are so many people suddenly? Zendaya's phone buzzed. Then buzzed again. And again. She pulled it out, checking the screen. I am getting follower notifications too. Like, a lot of them. Thwip. 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 Tom's phone wouldn't stop. The counter kept climbing. 15 new followers, 20, 25. This is so strange, Zendaya said, her own notifications still coming in rapid succession. Did something happen? Did we get mentioned somewhere? I have no idea. I haven't posted anything in days. They both stared at their phones, watching the numbers climb, completely baffled about what could be causing this sudden surge. The office door opened. Samantha stood there, professional as always. You can come in now. Tom and Zendaya exchanged glances, still confused about the phone situation but clearly deciding to deal with it later. They stood, pocketing their phones despite the continued buzzing. Tom's leg immediately wanted to start bouncing again. Zendaya noticed, gave him a small smile that seemed to say, "I'm nervous too," and somehow that helped. They walked into Regal's office together. The office was less intimidating than Tom had expected. Regal Seraphsail sat behind that desk, as Samantha took a position near the window. "Tom, Zendaya, sit down," Regal said, gesturing to the two chairs facing his desk. They sat. Tom's legs started bouncing again. He forced it to stop, which just made his hands fidget instead. Regal studied them for a moment that felt like it lasted several years. Then he smiled slightly and asked, "What do you guys think? You make a good couple." Tom's brain short-circuited. His face went from normal to tomato red in approximately 0.5 seconds. That's not. We just met," he stammered, hands gesturing wildly at nothing. "Like, properly met. Today. In the waiting room. So we're not. I mean, we did the chemistry read, but that doesn't mean. And I am not saying there's anything wrong with. But we don't really know each other." Zendaya, significantly more composed, just raised an eyebrow. "Did you seriously just ask us that as an opening question?" Regal stopped teasing them. Samantha said from her position by the window, though she was clearly trying not to smile. Okay, Regal said, holding up his hands in mock surrender. He leaned back in his chair, still studying them with that assessing look. "Yep," he said, more to himself than them. "They really do look kind of made for each other." "Are you?" Tom started, then stopped, completely lost. Samantha sighed. "He's doing this on purpose." "Ignore him." Tom looked at Regal with an expression that clearly conveyed, "Is he trying to ship us? Are we being shipped by the director before we're even cast?" Regal caught his look and gave a small wink. Tom's internal monologue spiraled. "Isn't this too soon? What am I supposed to tell my mom? Hey mom, the director thinks I make a good couple with a girl I met 20 minutes ago?" All right, Regal said, finally taking pity on Tom's visible distress. "Let me actually get to the point." He pulled up something on his laptop, glanced at it, then looked back at them. "I am talking about the movie," he clarified. "You both seem to match the character descriptions. The way you looked together during the chemistry read, the dynamic you created, it worked." Tom's brain was still trying to recover from the shipping comment. Zendaya was more focused. "So, you both passed the auditions," he said. "So you're in. You will be playing the lead roles, unless you don't want to." Complete, absolute silence. Tom's brain rebooted slowly, processing the words, trying to understand if they meant what he thought they meant. Zendaya made a small sound, half gasp, half laugh. "Wait," Tom managed. "We, both of us." "Both of you," Regal confirmed. Tom's natural, unfiltered reaction kicked in before his brain could engage any kind of filter. He jumped up from his chair and went for a hug with Zendaya, pure instinct and joy, then paused mid-motion, suddenly realizing they had literally just met properly 20 minutes ago, and maybe hugging was too much. Pivoted awkwardly into offering a high five instead, which Zendaya, still processing the news herself, took several seconds to register, leaving Tom's hand hanging in the air in what was possibly the most awkward high-five attempt in human history, until she finally raised her hand and connected with his in a slap that had absolutely zero coordination or rhythm. The entire sequence took maybe 3 seconds, but felt like watching a car crash in slow motion. Samantha observed this from the sidelines with barely concealed amusement. She didn't usually involve herself much in casting decisions. That was Regal's domain, his particular genius for seeing things in people that others missed. But she had had initial doubts about this pairing when Regal first suggested it. The height difference, for one thing. Zendaya was visibly taller than Tom, which wasn't necessarily a problem, but could be depending on how it read on camera. And Tom was just so bright, energetic. Could that kid really play someone as closed off and isolated as Elliot was supposed to be? She had kept those doubts to herself, obviously. Regal had a track record of being right about these things, and questioning his casting choices without seeing the result felt premature. But now, watching them, the awkward high-five attempt, the way they had been talking in the waiting area before being called in, Samantha had seen them through the window, noticed how the initial awkwardness had shifted into something more natural. The chemistry that existed even in their complete lack of coordination. There was something weird, unpolished, and genuine. If that could be captured on camera, if Regal could harness that specific energy, yeah, it might actually work. Congratulations, Regal said, clearly amused by the high-five disaster. You're officially cast as Elliot and Sakura. Holy shit, Tom whispered, then immediately panicked. Sorry for swearing. It's fine, Regal assured him. You're allowed to have a reaction. Zendaya was smiling now, a genuine, bright smile that transformed her entire face. We actually got it, I guess. Tom felt something tightening in his chest, not anxiety this time, but something bigger and more overwhelming. When do we start? He managed. Pre-production begins in 2 weeks, Regal said. Script read-through, rehearsals, chemistry building exercises, though based on that high five, we clearly have work to do in the coordination department. Tom's face went red again. I didn't mean. Relax. I am joking. Regal pulled out 2 bound scripts from his desk drawer. These are for you. Full screenplay. Well, for the most part. Take them home, read them, start getting into your characters' heads. He slid one to each of them. Tom picked him up with both hands, like it might disintegrate if he wasn't careful. His name was written on the cover. Beneath the title, I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, Elliot Chun. Mostly full, Zendaya asked, noticing the qualifier. There are some elements we're still refining, Regal said smoothly. But everything you need to understand your characters and their journey is there. What he didn't mention, what Samantha knew because she had prepared these copies herself, was that the ending in these scripts was different. A happy ending. Sakura survives. Elliot and Sakura get their future together. Exactly the kind of Hollywood conclusion that the actual film could never have. Regal hadn't changed his mind about the real ending. That was set in stone. Sakura dies. Elliot learns to live, tragedy and beauty intertwined. But he was hiding it, deliberately. Especially so from Tom. Because no one might know at this point, but Regal does. Tom Holland, whose enthusiasm and genuine emotion were his greatest strengths as an actor, was also famously incapable of keeping secrets. The kid was a walking spoiler machine, a loose-tongued champion, someone who would absolutely, definitely, without question accidentally reveal major plot points in interviews if he knew them. It was part of his charm. His complete inability to filter or hide his feelings made him genuine and relatable and perfect for roles requiring emotional transparency. It also made him a nightmare for spoiler-sensitive productions. So, fake ending for now. Real ending revealed later, when they were closer to production. And media obligations were minimal. Also, he believes the magic that Tom might bring without knowing the ending is something Regal is looking forward to. I have one question before you both leave, Regal said. They looked up from their scripts. This film is going to be emotionally demanding. Heavy subject matter, intense scenes, living in these characters' headspace for months. Can you handle that? Tom thought about what he had read in the audition sides. The hospital scene's underlying sadness. Sakura's determination to live fully. Elliot's gradual transformation. Yes, he said without hesitation. Absolutely yes. Zendaya nodded. I can handle it. I want to handle it. This story matters. Regal smiled. Good. Then welcome to the film. Samantha will coordinate everything with your representatives, schedules, rehearsals, all the logistics. Thank you, Zendaya said, her voice thick with emotion she wasn't quite hiding. Seriously, thank you for this opportunity. Tom stood, still clutching his script like a lifeline. We will make something that matters, we will give it everything. I know you will, Regal said. That's why you're cast. They headed for the door, still processing, still half convinced this might be an elaborate dream. Tom, Zendaya. They turned back. Regal was watching them with that assessing look again. You're about to become scene partners for months. Sakura and Elliot only work if you two trust each other completely. So get to know each other. Build that foundation before filming starts. We will. Zendaya promised. Good. Now go celebrate. You've earned it. Number 343. Chapter 343. Pancreas Leads, 2. Outside in the hallway, Tom and Zendaya stood in stunned silence. Tom was staring at his script like it might vanish if he blinked. Zendaya held hers against her chest, breathing carefully like she was afraid sudden movement might wake her from a dream. Did that just? Tom started. Yeah. Zendaya finished. We actually. Yeah. Tom's face split into the widest grin she'd ever seen. Oh my God. I know. Oh my God. I know. Then Tom did a little jump, not planned or controlled, just pure kinetic joy that had to escape his body somehow. He spun in a circle, nearly dropped his script, caught it against his chest, and let out a laugh that echoed down the hallway. Zendaya started laughing too, the professional composure she had been maintaining completely shattering. I think I am also kind of just starting to process all this. I need to tell someone. I need to. Tom pulled out his phone, then froze. Wait, can I tell people? Are we allowed to tell people? Is this confidential? I have no idea, never done this before. Same. This is. Tom stopped mid-sentence, staring at his phone screen. His expression shifted from joy to complete confusion. What? My Instagram. He scrolled rapidly, eyes widening. I have like 60 new followers? In the last 20 minutes. Zendaya pulled out her own phone, checked, and her eyebrows shot up. I have 73. What is happening? Tom kept scrolling, his confusion deepening into something closer to panic. This doesn't make sense. I never get this many. He looked up at Zendaya with genuine concern. Maybe my account got hacked? Zendaya burst out laughing. Not a polite chuckle, but a real, full-body laugh that made her have to lean against the wall for support. It's not funny. Tom protested, though he was smiling despite his worry. I am serious. What if someone's in my account posting weird stuff? What if they are pretending to be me and saying things I didn't say? Tom. Zendaya tried to speak through her laughter. I don't think. I should change my password. Right now? Before they. Tom. Zendaya managed to get his attention, still grinning. If your account was hacked, why would the hacker just add followers? That's the weirdest hack strategy one have ever heard. Tom paused, considering this. Okay, that's actually a fair point. Look at the actual notifications. Where are the followers coming from? They both checked their phones more carefully this time, scrolling through the follower list instead of just the count. They all have profile pictures. Tom muttered. And listen, they look like real accounts, not bots. And some of them have comments on their profiles about, wait. He clicked on one. This person's bio says they are fans of Regal's films. Zendaya was checking the same thing. Mine too. A lot of them mention Regal or Lie Studios, or, she stopped. Oh, what? She held up her phone, showing him a post that had been tagged with both their handles. It was from an entertainment news account with a decent following, the kind that broke casting rumors and production updates. Breaking, Regal Seraphsail's next project revealed. Directing a love story titled, I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. Lead roles cast with newcomers at Tom Holland 2013 and at Zendaya. The post was 30 minutes old. It had over 2,000 likes. Tom's jaw dropped. He announced it? Already. Apparently. But we literally just got cast 10 minutes ago. Zendaya scrolled through the comments, which were flooding in rapidly. Look, people seem to be really excited. Tom read over her shoulder. Finally, a romance from Regal. Who are these actors I've never heard of? The title is so weird, but I trust Regal's vision. New actors means fresh chemistry. Some of these are kind of harsh. Zendaya noted, showing him another comment. Never heard of them. Hope they don't ruin it. Wow. Okay. Tom felt his excitement dim slightly. That's a lot of pressure. Yeah. They stood there scrolling through reactions, some supportive, skeptical, all of them intense in their own way. Is this normal? Tom asked quietly. This much attention before we have even done anything? I don't think anything about working with Regal Seraphsail is normal. Zendaya replied. Tom's phone buzzed with a text. He glanced down. Unknown number. This is Samantha. Don't engage with any press or social media about the casting until we brief you on publicity protocol. Congratulations again. Oh great. Tom muttered. I wasn't planning to engage with anyone, but now I'm paranoid I will accidentally engage with someone. Zendaya's phone buzzed with what was presumably the same message. How do you accidentally engage? I don't know, but if there's a way to mess it up, I will probably find it. She laughed again. He was discovering that making her laugh felt like a small victory. We should probably exchange numbers. Zendaya said. Actual numbers, not just Instagram handles that apparently the entire internet now knows. Right? Yes. Good idea. Tom fumbled with his phone, nearly dropped it, caught it. then had to unlock it 3 times because his hands were still shaking with leftover adrenaline and new anxiety about being announced to thousands of people. "You okay there?" Zendaya asked, amused. "Completely fine. Just, my hands forgot how to work. Totally normal. Happens all the time." They exchanged numbers, which involved Tom somehow managing to spell Zendaya's name as Zendaya in his contacts on the first try, then second-guessing himself and changing it to Zendia, then panicking and asking her to spell it. "It's Zenday," she said patiently. "Right? I had it right the first time. Why did I change it?" Tom was typing frantically. "I'm normally good with names, I swear. I am just. There's a lot happening right now. It's okay. You're allowed to be overwhelmed. I am going to add a note to your contact. Scene partner. Do not misspell her name again." Zendaya looked at his screen. "You're actually typing that?" "Yes. Future me will thank present me for the reminder. You're kind of ridiculous. I am very aware." The elevator dinged. Samantha appeared. "Tom, your mother's here to pick you up. She's waiting in the lobby." "Oh, right." Tom shoved his phone in his pocket, nearly dropped his script, caught it, then looked at Zendaya. "I will see you at rehearsals?" "See you at rehearsals," she confirmed. "Okay, great. This is..." "Yeah." He started toward the elevator, then turned back. "Also, your contact is saved correctly now. Just so you know. In case that matters." "That definitely matters," Zendaya said, trying not to laugh. "Right? Okay. But..." He practically bounced into the elevator, still radiating energy even as the doors closed. Zendaya stood in the hallway with Samantha, shaking her head with a smile. "He's very enthusiastic," Samantha observed. "That's one word for it." Zendaya agreed. Zendaya looked down at the script in her hands, then at her phone where notifications were still trickling in. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." Zendaya hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "The ending in this script. Is that really how it ends?" Samantha's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. Acknowledgement, maybe, or respect for the question. "What makes you think it isn't?" she asked. "The audition scenes felt heavier than they should if everything works out. Like there's weight underneath that a happy ending wouldn't need." "Smart kid," Samantha thought. "Very perceptive. Read what Regal gave you," she said carefully. "That's the version you need to understand for now." Zendaya studied her for a moment, clearly understanding there was subtext she wasn't being told. "Okay," she said finally. "I trust him." "You should." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I just schedule things. Thank yourself for earning it." After Zendaya left, Samantha returned to Regal's office. He was reviewing something on his laptop, but looked up when she entered. "They are both gone?" he asked. "Both gone," excitedly so, and already dealing with social media attention. "The announcement went well?" "Depends on your definition of well. People are interested, some are skeptical about unknown actors." Tom thought his Instagram got hacked. Regal smiled. "That sounds exactly like something he would think." Zendaya's already suspicious about the ending. "I expected that. She's perceptive. Are you sure about keeping it from them?" Especially Tom." "Especially Tom," Regal confirmed. "I want him to play the character with certain hopefulness. And this might be the easiest way to bring it on screen." "And Zendaya?" "She will figure it out eventually. But by then she will understand why we did it this way." Samantha made a note on her tablet. "First rehearsal is scheduled for 2 weeks from now. Should I prepare anything specific?" Later that evening, Tom's house. "I still can't believe it's real. Like, my brain knows it happened, but my brain also thinks maybe I imagined the whole thing." "It's real, sweetheart. You earned this." Tom pulled back, grinning so wide his face hurt. "And there's this girl, Zendaya. She's playing Sakura, and she's really talented, and we're supposed to build chemistry before filming, and Regal announced it already, and I have like 100 new Instagram followers, and I might have almost told her my account was hacked, because I am an idiot." His mother laughed, the kind of laugh that said she'd heard this level of excitement before and knew exactly how to handle it. "Come on, let's celebrate properly. Dinner wherever you want. That Thai place. With the pad thai I like." "Of course. Can I invite someone?" She raised an eyebrow. "The girl from the movie?" "What? No. I meant like, my friends. From school. Not." Tom's face went red. "We just met today properly. That would be weird, right? That would be too soon." "That would be very soon," his mother agreed, amused. "Right? Yeah. Friends from school. That's what I meant." As they headed out to the car, Tom pulled out his phone to text his friends, then paused. Looked at his contacts. Found Zendaya's name, spelled correctly, with the note he'd added to himself. He stared at the blank message field for a long moment. What do you even say? Hey, we're going to be spending months together creating art. Hope you're ready for me to be weird the entire time. Too much. Way too much. Keep it simple. Tom, hey. It's Tom. Still can't believe today actually happened. See you at rehearsals. He hit send before he could overthink it, then immediately started overthinking it. Was the exclamation point too much? Should he have used a period? Did see you at rehearsals sound too casual or too formal? His phone buzzed. Zendaya, still processing everything too. Also still getting follower notifications, which is kind of surreal. Can't wait to get started though. Congratulations, scene partner. Tom grinned at the screen, so hard his cheeks hurt. Scene partner. He had a scene partner. He was cast in a Regal Seraphsail film as the male lead. And somewhere in Los Angeles, Zendaya was probably having the exact same surreal experience, processing the exact same impossible reality. You're smiling at your phone, his mother observed from the driver's seat. I'm allowed to smile at my phone. I didn't say you weren't. Just noticing. It's from Zendaya, the girl playing Sakura. She's nice. I'm sure she is. Not like that. We're scene partners. That's all. Professional scene partners building professional chemistry for professional reasons. Of course. Mom, I didn't say anything. You're thinking things. I'm thinking you got cast in a major film, and I'm very proud of you. Tom decided to accept that and not push further. He looked back at his phone, typed out a response. Tom, same. And thanks for not judging me when I thought my account was hacked. 3 dots appeared. She was typing. Zendaya, that was genuinely the funniest thing I've heard all week. I'm never letting you forget that. Tom laughed out loud. Tom, great. Looking forward to months of you reminding me I don't understand how Instagram works. Zendaya, that's what scene partners are for. Tom, pretty sure that's not what scene partners are for. Zendaya, building chemistry through mutual teasing. It's a method. Tom, is it though? Tom, it is now. Tom was still grinning when they pulled into the restaurant parking lot. His mother turned off the car, but didn't get out immediately. Tom, yeah. This is going to change things. You know that, right? The attention, the pressure, people watching everything you do. I know. Are you ready for it? Tom thought about the script in his bag. About Elliot's journey from isolation to connection. About playing someone learning to truly live for the first time. I don't know if anyone's ever really ready, he said honestly. But I want to try anyway. She smiled and squeezed his shoulder. Then let's go celebrate you trying. Tom pocketed his phone and followed his mother inside, still smiling, still processing, still completely overwhelmed by how much his life had just changed in a single afternoon. But underneath the anxiety and excitement and surreal disbelief, there was something else. Certainty. This was right. This role, this film, this partnership he was building with someone he'd just met, but somehow already trusted. Whatever came next, the pressure, the attention, the emotional weight of the story, he was ready to face it. Or at least, ready to try. And really, that was all anyone could ask for. Number 344. Chapter 344, Trailer Reactions. May 2nd, 2015. The trailer dropped at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on a Tuesday morning. Within minutes, the internet exploded. Me too, comment section. At Daniel R. 1990. First. And holy crap, that dragon. At Head Forever. I can't breathe. The dragon scene. I actually can't breathe. At Matic 88. Okay, so I wasn't crying until Dumbledore's line, and then I lost it. At Skewer. I have been saying 3D is a gimmick for years. This trailer just made me eat every single word. I am buying IMAX tickets right now. At Catch. Wait. Is that actually 3D, or is this just the regular trailer? Because if the 3D looks like this, I need to find a theater immediately. At Rand 42, my hands are literally shaking. I just watched a trailer and my hands are shaking. At TE. PSA for everyone asking. You need to see this in an actual 3D equipped theater. The MeTube version doesn't show what the 3D actually does. Find a cinema doing preview screenings. Trust me. At noon. Am I the only one who thinks this is overhyped? It's just a trailer, guys. At Head Forever. Did you see the same trailer we did? That dragon sequence alone is worth the ticket price. At noon. I saw it. It looks fine. You're all being dramatic. At Rand 42. Fine, he says. Fine. The audacity. At Rec 2015. I am at work. I am supposed to be working. Instead, I am watching this on repeat and crying at my desk. My boss just walked by. I don't even care. At Person. Okay, I will admit the graveyard scene gave me actual chills. That color grading is chef's kiss. At Train. Everybody stay calm. At Train. Stay calm. At Train. I can't stay calm, this is too good. At Corner. The fact that they held back the transformation for the entire trailer and still made it this intense? That's knowing your material is strong enough to sell itself. At Fan 2004. My mom won't let me see it because it's PG-13 and I'm only 11. This is the worst day of my life. At Unday 20. Show her this trailer. If my 11 years old showed me this, I'd reconsider. At Parent. Or respect your mother's rules and wait 2 years like a responsible child. At Fan 2004. But 2 years. I will be 13. That's basically ancient. Reddit. r/Harry Potter. Title. Goblet of Fire Trailer Megathread. Holy shit edition. Posted by you/mod team. 9:07 a.m. The trailer just dropped. We know you're all losing your minds. Keep reactions in this thread. Normal sub rules still apply. Be civil. Try not to die from hype. You/GRY. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. That dragon. That dragon. You/Pride. Which part? The roar? The chase? The tail whip? All of it. You/GRY. Yes. All of it. Everything. I think I blacked out for a second. You/Claw. 9:11 a.m. Just got back from an early morning 3D preview screening at my local AMC. The 2D trailer doesn't do it justice. You need to see this in 3D. The depth is insane. You/Heart10. Wait, how did you see it in 3D already? You/Claw. Some theaters are doing special 3D trailer previews before other movies. Check your local listings. They're playing it before whatever 3D films that are running currently. You/DViewer. What? I need this. Where? How? Give me locations. You/Claw. I made a separate post with a list of theaters I found doing it. Check my profile. Updated as people comment with more locations. You/DViewer. You are a saint. A beautiful angel saint. You/Filmed. The color grading in that sequence is phenomenal. Everything drains to almost black and white. And then those green lights hit, and it's genuinely unsettling. You/Kin. I don't know what color grading means, but I know that scene scared me, and I am 28 years old. You/Damage. Dumbledore's line. Dark and difficult times lie ahead. I wasn't ready. I am still not ready. I will never be ready. You/Grieving. Knowing that's Richard Harris's last appearance makes it hit so much harder. You/4 days. Why would you say that? I was doing fine until you said that. You/Pro. The way the trailer holds on his face just a moment longer than the other shots. That was deliberate. That was a goodbye, and I'm not okay. You/Skeptic. I have been vocally against 3D for years. Called it a cash grab, a gimmick, unnecessary upcharging. I just saw this trailer in 3D. I was wrong. I was so wrong. This is what the format should be. You/Uso. Vindication. I have been saying native 3D is different from post-conversion trash, and nobody believed me. You/Skeptic. You were right. I apologize. I am buying you a metaphorical beer. You/Stin090. Y'all are falling for marketing hype. It's still just a gimmick. You/Skeptic. I literally just said I was you 2 hours ago. Go see it in 3D. Actual 3D. Then come back and we will talk. You/Biframe. I have watched this 6 times already and I keep finding new details. The way Harry's hand extends toward the camera in the underwater scene. The spatial relationship between the dancers in the Yule Ball. This is dense with visual information. You/Oriented. The sound design though. That dragon roar made my laptop speakers vibrate. What is this going to sound like in IMAX? You/IMAX. I volunteer to find out. For science. You/Officer. Pre-sale numbers just jumped 15% in the last 30 minutes. This trailer is going to make so much money. You/Money. Can we not reduce this to numbers? This is art. You/Office. Art that's going to make $800 million plus worldwide, but yes, still art. You/Gia. Where can I find these preview screenings? Twitter, hashtag Goblet of Fire trending #1 worldwide. At Movie Critic Dan, the Goblet of Fire trailer in 3D is the most impressive use of the format I have ever seen. Retweets, 12.4K likes, 45.8K. At Mess247, I am at work. I am supposed to be in a meeting. Instead, I am in the bathroom crying over a Harry Potter trailer. This is my life now. Retweets, 8.2K likes, 34.6K. At Real, 9:19 a.m. Are you me? Because this is exactly what I am doing. At the 129, PSA, the Goblet of Fire trailer in 2D on MeToo versus in 3D at a theater are two completely different experiences. Find a cinema doing preview screenings. Your life will change. Retweets, 15.7K likes, 52.3K. At Confused Viewer, I don't have a 3D theater near me. Do I just cry? At the 129, road trip? Worth it. I promise. At Parenting Struggles, my 8-year-old daughter just asked me why the Harry Potter trailer doesn't work on our TV. I explained it needs special theaters. She thinks I am lying to keep it from her. Parenthood is fun. Retweets, 4.3K likes, 18.9K. At Same Boat, mine too. She put on 3D glasses from the movie theater and got mad when nothing changed. How do you explain display technology to a 6-year-old? Retweets, 6.8K likes, 28.4K. At Gino0101. I'm 16 and I just ugly cried at a movie trailer. What has my life become? Retweets, 7.4K likes, 31.8K. At Vivi134, I am 28 and same. Age is irrelevant when art hits you. At Bomb4392, everyone needs to calm down. It's a good trailer, but you are all being dramatic. Retweets, 234 likes, 891. At PickMe777, no. At Gacha666, absolutely not. At Million777, we reject your reasonable take. Next day, Facebook, Parent Groups. Posted by Jennifer M. In Parenting Through Pop Culture. Urgent. My kids, 6 and 9, are convinced the Harry Potter people lied about 3D. They think it's fake, a trick to make them wait longer. I've tried explaining it only works in theaters with special screens. They don't believe me. My 6-year-old keeps putting on her 3D glasses from the theater and getting upset when it doesn't work. Help. Comments, 47. Sarah L. OH my God same. My daughter made me a certificate declaring me officially not trustworthy about Harry Potter. She signed it. I'm genuinely worried about my credibility as a parent. Jennifer M. That's simultaneously hilarious and heartbreaking. Mike R., my son, 7, built a movie machine out of cardboard boxes to fix the trailer. He spent 2 hours on this. When it didn't work, he cried. I didn't know what to do. Do I explain projection technology? Do I just hug him? I chose hugging. Patricia K. Take them to a theater doing the 3D preview screenings. Once they see it actually working, they'll understand. AMC and other theaters are doing it before most major releases right now. Jennifer M. We're going this weekend. We'll report back if this saves my status as a trustworthy adult. David T. This is why I just told my kids movie magic. They accepted that explanation immediately and moved on with their homeworks. Sarah L. My daughter would interrogate me about what movie magic means. She's 8 and has the cross-examination skills of a prosecutor. Amanda R. Anyone else's kid think the delay was fake and this trailer proves it? My son C. The movie is done. They lied. Me. That's just the trailer. Him. That's what a liar would say. Mike R. The logic is flawless, honestly. A viral video. Video starts with an 8-year-old girl at a kitchen table with markers and regular reading glasses. Girl's voiceover. Okay, so mom said the Harry Potter trailer needs special black glasses to be 3D. So I'm making special black glasses. She carefully colors the lenses of the glasses completely black with a Sharpie, tongue sticking out in concentration. Puts them on. Immediately takes them off, confused. Girl, I can't see anything. Tries again, tilting head different directions. Girl, still nothing. Takes them off, looks directly at camera with pure betrayal. Girl, mom lied to me. Parent filming is clearly trying not to laugh. Parent, off-screen, honey, that's not what I. Girl, Already walking away, throwing the glasses on table. I want my money back. I want a refund. Parent. Sweetheart, you didn't pay for. Girl. Turning back dramatically. A refund for my trust. Video ends. Caption. She's never forgiving me? Please help at Harry Potter Film at LAE Studios explain to my daughter that 3D requires more than just black lenses before she disowns me. Hashtag Harry Potter. Hashtag Goblet of Fire. Hashtag 3D confusion. Hashtag kids are savage. Hashtag parenting fail. Likes. 2.3M comments. 45.7K shares. 892K. Top comments. At understanding_parent. My son did this with blue marker. He thought blue would make it more magic. He's currently not speaking to me. Reply. At confused_kid_chronicles. The silent treatment is real. She asked if we could return me to the parent store. At former_kid. I'm 24, and I low-key thought it would work too. Don't at me. At science_teacher. As a physics teacher, I volunteered to make a video explaining 3D technology in kid-friendly terms. This is the content I didn't know I needed to create. At Hollywood Insider. This is the most adorable misunderstanding of display technology I've ever seen. At film_nerd. A refund for my trust is the best line I've heard all year. 1 week later news coverage. Entertainment Weekly article. Goblet of Fire trailer breaks records. Proves 3D isn't dead. The Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire trailer has now been viewed over 50 million times across platforms in its first week, making it one of the most watched trailers of 2015. But the numbers tell only part of the story. What's remarkable is the qualitative response, the genuine enthusiasm from viewers who've seen the 3D version in theaters. I've been covering film for 15 years, says critic Martha Reynolds, and I haven't seen this level of organic excitement in a long time. Theater chains have responded by expanding their 3D preview screenings. AMC Theaters reports that auditoriums showing the Goblet of Fire trailer in 3D have seen 40% higher attendance than standard screenings. People are literally buying tickets to other movies just to see this trailer in 3D, says AMC spokesperson. We've never seen anything quite like it. The trailer's success has also sparked renewed conversation about 3D as a filmmaking tool rather than a gimmick. The difference between native 3D and post-conversion is night and day, explains cinematographer Roger Deakins. What Goblet of Fire demonstrates is that when you shoot with 3D cameras from the beginning, designing each shot for spatial depth, you create genuine immersion. Pre-sale tickets for the film, which opens July 2nd, have already surpassed projections by 35%. Local news coverage, various cities. Portland, Oregon, KPTV news segment. The 30-year-old news anchor barely conceals her amusement. In entertainment news, local Harry Potter fans held what they're calling a countdown chain funeral this week after the long-awaited Goblet of Fire trailer finally dropped. Cut to footage of kids in a backyard standing around a paper chain laid in a shoebox coffin. 9-year-old reading from paper written in crayon. Today we say goodbye to our countdown chain. It was a good chain. It worked hard. But now it's gone because the movie finally has a trailer. We forgive the people who made us wait because the trailer is really, really cool. The dragon was scary. We're starting a new countdown chain for July. This one will make it. All children bow. Head solemnly. One kid in back is crying. Cut back to anchor, smiling. The group says they're already halfway through their new countdown chain and quote, very serious about making it to July 2nd this time. Number 345. Chapter 345. Interview. May 12, 2015. The studio lights hummed softly overhead, casting a warm glow across the minimalist set. 2 chairs sat angled toward each other, separated by a low table bearing nothing but a glass of water and a small microphone. Charlie Rose leaned back in his chair, his signature curiosity evident in the tilt of his head. Across from him sat Regal, relaxed but focused, the kind of presence that filled a room without demanding it. Hello, Regal. Charlie, either you've discovered time travel, or you look younger than the last time I saw you. Huh, that's the studio lighting. My wife would strongly disagree. Then I retract the compliment. I was trying to ease into this gently. You've got the set lit like we're about to confess something. Charlie raised an eyebrow. If you're in a teasing mood, then I'm afraid I have to answer with something heavy. Regal groaned softly. I was genuinely trying to be funny. Too late for that. Charlie said, settling in. You walked into it. He paused, letting the room quiet on its own before continuing, his tone shifting. With technology accelerating everything, the way we create, the way we consume, the way trends appear and vanish overnight. Charlie said, evenly, there are people who believe something essential is slipping away. Do you think art is still alive? Regal smiled, not defensive, almost entertained by the premise. Alive, he said. It's doing better than ever. He leaned in slightly, hands moving as he searched for the right phrasing. It adapts. That's what it's always done. The tools evolve, the platforms shift, but the core doesn't change. When something stops you, when it feels honest enough that you forget it's constructed, that's art. Charlie listened without interrupting. You don't need elaborate framing or dramatic camera language for that. Regal continued. Sometimes it's simpler now, and because it's more accessible, more people get to try. More voices get heard. He tapped lightly against his temple. What keeps you leaning forward in your seat? This. Your mind is trying to solve what it's seeing. We're wired to search for meaning. We stitch fragments into stories without even realizing we're doing it. That instinct, that hunger to connect, that's where art lives. Charlie nodded, absorbing the answer, then pressed further. How would you define it then? Art. Regal paused, looking past the camera for a moment, as if reaching for something deeper. I would say art is anything that comforts you. It's that warm mug of soup when you're feeling freezing cold. It's a universal language. We human beings have spent centuries creating differences, accents, languages, geographical barriers. But human emotion is the only thing that speaks across every boundary. A piece of music or a visual image conveys emotion without needing a translator. It speaks directly to the soul, and that's its true power. The room seemed to grow quieter, the weight of his words settling in. Charlie leaned in. And you think the world is catching up to this idea? I think it's starting to. Regal replied. Look at the institutions that once resisted change. Award bodies expanding categories. Short films being treated with the same seriousness as features. That's not accidental. He gave a measured shrug. The major publications, the critics, the so-called gatekeepers, they see what's happening. Storytelling isn't fading. It's diversifying. It's finding new shapes. Charlie eased back in his chair, a small, thoughtful smile forming. After a beat, he glanced toward the monitor beside them. He said, his tone shifting to something warmer. We reached out to a few collaborators, people who have worked closely with you. I would like to show you something. Regal lifted an eyebrow. That sounds dangerous. The studio lights dimmed slightly as the monitor flickered to life. The image that appeared was casual, almost homey. Keanu Reeves standing in what looked like a living room, hands in his pockets, that familiar, easy smile on his face. Hey, Keanu said, nodding at the camera. They asked me what impressed me most about Regal. Regal let out a low sigh. Oh no, why is he involved in this? Charlie laughed at it while Keanu in the clip continued. We all know that Regal is a talented creator. Writing, direction, producing. Like, is there anything he hasn't done? But the most impressive thing isn't any of his talents. It's his trait. The trait of treating everything and everyone as part of his success. I mean, the people Regal has introduced until now were nothing before, including me. But not once did he ever look at me or give a feeling like, you are here because of me, or be grateful. No, remember who gave you your break. It was always just respect. So yeah, love you, man. And always stay the same, which I know you will. The screen went black. The studio was quiet for a beat. Regal sat still, his expression unreadable at first, then something softened. Not quite emotion, but a kind of acknowledgement. He looked down briefly, then back at Charlie. Charlie watched him carefully. That's not a small endorsement. Regal exhaled through a quiet laugh. That could have been much worse. Charlie smiled. But it wasn't. Charlie let a quiet pause settle before leaning forward. There's something I want to ask about. Richard Harris. Regal's shoulders shifted almost imperceptibly. He had expected it. When he passed, Charlie continued gently. It affected everyone. What was that moment like for you? For the team? Regal drew in a slow breath. Richard was never just an actor playing Dumbledore, he said. He carried something into the room. Calm authority. A warmth that didn't need effort. You can cast a role, but no one can cast a presence. He paused. When we lost him, it wasn't simply a casting problem. It was grief. On set, in the crew, in the cast. Replacing him wasn't the question. Honoring what he gave us was. Charlie nodded. Have you found someone to step into the role? Not yet, Regal replied. We're searching very carefully. And we can't let emotion cloud the responsibility. The story has to continue. No one is bigger than it. Not the actors, the studio, or even me. Charlie nodded slowly. That's still not a transition anyone plans for. No, Regal agreed quietly. You plan for weather delays and script rewrites. You don't plan for losing someone like that. Charlie glanced at his notes, then looked up again. Chris Columbus mentioned that Goblet of Fire would be his final Harry Potter film. What did that conversation look like? And have you decided who directs next? Will it be you? Regal smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Chris is a brilliant director. From the moment he had joined since the second film of Harry Potter, he gave his all to make it what it is now. And yeah, it is tough for both of us. But we also know that this isn't the end of our collaboration. And the next director? Those discussions are happening. Regal said. Would I direct? I'd be lying if I said the idea doesn't tempt me. But I already have another project moving forward. So we're weighing options. Charlie leaned in slightly. Which brings us to the writing. You're currently working on what many believe is the final Harry Potter book. How does that feel? Regal tilted his head. It's not quite the final one. That rumor's gotten ahead of itself. Charlie smiled. You realize fans will breathe easier hearing that. I hope so. Regal said lightly. There are still 2 books ahead. The concluding arc will be titled Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 1 and Part 2. Charlie blinked. You're comfortable announcing that here? It's decided. Regal said. No sense pretending otherwise. From the titles alone, it sounds definitive. An ending. This time Regal leaned back fully, exhaling. It is. He admitted. And that's daunting. He let the word hang. I began this journey with Harry Potter. 5 years of building these lives, these threads. Writing the end means choosing what remains. Every decision carries weight because it can't be undone. Do you already know how it ends? Charlie asked. I have always known. Regal replied. The destination was never the challenge. The challenge is making sure the path earns it. That when readers reach the final page, it feels inevitable, but not predictable. Painful where it should be. Healing where it must be. He paused, then added. It's the most personal thing I will ever write in my whole life, regardless of what I might write in the future. Because it's not just their ending. It's mine too, in a way. Letting go of. Something that's been part of my life for so long. It's like saying goodbye to people you have known forever. Charlie studied him for a moment. Do you think you will miss it? The world, the characters? Regal smiled softly. I already do. And I haven't even finished yet. The studio lights seemed warmer now, the conversation deepening into something more intimate. Charlie Rose had a way of pulling truth from people, and Regal, for all his guardedness, seemed willing to offer it. One last question about Harry Potter. Charlie said. When it's all complete, books, films, everything, what do you hope remains with people? Regal didn't hesitate. That love is the most powerful force we have. Those choices matter more than circumstances. And that even in the darkest times, there's always light, if you're brave enough to look for it. He paused, a hint of mischief returning. And who said it ends there? Charlie blinked. We still have 4 more films coming. Regal shook his head slightly. Not just the films. Harry Potter doesn't stop with the last frame. Charlie's eyebrows lifted. That sounds like something. Regal smiled. I will leave it at that. Charlie laughed. You heard it here first. Regal simply leaned back, saying nothing more. Charlie shuffled his notes, then looked up with renewed interest. Let's talk about your next project. Word is you're working on a love story. 2 debutante leads, a more intimate scale. Some are calling it your entry into art. How cinema? Regal laughed, a genuine sound that broke the solemnity of the previous conversation. Art films? He repeated, as if tasting the words. I don't know if I would call it that. I mean, what makes something an art film versus just a film? He leaned back slightly, hands moving as he searched for the right words. I don't want to give too much away, he said, a faint smile forming. But I can tell you this, it's about connection. About how 2 people can step into each other's lives, change something quietly, and then move on, or not. He paused, shrugging lightly. If that sounds like an art house, then sure. But I am not trying to make a statement piece. I just wanted to tell something honest. 2 unknown leads. Charlie pressed. That's a risk, isn't it? Especially after working with established names. It's not a risk if they're right for the roles. Regal countered. I have always believed that. The talent was always there. In Keanu, in the Harry Potter kids when we cast them. Sometimes you're not looking for someone who's already proven themselves to the world. You're looking for someone who is the character. These two, they have a connection. That's what the story needs. And the scale of it. Charlie continued. It really isn't going to be a grand spectacle. Just 2 people and their story. Regal's eyes lit up. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is pull back. Let the camera just watch. Let the performances breathe and the silence say what words can't. So when can we expect to see it? Regal smiled. When it's ready. I am not rushing this one. It deserves time, care. These debutantes deserve to be guided properly, to find their characters without the pressure of a release date looming over them. Charlie nodded slowly, clearly satisfied with the answer. From wizards to warriors to young love, he mused. You really don't stay in one lane, do you? Why would I? Regal said simply. Life doesn't stay in one lane. Neither should art. Number 346. Chapter 346. Goff Release 1. May 31st, 2015. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire release. Night pressed softly against the windows as Marcus ricocheted from couch to hallway to kitchen, unable to contain himself. Dad, hurry up. We have to pick up Jake first. And then Emma. And we can't be slow. We cannot be slow. What if there's traffic? What if the line is huge? What if? We are not going to miss it, his father said calmly, tightening his watch strap. And we are not speeding. But it's not any show. It's the premiere. Marcus insisted, bouncing in place. The premiere. His jacket was already on, shoes tied twice and hair combed and recombed. The tickets, carefully sleeved in plastic, were in his father's inside pocket, checked at least 4 times. Marcus darted toward the door before it was even fully open. Car. Now. Faster. His father shook his head, smiling despite himself, and followed him into the cool night air. As they pulled out of the driveway, Marcus twisted in his seat. After Jake, we go straight to Emma. We are going at a perfectly reasonable speed, his father replied, easing onto the road. And we will get there on time. Marcus exhaled sharply, as though patience were a physical burden. The headlights stretched across the quiet street, and the memory of how all of this began returned. 2 months ago, the trailer for Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire had dropped that morning. Marcus had watched it 3 times before school and twice after dinner. Dragons, fire, and the tournament. He totally liked it. That evening, he sat cross-legged on the living room floor while the trailer replayed on the television. Guess the movie is finally coming, Dad, he said, not taking his eyes off the screen. But it took so long. We could have helped them. We even sent the letter. Did it not reach them? His father stood near the doorway, arms folded loosely. The question carried no accusation, just genuine curiosity. The letter and the helper squad. He still felt a faint second-hand embarrassment when he thought about it. A 10-year-old offering to speed up a major film production. 6 children volunteered after school and on weekends. It sounded absurd when phrased that way. But he also remembered the seriousness in Marcus's voice when they wrote it. The way he had insisted every skill be listed properly. The way he had said, it doesn't hurt to ask. Most of the words had been Marcus's, that part mattered. He had only typed what his son dictated, corrected spelling, folded the page neatly, addressed the envelope. A small and totally harmless thing. Now, watching Marcus lean forward every time the dragon appeared, he wondered if the letter had vanished into some warehouse bin, unread and forgotten. Studios are busy, he said gently. They probably get thousands of letters. Marcus nodded, though he didn't look convinced. We would have been good, though, he added quietly. Sophia could have done the math. Jake could have drawn stuff. Tyler could carry equipment. His father couldn't help but smile. Yeah, he said. You probably would have reorganized the whole production schedule. Marcus grinned faintly at that, but his gaze drifted back to the screen. The trailer ended again. For a brief second, the room fell quiet. His father felt the lingering flicker of embarrassment about sending the letter, but beneath it, something steadier. If being a parent meant occasionally humoring big dreams, even improbable ones, then so be it. And whether the studio ever read it or not, At least his son had learned one thing. Sometimes you ask anyway. Then, one ordinary afternoon, his father checked the mailbox. Among the bills and grocery flyers sat a thick cream envelope. The return address bore the insignia of the studio behind Harry Potter. He frowned. "What kind of nonsense is this?" he muttered. "Someone playing a prank." Inside the house, his wife glanced up from the counter. "Probably just some random publicity thing," she said. "Open it." She had already reached for her phone. She recorded everything: birthdays, spilled cereal, crooked science projects. It was more of a habit than intention. "Wait," she added, positioning herself near the kitchen table. "Let him open it." Marcus was summoned. He approached the table cautiously, eyes widening at the envelope. "Is that?" "Go on," his father said. Marcus tore it open carefully. He unfolded the letter and then began reading. At first, his expression was neutral, then puzzled and still. "Dad," he whispered. His father leaned closer. "What?" "It's from them," Marcus said, louder now, voice shaking. "From the movie people." He scanned the page again, faster this time. "They got my letter. They said thank you. And they—" Something slid free from the envelope. 6 glossy tickets landed on the table. Marcus stared at them and silence filled the kitchen. The kind that stretches long enough to become fragile. "We got tickets," he said faintly. "Tickets for what?" his father asked, still skeptical. Marcus looked up. Then he exploded. "We got tickets. Actual tickets. To see the movie early. In 3D. He launched out of his chair, sprinting in a wild circle around the kitchen, the tickets clutched like treasure. "Jake, Emma, Tyler, Sophia, Sam. We're all going." He stopped mid-stride and stared at the tickets again. His voice dropped. "Is this real? Dad, is this actually real?" His father laughed, but his eyes had already begun to sting. "I need to check, but I think so." Marcus bolted down the hallway, shouting incoherently about dragons and premiere nights. A crash followed. "I am okay," came his voice from another room. "I am just very excited." His wife, still recording, covered her mouth. His wife, still holding the phone steady, looked at her husband. "Honey, anything you want to say?" He blinked, clearly still trying to catch up with what had just happened. The tickets were on the table, and the letter lay unfolded beside them. "I am still a bit dumbfounded," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "I wrote that letter 3 months ago and never thought twice about it. I honestly didn't expect anyone to read it, let alone respond. And sending tickets for all 6 kids? That's unbelievable." Before he could say more, Marcus came sprinting back into the kitchen. He didn't slow down. He collided straight into his father and wrapped his arms tightly around him. "This is the best thing that's ever happened to me," he said into his shirt, voice thick with emotion. His father exhaled slowly, holding him close. "Yeah, buddy," he replied, his own voice tightening. "It's pretty great." Marcus pulled back abruptly, as if remembering something crucial. He picked up the tickets again, examining them carefully, turning them over as though confirming they were solid. "Can I sleep with these?" he asked earnestly. "I want them next to me, so I know they are safe." A small, emotional laugh escaped his father. "You can sleep with them." Marcus looked up once more, searching his father's face. "And we can really go? Promise? This is real." His father met his eyes and nodded firmly. "I promise. This might be a prank, but definitely not a dream." Marcus's smile stretched impossibly wide, a mixture of relief, disbelief, and overwhelming joy frozen on his face. The recording lingered on that moment, on the tickets in his hands, and the expression he couldn't contain. Then the video cut to black. By midnight, it had crossed 100,000 views. The next morning it reached 500,000, and on Monday, over 5 million. The story caught fire. The hashtag Helper Squad trended worldwide within 8 hours. Twitter reactions were again massive. Hashtag Helper Squad trending worldwide within 8 hours. At Danger 247, I'm crying in a Starbucks. That little boy's reaction. The dad crying. The "is this real" part. This is too pure for this cruel world. Retweets, 45.8K likes, 187.3K. At Adult 898, I don't even like Harry Potter. Haven't seen the movies. Don't care about wizards. But that video just made me SOB at my desk. The genuine joy on that kid's face is the most wholesome thing I've ever witnessed. Retweets, 23.4K likes, 92.1K. At Pro Parent 182. The way Marcus hugged his dad? The "is this real" question? The PS in the letter acknowledging the father's role in raising a helpful kid? I'm not crying, you're crying. We're all crying. Retweets, 67.2K likes, 241.8K. At Fine 420. This is how you treat your audience. This is how you build lifetime loyalty. Regal Seraphsail kept a letter from a 10 years old for 3 months and personally responded with tickets. That's class. That's understanding that fans are people, not transactions. Retweets, 89.7K likes, 312.4K. At Just Here 21, from a purely business standpoint, this is brilliant. Cost, $500 in tickets. Value, millions in positive press and goodwill. ROI, incalculable. But it only works because it's genuine. You can't fake this kind of response. Retweets, 34.5K likes, 128.9K. Present night premiere. Jake's house had been first. He had burst out the door before his mother even finished reminding him to behave. Emma arrived with a small notebook tucked under her arm for observations, she insisted. Tyler slid into the back seat last, announcing he would protect the tickets if necessary. Sophia had already calculated the exact runtime and insisted they had a 12-minute buffer. Sam brought a packet of tissues just in case anyone gets emotional. Now all 6 of them were crammed into the car, buzzing at a frequency that made the vehicle feel smaller than it was. As they turned onto the final block, the noise became real. Crowd chatter, distant applause, the faint thud of music from inside. Marcus's father parked in a designated section marked for advanced screening guests. An usher in a black suit directed them with professional calm. Tickets? The usher asked. Marcus looked at his father, who gave a small nod. Then he stepped forward and handed them over himself. The usher scanned each one, the soft beep of confirmation sounding almost ceremonial. Enjoy the show, he said, returning the stubs. Then, from a stack at his side, he handed each of them a sealed pair of 3D glasses in clear plastic sleeves. You will need these, he added. Marcus accepted his carefully, holding the glasses in one hand and the ticket stub in the other, as if both were equally fragile. Jake leaned in close. So, we are finally here. Emma scanned the crowd. Hey, look, there are real cameras. Tyler puffed out his chest slightly. If anyone needs carrying, I am ready. Sophia glanced at the massive poster above the entrance. Statistically speaking, this is the earliest any of us have ever seen a major release. Sam looked at Marcus. You okay? Marcus nodded, but he wasn't jumping anymore. The scale of it all had settled over him. They walked together toward the entrance, staying close so none of them would get separated in the crowd. The red carpet wasn't for them. They weren't celebrities, but they passed near enough to hear reporters calling out names, to see flashes ignite against tailored suits and glittering gowns. Inside, the lobby was transformed. Life-size displays towered near the concession stands. The dragon from the Tri-Wizard tournament loomed in sculpted detail near the staircase. Screens looped. Behind-the-scenes footage. Staff members moved efficiently through the crowd, guiding guests toward their assigned auditorium. Marcus's father kept a gentle hand on his shoulder as they approached the doors. An attendant checked their section numbers. Row G, she said with a smile. Right in the center. They filed into the auditorium. It was larger than any theater they had ever been in. High ceiling, velvet seats, a screen that felt impossibly wide. The air carried that unmistakable mix of popcorn and anticipation. Other guests were already seated, press members, contest winners, studio representatives. Conversations buzzed softly under the glow of dim house lights. All the kids slid into their row together. Marcus sat in the middle. He ran his thumb across the edge of his ticket stub, as if memorizing its texture. Tyler leaned forward in his seat. When the dragon shows up, I am not blinking. Sophia whispered. The visual effects budget alone is probably astronomical. Jake grinned. I am just watching the art direction. Sam leaned closer to Marcus, eyes wide as the auditorium buzzed around them. You're sure I am not dreaming? He whispered. Punch me. Marcus didn't hesitate. He swung harder than necessary. A sharp thud landed against Sam's arm. Sam inhaled sharply and grabbed the spot. Ouch, he muttered under his breath, trying not to attract attention. He blinked twice and nodded slowly. Okay, the pain is real. Jake stifled a laugh. Tyler leaned over as if evaluating the damage. Sophia gave Marcus a look that clearly suggested moderation. Emma scribbled something in her notebook, confirmed reality via impact test. 1. Before anyone could say more, the house lights began to dim. The soft golden glow faded row by row until only the faint aisle lights remained. The murmur of the crowd thinned into silence, conversations dissolving mid-sentence. Even Sam forgot about his arm. All 6 of them turned toward the screen. On the screen, the studio logo appeared. Now, surrounded by his 5 friends, the helper squad in full attendance, he was about to see it before almost anyone else in the world. Number 347. Chapter 347. Goff Release 2. The Red Studios logo faded to black. Then the screen turned pure and consuming darkness. A whisper echoed from nowhere. Harry Potter. Marcus's eyes went wide. He grabbed Jake's sleeve without looking away from the screen. The shadows started to undulate, and in 3D they didn't simply shift. They revealed depth, stacked upon depth, like peering down an endless abyss with no visible bottom. Harry Potter. More voices now, overlapping, getting louder. Sam leaned over to Tyler. Why does it sound like they're behind us? Tyler twisted in his seat to check. There's nobody there. Harry Potter. Black fragments flew toward them, actually seemed to fly at them, and all 6 kids jerked back in their seats. Whoa, Jake yelped. Tyler's hand shot up like he could catch the pieces. Emma grabbed the armrest. So hard her knuckles went white. Behind the shattered darkness, the Triwizard Cup, floating in space, glowing gold. Marcus forgot to breathe. In 3D, the cup didn't just appear on the screen. It seemed suspended in midair, as if it had crossed the boundary of the frame and was hovering right in front of them, close enough to reach out and take. It's coming out of the screen. Sophia whispered, more to herself than anyone else. The camera pushed forward through the debris. Whispers filled the theater, strange words and languages Marcus didn't recognize, but they sounded important, sounded like warnings. The cup got bigger and bigger until it filled everything and reflected in its shiny surface. Harry's face looked really scared. Then everything began to change. The castle rose out of the mist slowly, as though it had been there all along and the fog was only now allowing it to be seen. Sam let out a strangled breath, the kind that escapes before you even realize you're holding it. You've got to be kidding me, no? No, that's not real. Marcus didn't look at him, but he felt the same jolt in his chest. It wasn't just a backdrop. It wasn't painted light on a flat surface. The ground stretched forward in measured distance, students crossing the grass in clusters, some closer, some farther off, each separated by real space. The castle didn't look filmed, it looked inhabited. For a second, it felt less like watching and more like standing at the edge of something. I want to live there, Emma said, almost to herself, eyes fixed on the screen. A beat. Don't even joke. Sam muttered. I already packed. Same. Marcus said. Same. The others echoed, not laughing this time. Dumbledore's voice filled the theater. The Triwizard Tournament brings together 3 schools for a series of magical contests. The Goblet of Fire burst into blue flames. Names shot up into the air, and Marcus could see them floating at different heights, some closer and others farther away. How are they even doing that? Tyler murmured, not really expecting an answer. Students from the other schools did magic, wands moving in patterns that seemed to float right off the screen. One girl made butterflies out of light, and they drifted through the air in front of Marcus's face. He didn't even realize he was leaning forward until his dad's hand touched his shoulder, gently pulling him back. The goblet roared with fire, and a piece of paper came out. Harry's name. It floated forward, getting closer and closer, and Marcus's hand started to reach out before he caught himself. He looked down at his hand, embarrassed. Jake whispered, I almost tried to grab it too. Marcus felt a bit better hearing that. Thunder boomed through the whole theater. Rain poured down, and in 3D you could see some drops close and some far away, like standing in an actual storm. Then they heard it, a growl with deep anger. The Hungarian horntail came out of the darkness, every single kid stopped moving. Marcus's mouth fell open. The dragon was huge. Not the usual movie kind of big where you understand it's supposed to be large. Its head filled the screen and still felt too large for it, larger than a car and his living room. He could judge how far it stood from Harry, how long its neck was, and how easily it could swallow someone whole if it chose to. When the creature opened its jaws, rows of teeth catching the light like drawn blades. "Oh no," Sam whimpered. "Oh no," Tyler agreed. "That's so cool," Jake said, grinning even though his eyes were huge. The dragon roared. Its sound tore through the theater. Emma grabbed Marcus's arm with both hands. "I felt that in my chest." Harry shot forward on his broom, impossibly small beside the dragon. The difference in size was brutal now that you could measure it in space. Every sweep of the dragon's claws looked close enough to count inches. When flames erupted from its mouth, they didn't stay flat on the screen. They surged outward in layers, waves of fire at different depths, rolling toward the audience before peeling back. Marcus flinched every time. "He's gonna die, he's gonna die, he's gonna die." Sam chanted quietly. "He doesn't die," Sophia said. "We know he doesn't die. We read the books." "I know, but it looks like he's gonna die." The dragon's tail whipped toward the camera. Marcus ducked without thinking, and so did Jake. Tyler jerked so hard, he nearly slid out of his seat. Sophia tightened her grip on Marcus's sleeve. Sam hid behind his hands, peeking through his fingers. Emma didn't move at all, just stared, frozen. Harry swerved. Dove twisted in midair. He snatched the golden egg, and the dragon lunged one last time, jaws slamming shut on empty space as Harry rolled away. All 6 of them let out breath they didn't know they had been holding. "That was the coolest thing I have ever seen in my entire life," Jake said, voice shaking but excited. "My heart is beating so fast," Tyler said, putting his hand on his chest. "I think I forgot how to blink," Sophia said. Marcus was grinning so hard his face hurt. He turned to his dad. "Did you see that?" His dad let out a soft laugh, still staring at the screen. "Hard to miss." The dragon was right there. It really seemed like it was. The great hall shifted so gradually it almost felt alive, as if the stone itself had decided to celebrate. Ice sculptures caught the candlelight and fractured it into shards of silver and pale blue. Thousands of candles hovered at different heights, and the 3D made the space feel endless. Some flames drifted so close Marcus felt he could cup one in his hand. Others floated far above, near a ceiling that stretched upward into shadow, impossibly tall and cathedral-like. "Wow," Sam said softly, almost careful not to ruin it. Marcus nodded without speaking. After the chaos of the dragon, this felt like stepping into a different world entirely, one where nothing was trying to kill anyone. Then Hermione appeared at the top of the staircase. The conversation in the theater dipped without anyone meaning it to. She moved carefully as the fabric of her gown fell in soft layers, catching the candlelight so it shimmered when she moved. Her hair, no longer wild and hurried, flowed in polished waves over her shoulders. There was a poise to her now, a quiet confidence in the way she descended each step, as if she had always belonged in a room like this. It was the kind of beauty that makes you forget whatever you were about to say. Harry looked up and forgot himself. Didn't even seem aware of the noise around him. He stared at her the way someone looks at something they didn't know they were allowed to witness. Like the most astonishing thing he had ever seen had just walked into the light. Anyone watching him could have read it plainly. That wasn't surprise. That was falling in love. Emma nudged Marcus. "Oh my God, look at Harry." Jake leaned forward. "He's gone." Tyler grinned. "He looks like he just discovered oxygen." On screen, Hermione reached the bottom of the stairs. Harry was still staring, like if he looked away she might disappear. Music swelled through the hall. Couples drifted onto the floor. The camera moved between them. Laughter, spinning gowns, polished shoes gliding over stone. The candles shimmered overhead, depth and distance stretching in every direction. Marcus eased back into his seat. After claws and fire and roaring flames, this felt like a breath between storms. Tyler rolled his shoulders. "Okay, I can relax now." Sophia didn't look away from the screen. "You know this doesn't last." Sam groaned quietly. "Can we not talk about that yet?" The music continued, soft and golden, while the candles floated on, unaware of what was waiting beyond the dance. The screening room felt different from a premiere. The noise was lower, the laughter softer. People watching themselves instead of trying to be seen. The Yule Ball sequence came on again. Ice sculptures shimmered, candles floated, and the music swelled. In the center row sat Daniel Radcliffe, Lily Harris to his right, Rupert a seat over. A few other cast members leaned forward in quiet anticipation, whispering about camera angles and lighting choices. In the dark theater, Daniel didn't look up at the screen. He was looking at Lily, like he was just drawn there. Lily was watching the screen with complete focus, unaware of him. The light from the projection brushed across her face in warm flickers, gold, shadow, and then gold again. Her posture was almost identical to the night they filmed it, composed but slightly tense, like she was reliving the walk down those steps. On screen, Hermione appeared. In the theater, Daniel didn't blink. His eyes traced the outline of her profile, the way the screen light brushed against her cheekbones, caught in her hair. He had seen this scene a dozen times during editing. He knew every frame. What he hadn't seen like. This was her, watching herself. Lily felt it, that subtle awareness of being watched. She turned slightly to her right and caught him. Normally, that would have been enough. Daniel had a habit. If she ever caught him staring on set, he would snap his head away almost instantly, pretend he'd been looking at lighting rigs or catering tables or literally anything else. This time, he didn't. He just held her gaze. The screen light flickered across his face, but his eyes didn't move, and in them was the same expression Harry wore on screen. The same stunned stillness, the same quiet awe that had filled the room the day they shot it. Lily's breath hitched, barely noticeable, because she recognized it. It was the exact look he had given her on the staircase set, when she had stepped out in costume for the first time and the entire crew had gone quiet. But this wasn't acting. This was Daniel. For a suspended second, the movie and reality blurred. On screen, Harry stared at Hermione like she was the most extraordinary thing he had ever seen. In the theater, Daniel stared at Lily the same way. Rupert shifted in his seat with exaggerated discomfort. "Oh, he muttered under his breath. "Can you two at least pretend there's a film playing?" Daniel didn't look away. Rupert leaned forward, stage whispering, "Mate, at least wait until the credits if you're going to recreate it live." A few of the others snickered softly. Lily blinked, color rising faintly in her cheeks. Only then did Daniel finally glance away, but slower than usual, not embarrassed. Just aware. Behind them, a row back, Regal and Gwen had seen everything. Gwen tilted her head slightly, amused. "Seems like someone finally figured it out. She's a bit slow in this department." Regal murmured. "Supposed to be the smart one, too." Gwen nudged him lightly. "You nudged this along, didn't you? Why do you enjoy matchmaking so much?" Regal gave a quiet shrug. "I didn't start anything. He was finished the second he saw her at auditions. I just made sure they had scenes together. The rest handled itself." Gwen suppressed a smile. "Convenient." Regal almost replied, but his fingers brushed the small box resting inside his coat pocket. He had been carrying it around for a week, waiting for the right moment or for courage, maybe. On screen, Harry was still staring at Hermione as she reached the bottom step. In the row behind Daniel and Lily, Regal glanced at Gwen, just for a second longer than usual, before returning his attention to the film. For the first time that evening, the film wasn't the only thing building toward a moment. Number 348. Chapter 348, Goff Release 3. The screen went ocean dark. Harry kicked deeper into the black lake, and the 3D made it look like he was dropping into a hole with no bottom, just black water stretching down and down into nothing. Emma's whisper barely made it past her lips. Where does it end? Fish drifted through the murk. Some passed so close Marcus could see their scales and could make out individual fins. Others floated way back in the distance, pale and ghostly, like they were made of fog instead of flesh. Then the merpeople came. Didn't move like anything Marcus had ever seen. Their bodies twisted wrong, limbs bending at angles that made his stomach turn. And in 3D they surrounded Harry from every direction, sliding out of the darkness beside him, above him, from the deep water below that looked like it dropped straight to the center of the earth. "I really don't like those," Sam said, shrinking into his seat. Emma nodded without looking away. "They're awful." Hostages floated in the water with their eyes closed, faces peaceful like they were just sleeping. And below them, in that endless black, something moved. Something big and dark and all wrong. It shot up and grabbed Harry's ankle. Sophia gasped so loud the person in front of them turned around. The camera yanked back into darkness so fast Marcus's stomach lurched into his throat. For a second, he forgot he was in a theater. It felt like he was the one being dragged down. Tyler's hands locked onto his armrest. "That was horrible." I hated everything about that. The color started draining out of the world, but it wasn't all at once. Slowly, like someone was turning down a dial, pulling the life out of everything until the whole screen looked like those old black and white photos his grandma kept in shoeboxes, all grays and blacks and sadness. The portkey grabbed Harry and spun him, around and around and around, and the 3D made Marcus's head swim. His eyes couldn't follow. Everything kept breaking apart into pieces and snapping back together wrong, over and over until he felt sick just watching. Ugh, Tyler said quietly, pressing his hand to his stomach. Don't even think about it. Jake said fast. I am not going to throw up. You better not. I said I am not. Probably. Harry slammed into the ground hard enough that Marcus felt it in his chest. Tombstones rose up through thick fog. In 3D, some stood close enough to touch. Others disappeared way back into the mist, and it made the graveyard stretch out forever in every direction, huge and empty, and so lonely it hurt to look at. Kill the spare. The voice slithered out of nowhere, from everywhere, and Marcus's hand shot out and grabbed his dad's arm before he could think about it. His fingers dug in tight. Green light split the darkness. Cedric dropped like someone had cut all his strings at once. Harry's scream tore through the theater. Sam already had his tissues out. His eyes were wet and getting wetter. The cauldron bubbled and smoked, and something started forming inside the steam. A shape, a body, a person. Marcus wanted to look away, at least tried to look away. His eyes wouldn't let him. Peter Pettigrew shook so hard the knife rattled in his hands. He looked like every part of him wanted to run, but his legs had forgotten how to work. Then the hand came. Out. Marcus's breath stopped. The fingers were too long, stretched out like someone had pulled them. The skin was too white, not just pale or sick-looking, like it had never seen the sun and was supposed to even exist. A face pushed through the shadows, but not all of it. Just enough to see it was Voldemort, and to know he was real now, solid, here. Red eyes opened. They looked out at the audience. In 3D, they looked through the screen, and Marcus could absolutely swear, they were looking right at him. And only at him. Tyler's hands clamped down on his knees so hard his knuckles went bone white. Jake had turned into stone, completely frozen. Sophia's brain, which never stopped analyzing and cataloging and making sense of things, just shut down entirely. Emma forgot she was holding her notebook. Sam gripped his tissues like they were a shield that could actually protect him from something. Marcus forgot how breathing worked. I can touch you now. Voldemort's voice crawled into Marcus's ears and nested there, and he knew he would hear it in his head for weeks. The whole theater held its breath. Nobody moved or made a sound. The film shifted into high gear. Harry fought back, spells firing in streams of color, light exploding across the screen in reds and blues and greens. Dragons wheeled overhead, wings so massive they blocked out the sky entirely. The maze shifted and rearranged itself around Harry while he ran, walls sliding into new positions. Paths that had been there a second ago suddenly leading nowhere. Dumbledore's face filled the screen. Those eyes that saw everything, that knew what was coming even when nobody else did. The Triwizard Cup burned brighter and brighter, gold light spilling out until it hurt to look at. Fire and shadow twisted together, bleeding into each other until Marcus couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Harry's wand connected to Voldemort's. Golden light shot out of both and met in the middle, and in 3D, it looked like it was streaming straight into the audience. Marcus could swear he felt warmth on his face. Faces flashed across the screen, one after another. Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, Sirius, all the people Harry loved. All the people worth fighting for and staying alive for. Then Richard Harris as Dumbledore appeared, and something in the theater changed. Dark and difficult times lie ahead. His voice was warm and steady. It sounded like every grandfather who had ever told a bedtime story. Every teacher who had ever made you believe you could do something you thought was impossible. Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy. His face stayed on screen. Just a few extra seconds, long enough that Marcus understood without being told. This was the last time. The last time they would see him like this or hear that voice. Marcus's throat closed up. He didn't understand why, but it did, tight and hot, and his eyes started to sting. His dad's hand found his shoulder and squeezed gently. Marcus looked up. His dad's eyes were shining, wet at the edges. Dad, Marcus whispered. His dad tried to smile, but it didn't quite work. He shook his head like he couldn't get words out. All around them, grown-ups were crying and trying to be quiet about it. Some weren't even trying. Marcus heard sniffles, heard someone blow their nose a few rows back. For what felt like forever, nobody moved. The whole theater sat frozen. Then the applause came. It didn't start slow. Instead, it was wild from the start. The helper squad sat there, still half lost in what they had just experienced. Tyler opened his mouth. That was... Yeah, Jake said. Sam tried. The dragon. Sophia said softly. Emma whispered. When Cedric... Huh, Marcus said, barely getting the word out. The credits started rolling. Names scrolling up the screen in white letters on black. So many names. Marcus had never thought about how many people it took to make something like this, hundreds and thousands. People who built sets and sewed costumes and painted backgrounds and wrote music and did a million other things he'd never even considered. His dad leaned down. You boys ready to head out? Marcus looked up at him. Can we stay? Just till the end. His dad blinked, surprised. Then his expression softened. Sure, kiddo. We can stay as long as you want. So they sat. While other people filed out, gathering coats and discussing the movie, the helper squad stayed, planted in their seats and watched every single name scroll past. Set designers, costume makers, visual effects supervisors, music composers, assistant directors, second unit camera operators, catering staff, and more. Then, near the end, after the directors and producers and big-name actors, but before the copyright notices and legal text that nobody ever read. This film is dedicated to the memory of Richard Harris, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. Rest in peace. Special thanks. The Helper Squad. Marcus Thompson, Jake, Emma, Tyler, Sophia, Sam, and each fan across the magical world. For reminding us why we make these films. Marcus saw it first. His hand shot out and smacked into Jake's arm, without him even looking away from the screen. Ow. What's your... Jake looked where Marcus was staring. His mouth fell open so wide Marcus could see his back teeth. Guys, Jake said, and hit Tyler's arm. What? Tyler looked. His eyes went huge. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys. One by one they all saw it. Emma's hand flew up and covered her mouth. Her eyes went wide and bright. Tyler sat up so straight and so fast he nearly launched himself out of his seat. Sophia started blinking really fast, trying to keep tears from spilling over. Sam didn't even try. He just cried, using his tissues, not caring who saw. Their names, actually there, on the screen. In a real Harry Potter movie that millions of people would see. We made it in. Marcus whispered. Could barely get the words past the lump in his throat. We're in Harry Potter. Jake said louder. Our names are in Harry Potter. Tyler shouted, and he didn't care at all that his voice echoed. Tyler, SHHH. Emma said, but she was grinning so big it had to hurt. There's still people here. I don't even care. We're in the movie. In Harry Potter. Forever. Marcus turned to his dad. His dad was staring at the screen like someone had just handed him something priceless, and he couldn't quite believe it was real. Dad, look. We're. I see you, buddy. His dad's voice came out rough and thick. I see you. We're really there. You really are. His dad's hand squeezed his shoulder again, tighter this time. And when Marcus looked up, his dad was smiling even though his eyes were wet. You really, really are. Marcus turned back to the screen, watching their names scroll up slowly, so slowly, until they disappeared into copyright notices and production company logos. But it didn't matter that the words were gone. It didn't matter at all. He had seen them. They had all seen them. The Helper Squad. In Harry Potter. In the actual movie. Forever. Nobody could ever take that away. Other people were leaving now, standing and stretching, talking about the dragon and the graveyard in Dumbledore's final scene, gathering jackets and phones and empty popcorn containers. The Helper Squad didn't move until the very last word scrolled past, until the screen went completely black, until the house lights came up full and bright, and there was nothing left to see. Only then did they stand. Marcus looked at his friends. Jake was grinning like it was Christmas morning and his birthday and the last day of school all rolled into one. Emma was crying and smiling at the same time, tears running down her face while she laughed. Tyler stood up straight and tall like he'd just won a championship. Sophia kept blinking, trying to get her face under control. Sam wiped his eyes with his tissues, not even trying to hide it. Best day of my whole entire life, Tyler declared, and his voice didn't shake at all. Yeah, everyone else said it once. Same. Walking back to the car, they couldn't stop talking. The words tumbled out in a tangle, everyone trying to talk at once, voices overlapping and interrupting and blending together. When the dragon's tail came at us, I thought my heart was going to stop. The graveyard made me forget how to breathe. I actually forgot. That lake went down forever. It didn't even have a bottom. But our names, though, our actual real names. We're in it forever, like actually forever. Forever. Nobody can ever take it back. We're basically movie stars now. We're famous. Marcus's dad walked a few steps behind them, just listening. Watching Marcus use his whole body to demonstrate how the dragon had moved, arms spread wide like wings, swooping and diving. Listening to 6 kids talk over each other in pure joy, unable to get the words out fast enough. He smiled and caught up to the group just as Marcus was trying to explain the 3D with increasingly wild arm movements. And it came right at us. Marcus said, swinging his hand toward Jake's face to demonstrate. Jake batted it away. I was there. I saw the exact same thing you did. But wasn't it incredible? Wasn't it the most incredible thing you've ever seen? It was the most incredible thing anyone's ever seen, Jake said, and he meant every word. They reached the car. All 6 kids piled in, still too wired to sit properly, still talking, still reliving every moment. Marcus's dad started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot. The tires hummed on the pavement. Marcus pressed his forehead against the cool window, watching the theater get smaller and smaller behind them, the lights shrinking into the distance. 6 months ago, he had written a letter, dictated it to his dad, who had typed every word exactly as Marcus said it, and they had mailed it off thinking, hoping, maybe, that someone might read it, that someone might care, and someone actually did, and remembered and cared enough to send tickets, to give them this night, and even going beyond, put their names in the actual movie. He thought about everything that had led to this moment, writing the letter and the tickets arriving, not believing they were real. His dad promised over and over that, yes, they were real, this was actually happening. Getting ready tonight, picking up his friends. The drive here with everyone too excited to sit still. And then the movie itself. The dragon that felt close enough to touch. The graveyard that made his heart forget how to beat right. Dumbledore's voice wrapping around them one last time. And 6 names on a screen that millions of people would see. The Helper Squad. Marcus Thompson, Jake, Emma, Tyler, Sophia, and Sam. In Harry Potter. Forever. The theater disappeared behind them, swallowed by distance and darkness, and the city lights that filled the spaces between. But Marcus knew he would carry this with him. When he grew up and got a job, having kids of his own would get old like his dad, and get ancient like his grandpa. When he was so old he forgot other things, he would still remember this. The Helper Squad's movie night. The night they believed in something impossible, and it came true. The night they became part of Harry Potter. Marcus smiled and settled back into his seat, listening to his friends argue about which part had scared them the most. But he didn't join in. He just listened and smiled and looked out the window at the city sliding past. They had offered to help. Someone had listened. And now they were part of something that would last forever. That was pretty much the best thing in the entire world. Number 349. Chapter 349. Lily is a softa too. The Helper Squad story exploded. Again. The first time had been the tickets, Marcus's video opening the envelope, his pure joy, his father's emotional reaction. That had gone viral, spreading warmth and wholesome energy across the internet. This time was different, as the people had seen the movie, had sat through the credits and watched 6 names appear on screen in a major Hollywood production. Special thanks. The Helper Squad. Marcus Thompson, Jake, Emma, Tyler, Sophia, Sam, and each fan across the magical world. Social media detonated within hours of the premiere. Twitter, #Helper Squad trending worldwide. At GoerLife090, just got out of the Goblet of Fire midnight showing. Stayed for the credits. The Helper Squad is actually in it. Their names are in Harry Potter. I'm crying. Retweets, 78.4K likes, 289.3K. At EPT2929. Okay, so I thought the Helper Squad thing was just a sweet publicity story, but they're actually credited. Like actually I in the movie. Regal really put 6 kids' names in Harry Potter because they offered to help. I can't handle this. Retweets, 94.2k likes, 341.7k. At Firefire1111. I'm the person who usually calls everything fake and manipulative, but this Helper Squad situation is genuinely beautiful. Those kids offered to help make a movie. They got tickets. They got credited. That's just pure. Retweets, 112.8k likes, 445.9k. But the Helper Squad wasn't the only thing people were talking about. The Richard Harris tribute had hit differently. At the very end of the credits, after the production companies and legal text, one final card had appeared. This film is dedicated to the memory of Richard Harris, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. Rest in peace. Simply elegant, using Dumbledore's own words. The theater Marcus had been in, along with hundreds of others across the country, had gone completely silent when that card appeared. Then, spontaneously, people started applauding again. Quietly at first, then building a final ovation for a man who had brought magic to life. Reddit r/Harry Potter. The Richard Harris tribute at the end of Goblet of Fire destroyed me. Using that quote, holding on his face just a little longer in the final montage. The whole film felt like a love letter to him and everything he brought to Dumbledore. I'm not okay. My theater applauded when his tribute card came up. Spontaneous standing ovation. Never experienced anything like it. He would have loved knowing how much these films mean to people. 1 week later, July 10th, 2015. Box office numbers. Variety report. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire opened to $142.7 million domestically, the highest opening weekend in the franchise's history. International numbers pushed the global opening to $394.2 million. The film is tracking 35% ahead of previous franchise entries, with the 3D format accounting for approximately 60% of ticket sales, an unprecedented percentage for a non-animated film. Industry analysts attribute the success to multiple factors: the native 3D photography, strong word of mouth, emotional resonance of Richard Harris's final appearance, and surprisingly, the viral Helper Squad story, which generated significant goodwill and press coverage. Current projections estimate a global total exceeding $1.3 billion, which would make it the highest-grossing Harry Potter film to date. July 12, 2015 Press Junket Los Angeles. The interview room was comfortable, soft lighting, plush chairs arranged in a semicircle, cameras positioned discreetly. Daniel Radcliffe, Lily Harris, and Rupert Grint sat together on a curved sofa. Chris Columbus occupied a separate chair slightly to the side, present but not dominating the space. The interviewer, Michelle Park from Entertainment Tonight, settled into her chair with practiced ease. First of all, Michelle said, smiling warmly, "Congratulations. The numbers are incredible. Highest opening in franchise history." "Thank you," Chris said. The 3 actors nodded, who had gotten used to such compliments by now. "Now, I have to start with the question everyone's asking." Michelle leaned forward conspiratorially. "The Yule Ball sequence. Lily, you looked absolutely stunning in that scene." Lily smiled, a bit embarrassed. "Thank you. And I have to say, Daniel, your acting during that moment when Hermione descends the stairs? The complete awestruck expression? That was all of us. That was the audience's exact reaction. Top-notch work." Daniel's face went slightly red. "Oh, thanks. It wasn't really acting, to be honest. Lily looked incredible, and I just reacted." Rupert snorted. "Mate, you look like someone had hit you with a stunning spell." "I did not." "You actually did," Lily said, grinning. "Your mouth was open and everything." "It was not. It was," Rupert and Lily said in unison. Michelle laughed. "Well, it worked beautifully. Which brings me to the question everyone wants answered. Who is Hermione going to end up with?" The room went quiet for a beat. Lily opened her mouth, closed it, looked at Rupert, then at Daniel, then back at Michelle. Chris leaned forward slightly. "That's the question, isn't it?" "It is," Michelle said. "And after that Yule Ball sequence, after the way Ron and Hermione have been developing, after the Harry and Hermione friendship has deepened, people are divided. So, any hints? Chris smiled. Honestly, I don't know. You don't know? I genuinely don't. Neither do these three. He gestured at the actors. There's only one person who knows how this story ends, and he's not telling anyone. We're all waiting just like the audience. Regal Seraphsail, Michelle said, and there is absolutely no way he's revealing anything before the books are finished. We just have to wait. Speaking of the books, only 2 more, correct? Chris nodded. 2 more books to complete Harry's story. Yes. So that will be the end of Harry Potter? Chris paused, choosing his words carefully. The end of Harry's story at Hogwarts? Yes. The end of the Harry Potter world. He smiled slightly. I don't think so. There is so much potential in that universe. So many stories that could be told. He was subtly referring to the Chronicles of Narnia, which was planned to be connected to the Harry Potter universe. The first book, The Magician's Nephew, had already been written and was set for release under the name Thomas Ashford, a relatively veteran author, but wasn't that famous. However, this information was still confidential, so Chris chose not to elaborate. Michelle looked intrigued, but before she could follow up, she turned back to the actors. Okay, since the adults aren't giving us anything, Michelle said with mock frustration. What about you 3? Personal opinions. Who do you think Hermione should end up with? Lily started to answer immediately, the words coming with her usual confidence. Well, isn't it obvious? It's Har. She stopped mid-word. Her eyes went slightly distant for a second, like she was remembering something. The trailer screening. Daniel's hand on her arm during the emotional moments. The way he'd stayed close. Harry, Michelle prompted, sensing the hesitation. Before Lily could recover, Rupert jumped in. Why does everyone assume it's Harry? Why can't it be Ron Weasley? What's wrong with Ron? Nothing's wrong with Ron, Lily started. Then, why not Ron? He's loyal, he's funny, he cares about her. And Harry doesn't, Daniel said, his voice a bit sharper than intended. Rupert grinned. I am just saying, Ron's a good option and everyone overlooks him. Besides, Rupert continued, warming to his argument. We can't predict Regal. I am telling you, he might do something completely unexpected just because he wants to mess with the readers. He likes keeping people guessing. No, Lily said firmly. Regal wouldn't do that. How do you know? Because I know. Lily's voice had an edge to it. Hermione is Harry's. That's how it should be. Daniel looked at her, something complicated flickering across his face. Rupert raised his eyebrows at Lily's adamant tone. You're awfully certain about this. Because it's obvious. Lily insisted, her cheeks slightly flushed. To Michelle and the camera crew, it looked adorable. 3 young actors playfully debating their characters' futures with genuine investment. To Daniel, watching Lily defend the Harry-Hermione pairing with unusual intensity while carefully not looking at him, it felt like something else entirely. Something that made his chest tight and his face warm. All right, Daniel said, his voice a bit strained. We should probably stop fighting about this. This isn't our movie set. Michelle laughed. This is the most entertaining non-answer I have ever gotten to that question. The interview continued through several more questions. Favorite scenes to film, the 3D experience, working with the new Hungarian horntail puppet, the graveyard atmosphere. Then Michelle turned to Chris. Chris, this is your final Harry Potter film. How does that feel? The question landed differently than expected. The 3 actors, who'd been laughing and joking moments before, went still. Daniel's smile faded. Lily's hand went to her mouth briefly. Rupert's expression shifted to something more serious. I hadn't. Lily started, then stopped. We haven't really. This might as well be the last interview with you, won't it? Chris nodded gently. It can be. And we already finished shooting. Daniel said quietly. So that was the last time on set together. The realization seemed to hit them all at once. The last time Chris would call action with them. The last time he had given them direction. The last time they had worked together was this unit that had formed over years of productions. Rupert looked down at his hands. Lily blinked rapidly. Daniel swallowed hard. Hey, Chris said, his voice warm. None of that. We had an incredible run. For films together. That's something special. Yeah, but Lily's voice was thick. Chris smiled at her. But this isn't goodbye forever. This is just the end of this chapter. He leaned back, shifting the mood deliberately. Besides, do you 3 remember my first day on set? Taking over after Regal had to step back from directing the second film. The actors looked up, sensing the shift. Lily, Chris said, grinning now. You gave me the coldest shoulder I have ever experienced. Lily's face went bright red. Chris said, you were convinced I was the reason Regal wasn't directing anymore. You barely spoke to me at first. What was it? It wasn't that long. Half a day, Rupert said, grinning now. I remember. You were very polite, but very cold. I wasn't cold. Cautious. Maybe a little. You told me. Rupert continued, enjoying this. That if this new guy wasn't any good, we should protest. You wanted to make signs. I did not say we should make signs. Lies. You said we could make signs. Professional ones. Daniel laughed, the sadness from moments before easing. That's exactly what you had to say. Professional ones. Like that would make the protest more legitimate. I was 11. Lily protested, but she was smiling now despite her embarrassment. But you know what? Chris said. That cold shoulder lasted maybe 20 minutes once we started actually working. Then you forgot you were supposed to be mad at me and just became yourself. That's just Lily, Daniel said, and something in his voice made everyone look at him. She talks big and looks smart. He continued, not quite meeting anyone's eyes. But she's actually a totally clueless softie. Gets attached to people easily and also a bit protective of them. He paused, seeming to realize he was still talking. She just cares a lot. About everyone. The room had gone very quiet. Lily was staring at Daniel with wide eyes, her cheeks pink. Rupert was looking between them with barely concealed amusement. Chris was smiling slightly, like he had just witnessed something interesting. Michelle was trying very hard to maintain her professional composure while internally screaming because this was gold. Well, Michelle said, breaking the silence. That was very sweet, Daniel. Daniel's face went scarlet. I just meant. She's a good person. That's all. Very dedicated. To the people she works with. Professional dedication. Very professional. Rupert said, his grin threatening to split his face. Shut up, Daniel muttered. Lily was still staring at Daniel, something complicated and soft in her expression. All right, Michelle said, deciding to have mercy. I think that's a perfect note to end on. Thank you all so much for your time. Congratulations again on the film's success. The cameras stopped rolling. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Chris stood. Well, that was fun. That was something. Rupert agreed, still grinning at Daniel and Lily, who were very carefully not looking at each other. Lily started. Yeah, me too, Daniel said at the same time. They stood awkwardly, both clearly wanting to say something but not knowing what. Chris put a hand on each of their shoulders. You two are adorable and terrible at hiding your feelings. We're not, they both started. I am not blind, Chris said gently. Neither is anyone else who's watched you two work together for the past few years. But that's your business, not mine. He squeezed their shoulders. Just don't wait too long to figure it out, okay? He walked toward the door, then paused and looked back at all three of them. I meant what I said earlier. This isn't goodbye. You three, his voice got thick. Your family. That doesn't change just because I am not directing anymore. Lily rushed forward and hugged him. Chris caught her, returning the embrace. I am sorry I gave you the cold shoulder, she said into his shirt. I am not. Chris said. It taught me I had to earn your trust. That was important. Daniel and Rupert joined the hug, all four of them standing there for a moment. When they finally broke apart, everyone's eyes were suspiciously bright. Okay, Chris said, his voice rough. Get out of here before I start actually crying and ruin my reputation. They left, the three actors walking out together into the hallway. Rupert immediately said, So, Daniel. She's actually a total softie. That was quite the speech. Shut up, Rupert. Gets attached to people easily. Were you describing Lily or confessing your feelings? I will punch you. I would like to see you try. Lily walked between them, grabbed both their arms, and kept walking. We're not doing this in a hallway where anyone can hear us. So we're doing it somewhere private? Rupert asked innocently. Rupert grinned, I swear. Their voices faded as they disappeared down the corridor, still bickering, still together. Behind them, Chris Columbus stood in the doorway, watching them go. For films. Years of work. Watching these three kids grow up and grow into their roles and grow into themselves. It really was the end of something special. But Michelle had been right about one thing. That final moment with Daniel's unexpected speech, Lily's reaction, the way they all still functioned as a unit despite the complicated feelings developing between them. That had been perfect. A perfect note to end on. He really hopes Hermione ends up with Harry. Chris smiled and headed back into the room to collect his things. Some endings, he thought, were really just new beginnings disguised as goodbyes. Number 350. Chapter 350. Title, Proposal 1. June 7th, 2015 evening. The HP, GOF, was released a week ago. The red carpet had been rolled up, the press had filed their stories, the cast and crew had dispersed to their respective after-parties. Hollywood was yet again being stormed by the most famous franchise for the decades. But Regal Seraphsail wasn't at any after-party. He was standing in the lobby of the Chinese Theater at 9:47 p.m., checking his watch for the third time in as many minutes. "She will be here," Darren said from beside him, trying to be reassuring. "Gosh, I am actually nervous." Darren laughed. "Seriously? It's honestly refreshing to see you pacing like someone about to pitch their first short film." Regal opened his mouth. "Actually, that would have been much easier than this." Darren glanced at his shoes. "True. You were definitely more confident on your first day as a director than you are right now." Samantha appeared from the hallway, phone in hand. Gwendolyn just texted, 5 minutes out. Traffic on Highland backed up more than expected. Sigh. Regal exhaled. Darren and Samantha exchanged glances. "Regal," Samantha said, stepping closer, her tone soft but steady. "She loves you." He nodded once. "Yeah, she does." "Then you already have your answer." She replied. "Stop acting like you don't." Before Regal could respond, headlights swept across the lobby windows. A car pulled up to the curb, the one Regal had sent. His heart kicked into a higher gear. "That's our cue." Darren was already moving toward the back entrance. "Everything's ready. The timing's perfect. You've got this," Samantha added, squeezing his shoulder. "Just breathe and be yourself." That's all she wants. They disappeared down the hallway, leaving Regal alone in the lobby, dressed in his best suit, trying to remember how to breathe normally. From their position in the hallway, Darren and Samantha paused, looking back. "Honestly," Darren murmured, "this actually makes him feel more human." Samantha nodded, her own eyes a bit misty. "She's the only person who does this to him. The only one who can get past all those walls he puts up. I'm so glad he found her." Darren's expression shifted, something complicated, crossing his features. At least he's brave enough to try, to actually fight for what he wants. There was weight in those words, layers of meaning. Not everyone does that. The comment lingered a moment longer than necessary. He didn't name anyone, but he didn't have to. Samantha understood who he meant, even if Simon himself had never said anything out loud. Some things didn't need to be spoken to be obvious. Darren let it drop. He wasn't trying to stir anything up, just nudging reality in the right direction as he saw it. "Come on. We need to be in position." Back in the lobby, the doors opened. Gwendolyn stepped inside, and Regal felt the air leave his lungs. She wore a deep blue dress that caught the lobby lights. Her hair swept back, and when she saw the empty theater, her expression shifted from confusion to amused recognition. "Hi," she said, that smile playing at her lips, the one that always undid him. Then she looked around the deserted lobby. "Let me guess. You did it again." Despite his nerves, Regal smiled. "I am consistent if nothing else. At this point, it's our own ritual, I guess," she said, amused. And it was their tradition. After every Harry Potter film release, no matter how chaotic the night, no matter how many people wanted his attention, Regal arranged this, a private screening. Just the two of them. The way it had started. Harry Potter wasn't just a franchise to them. It was the reason they had met. The thread around which their entire lives had woven themselves. "You know," Gwendolyn said as she reached him, "the first time you suggested this, I thought you had completely lost your sense of proportion. You called it an egregious misuse of resources, if I recall correctly." "I did, and I stand by it." Her eyes sparkled with affection. "Renting out an entire theater for 2 people is objectively ridiculous." Regal held up his hands in mock surrender. "Then allow me to justify it. What else am I supposed to do with all this money?" "That's fine." Gwendolyn tilted her head, studying his face with that perceptive look she got when she knew something was up. "But what's different about tonight?" "Nothing's different." Her eyebrow lifted slightly. "You don't usually lie this badly." "Badly?" She smiled. "And you look a bit distracted too?" Regal held her gaze for a moment, then offered his arm. "We can unpack that later." The movie starts in 3 minutes. Another weak attempt. The theater was closed to the public tonight. There was no audience, only the two of them. If the movie was starting in 3 minutes, it was because he had arranged it that way. She let out a soft laugh and slipped her hand through his arm, allowing him to lead her down the silent corridor toward Theater 7. Regal held her gaze, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. For a moment, he considered telling her everything right there in the lobby. Instead, he offered his arm. "Come on, let me show you something first, then we will watch the film." Her eyes narrowed with curiosity, but she took his arm. "Now I know something's different. We always watch the movie first. Humor me. Always." He guided her through the empty corridors, but instead of heading straight to Theater 7, he took a detour toward the main auditorium. "Where are we going?" Gwendolyn asked. "You will see." He opened a door to one of the small VIP lounges, spaces usually reserved for special guests during premieres. This one had been transformed. Soft lighting illuminated photographs covering the walls, photos of them and their journey. Gwendolyn's hand flew to her mouth. "Regal." There was a photo from their first meeting, Gwendolyn stepping into the room in attire that was far from formal. A crisp white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, paired with a black miniskirt that ended high on her mid-thigh. She wore no shoes, only sheer black pantyhose, her toes pressing lightly against the tiled floor. Regal still remembered exactly why she had been dressed like that. Yet, in that moment, his mind had managed to register only one simple fact. She was beautiful. Why is this here? I feel embarrassed just looking at it. No, it's cute and sexy too. He gave her a thumbs up. Next to it, a candid shot from the Philosopher's Stone set, both of them reviewing a scene, her hand on his shoulder as she pointed at something in the script. Chamber of Secrets premiere, them on the red carpet, him whispering. Something that made her laugh so hard she had to grab his arm for support. Prisoner of Azkaban, a stolen moment backstage, her adjusting his tie before an interview. The intimacy of the gesture captured perfectly. Goblet of Fire, on the premiere night, just a few days ago, both of them holding hands while watching the audience reactions. And scattered between these official photos were personal ones. Her asleep in his office chair, his jacket draped over her shoulders. Him teaching her about camera lenses while she pretended to be interested. Both of them on his couch, her feet in his lap, completely at ease. "I have been collecting these for years," Regal said softly, waiting for the right moment. Gwendolyn walked along the wall, touching each frame gently. "This is our whole story." Not the whole story, just the beginning. She turned to him, tears already gathering. "Regal, what? Come here." He took her hand, leading her to a small screen set up at the end of the lounge. "I want you to see something." He pressed play. The screen came to life with a simple title card, Our Story. What followed was a video montage, not the polished, professional cut he would show her later, but something more intimate. Home videos, behind-the-scenes footage, moments captured on phone cameras. Young Gwendolyn, barely in her 20s, passionately defended his manuscript in a publishing meeting. Regal's first day on set, looking completely overwhelmed until Gwendolyn appeared with coffee and that grounding smile. Quiet moments between film shoots, walking through London together, arguing good-naturedly about character motivations, stealing glances when they thought no one was watching. The video was only 5 minutes long, but it encompassed 7 years of their lives. When it ended, Gwendolyn was openly crying. "You made this?" "With some help from Samantha and Maggie," Regal admitted. "Both PA of ours have been collecting footage for months." "It's beautiful." Gwendolyn wiped her eyes. "But I don't understand. Why show me this now? We're supposed to watch the movie." "We will," Regal said. "But first, I need to tell you something." He took both her hands in his. 5 years ago, you took a chance on a story about a boy wizard. You didn't just publish it, you fought for it. You believed in it when you had no reason to, when I was just another aspiring author with big dreams and no credentials. The story was good. "Let me finish," he said gently. "Please." She nodded, squeezing his hands. "That decision changed my life in ways I never could have imagined. It isn't about success, films, fame, or any of that, but because it brought me to you." Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "You've called Harry Potter our baby for years, and you are right. It is ours. We built it together, you with your editorial insight, me with my vision, both of us learning how to translate magic from page to screen. But somewhere along the way, this partnership became something more. Regal. I love you, Gwendolyn. I love how you call me out when I am being impossible. I love how you fall asleep in my office because you refuse to leave until I do. I love how you understand what I am trying to say even when I can't find the words. I love that you've been patient with my obsessions, that you have made me better without ever asking me to be different. He paused, searching her face. We have sat through 4 private screenings in Theater 7, in the same seats every time, watching our story grow. And I don't want to watch any more of them, or anything else, without you beside me. Gwendolyn's breath caught. So before we go watch the movie, Regal continued, I have one question. He released one of her hands to reach into his jacket pocket, pulling out a small velvet box. Her free hand flew to her mouth. Gwendolyn Alworth, Regal said, his voice shaking slightly as he opened the box. Will you marry me? The ring inside was perfect, elegant, and understated, a single stone that caught the soft lighting like starlight. For a moment, she couldn't speak and even breathe. Then she laughed, that wonderful, joyful sound, and pulled him into a crushing hug. Yes, she said against his shoulder. Yes, you absolute romantic fool. Yes, obviously yes. Regal wrapped his arms around her, relief and joy flooding through him in equal measure. She held out her left hand, and with trembling fingers, Regal slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. I had it sized 3 times, he said. Saren helped. Of course she did. Gwendolyn admired the ring, then looked back at him with shining eyes. I love you. So much. I love you too. She kissed him then, soft and sweet and full of promise. When they finally broke apart, Gwendolyn glanced at the door. So, are we actually watching the movie now, or was that just a clever ruse? Regal smiled. Oh, we're watching the movie. But there might be a few more surprises. Her eyes widened. More? What else could you possibly? Come on. He offered his arm again. Trust me. Always. From the projection booth, a small group watched through the narrow glass window. Well, Darren said quietly. He didn't faint. I consider that a win. Number 351. Chapter 351. Proposal 2. From the projection booth, a small group watched through the narrow glass window. Well, Darren said quietly. He didn't faint. I consider that a win. Samantha let out a soft, shaky laugh as she brushed at the corner of her eye. You say that like you had a bet running. I did, Darren replied dryly. $5 he'd forget his own name halfway through. Maggie didn't laugh. She was openly crying, one hand pressed over her mouth as she watched. She had been with Gwendolyn since the earliest, uncertain days. She waited so long for this, she whispered. He has no idea. He does, Samantha said gently. That's why he looks like that. Behind them, Simon stood unusually quiet, hands in his pockets. Rock made no effort to hide his tears, wiping them away only for more to follow. Idiot. How can he make her cry? He muttered thickly, though the word carried nothing but affection. Saren leaned lightly against the back wall, smiling to herself. Keanu stood beside her, arms crossed, watching with an unreadable but softened expression. He rehearsed that speech. Keanu murmured, at least 20 times. Saren raised a brow, and still looked terrified. Well, I would be too if that was me. Even Darren, who prided himself on composure, blinked more than usual. Behind them, the 3 leads of Harry Potter stood together, absorbing the scene in their own ways. Daniel Radcliffe let out a slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Rupert Grint rubbed the back of his neck, blinking rapidly. He sniffed once and shook his head. Bloody hell. I am not crying. It's just, yeah. Lily didn't even pretend to stay composed. Her hands were clasped under her chin, eyes glassy, smiling so wide it almost hurt. It's perfect, she breathed. It had to be here. Of all places, it had to be here. Daniel glanced at her. Yeah, they both look perfect together. Rupert nodded toward the aisle. Saren, standing nearby, smiled at their reactions. You 3 look like proud siblings. We are, Rupert said immediately. He practically raised us on that set. Daniel gave a small nod. He did more than direct a film. He held the whole thing together. Same with her. Below, Regal said something that made Gwendolyn laugh softly, her forehead resting against his. The quiet intimacy of it struck them all at once. Lily wiped her eyes again. Okay, if anyone tells them we were up here watching, I will deny everything. Rupert let out a short laugh. Too late. Your face is red. After a while, Samantha reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. Do we tell them? She asked. Or let them keep thinking they are alone? Darren glanced at the couple, still wrapped in each other's arms in the aisle. Let's give them 5 more minutes, he said. They've earned it. Samantha nodded, and they turned away from the window, giving their friends their privacy. Some moments were meant to be witnessed only by the people living them, and this was one of those moments. The newly engaged couple made their way to Theater 7, Gwendolyn still occasionally glancing at her ring in wonder. When Regal opened the door, she gasped. The theater wasn't completely empty. Sitting in the back rows were their closest friends and family, people who had been hiding there for the past 20 minutes. Saren and Keanu occupied the back corner, leaning toward each other with identical conspiratorial grins, as if they had personally orchestrated the surprise. Samantha and Darren sat midway down the center row. Samantha was already on her feet, hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. Darren remained seated for a second longer, shaking his head with a small, satisfied smile before standing. Maggie made no attempt to compose herself. She was openly wiping tears, laughing through them at the same time. Rock and Simon stood off to one side. The kids gathered around them, buzzing with poorly contained excitement, half whispering and bouncing in place. They were in their own little storm of celebration. And near the aisle stood Chris, camera raised, documenting everything. The shock on Gwendolyn's face, Regal's stunned blink, the exact second realization settled in. For a brief moment, neither Regal nor Gwendolyn moved. Then the room erupted. Applause bounced off the theater walls. Whistles, cheers, laughter, 20 minutes of restrained excitement finally released at once. You didn't. Gwendolyn whispered. I did. Regal said quietly. I wanted everyone who has been part of this story to see how it continues. But you said private screening. For the proposal, yes. Just us. But for the celebration? He gestured to their friends. That should be shared. Gwendolyn turned to him, fresh tears streaming down her face. You really thought of everything. I tried. Maggie was the first to break formation, hurrying down the aisle and wrapping Gwendolyn in a tight embrace. Finally, Maggie breathed. I have been living in fear of accidentally slipping up for months. You knew? Maggie followed, half laughing, half crying. 3 months, Gwen. 3 months. Do you know how hard it is not to react every time you casually say, I wonder when he will propose? Saren reached them next, pulling both Regal and Gwendolyn into a brief, firm hug. Congratulations, she said warmly. You two were inevitable. Inevitable? Gwendolyn laughed through her tears. Keanu stepped forward, calm but visibly pleased. We were simply waiting for him to stop overcomplicating the obvious. Hey, Regal protested lightly. Darren joined them, shaking his head. There was a betting pool. You're kidding. Nope, Keanu replied. 2 years running. Who won? Regal asked. Samantha, Darren admitted. That's because I knew the schedule. Samantha said unapologetically. And I know you. Behind them, the kids could no longer stay contained. They rushed forward in a cluster of awkward hugs and overlapping voices. Can I see the ring? Lily asked immediately. Gwendolyn laughed and held out her hand. The diamond caught the theater light again, drawing a collective whoa. That's huge, Daniel whispered. Be respectful, Simon muttered, though he was smiling. Rupert grinned at Regal. So, does this mean we get extra cake at the wedding? Focus on the milestone, Rupert. Daniel added, though he was laughing too. Lily hugged Gwendolyn tightly. I am so happy for you, she said earnestly. You deserve this. Chris approached last, lowering his camera just long enough to clasp Regal's shoulder. Congratulations, he said, genuine and steady. That was beautifully done. Then he lifted the lens again. Now hold that position. The lighting's perfect. At some point, champagne appeared, apparently hidden in the projection booth for this exact moment. Glasses were distributed, toasts were made. Keanu raised his glass first. To Regal and Gwendolyn, he said, voice steady but warm. May your marriage be as resilient as the world you built together. To our first baby, Gwendolyn added, making everyone laugh. And to whatever comes next. They drank, they talked, and gradually, people began settling into their seats. Wait, Gwendolyn said. Are we actually watching the movie now? Of course. Regal said. Did you think I would break tradition? They took their seats, Row G, seats 13 and 14. Their seats. The same ones they had claimed for every private screening since the very beginning. But this time, they weren't alone. Their friends and family surrounded them, filling the theater with warmth and love. The lights dimmed. The Red Studios and Lie Studios logos appeared, followed by the familiar Warner Brothers shield. Then the Harry Potter theme began, that soaring, magical score that never failed to give them both goosebumps. Gwendolyn reached over and took Regal's hand, just like she always did. But this time, there was a ring on her finger. This time, they weren't just partners in a creative venture. They were engaged, building towards something permanent. As the film progressed, Regal found himself splitting his attention between the screen and the woman beside him. The way she leaned forward during intense moments. The soft laugh when Dumbledore delivered a particularly dry line. The slight tremor in her hand during the graveyard scene. This was what mattered. Not the box office projections, or the critical reception, or even the technical achievements he had worked so hard to perfect. Just this, sharing something they had built together with the people they loved, being present in the moment, choosing connection over perfection. During the Patronus scene, when Harry summoned his stag to drive away the Dementors, Gwendolyn leaned over and whispered, "Thank you." "For what?" "For everything. You're my person," Regal said simply. "Where else would I be?" She rested her head on his shoulder, and they watched the rest of the film like that, connected, content, completely at peace. When the credits rolled, no one moved for a moment. Then Maggie started clapping, and soon the entire theater erupted in applause. Not for the film, though it was spectacular, but for the couple in Row G. Regal and Gwendolyn stood, accepting hugs and congratulations from everyone. As the celebration continued, someone produced more champagne. Music started playing, Samantha's doing, no doubt. The empty theater transformed into an impromptu party. At one point, Regal drifted toward the back of the theater and found himself standing beside Darren. From there, they could see everyone. Gwendolyn laughing with Samantha, the kids still arguing over who spotted the ring first, Chris adjusting his camera settings, Maggie mid-story with exaggerated hand gestures. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They had started this together. Darren had been the first to step in, the first to believe when there was nothing yet to show for it. Just an idea and an unreasonable amount of ambition. "You did well," Darren said quietly, "not just with the proposal. With all of it." Regal glanced at him, but didn't interrupt. "You built something that matters, not just the films, but the relationships, the trust, the family you've created around this work." Darren continued, "That doesn't happen by accident. We built it together." Regal corrected, "Maybe, but you held it together. That takes skill. Or stubbornness. Often the same thing." They watched Gwendolyn laughing with Saren and Samantha, the three women already deep in what was undoubtedly wedding planning. "Thank you," Regal said, "for everything. For being there tonight. For helping coordinate all of this. That's what friends do." Darren interrupted. "We show up for the moments that matter." There was something weighted in that statement, something that felt like it was about more than just tonight. But before Regal could ask, Samantha called them over, and the moment passed. The celebration continued well past midnight. Stories were shared, future plans were discussed, and gradually, people began to leave, offering final congratulations and promises to see them soon. Finally, only Regal and Gwendolyn remained. In Theater 7, with Darren and Samantha discreetly cleaning up in the background. "Today was amazing," Gwendolyn said, holding up her hand to admire the ring again. "All of it. The photos, the video, the surprise guests, this theater, these seats." She looked at him. "You. Thank you. Thank you." They stayed in the theater until almost 1 a.m., talking about everything and nothing, occasionally interrupted by Samantha confirming details or Darren checking if they needed anything. Finally, as they prepared to leave, Gwendolyn stopped at their seats, G13 and G14. "We should get a plaque," she said. "What? A plaque?" "Here is where Regal Seraphsail proposed to Gwendolyn Clark. Where our story continued." "That's excessive," says the man who rented an entire theater, created a photo gallery, produced a custom video, and coordinated a surprise gathering of all our friends for his proposal. Regal laughed. "Point taken." She kissed him softly. "I love that you're excessive about the things that matter. I love you too." They walked out into the Los Angeles night, engaged and happy, Gwendolyn's ring catching the streetlights. Both of them completely unprepared for how much their lives were about to change. But that was fine. They would figure it out together, just like they had figured out everything else. Their story had started with a book about a boy wizard. It had grown through 4 films and countless shared moments. And now it was continuing zero, not as a fairy tale with a neat ending, but as a real, messy, beautiful partnership. The kind that lasted, mattered, built on 7 years of trust, collaboration, and choosing each other every single day. As they drove away from the Chinese theater, Gwendolyn's hand in his, Regal thought about all the careful planning that had gone into tonight. But the best part he couldn't have planned? The way she fit against him, like she always had. The way she laughed even while crying. The way she said yes without hesitation. That was all her. And it was more perfect than any script he could have written. Number 352. Chapter 352, Mr. White. Lie Studios, 3rd floor, the reading room, late morning. The brass nameplate outside reads simply, Script Evaluation Team. Inside, 3 people sat around a cluttered table covered in manuscripts, coffee cups, and color-coded folders. This was the filter, first line of defense between the thousands of scripts that flooded Lie Studios each year and Regal Seraphsail's desk. Alara Vance led the team. Kieran Thorne and Jace Merritt served as her team managers, both equally experienced. Their job was simple in theory, complex in execution. Read every script that came through, evaluate it according to Lie Studios' tier system, and decide what made it to the next level. The tier system was straightforward. Tier 1, automatic pass. Plagiarism, catastrophic formatting issues, or incomprehensible logic. Action, form rejection, no notes required. Tier 2, competent but unremarkable. Technically sound but derivative, weak characters, or predictable plotting. Action, brief rejection with specific feedback. Tier 3, shows promise. Strong voice or unique perspective, but with significant execution issues. Action, detailed notes, request for resubmission after revisions. Tier 4, the Regal Standard. Exceptional concept with clear commercial potential. Action, full report prepared for Regal's immediate review. In almost a half a year, they had sent exactly 11 scripts to Regal's desk, and he greenlit almost none of them. So the pressure was real. Now they faced a script that defied easy categorization, something that felt like it existed in the uncomfortable space between Tier 3 and Tier 4. And it was weird. Not just a little weird, but a lot. I am telling you, this won't work. Jace said, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. My vote is no. We're wasting his time. Alara said nothing, her eyes moving between the script on the table and Kieran, who hadn't spoken yet. This was their system. All 3 voted. The majority ruled. Only when at least 2 of them agreed would a script move forward to Regal's desk. Democratic, but weighted with responsibility. It's not that simple, Kieran said carefully, tapping his pen against the manuscript. There's something here. I just can't quite articulate what. Then that's your answer right there. Jace countered. If you can't articulate it, how? Do you expect Regal to see it? We're not sending up maybes. We're sending up certainties. Alara picked up the script again, studying the title page. Mr. White, by Rowan Atkinson. 14 episodes of a live-action series. The logline was deceptively simple. A child in a grown man's body navigates the modern world with disastrous, hilarious results. But the execution was anything but simple. It's unique. Jace admitted, his tone softening slightly. I will give it that. The physical comedy is genuinely witty. But there's almost no dialogue, Alara. It's all visual gags and facial expressions. How do you even pitch that? Trust us, it will be funny when you see it performed. Charlie Chaplin didn't need dialogue. Kieran pointed out. Charlie Chaplin worked in silent films because that's all they had. We're in 2016. People expect words, stories, and character development beyond funny faces. There is character development. Kieran argued. It's just expressed through action rather than dialogue. That's not a flaw, it's a choice. And it's a bold one. Alara flipped through the script again, reading descriptions of scenes rather than dialogue. Mr. White attempts to paint his apartment, but gets paint everywhere except the walls. Ends up glued to his chair by his own hand, and the chair tips over. He crawls across the floor, still attached, pursued by his own paintbrush. On paper, it read like chaos. But in her mind's eye, She could see it, the timing escalation and physical poetry of disaster. Who wrote this? Jace asked, though he already knew. Who is Rowan Atkinson? Graduate student at Oxford. Alara replied, checking the cover letter. Master's degree. Apparently developed this concept over the past few years while studying. Some experience in theatrical comedy, university productions, but nothing professional with no agent backing. He submitted directly. So he's a complete unknown. Everyone's unknown until they're not. Jace sighed, recognizing the logic but not liking it. What does he want? For us to produce this? For him to star in it? Both, presumably. Alara said. The script makes it clear that Mr. White is envisioned for him to perform, which is unusual. Normally we would cast after acquiring the script. But I don't think this works with anyone else. That's exactly my point. Jace said, leaning forward now. This isn't a script. It's a vehicle for one specific performer. What if Regal doesn't think he's right for it? What if he wants someone with more experience? Then the whole thing falls apart. Or, Kieran said slowly, what if that specificity is precisely what makes it work? How many scripts have we read that could be performed by anyone? Dozens. Hundreds. This one can't. That makes it unique. Alara set the script down and looked at both of them. Regal's instructions were clear when we started this team, she said. He told us not to doubt ourselves. If we believe something has potential, even if we can't fully articulate why, we should send it to his desk. He would rather look at 10 interesting failures than miss one hidden gem. He also said he trusts our judgment. Jace countered. And my judgment says this is risky, weird, and too dependent on one unproven performer. Your judgment. Alara corrected gently. Not ours. We need a vote. The room fell silent. This was the moment that mattered, not the reading, discussion, but the decision. Kieran, Alara asked. Kieran studied the script one more time, then nodded slowly. I vote yes, send it up. There's something here. I can feel it even if I can't explain it. And I think Regal needs to see the performer, not just the script. This only works if he meets Rowan Atkinson. Jace shook his head. Alara took a deep breath. Then it comes down to me. She picked up the script one more time, feeling the weight of it. 10 seconds passed. 20. Then she set it down firmly in the center of the table. I vote yes, she said. But with a condition. What condition? Kieran asked. We don't just send the script. We bring Rowan Atkinson with us. If this lives or dies based on his performance, then Regal needs to see him perform, even if it's just a few scenes or moments. Otherwise, we're asking him to imagine something that only works when executed. Jace groaned. You know that's not protocol. We evaluate scripts, not performers. That's casting's job. This isn't a normal script. Alara said firmly. Normal rules don't apply. If we're going to take this risk, we do it properly. Agreed. Kieran nodded immediately. Agreed. Jace hesitated, then threw up his hands. Fine. But when this blows up in our faces, I am reminding you both that I voted no. Noted. Alara said, already standing. I will bring him to Regal's office. Wait now. Jace looked startled. You're doing this now? Why wait? He's outside in the reception area and has been for 2 hours. Kieran raised an eyebrow. He's been waiting this whole time. He knew this was his shot. Alara said, the least we can do is not make him wait any longer. She gathered the script in her notes, then headed for the door. Alara, Kieran called after her. She paused, looking back. Good luck, he said simply. She nodded, then stepped out into the hallway. Rowan Atkinson sat in one of the plastic chairs that lined Lie Studio's third-floor reception area, his knee bouncing with nervous energy. He had been waiting for 2 hours and 17 minutes. Not that he was counting. Actually, he was absolutely counting. The script sat in his lap, his copy, marked up with notes and performance ideas. Beside him was a small leather satchel containing photographs from his university performances, a rough showreel on VHS tape, and a backup plan if they rejected him outright. The backup plan involved begging. He wasn't proud of it, but he was prepared. This was his shot, possibly his only shot. He had submitted to 12 studios over the past 8 months. Lie Studios was the first to actually call him in for a meeting. The door opened, and a woman stepped out. Sharp features, professional, but not unkind. Mr. Atkinson? He stood immediately, nearly dropping his satchel. Yes, that's me. Rowan Atkinson. I am Alara Vance, team leader for Lie Studios' script evaluation team. She offered her hand, and he shook it perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. Thank you for waiting. I know it's been a while. No, it's fine. Completely fine. I appreciate you taking the time to. We've read your script, she interrupted gently. Mr. White. His heart stopped, and her expression was carefully neutral. We would like you to meet with Regal Seraphsail. The world tilted slightly. I am sorry, what? Regal Seraphsail, our director. We're taking you to his office now. Now? As in right now. Is that a problem? No, absolutely not. He grabbed his satchel, fumbling with the strap. I didn't expect, that is, I thought this was just a preliminary meeting too. Mr. Atkinson. Her voice was kind but firm. Breathe. This is a good thing. He nodded, trying to regulate his breathing. Right? Yes. Good thing. Breathing. I can do that. She smiled slightly. Follow me. And bring your script, the marked up one. He will want to see how you've been thinking about the performance. They walked through the hallway, Rowan's mind racing. The Regal Seraphsail, the man who had written and adapted Harry Potter and introduced what an authentic superheroes look like. And the man who built Lie Studios from nothing, worked with the best actors and directors in the industry. And he was about to meet him with a script about a man-child who gets his head stuck in a turkey. This was either brilliant or catastrophic, and he genuinely couldn't tell which. Quick question, Rowan said as they approached another set of doors. Is there a particular way should I address him, Mr. Seraphsail? Or Regal? Or Sir? What's the protocol? Just be yourself. Alara said. He appreciates authenticity. Yeah, I can do authenticity. He paused. What if my authentic self is currently terrified? Chuckle, then be authentically terrified, she said, stopping outside a door. But also be ready to show him why this script matters. She knocked once, then opened the door to speak with someone inside. A woman, professional, clearly Regal's assistant. Rowan couldn't hear the conversation, but he saw the assistant nod and disappear back into the office. 30 seconds later, she emerged. Mr. Seraphsail will see you now, she said. But he is currently in the middle of a session with 2 actors. He asks that you wait just inside. He will be with you in a few minutes. Alara glanced at Rowan. Ready? No, he thought. No, actually, he said. She opened the door. Number 353. Chapter 353. First read. Few hours before. Lie Studios conference room, B10:14 a.m. The room had been set up the night before. Samantha had arranged it herself, which was unusual. She typically delegated that kind of thing, but there was something about this particular project that made her want to oversee the details personally. The long oval table had been cleared of its usual corporate clutter and replaced with printed scripts at every seat, water pitchers at both ends, and a small bowl of mixed nuts. She had also, after some deliberation, moved the chairs so the 2 lead seats were across from each other rather than side by side. Chemistry needed eye contact. Regal had said that once, years ago, about something else entirely, but it had stuck with her. The room filled gradually. Regal arrived first, which he always did, coffee in hand, and a different copy of the script already marked up in 3 different colors of pen. He set his things down at the head of the table, glanced around the room, and then pulled out his chair and sat without comment. Tom Holland arrived 6 minutes early and then visibly didn't know what to do with himself. He stood near the door for a moment. Then he spotted Regal and said, Morning. Hi, hello. Should I just? And gestured vaguely at the nearest empty seat. Anywhere's fine, Regal said, not looking up from his notes. Tom sat, then second-guessed the seat, looked at the other chairs, and stayed where he was. He set his script on the table very precisely, lining it up with the edge, then immediately knocked his water glass with his elbow, and had to catch it before it tipped. It didn't spill. He looked around to see if anyone had seen. Samantha, standing near the door, had seen. She said nothing. Zendaya arrived exactly on time, which was to say, at 10:30 sharp, with her own copy of the script. She acknowledged everyone with a brief nod, found the seat across from Tom without needing to be directed, and sat down. Tom said, Hey. She said, Hey. Then they both looked at their scripts. The other chairs filled in over the next few minutes. Noah Rick, who Regal had cast as Kyle, Elliot's closest friend, the one character who witnessed the entire arc from the outside, arrived carrying a bagel in one hand and apologizing preemptively for being the last one in, even though he wasn't. And Priya Kiss, cast as June, Sakura's best friend who would carry part of the film's grief in its final act, settled in quietly with green tea and the expression of someone who had read the script at least twice and was still processing it. Regal waited until everyone had water and scripts and whatever degree of composure they were going to manage. Then he said, "Let's start from the beginning. We are not performing today, so read it like you are reading it for the first time, even if you have already read it 3 times at home." He looked directly at Tom when he said that last part. Tom sat up slightly. "I only read it twice." "Good. Read it like once." Samantha quietly closed the door. The first 10 pages moved smoothly. Around page 35, there was a scene that Regal had been quietly curious about. It was the first real conversation between Elliot and Sakura after she discovers he knows. She corners him outside the school library. She's cheerful about it in a way that should be alarming and somehow isn't, and offers him the deal. "Keep my secret. In exchange, I will show you how to be alive." The scene was written as quick, staccato. Sakura advancing, Elliot retreating. The dialogue overlapping in a way that required both actors to actually listen to each other rather than wait for their cue. They read through it the first time flat. That was fine. It was the first pass. Again, Regal said, "Tom, stop anticipating her lines. You are already forming the response before she has finished." Tom blinked. "Was I?" "You were. The character doesn't know what she is going to say next. You do. Separate those things." Tom nodded, mouth pressed thin, clearly filing that away. They read it again. This time, there was a moment, not written into the script, staged or planned, where Sakura's line was, "You don't want to know me." And Zendaya said it with something that landed differently than the words suggested. Not sad exactly, but something more complicated. Like the line was also a question. And Tom, instead of moving to the next scripted beat, paused for just a half-second too long. Then Elliot's response, "I didn't say that." It was 4 words. But in that small gap, something had shifted in the room, the way pressure shifts before weather changes, subtle but undeniable. Regal put his pen down. Samantha, from her chair near the wall, looked at him. He didn't look back at her. He was looking at the space between the 2 actors across the table, at the invisible thing that had just briefly existed there. He picked his pen back up, made a mark in the margin. There it is. They took a break at noon. The kind of break that happens organically when everyone collectively decides they need air. Someone reaches for the water pitcher, someone else stretches. Noah announces he is getting coffee and asks if anyone wants anything with the cheerful domesticity of someone who's been in enough read-throughs to know the rhythms. Tom stood, rolled his neck, and then drifted toward the window with his script. Zendaya stayed at the table for a moment, rereading something on page 42. Then she looked up and across at him. "Can I ask you something?" she said. He turned. "Yeah, absolutely. Elliot." At this point in the story, she tapped the page. "Do you think he knows what's happening to him yet? Emotionally, I mean. Does he understand that he's starting to care about her?" Tom thought about it as his eyes went slightly unfocused, and he turned back toward the window for a second. "No," he said finally. "I think he thinks it's still manageable. Like he has categorized it. She is a situation he is dealing with, not a person he is attached to." Zendaya considered that. "Does Sakura know?" She continued. "That she is becoming a situation to him? That he is wrong about that?" Tom smiled a little despite himself. "Yeah, I think Sakura knows exactly what's happening to him. Way before he does. That's what I thought." She looked back down at the page, wrote something in the margin. "Okay, that helps." He looked at her for a moment. She had turned back to the script with that focused quiet that he was already starting to recognize as her particular way of working, the place she went when something had clicked into alignment for her. "Can I ask you something?" It was Tom's turn now. She looked up. "When you were reading that line earlier, 'You don't want to know me.'" He paused, and there was something slightly careful about the pause. "Was that planned? That way you said it?" Zendaya held his gaze for a second. Then she looked back down at the page. "No," she said simply. Tom nodded, turned back toward the window. "Yeah," he said, mostly to the glass. "That's what I thought." The session was about to resume in about 7 minutes when Samantha walked in. Noah Rick, who played Kyle, and Priya Kiss, cast as June, had already wrapped for the day. For the moment, only Zendaya, Tom, Regal, and now Samantha remained in the room. Regal had been going over a scene with Zendaya when Samantha approached. Regal, it's Alara. She wants to speak on the behalf of the script evaluation team. He didn't look up immediately. Is it urgent? Normally, any promising material would be left with Samantha, who would pass it along when Regal had time. You know I wouldn't interrupt you if it wasn't. Samantha replied. Alara believes it's important. Regal paused for a moment. Alara's judgment can be reliable since it was him that appointed her. What's the title? It's called Mr. White. Mr. White. The name stirred something faint in his memory. It's from a new writer. Samantha added. Rowan Atkinson. Rowan Atkinson. That felt even more familiar. Samantha handed him the script. Here. Regal took it and began reading immediately. Page after page turned in quick succession. His focus sharpened, eyes moving rapidly across the lines. Within minutes, he was halfway through. When he finally looked up, his expression had changed, the kind of look someone wears when they stumble onto something unexpectedly valuable. Call them in, he said, and tell Priya and Noah that they are done for today. Tom glanced over. What about us? You are staying. Regal replied. Tom dragged out his response. Okay. Zendaya simply nodded. Samantha stepped out to relay the message. Zendaya moved closer to Regal, a hint of uncertainty on her face. But before she could speak, he turned back to the script in her hands. The emotional arc of the scene has to match where Sakura is in that moment. Regal explained. She is sad. Yes, but also accepting. The difference is that sadness is passive. Acceptance is active. It's a choice she's making. Zendaya considered that. So it should feel lighter? Even though the content is heavy. Right on the mark. Light, but not trivial. Does that make sense? I think so. She nodded slowly. Can we try it once more? In a minute. The door opened. Alara stepped in, composed as always, with Rowan just behind her. Number 354. Chapter 354, Mr. Bean 1. Alara glanced at Rowan. Ready? No, he thought. Yes, he said. She opened the door. Regal Seraphsail's office was nothing like Rowan had imagined. He had expected something formal. Expensive furniture, awards on the walls, the trappings of success. Instead, he found organized chaos. The space was large but lived in. Bookshelves overflowed with scripts, novels, and reference materials. A large desk sat against one wall, covered in papers and notes, but the real work was happening on the floor in the center of the room. Regal sat cross-legged on a cushion, dressed casually in jeans and a simple button-down shirt. Across from him, a young woman, maybe 19 or 20, sat on a small cushion, holding a script and looking intensely focused. A young man, roughly the same age, lay sprawled on the floor with a pen in his mouth, staring at the ceiling as though the answers to the universe were written there. Sheets were spread out between them. The emotional arc of the scene has to match where Sakura is in that moment. Regal was saying, his tone patient but precise. She's sad. Yes, but also accepting. The difference is that sadness is passive. Acceptance is active. It's a choice she's making. The young woman, Rowan would learn later her name was Zendaya, nodded slowly. So it should feel lighter? Even though the content is heavy. Right on the mark. Light, but not trivial. Does that make sense? I think so. She looked at the script again. Can we try it once more? In a minute. Regal glanced up as Alara and Rowan entered, and something shifted in his expression. For just a second, or maybe even less than a second, his eyes landed on Rowan, and there was a flicker of recognition. Not recognition of Rowan himself, but of something about him. A spark of interest. A widening of focus. Then it was gone, and Regal was back to professional neutrality. Excuse me for a moment, he said to the two young actors. Keep working on that emotional distinction. Tom, stop pretending to sleep and actually think about the scene structure we discussed. The young man, Tom Holland, Rowan would later learn, removed the pen from his mouth and grinned sheepishly. I was thinking. You were procrastinating. Fair point. Regal stood gracefully, brushing off his jeans, and approached Alara and Rowan. Alara, he said with a slight nod. Then his attention shifted fully to Rowan, and there was that intensity again. Focused, assessing, but kind. And you must be Rowan Atkinson. Rowan's brain stuttered. He knows my name. Why, yes. That's me. Rowan. Atkinson. Both of those. He winced. Internally. Brilliant first impression, you absolute muppet. But Regal just smiled slightly, and extended his hand. Regal Seraphsail, thank you for coming in. His handshake was firm but not aggressive, the grip of someone confident in their position but not threatened by newcomers. Thank you for seeing me. Rowan managed. I know you must be incredibly busy. Always busy. Regal agreed. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't make time for interesting work. He gestured toward a pair of chairs set away from the floor workspace, positioned near the large windows. Please sit. Alara, you as well. As they moved to the chairs, Regal called out to his assistant, Samantha, who had been quietly working at a smaller desk near the door. Sam, could we get some coffee? 3 cups. Unless, he glanced at Rowan. Do you drink coffee? Yes. Coffee. I drink coffee. Stop. Talking. Like a robot. 3 coffees then. Thank you. Samantha nodded and slipped out of the office. Regal settled into his chair with the ease of someone who had conducted 1,000 meetings just like this. Rowan, by contrast, perched on the edge of his seat like a bird ready to flee. Alara sat between them, calm and professional. For a moment, there was silence. Then Regal leaned back, studying Rowan with that same focused intensity from before. So, Regal said simply, leaning back in his chair. What's the deal? Rowan blinked, momentarily thrown by the directness. I am sorry. Your script. Mr. White. Regal gestured to the manuscript in Rowan's lap. What's the deal? Why this character? Why this story? Why now? His tone wasn't aggressive, just direct, cutting through any pretense. I've read thousands of scripts over the years. Most of them I can understand within the first 10 pages. What they're trying to do, why they exist, what problem they're solving. Yours is different. It resists easy explanation. So I'm asking you to explain it. Rowan's mind raced. This was it, the moment that mattered. He could play it safe. Give the rehearsed pitch he had practiced in the mirror 100 times. Talk about market demographics and comedy trends and international appeal. Or he could tell the truth. He chose truth. I am not trying to gain sympathy. Rowan began, his voice quieter than he had intended. But there is context that matters. I was born into a middle-class family in Newcastle, and I suffered, terribly, actually, as a child. I had a stutter. Still do, sometimes, when I am nervous. Like right now. He paused, noticing that Regal's expression hadn't changed, no pity or discomfort, just attention. Communication was difficult. It is difficult. And children being children, I endured. Teasing, bullying. They called me things. Said I looked like an alien. He managed a self-deprecating smile. Creative bunch, children. But a bit cruel too. Regal's expression softened almost imperceptibly. I am sorry you went through that. It's... Rowan started then. Stopped himself. Actually, no. I was about to say it's fine, but that's not true. It wasn't fine. It shaped everything about how I see the world, how I interact with people. He looked down at the script. I know I went off topic. No. Regal interrupted gently. Thank you for sharing something so personal. That takes courage. He paused, and there was something genuine in his next words. And for what it's worth, Rowan Atkinson, you're a handsome man. The kids who said otherwise were idiots. Most kids are. He gestured for Rowan to continue. Please, go on. Rowan felt something unknot in his chest. Not relief exactly, but recognition. This man understood what it meant to be vulnerable. Have you ever felt like the world is moving too fast? Rowan asked quietly. Regal didn't respond immediately. He simply nodded, a small, knowing movement. Everyone's rushing. Everyone's talking. Everyone's trying to be clever, to say the right thing at the right time. And sometimes, Rowan paused, searching for the right words. Sometimes I feel like I'm a beat behind. Like I'm watching life happen from slightly outside it, trying to figure out the rules while everyone else just knows them instinctively. He looked down at the script in his lap, his fingers tracing the title. Mr. White. That's what I'm calling him right now, but honestly, I'm not completely sold on the name. I considered Mr. Cauliflower at one point, which in retrospect sounds ridiculous. How about Mr. Bean? Regal suggested, his tone casual but thoughtful. Rowan looked up, startled. Mr. Bean? Short. Memorable. Slightly absurd, but not trying too hard. It feels British without being overly precious about it. Regal tilted his head. What do you think? Rowan tested the name silently, feeling how it sat in his mouth. Mr. Bean. A slow smile spread across his face. Actually, yes. That works. That works perfectly. Good. Continue. Mr. Bean. Rowan adjusted to the new name seamlessly, as though the character had always been called that. He's that feeling made physical. He's not stupid. He's not incompetent. He's just out of sync with the world around him. And that disconnect creates chaos. But it also creates honesty, because he can't hide behind words or explanations. Everything he feels shows on his face, in his body, in his actions. Regal said nothing, just continued watching with that intense focus. Rowan took a shaky breath and continued, feeling the momentum building. I developed this character while I was at Oxford. Started performing him in small sketches at university shows, tiny venues, maybe 40 people in the audience. And I noticed something. People laughed, yes, but they also recognized him. They saw themselves in him. Because we have all felt out of sync. We've all had moments where we don't quite fit, where we are trying to navigate social rules that seem obvious to everyone else, but completely mystifying to us. So it's autobiographical, Alara said softly from beside him. Rowan turned to her, considering. Not literally. I'm not Mr. Bean. I can speak, I can explain myself, I can navigate the world reasonably well most of the time. But I understand him. I know what it's like to feel like you're performing normalcy while everyone else just is normal. Like you're constantly translating between who you are and who you're supposed to be. He looked back at Regal. Mr. Bean doesn't translate. He just is. And that's both his curse and his grace. Regal leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on his knees. And why no dialogue? That's the part that makes this most risky from a commercial standpoint. Television audiences expect words. They expect conversation, wit, verbal sparring. Why eliminate that? Because words are a shield. Rowan said immediately, his conviction clear. We use them to explain ourselves, to rationalize, to create distance between what we feel and what we show. Mr. Bean doesn't have that shield. He can't talk his way out of situations. He can't explain or apologize or deflect with clever quips. He just is. And that vulnerability, that complete exposure, is what makes him both funny and tragic. The room fell quiet. In the background, Rowan became aware that the soft murmur of conversation from the two young actors had stopped. He glanced over instinctively and found them both staring at him. The young woman, Zendaya, sat perfectly still, her script forgotten. In her lap, the young man, Tom, had sat up from his sprawled position on the floor, the pen no longer in his mouth. Both of them were completely absorbed in what Rowan had just said, what he had explained. The vulnerability, the exposure, the honesty of showing everything without the protection of words. It resonated with something deep in their understanding of performance. This wasn't just a pitch. It was a lesson in craft. Regal noticed their attention but didn't break the moment. His eyes flicked briefly to his two young actors, registering their reaction, then returned to Rowan. He said nothing, but there was approval in his silence. Let them learn, his expression seemed to say. This is what it means to truly understand a character. Then Regal spoke, his voice cutting through the stillness. Show me. Rowan's head snapped up. I'm sorry. Number 355. Chapter 355. Mr. Bean 2. Show me. Regal repeated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Not the whole script. Just one scene. The one that best encapsulates what you're describing. The vulnerability, the chaos, the physical honesty. Perform it for me right now. Panic flooded Rowan's system like ice water. Right now? Here? In your office? Why not? Regal's expression was challenging, but not unkind. You said this only works when performed. You said Mr. Bean lives in action, not description. So show me. Prove it. Rowan looked desperately at Alara, who gave him a small, encouraging nod. He looked back at Regal, whose gaze was expectant, demanding, even, but not cruel. This is it, Rowan thought. This is the moment that determines everything. The next 5 minutes will decide whether Mr. Bean lives or dies. He stood up, his legs slightly unsteady, his hands trembling. Okay, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Okay, let me think. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe, to focus. 14 episodes existed in his mind, carefully crafted, meticulously rehearsed in his tiny flat, performed in fragments at university shows. Each one had moments of brilliance, but which one captured everything? Which scene demonstrated the perfect balance of comedy and pathos? Which one showed the physical poetry of disaster while still maintaining the character's essential humanity? Then he found it. His eyes opened, and there was a new clarity in them. The nervousness still present, but underneath it, the confidence of someone who knew their craft. Episode 3, he said. Mr. Bean goes to the dentist. Regal nodded once. Whenever you're ready. Also, he stretched. I am already sold. So don't try to impress me, and be natural. What? Rowan was surprised. Go on. Regal simply nodded. And even though confused, the other nodded and took one more breath. Then he began. The transformation was immediate. One moment, he was Rowan Atkinson, nervous, stuttering, unsure. The next, he was Mr. Bean. His posture changed first. His shoulders curved inward slightly. Not quite a hunch, but a subtle withdrawal from the world. His hands came together in front of him, fingers fidgeting with each other in that distinctive, nervous gesture that would become iconic. His face, that expressive, rubber-like face, shifted into an expression of profound unease. No words, just pure physical storytelling. He mimed walking into a dentist's office, his eyes darting around an imaginary waiting room with suspicion and barely contained panic. His feet moved in small, hesitant steps, as though approaching a place of execution rather than a medical appointment. He sat down in an invisible chair, his movements exaggerated but somehow completely real. His hands gripped the armrests with white-knuckled intensity. His eyes fixed on an imaginary door, the door to the dentist's inner sanctum, with the terror of a man awaiting his doom. From the floor where they sat, Tom Holland and Zendaya leaned forward unconsciously, completely absorbed. Regal remained still, but his eyes tracked every micro-expression, every tiny gesture. Rowan continued. Mr. Bean heard his name called. His whole body jolted with panic. He looked around desperately, as though hoping someone else in the waiting room might be named Bean, and thus spare him this fate. No such luck. He stood on trembling legs and approached the door with the gait of a man walking to the gallows. His hand reached for the doorknob, pulled back, reached again, pulled back again. Each retreat was punctuated by a different strategy, straightening his tie, adjusting his jacket, checking his watch as though perhaps the appointment might expire if he waited long enough. Finally, with a deep breath that inflated his entire chest, he turned the handle and entered. The scene that followed was a masterclass in physical comedy. Mr. Bean approached the dental chair with the caution of someone approaching a medieval torture device. He sat down slowly, testing the chair's reclining mechanism with suspicion. When it suddenly dropped back, his arms windmilled in panic, his face a portrait of betrayal. The dentist, represented only by Rowan's reaction to an imaginary presence, appeared. Mr. Bean's attempted smile was a rictus of terror, his teeth bared in something that resembled friendliness in the way a cornered animal resembles friendliness. Then came the examination. Rowan's physical control was extraordinary. He showed Mr. Bean trying, and failing, to keep his mouth open on command. His jaw kept snapping shut involuntarily, nearly catching the imaginary dentist's fingers. When the imaginary drill appeared, Mr. Bean's eyes went wide with primal fear. The comedy escalated. Mr. Bean grabbed the dentist's wrist to stop the drill. The dentist, through Rowan's physical performance, tried to free himself. A silent struggle ensued, all conveyed through Rowan's body language and facial expressions. Then the brilliant twist. Mr. Bean accidentally injected himself with the anesthetic meant for him. His face went slack on one side. His attempts to speak came out as incomprehensible mumbles and drool. His hands, now numb, refused to obey him. The final image was Mr. Bean stumbling out of the dentist's office, half his face paralyzed, trying desperately to maintain dignity while his body betrayed him at every step. Rowan held the final pose for 3 beats. Then he straightened, the transformation reversing. Mr. Bean disappeared, and Rowan Atkinson returned, nervous, sweating slightly, breathing hard from the exertion. The office was completely silent. Tom Holland's mouth was literally hanging open. Zendaya had her hands pressed to her chest, her eyes wide. Alero wore an expression of vindicated triumph. I knew it. I knew there was something here. And Regal stood slowly from his chair, his movements deliberate. He walked toward Rowan, his expression unreadable. Rowan felt his heart hammering. Was it enough? Was it too much? Did I lose him? Then Regal spoke, his voice quiet but absolutely certain. That, he said, was extraordinary. Rowan felt his knees wobble with relief. You weren't performing a character. Regal continued. You became him. Every gesture, every expression, every moment of that performance was specific, intentional, and completely truthful. Do you understand how rare that is? Rowan shook his head mutely. Most comedy is about the joke. Regal said. About the punchline, the setup, the timing. What you just showed me wasn't about jokes. It was about humanity. About the universal experience of vulnerability and fear, and trying to maintain dignity when your body and the world conspire against you. He turned to his two young actors. Did you see what he did? Did you see how every single moment served the character's emotional truth? That's what acting is. Not just hitting your marks or delivering lines correctly. It's about finding the truth in every second of your performance. Zendaya nodded slowly, looking at Rowan with new respect. I've never seen anything like that. Neither have I. Tom added. It's like watching someone translate emotion into movement. Pure visual storytelling. Regal turned back to Rowan. How many episodes have you written? 14. Rowan managed. Fully scripted. I have ideas for more, but we're making this. Regal said simply. The room seemed to tilt. I'm sorry, what? We are making Mr. Bean. Regal repeated, his tone matter of fact. All 14 episodes. You'll star. Obviously, this only works with you. We will need to discuss terms, schedule, budget. Samantha will coordinate with you on the logistics. But the answer is yes. Rowan felt tears prickling at his eyes. I don't know what to say. Say you are available to start pre-production in 6 weeks. Regal said. We will need to cast supporting roles, scout locations, and build sets. Chris Columbus will direct. He is brilliant with physical comedy, and I think you two will work well together. Chris Columbus? Rowan's voice cracked slightly. The Chris Columbus? Is there another one? Regal smiled slightly. Yes, that Chris Columbus. I will set up a meeting. Alara stepped forward, barely containing her own emotion. Regal, thank you. We knew. You took a risk bringing him to me. Regal interrupted. Good instincts. Keep trusting them. He extended his hand to Rowan. Welcome to Lie Studios, Mr. Atkinson. You're about to change television comedy. Rowan took his hand, shaking it with trembling fingers. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Regal said, but his tone was warm. Wait until you see the production schedule. We're going to work you harder than you've ever been worked in your life. I can handle it. I believe you can. Regal released his hand and glanced at his watch. Samantha will get your contact information and schedule a proper meeting for contract negotiations. For now, go celebrate. You've just sold your first series. As Rowan and Alara moved toward the door, both slightly dazed, Tom Holland called out. Mr. Atkinson? Rowan turned. That was incredible. Tom said sincerely. Really, I learned more watching you perform for 5 minutes than I have in weeks of classes. Thank you, Rowan said, his voice thick with emotion. That means more than you know. As they left the office, Zendaya turned to Regal. You're really making that series? I am. It's risky, she observed. No dialogue. Unknown. Actor. Unconventional format. The best things usually are. Regal replied, settling back down onto his cushion. Now, where were we? The emotional arc of Sakura's song. But as they returned to work, both young actors found their attention divided. They had just witnessed something important, not just a successful audition, but a masterclass in what it meant to fully commit to a character. To be so vulnerable that you became transparent. To trust your instincts so completely that you disappeared into the work. That's what acting is, Tom thought, watching Regal explain a musical transition. Not just playing a part, becoming it. And in that moment, both he and Zendaya understood something fundamental about their craft that no amount of instruction could have taught them. Sometimes the best lessons came from watching someone else dare to be completely, honestly themselves. Outside in the hallway, Rowan leaned against the wall, his legs finally giving out. Alara caught his arm, steadying him. You did it, she said, grinning. You actually did it. I can't believe that just happened. Rowan whispered. Believe it. You're about to be a television star. Mr. Bean is about to be a television star. Rowan corrected. I'm just the person lucky enough to play him. Alara laughed. Rowan, you are Mr. Bean. That's the whole point. And as they walked toward the elevator, Rowan still shaking, still processing. He realized she was right. Mr. Bean wasn't just a character he'd created. Mr. Bean was every misfit moment, every awkward interaction, every time he'd felt out of sync with the world. Mr. Bean was truth, wrapped in comedy, delivered through silence. And now, impossibly, wonderfully, Mr. Bean was going to exist beyond the confines of his imagination. The world was about to meet a character who couldn't speak but said everything, who couldn't fit in but somehow belonged to everyone, who was nobody and everybody all at once. Thank you, Rowan thought, though he wasn't sure who he was thanking. Thank you for seeing him. For seeing me. The elevator doors closed, and he allowed himself one quiet moment of pure, uncomplicated joy. Mr. Bean was real, and nothing would ever be the same. Number 356. Chapter 356. Blocking. July 15th, 2015. The cast of I Wanna Eat Your Pancreas continued their reading session over the next week and entered into blocking, which is scheduled for another week, while Regal's scouting team finalized the last of the locations and moved into production. Currently, Tom had reached his appointed location, Rehearsal Room 3, within Lie Studios, and it was an aggressively underwhelming environment. Honestly, given Regal's reputation for cinematic scale, Tom had expected something more grand and cinematic. Perhaps track lighting designed to make one look perpetually brooding, a grand piano in a corner for ambience, or floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a cityscape. What he got was a janitor's closet that had delusions of grandeur. Hardwood floors covered in tape, blue lines, yellow squares, red marks that might have been doorways or crime scene evidence. Hard to tell. 2 folding tables that looked like they had survived 3 garage sales and a natural disaster. A whiteboard with scene numbers scribbled in marker that was already starting to fade. And fluorescent lights that hummed like they were gossiping about you. Noah Rick walked in behind him, stopped, and assessed the space with the critical eye of someone who had clearly expected more. "Mate," he said finally, "this looks like where they would make you wait for a root canal." "That's exactly the point," Regal said from near the whiteboard, not looking up from whatever he was writing. "Comfortable spaces breed comfortable choices. We are not here to be comfortable." Tom looked at the floor tape, then at Regal, then back at the floor tape. Cool. Should I know what any of this means? Or is this like modern art where I am supposed to feel something? You will figure it out. Right? That's super helpful. Really narrows it down. Noah snorted. Zendaya arrived exactly 3 minutes later. Tom knew because he had been watching the clock, wondering if everyone else had gotten a memo he had missed about what to actually do. Her script was already open to the right page. She looked at the room for maybe 4 seconds, located a yellow square near the center, and stood on it. Just stood there. Ready. Tom stared at her. How do you know where to stand? She pointed down without looking. Yellow tape. The script says the scene opens at the table. That's the table. Tom looked at the yellow square he was currently next to, then stepped onto it, trying to make it seem intentional. Yeah, obviously. I was just testing the spatial dynamics. Sure you were. I was literally about to say that exact thing. I believe you. Your tone suggests you don't believe me. My tone is neutral. Your neutral sounds exactly like you are making fun of me. Zendaya smiled into her coffee cup. Regal watched this entire exchange with the specific brand of patience he had developed over years of directing, the kind that understood first rehearsals were never actually about the work. They were about people figuring out who they were going to be in a room together for the next however many months. The work came after you stopped performing at being professional. He gave them another moment. Tom was now pretending to study the tape with great scholarly interest while Noah texted someone, then decided to rescue them. Scene 12, he said, snapping the cap back onto the marker. Hospital waiting room. Elliot comes across the diary. Let's block it out first. No dialogue or acting. I just want to track the physical logic of it. Tom raised his hand slightly. Question. Yes. What's physical logic? Can you walk across a room without falling over? Ah, yes. That's physical logic. Try that first, then we will add complexity. Right? Okay. Walk without falling. I can do that. That's basically my whole skill set. Noah muttered. Debatable, which earned him a middle finger from Tom that Regal pretended not to see. The thing about blocking, the thing nobody warned you about until you were already in it, was that it was somehow both excruciatingly boring and weirdly intimate. It was Tom picking up a prop notebook that was standing in for Sakura's diary, crossing the taped floor to where a folding chair represented the waiting room seating, and sitting down. Then Regal saying, "Stop. Go back. Try coming from the left." Then Tom going back, coming from the left. Then Regal saying, "When you sit, don't look at it immediately. You think it's a novel someone left behind. Give it 2 beats of not caring." Tom sitting, looking at the diary immediately anyway. Regal tilting his head, saying nothing. Tom doing it again, this time waiting 1 beat instead of 2. Regal still tilting his head. Tom doing it again. 2 beats. Exactly 2. Regal making a note on his pad. Tom exhaling slightly, not sure if that was approval or just acknowledgement. This continued, with microscopic variations, for 45 minutes. Zendaya sat in a chair by the wall the entire time, script in her lap, watching. The way Regal would pause before saying something. The way Tom's shoulders would shift when he had gotten it right versus when he was compensating. She made notes in a small version. Regal noticed this, the quality of her attention. It reminded him of something he had seen 3 days ago, a nervous man in an office explaining why silence could speak louder than words. He wasn't sure if they realized it had affected them yet. Probably not. These things usually sank in unconsciously first, but he could see it in small ways. Tom was trying to find stillness between movements instead of rushing to the next thing. Zendaya was watching moments instead of just lines. They were thinking about the truth differently than they had been 4 days ago. When it was Zendaya's turn, Sakura's entrance, the moment she realizes someone has her diary, the blocking looked simple on paper. Cross from the door mark to where Elliot's sitting. See that he has the book. Choose how to respond. Regal let her walk it cold with no instructions. Just see what she would bring. She crossed the room. Her feet hit the mark. She stopped and looked at Tom holding the prop diary. And then something happened that wasn't in any blocking notes. She didn't move forward or step back. Just stayed exactly where she was, on that piece of tape, for 1 extra beat. In a room with fluorescent lights and folding furniture and no camera, it somehow read as a decision being made in real time. Not Zendaya deciding what to do. Sakura deciding what to do. Regal didn't say anything immediately and just observed. Tom, who was supposed to stay in character, glanced up from the prop diary, with an expression that was equal parts Elliot and confused actor, like he felt something shift but couldn't name it. Then he looked back down, trying to stay in the moment. Regal said finally, "Zen, try that again." Zendaya blinked, came back to herself like someone surfacing from water, slowly, then all at once. She made a small noise that wasn't quite a word, then wrote something in her script margin. Tom looked at her sideways. What just happened? Found where she stands. Tom processed this. Is that a metaphor or both? Cool. Love that. Super clear. You will figure it out. Everyone keeps saying that. Noah, from his position against the wall, raised his coffee cup. Welcome to film, mate. Half of it is people telling you to figure things out. What's the other half? Waiting. For what? You will figure it out. Tom looked at Regal. Is he always like this? Noah? Yes. That's disappointing. I was hoping it was just today. Lunch happened the way it always happened on small productions. Sandwiches, drinks, folding tables, and conversations. Noah held up his sandwich like he was presenting evidence in court. This is turkey. It says chicken on the wrapper. Tom pointed out, not looking up from his own sandwich. The wrapper is lying. Rappers don't lie. They're rappers. They have one job. And they've failed. This is turkey. The texture alone. How can you tell from texture? It's between bread. It's disguised. I have a refined palate. You ate a gas station hot dog yesterday. That's unrelated. Zendaya, sitting cross-legged on the floor because all 3 chairs were occupied, looked between them. It's definitely turkey. Noah pointed at her triumphantly. See? Tom looked betrayed. You're supposed to be Switzerland. I was never Switzerland. Turkey has a very specific density. Tom paused mid-bite. A density. You're identifying deli meat by its density. My mom's very particular about sandwiches. You pick things up. Apparently you pick up sandwich forensics. It's a useful skill. Tom examined his own sandwich with new suspicion. Now I don't know what I am eating. Chicken. Regal said from the whiteboard, where he had been reviewing notes through this entire exchange without apparently paying attention. Everyone turned. He didn't look up. Tom's is chicken. Noah's is turkey. The wrapper was fine. The bag just got rotated when someone set it down. Beat. How? Noah said slowly. Could you possibly know that? I watched the intern pack them this morning. Noah blinked. Why were you watching the intern pack sandwiches? I pay attention to things. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, not showing off or making a point, just stating a basic fact, and went back to his notes. Tom looked at Zendaya. She looked back. Some unspoken communication happened. The mutual recognition of being in a room with someone whose brain operated on a frequency most people couldn't access. Tom said quietly, of course he was watching the sandwiches. That's a normal thing to do. Very normal. Zendaya agreed. Noah just nodded his head. The afternoon session pushed through 3 more scenes before Regal called it at 4:17 p.m. It wasn't because they were done, there was plenty left. But he had learned, over years of doing this, that there was a specific quality of tiredness that became counterproductive. The point where actors stopped making instinctive choices and started making calculated ones. Better to end before that happened. Tom gathered his things with the slightly manic energy of someone who had burned through all their focus and was now running on fumes and good intentions. He kept almost dropping things, his script, his water bottle, his phone, then catching them at the last second. Good work today, Regal told him at the door. Tom looked genuinely pleased. Not in a desperate, validation-seeking way, more like someone who had worked hard and was glad it had been seen. Yeah? Thanks. I will keep thinking about the library scene. The way Elliot holds the book. Whether he's protecting it, or hiding it, or... Don't. Don't what? Don't think about it. But you just said. I said good work. I didn't say keep thinking. Stop thinking. Don't think about thinking about it. Tom opened his mouth. Closed it. Pointed finger guns at Regal. Got it. No thinking. My brain's specialty. That's not what I... But Tom was already out the door, nearly walking into the doorframe on his way out. Regal shook his head. The kid was something else, raw in ways that would photograph beautifully, earnest in ways the camera wouldn't be able to lie about. He turned back to the room. Zendaya was still there. She was sitting in one of the folding chairs, jacket on, bag by her feet, script open, but she wasn't reading it. She was looking at the tape on the floor with the expression of someone finishing a thought she'd started hours ago. Regal pulled a chair over, sat across from her. She looked up, didn't seem surprised he had stayed. I want you to hear something, he said. Within minutes, Regal had set up a small Bluetooth speaker on the second folding table, his phone connected to it, which he had prepared before rehearsal. It was nothing elaborate. He had considered doing this differently. A proper music session, piano in a proper room, the whole production, and then decided against it. That would make it an event. He didn't want an event. He wanted the song to land the way it was meant to land, quietly, without warning, in a room where there was nowhere to put the feeling except inside yourself. If the song was going to be what he believed it was, it didn't need architecture. It needed a quiet room and someone who wasn't expecting it. The film needs an end credits song, he said. Number 357. Chapter 357. She dies. The film needs an end credits song, Regal said. Zendaya nodded. Okay. That wasn't surprising. Even though not for all his films, Regal was known for his end credit songs, particularly for The Hangover. Also, almost all of his films' background scores are quite literal and had been a phenomena. In fact, there is a fan base for him in the music community that just discusses how he should stop making movies and start his career in music. Still, though, Zendaya wasn't sure what this had to do with her specifically. I have been working on it separately from the script. He paused, his hand hovering over his phone. It's original and written specifically for this film. Specifically for... He stopped and recalibrated. Actually, just listen first. I will explain after. He pressed play. The opening was slower than Zendaya had expected, this repeating piano pattern that felt less like a melody beginning and more like a room learning how to be quiet. Like whatever was about to happen needed space to arrive. Then the melody came in. It was simple, that was her first thought. But not simple like easy, simple like someone had spent months carving away everything that wasn't essential until only truth remained. I am not the only traveler who has not repaid his debt. I have been searching for a trail to follow again. Take me back to the night we met. A pause. A full measure of just piano. And then I can tell myself what the hell I'm supposed to do. And then I can tell myself not to ride along with you. Zendaya had her jacket on. Her bag was by her feet. She had been ready to leave 20 minutes ago, had actually stood up twice before Regal mentioned the song. Now she sat completely still, hands folded in her lap, listening with her whole body in that involuntary way that happened when something bypassed your brain and went straight to wherever feelings lived. The chorus arrived. I had all, and then most of you. Some, and now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Haunted by the ghost of you. Oh, take me back to the night we met. The second verse. When the night was full of terrors, and your eyes were filled with tears. When you had not touched me yet. Oh, take me back to the night we met. Something happened in Zendaya's face at that line. Just a small tightening around her eyes, a press of her lips. The kind of micro-expression that meant something had landed that she hadn't seen coming. She looked down. At the tape on the floor. The yellow square where she had found where Sakura stands. The song kept playing. The chorus came back, and this time the left hand dropped out briefly, just melody, unaccompanied, bare, before the harmony returned underneath. The absence made the return feel earned. Made the words hit differently the second time, because now you knew what was coming and knowing didn't protect you at all. I had all, and then most of you. Some, and now none of you. The bridge with no lyrics. Just the piano building slowly, inevitably, toward something. Zendaya wasn't crying, but damn she was close. She was doing that thing people did when they had decided not to cry and were holding the line through sheer stubbornness. Breathing carefully, not blinking too often, keeping her gaze fixed on some neutral middle distance. The final chorus. I had all, and then most of you. Some, and now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Haunted by the ghost of you. Oh, take me back to the night we met. Then the outro, played slowly, drawn out. The melody dissolving into something that was almost more silence than sound. Take me back to the night we met. Take me back. To the night we met. The last note hung in the air. Then it was gone. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, completely indifferent to what had just happened. Regal waited. Zendaya sat with it, 1 second, 2 and 5. She pressed her thumb briefly to the corner of her eye, not wiping, just preventing, and exhaled slowly through her nose. There was a lyric sheet on the table, face down. Zendaya hadn't noticed it before. She reached over and turned it over. Read the words she had just heard, and somehow seeing them on paper did something different, like the song could arrive from multiple directions at once. She read it twice. I had all, and then most of you, she said quietly, not performing it, just speaking it. Some, and now none of you. She looked up. She is watching herself lose him in real time, while she is still alive. She knows she is going to become someone he had, and then someone he had less of, and then she stopped. Yes, Regal said. Silence settled between them. She is already gone when this plays? Zendaya said. It came out quieter than she had intended. Not a question, a realization that had been forming somewhere during the bridge and was only now finding words. Regal looked at her steadily. He didn't confirm it, nor did he deny it. He just held the space, that particular quality of attention he had, like whatever you were working toward, he was willing to wait for you to get there on your own. She absorbed that, let it settle. You gave us a different ending? For now. She looked at the lyric sheet again. At the last line, take me back to the night we met. Because of how Tom will play it, she said, working it out as she spoke. If he knows she dies, if he carries that knowledge, it changes everything before the ending. The hope reads differently. The way he looks at her reads differently. It reads like grief. Regal confirmed. If Tom plays even a fraction of anticipatory grief. He went on. It changes the temperature of every scene. His eyes soften too early. His body language shifts. He starts holding on to her instead of living with her. That is not Elliot. Elliot isn't bracing. He is building something. Zendaya was quiet for a long moment. And me, she said finally. You are telling me now. You already knew. He said it simply, like stating a fact that had been true for a while. You guessed it at the read-through. I watched it happen. He looked at her directly. And you knew again this morning, when you found where Sakura stands. A pause. Lying to you any longer would have been a waste of both our time. She almost laughed at that. Not quite. But something that wasn't quite a laugh moved across her face before settling back into something more serious. Okay, she said. Then, after a beat, she dies. She dies. And this song plays, from her perspective. Looking back at the night she met Elliot. Yes. Zendaya looked at the speaker. At Regal's phone, still connected to it. You want me to sing it? She said it the way you said something you'd known for several minutes, but needed to hear out loud to make it real. Regal nodded. I am not a professional singer, she said. Well, not totally true. I mean it. I have done some things, some recording, basic stuff. But nothing like this. Nothing that's going to be in a theater, over a scene like that, at the end of a film where everyone in the audience has just watched. She stopped and looked at the lyric sheet again. I am not equipped for this. You heard the song. Regal said. What did it do to you? She didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was quieter. It made me feel like she was real. Like Sakura was a real person who had already existed and already lost everything. And I was just. She trailed off. Finding out about it. That, Regal said, is what a voice should do to this song. Not technique, range, or perfection. He looked at her directly. You just told me more about Sakura in 30 seconds than 3 vocal coaches could convey in 3 months of technical training. Zendaya sat with that, recording it, knowing it's going to be attached to the ending of this film, and people will hear it right after they have watched. Most probably. And you still want me to? I want the person who almost cried in a rehearsal room with fluorescent lights and folding chairs. Regal said, yes. A long silence. Zendaya looked at the lyric sheet one more time. Read the chorus with just her eyes, her lips barely moving. Then she folded it carefully, twice, with precise corners, and slid it into the front pocket of her bag. She stood. Okay, she said. The same word as before, but carrying a completely different weight now. Something more like stepping through a door you knew you couldn't step back through. She picked up her bag, adjusted the strap on her shoulder. At the door, she stopped, but didn't turn around. The song, she said. When I hear it finished, with full arrangement, with everything, I am probably going to need a minute. Take however long you need. She nodded once, then stepped into the hallway. The door swung shut behind her with a soft click. Regal sat alone in the rehearsal room. The fluorescent lights hummed. The tape marks on the floor waited for tomorrow. The speaker sat silent on the table. He looked at his phone, at the file labeled The Night We Met, Demo Final. It was the same song produced by Lord Huron in his past world. However, it was from the male point of view when he had purchased it from the system, and he had to rewrite it slightly to female POV and also add more flavor that matched the film's tone and setting. Sigh. He exhaled. He set the phone down and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Honestly, this was always the moment he hated. No, not the feeling of purchasing things from the system. He had long back accepted it. What he hates currently is the space after a difficult conversation with his actors, where you wonder if you had done the right thing, said the right words, made the right choices. He had known from the start, from the moment he had finished writing the script, that he would tell Zendaya the truth before filming began. It wasn't a choice. It was a necessity, because in the film, Sakura knows. From the very beginning, she knows she is dying. She knows her time with Elliot is finite. She knows she is building something she won't get to finish. And even though death wasn't exactly Zendaya thinking it be, and was by a random stabbing by a killer on the loose, it will still be something that will benefit her performance, which is again something you can't play without carrying it. You can't pretend to know something that profound and have it not seep into every gesture, every glance, every moment of supposed normalcy. Zendaya needed to know because Sakura knows. That was the simple truth of it. But Tom was different. Elliot also knows about Sakura's condition. That was in the script, clear as day. He learns it early, processes it, decides to stay anyway. But here's the thing about Elliot. He doesn't really believe it. Not in the way Sakura does. Not in the bone-deep, cellular way of someone who is living inside the knowledge of their own ending. Elliot knows the facts. He has seen the medical reports. He understands, intellectually, what pancreatic cancer means, what the timeline looks like. But he is 17 years old, and he is falling in love, and some part of him, the part that is still young and stupid and desperately hopeful, doesn't actually believe she will die. He thinks there will be more time. He thinks maybe the doctors are wrong. He thinks if he loves her hard enough, completely enough, somehow that will be enough to change the equation. That's not a delusion. That's not denial. That's hope. Irrational, illogical, heartbreaking hope. And Tom needs to play that hope without knowing it's false. He needs to believe in the possibility of a future right up until the moment that future is taken away. Because that's what Elliot does. That's what makes the ending devastating. Not that Elliot loses Sakura, and that too not from her terminal pancreatic illness. Regal wants to capture the raw emotions. From Tom, who learned she was murdered in an alleyway. If Tom knows the ending, really knows it, carries it the way Zendaya will carry it, that hope reads differently. It reads as denial. It reads as willful ignorance. It reads as someone playing at optimism while knowing better. And that's not Elliot. Elliot is genuinely, authentically hopeful, even when that hope is foolish. Especially when that hope is foolish. So Tom gets the version of the script where they have a chance. Where the ending is bittersweet but open. Where maybe, just maybe, love is enough. He will find out the truth eventually, probably during the final week of filming, when Regal would hand him the real ending and watch him process it in real time. Watch him understand what he had been building toward without knowing it. That was cruel, maybe, but it was also necessary. Because that's how Elliot experiences it. In real time, with no preparation, no emotional buffer, just the sudden, devastating understanding that all that hope was for nothing. And there was something else. Something Regal had noticed during blocking but hadn't mentioned to anyone yet. Tom was playing Elliot as an extrovert, which made sense. Tom himself was an extrovert. Energetic, social, the kind of person who filled a room just by being in it. That was his natural register. But Elliot wasn't an extrovert. Elliot was quiet, inward, and antisocial. Elliot was lonely. Not lonely because no one wanted to be around him, lonely because he had never quite figured out how to connect with people in a way that didn't feel like performance. Until Sakura. That was the whole point of the film. Elliot finds someone who sees him, really sees him, and for the first time in his life, he doesn't have to perform. He can just be. And then she dies. And he is alone again. But worse than alone, he knows what connection feels like now. He knows what he has lost. Tom could play that. Regal was certain of it. Tom had it in him. That quiet, aching loneliness underneath all the energy and charm. You could see it sometimes, in unguarded moments, when Tom thought no one was watching. The trick was getting him to access it. Getting him to turn down the natural brightness of his personality and find the darkness underneath. That would take time. Take trust. Take Tom learning to be still in a way that didn't come naturally to him. But Regal had seen something 3 days ago, when Tom and Zendaya had watched Rowan Atkinson perform as Mr. Bean. The way Tom had gone completely silent. The way he had leaned forward without realizing it. The way he had absorbed not just the comedy, but the profound loneliness underneath it. Mr. Bean was lonely too. Disconnected. Watching the world from slightly outside it. Tom had understood that. Had felt it. Had maybe even recognized something of himself in it. If he could tap into that sense of being perpetually out of sync with the world around you, he would have Elliot. Also there is still something else he has. Skill slots. Slot 1 director, rank, world class, inactive. Slot 2 writer, rank, world class, inactive. Slot 3 cinematographer, rank, world class, inactive. Slot 4 drawing, rank, master. Slot 5 actor, rank, advanced. I unique skill insight. I unique skill polyglottery. I unique skill eyes on me. I skill slots available for, in use. I note user can awaken new skills by striving and reaching a minimum understanding and requirement of it. His world-class level in direction, which he had been fiddling around constantly from the break he had taken. It had always bugged him how during the filming of Superman, to witness Stephen Hawking Sr. activate his world-class skills without Regal himself unable to figure it out. There is no way Regal could sleep with that notion. And now with that effort, he can also consciously activate it. It was not a 100% certainty. But yeah, he can pull it off 8 out of 10 times. So, Regal is positive that he can bring Tom to perform the loneliness that made Sakura's presence so vital. Tom would have the hope that made her loss so devastating. That's what the next few months were for. Regal stood, packed up the speaker, turned off the lights. Tomorrow they will continue. Tom would keep working on finding Elliot. Zendaya would keep carrying the weight of knowing. And slowly, scene by scene, moment by moment, they would build something that would break hearts. Number 358. Chapter 358. Hulk. Unique FX Studio. For people sat in a room that smelled like cold pizza and desperation. Nobody had left in 6 hours. Coffee cups everywhere, someone's jacket on the floor. The kind of exhausted where you stopped noticing you were tired and just existed in this weird liminal space between awake and not. But they were smiling. On the screen in front of them, a 9-foot green man flexed his arm. Muscles moved under the skin, veins popped. You could see the texture, every pore and imperfection that made him real instead of cartoon. Finally, John Tunnard said. He didn't sound excited, just done. John was the director, Regal's personal pick for this, which meant he had spent the last 6 months trying not to fuck it up, while also trying to prove he deserved to be picked in the first place. A tall guy, perpetually looked like he needed more sleep. Night now he looked like he needed a week of sleep. Carl Urban sat cross-legged on the floor, still wearing the motion capture suit from earlier. Hadn't bothered changing because what was the point? They would be back in it tomorrow. He is beautiful. Carl said. Don't get weird about it. John said. I am appreciating. There is nothing weird about it. Carl wasn't famous yet, not really. Done some stuff in New Zealand, a couple small roles people wouldn't remember. But Regal had personally suggested it to John, and he understood the reason during the audition. Something about the way he could shift from charming to absolutely terrifying in the space of a sentence. Perfect for Banner and for what came after. The other actor, George Kenneth, playing Abomination, was sprawled in a chair with his feet on the table. Older than Carl by a decade. Had the look of someone who had been doing this long enough to know when something was actually good versus when people were just saying it was good. Can you pause it there? He said, pointing. Yeah, right there. See how the shoulder blade moves when he turns? That's new. It wasn't doing that this morning. Fixed it around 4, said the fourth person in the room. Sarah Keene, VFX supervisor. Which was a title that didn't come close to explaining what she actually did. She was the one behind everything. Every model, texture, and impossible technical problem that cropped up. And there had been a lot. She had solved or delegated or stayed up till 3 a.m. figuring out herself. Right now she looked like she had been hit by a truck, reversed over, hit again. Hair in a bun that had given up being a bun 6 hours ago. Wearing the same hoodie she had been wearing yesterday, possibly the day before. Time got weird when you were building creatures from scratch. The shoulder blade thing was killing me, she said. Not to anyone specific. Just saying it. Kept clipping through the skin layer. It looked like he had a knife stuck in his back. Sexy, Carl said. Shut up. She reached over, clicked through to another file. Abomination filled the screen. 11 feet of nightmare, spine growing outside his skin, bones visible in his chest and hips, face that looked like someone taken a human and stretched it over something that wasn't. George sat up straighter. Jesus. Yeah. Sarah said. That's me. That's you. He stared at it. They had seen versions before, dozens of versions, iterations, concept art. But this is the final of what will be on screen tomorrow. I am hideous, George said, but sounded pleased about it. You mean it's working? Carl stood up, stretched, vertebrae cracking like bubble wrap. Can you just explain? Like everything we did. Because tomorrow someone's gonna ask, and I want to make sure I don't sound like an idiot. Sarah looked at him. Do you want the technical version or the version for normal people? Normal people. I am very tired and very stupid right now. Yeah, okay. She switched tabs, scrolling past the newer builds until she found an older project folder. Go back about 6 months. That's when this started. Regal calls me out of nowhere and goes, I don't want a comic book Hulk. I don't want shiny, exaggerated proportions. I want him to feel like we literally hired a massive bodybuilder and painted him green. Skin, weight, veins, everything. Sounds simple, George said. It's not. She clicked through early concept art. Hulk that looked like a bodybuilder, which was wrong. Bodybuilders are huge, but they're not functional huge. The first problem had been proportions. Comics had him anywhere from 6 feet to 15, depending on the artist. They had argued about it for 2 weeks. John wanting him big enough to be terrifying. Sarah pointing out that past a certain height, he stopped reading as human at all. 9 feet, that's where they had landed. Tall enough to dominate every frame, but not so tall he became abstract. The face had been worse. Why's that matter? Carl asked. Because you can't relate to something that's just a monster, needs to be a guy. Big guy, green guy, angry guy, but still a guy. John explained while Sarah pulled up a different file. Which brings us to problem 2, the face. A dozen versions of Hulk's face stared at them, some with short, long hair while the brows that made him look Neanderthal. Some that made him look like Banner with a skin condition. That one looks like he needs antihistamines. Carl said, pointing at a particularly unfortunate iteration. George leaned in. That one looks like my Uncle Derek after he discovered hair plugs. Your input is invaluable. Sarah said flatly. Wait, go back. Carl said. The military cut one. She did. Carl stared at it. I look like I am about to ask someone if they have heard about our Lord and Savior. John snorted despite himself. That's exactly why we killed it. We tried everything. Sarah said. From military cuts to spikes. Long hair down the forehead. That one almost won for a while. John remembered the day they had almost given up. Sarah ready to just pick one and move on, him insisting there was something they were missing. Then Regal had walked in, looked at their options for maybe 30 seconds. Hair lower, over the brow. Let it fall on his nose. Just like that, 3 weeks solved in a sentence. John had wanted to be annoyed, but obviously he couldn't be. It worked too well. Hair falling forward gave Hulk character. Made him look unfinished, volatile, like Banner's rage had forced its way out and hadn't bothered with polish. Sarah showed the final face. You could see Banner in there. Not obvious, just enough that if you knew, you knew. The body had been another fight. Sarah had started with bodybuilder proportions. John had pushed back. Bodybuilders were huge, but they weren't fighter huge. Needed to look like he could move, like every muscle had a purpose beyond aesthetics. Zero body fat, lean, fierce, and linebacker, not powerlifter. You made me flex in a refrigerated room. Carl said. For authentic muscle definition under cold stress. Worked, didn't it? I couldn't feel my nipples for 3 days. Again. Sarah said. Worked. George was trying not to laugh. Still can't believe you pulled off the skin. John said, watching the close-up of Hulk's arm. Yeah, usually digital skin usually looks like plastic. No matter how good your textures are, something's off. So we went deep. Subsurface scattering. That's light penetrating. Skin, bouncing around inside, coming back out. That's what makes skin look alive instead of painted. She pulled up a close-up. Hulk's arm mid-flex. See the veins? Those aren't just texture maps. Those are actual simulated blood vessels with flow. He has a heartbeat, all the time. You can see blood moving through him. That's absolutely draining just hearing. George said. Sarah had started with real bodybuilders. Reference footage of every muscle group. How they moved, how skin stretched, what happened at extreme flexion. Then came the motion capture. Movatech, facial capture down to 1/10 of a millimeter. They had covered Carl's face in phosphorescent makeup that glowed under UV cameras, tracking every micro movement. She pulled up test footage. Carl's face is covered in glowing speckles, making expressions. I look like a rave had a baby with a biology textbook. Carl said. You look like someone had sneezed glitter on you and given up. George added. You both looked ridiculous. Sarah said. Marcus, you cried during your first session. Those UV lights were bright. You said, and I quote, I think I can see God. The lights were very bright. John was fighting a smile. Can we focus? Normal motion capture used maybe 200 points. This was barcoding every millimeter of his face. When Hulk made an expression, it was Carl's expression, just bigger, stretched, but fundamentally his. That's what John had insisted on from the beginning. Had to be. Carl in there, not just his voice or his body, his actual performance, captured and translated. Video reference helped too. Sarah said, pulling up footage. Carl in the capture suit, acting out scenes. Lo-fi but effective, animators would use it as base, then stretch it till it fit a 9-foot rage monster. It sounded simple, but it wasn't. Every time they thought they had it, something broke, skin clipped through muscle, veins floated, teeth looked wrong, eyes looked dead, and hair simulation crashed the servers weekly. John remembered the week every render came back with Hulk's shoulder dislocated. It took 4 days to find the problem. Typo in the rig code, 1 number off. The shoulder joint rotated 0.3 degrees wrong, compounded through the whole simulation. Sarah had found it at 3 a.m. on a Thursday, called him, didn't say hello, just found it. It was a fucking typo. They laughed till they couldn't breathe. I remember that call. John said, you sounded like you were having a breakdown. I was. But a happy breakdown. Is there a difference? At 3 a.m.? No. Abomination had been worse. Sarah pulled up more files. Abomination now. Your guy was somehow worse. George grinned. My hideous boy. The issue with Abomination wasn't just that he's bigger or meaner. It's that he looks incorrect. Like his anatomy gave up halfway through. Bone pushing out where it shouldn't, spine visible, and the collarbone jutting through. Even the hips feel misaligned. We had to sit down and ask ourselves, if the skeleton isn't behaving normally, how does the muscle even attach? How does it stretch? What happens to skin when there's no proper structure underneath? None of that's clean, and it couldn't look designed. It had to look like something went wrong. She showed them test renders. Early versions where the spine looked bolted on. Later versions where it integrated but looked fake. Final version where it looked like it had grown there, organic but horrifying. The spine had been hell. How's it flexing? How's it compressed? It's armor, but also part of him. She had built it in layers. Theoretical model first, skeleton plus exposed bone structure. Displacement passes for veins and pores, blood flow, and 47 separate technical systems that had to work together. 11 feet. John said, looking at the final render. 2 feet taller than Hulk. That had been his call. Wanted Abomination to have real physical advantage, not just stronger, bigger in a way that mattered in a fight. Different fighting styles too, something they had worked out together. Hulk was curves and power. Abomination was angles and speed. Steel ball versus triangle. John said, how he had explained it to the stunt coordinators. How he had explained it to George and Carl during motion capture sessions where they had actually fought each other in those ridiculous suits. Carl was watching Hulk on screen again. Still weird seeing myself as that. That's you, John said. Just bigger and greener and angrier. So basically me after 2 beers. Sarah snorted. The first time she had laughed in hours. We got one more thing to do, she said. Pulled up a new file, split screen. Hulk on the left. Abomination on right. Both in fighting stances. This is from tomorrow, the first fight sequence. We've got the previs done, but I want to make sure the models hold up in actual combat timing. Clicked play. Hulk and Abomination moved. Hulk's movements were powerful but fluid, winding up for big hits. Abomination was different. Sharper, could change direction instantly. Lock, load, fire. He's a shark, George said, watching his character. That's what I kept thinking during MO-Cap. He's a shark. If he's looking at you, you're already dead. That's exactly right. Sarah said. Hulk's stronger, but Abomination's faster, meaner, smarter. Hulk fights like he's trying to stop you. Abomination fights like he's trying to end you. The previs ended. Hulk and Abomination frozen mid-fight. Sarah looked at the screen. 6 months of work, hundreds of people, thousands of renders and problems they had solved, barely survived. That still gave her nightmares. They sat there for another few minutes, nobody moving, just looking at what they had made. Finally, George stood up. I am going home, gonna sleep for 6 hours. Then I am gonna come back and throw Carl through a wall. Looking forward to it. Carl said, you're both idiots. John said, but he was smiling. Sarah started closing files, shutting down systems. Tomorrow the set would be full, crew, cameras, the controlled chaos of actual production. But tonight it was just them and the work. Carl walked over to the screen, stood in front of Hulk's face. His face, sort of. Hey buddy, he said to the screen. Don't make me look bad. He won't. Sarah said. We made him too good. We did. She looked at what was on screen. Thought about the phosphorescent makeup, the motion capture, the weeks of iteration, the crashed servers, the dislocated shoulder, the spine that wouldn't flex right. All of it. We really did. John was the last one out. Turned off the lights, locked the door. It's the day for him. In a few more hours, he would shoot real actors on real sets. Then Sarah and her team would take that footage and integrate these impossible creatures into it. Make it look seamless and make people believe a 9-foot green rage monster could exist. He walked to his car thinking about what Regal had said when he had offered him this job. It's the Hulk. Put that image anywhere in the world, Senegal, Thailand, anywhere. They know what it is. That's the opportunity, but also the terror. Because everyone knows what Hulk should look like. And if we get it wrong, everyone will know that too. They didn't get it wrong. John was pretty sure they didn't get it wrong. He will find out soon enough. He got in his car, started the engine, and drove home through empty LA streets thinking about steel balls and triangles and the difference between monsters and men. Number 359. Chapter 359. Welcome to Modern Animation. 2 years to the day. Leo Wart stood in front of the main render wall, arms folded, watching PV7, or whatever version number they were on now. Attempt to split kick no panda should physically survive. The movement was fluid and almost right. David Scott, his business partner and co-founder of Unique FX 3D, nodded from his position by the color reference boards. Weight distribution's off. He is moving like someone who knows they are fat, but doesn't know he is fat. Pa absolutely knows he is fat. He knows he is big. David corrected calmly. That is not the same thing. Jennifer Yanelson, the director, walked over from where she had been reviewing storyboards with the animation lead. Young for this kind of project, barely 30, but sharp in a way that had impressed both of them from day one. She looked at the screen, tilted her head. Run it again, she said. But take the arc down 3 degrees and add. I don't know, more enthusiasm? You should be committing to this kick like it's going to work. The animator made the adjustments. Hit play. Pa kicked. The movement was rounder now, less calculated. More like someone who had seen the move in his head and just went for it without considering the physics. There. All 3 of them said simultaneously. That's how most of the last 2 years had gone. Small adjustments, constant refinement, and the kind of frame-by-frame obsession that turned animation from good to something people would remember. June 25, 2014, that's when this officially started. Regal had called Leo on a Tuesday, said he had a project that needed their particular brand of crazy. Kung Fu Pandas, Ancient China, where physical comedy meets genuine martial arts and philosophy. Leo had thought he was joking, but he wasn't. Now here they were, 2 years in. 1 year left if the schedule holds, and schedules never held, but they were trying. Unique FX 3D had worked with Regal since following his first film, back when nobody knew who he was and the budget was held together with hope and spite. They had done the digital effects for that, learned how Regal worked, learned what he wanted before he asked for it. Every film since, they have been there. Harry Potter, franchise, all the wand effects, the patron uses, the digital creatures. And even now, I want to eat your pancreas. Minimal effects, but crucial ones. Everything they touched for Regal had that same demand. Make it feel real, even when it's impossible. Kung Fu Panda was impossible on a different scale. Show me the Jade Palace entrance again, Jennifer said, moving to a different workstation. The animator pulled it up. Wide shot. Pa standing at the bottom of 1,000 steps, looking up at the palace. Mountains in the background, cherry blossoms, and the whole thing. Drenched in that particular quality of light that said ancient and sacred, and you don't belong here. Color's still not right, David said, squinting. It's too saturated, needs to feel older. Gold for heroism, Jennifer said. She had been saying it for 2 years. Color theory was carved into her brain at this point. Red for power, blue for evil, green for wisdom. Every frame needs to support the emotion. Gold's reading orange in this light. Then we adjust the light. Leo pulled up the lighting controls, started playing with temperature. If it's too warm and it looks like a sunset, and too cool, it lost the sense of grandeur. There was a sweet spot. They just had to find it. There, Jennifer said. Stop. The palace glowed. Not literally, but the light hit the gold details in a way that made your eye go straight to them. Made the whole structure feel important without screaming about it. That's the one, Leo said, saving the settings. Mark that for the color script. Every palace shot needs to reference this. It was details like this that ate time. 2 years, and they were still calibrating color temperature on individual shots. But that's what made it work. The actual animation process was layers. First, research. The whole team had spent months studying Chinese art, architecture, and calligraphy. They had watched every kung fu movie they could find. Old ones, new ones, good ones, terrible ones. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon got watched maybe 30 times. Just for the wire work. They had even sent a team to China, walked through actual temples, studied how light moved through traditional buildings, and took thousands of reference photos that were now plastered across every wall in the studio. During that trip, they had discovered something interesting. The actual Jade Palace design was inspired by the Forbidden City, but they had to add over 22,000 scrolls to get the look right. Script said 1,000 scrolls of Kung Fu, but the reality said they needed 22 times that many to fill the space properly. Nobody watching would count them, but the animators knew. That mattered. Second, character design. Pa had gone through maybe 50 iterations before they landed on something that worked. Too skinny, and he looked wrong. Too round, and he couldn't move right. His cheeks alone had taken 2 weeks. Had to be big enough that you believed he could pack food in there, but not so big he looked like a chipmunk. Original face design was too thin. Literally couldn't fit enough dumplings in his mouth. They had to rebuild the skull structure 3 times. Every character was like that. Tigress had to look powerful without looking masculine. They had ended up using her facial markings like makeup, subtle but effective. Viper was hardest. 120 bones in her rig, Chinese poetry for her skin patterns. Took forever to animate because serpents moved completely different from anything with legs. They had based her movement on actual snake locomotion studies, then exaggerated it just enough to read as feminine without being obvious about it. Mantis, tiny, impossible to see when he moved fast. They had taken inspiration from Adamant, the old Hanna-Barbera character. Liked the idea of a fighter so small he was basically invisible during combat. Master Sherfu was a red panda. Most people thought that connected him to poof, but red pandas were actually closer to raccoons than giant pandas. They had kept that biological accuracy while making sure the character design suggested wisdom and disappointment in equal measure. Third, movement. This was where it got complicated. The whole animation team had taken Tai Chi lessons, Kung Fu lessons. They needed to understand how bodies moved in martial arts, the weight shifts, the breathing, the way power came from the ground up through your legs and core, and finally out through your hands. One animator refused to shave during the cherry blossom scene. Said he wouldn't shave till the shot was done. Made it 27 days before his girlfriend made him cave. The team still called him Blossom Beard sometimes. Then they had to figure out how those movements translated to animals. Fourth, the actual frame-by-frame animation. This was where they lived now. 2 years in, 1 year left, and they were in the trenches of making every shot work. David was reviewing the villain's work at another station. Tai Lung's escape from Chorgom prison. The sequence where he fought his way out using just pressure points and physics. How many guards are we up to? He asked the animator. 43. Feels low. He is supposed to be overwhelming the entire prison. Bump it to 60. 60 unique character rigs. 30 unique, double them. Flip some horizontally. Vary the timing so they don't all move in sync. The animator pulled up the rig library and started duplicating guards. On screen, Tai Lung moved through them like water. Every strike was precise, economical, and beautiful in a way that was almost scary, because you could see the intelligence behind it, see him calculating angles and impacts while moving at full speed. We are still doing the cannonball math, right? David asked. Yeah. The first cannonball travels at 42 feet per second. Final battle cannons are up to 2,940 feet per second, twice the speed of sound. And people say animation isn't realistic. It's emotionally realistic. Actual physics would be boring. Leo walked over, looking at the escape sequence. We're doing the wire work homage here, right? Like Crouching Tiger. Yep. Tai Lung's wall run got reference to Zhang Zi's entire fight style. Good. People who know Kung Fu movies should see the connection. Jennifer was at the lighting station now, working on the final battle between Poof and Tai Lung. The sequence where Poof finally understood what made him special, not in spite of being himself, but because of being himself. The Wuxi finger hold, she said. That's the emotional climax. Everything builds to that moment. Leo pulled up the sequence. Poof and Tai Lung facing each other. Poe's finger extended. The golden light and the ripple effect as the technique activated. How many hours have we spent on this one move? Leo asked. David checked the logs. 437 hours across 12 animators. That's like 18 days. 18 days for 5 seconds of screen time. They all looked at the screen, at the way the light moved, and how Poe's expression shifted from fear to understanding to acceptance. Tai Lung's expression showed him realizing, maybe for the first time, that he had lost not because he was weak, but because he had been fighting for the wrong things. Leo said, pulling up another file. We need to talk about Mr. Ping's noodle shop. The shop appeared on screen. Modest. Warm. The kind of place that had been there for generations. James Hong's father actually owned a noodle shop. Jennifer said, back in the day, we worked that into the character. Hong keeps sending us notes about how Mr. Ping would act. Calls him like a Jewish mom and a Chinese dad combined. That's weirdly accurate. David said, right? And we added damage to the walls. Discoloration, where Tai Lung smashed through in the first act. Continuity nobody will notice, but it's there. How many noodle shop variations did we build? Leo asked. 7. Different. Lighting conditions, different times of day. This one's late afternoon. You can see how the light comes through that specific window and hits the counter. The render farm hummed in the background, while the servers processed frames, building scenes pixel by pixel. Current project scope, 3 years total. 2 down, 1 to go. Project assets currently took up 48 terabytes of memory. They would need at least 60 by the time they finished. For comparison, the entire Harry Potter franchise they had worked on, all 4 films, was 40 terabytes combined. And here, one movie is 60 terabytes. Yep, welcome to modern animation. But the numbers were fluid. Animation was like that. You thought you were almost done, then you would realize an entire sequence didn't work and needed rebuilding. Or the color timing was wrong. Or a character's movement didn't match their personality. They had been through it before. Every project with Regal was like this. Higher standards than anywhere else. More attention to detail. More willingness to blow up something that was already good because it could be better. That's why their partnership worked. Leo and David understood that perfection wasn't real, but you had to chase it anyway. Had to get close enough that the audience felt it even if they couldn't name what made it work. The animation team was international now. Artists from 15 countries, US, China, Canada, France, Italy, Spain, Ireland, India, UK, Mexico, Philippines, Japan, Sweden, Belgium, Israel, and South Korea. Each bringing their own perspective on movement, on color, on what made a character feel alive. Every time an animator finished a scene, they got a fortune cookie. Custom fortunes, usually jokes. Last week someone had finished the dumpling fight scene and gotten, "Your kung fu is strong, but your deadline awareness is weak." They laughed, then immediately started on the next sequence because the fortune wasn't wrong. "Show me the cherry blossom scene," Jennifer said. Oogway's ascension. This was her favorite. The moment where Master Oogway, the wise old turtle who had seen everything, chose to let go. To become one with the universe and leave his student Sherfu to carry on the teaching. The animator pulled it up. Cherry blossoms everywhere, wind, light, and Oogway rising through the petals like he weighed nothing at all. "How many petals are we at?" David asked. Leo checked. 37,517. That's specific. That's what it took to make it look right. How long does it take to render? 6 months. For one scene. For one perfect scene. Jennifer watched it play. Oogway disappears into light and petals and wind. Sherfu realized he was truly alone now, and the camera held on the empty space where a master had been. "It's beautiful," she said quietly. "Also expensive," Leo said, but he was smiling. "But yeah, it's beautiful." They broke for lunch around 2. Chinese food seemed appropriate. Someone had made a joke about it early in production, and now it was tradition. Every major milestone, they ordered from the same place. Beef and broccoli, kung pao chicken, enough rice to feed an army. Sitting in the conference room, surrounded by concept art and color scripts and reference photos, Jennifer looked at Leo and David. "You think we will hit the timeline?" she asked. "Honestly," Leo shrugged. "Ask me in 6 months. That's not helpful." "We are on track," David said, more diplomatic. "Voice recording scheduled to start in 4 months. That's built-in buffer time for animation adjustments. We are exactly where we need to be. And if something breaks, something always breaks, we just need to fix it." Jennifer nodded, took another bite of kung pao chicken. "Regal's coming by next week. He wants to see the bridge sequence." "Rope bridge?" Leo asked. "Yeah, that's not done. He knows. He wants to see the progress." Leo and David exchanged looks. Regal was good, better than good. He was one of the few directors who actually understood animation, understood why things took as long as they took. But he also had this thing where he would walk in, watch something for 30 seconds, and casually point out the one thing that wasn't working. Helpful, but also occasionally infuriating. "We will have something to show him," David said. "Might not be polished, but it will be functional. That's all he needs." Jennifer said. "He's not here to judge. He's here to help, right?" "Help." Leo said it like he wasn't entirely convinced, but he had been working with Regal long enough to know it was true. The man pushed, but he pushed because he cared. A world where a panda who sold noodles could become the dragon warrior. Where being yourself wasn't a weakness, it was your greatest strength. Where kung fu wasn't just about fighting, it was about finding peace. Simple story, but impossibly complex execution. They worked till 9 that night, then 10. Then someone looked up and realized it was almost midnight, and they had completely lost track of time. That was normal. It had been for 2 years, and would be for another year. Jennifer left first. She had notes to review, storyboards to approve, 100 decisions to make before tomorrow. Leo and David stayed, walking through the studio after everyone had gone, looking at the workstations, the renders in progression, the reference materials taped to every available surface. This is kind of exhausting, isn't it? David asked. Totally, Leo said. They stood there for another minute, just looking at Pooh on the main screen, frozen mid-kick, forever suspended in that moment between trying and succeeding. 2 years down, David said. 1 to go. Then we start all over again on the sequel. Leo laughed. You are already thinking about the sequel. Regal called me last week. Asked if we would be interested. What did you say? I said we would talk after we finish this one. David looked at the screen. At Pooh and the world, they had been building pixel by pixel for 24 months. But yeah, I am interested. You ask me in a year. Fair. They turned off the lights, locked up, and drove home through empty LA streets thinking about pandas and kung fu, and whether they were completely insane for spending 3 years of their lives on something that might or might not work. But that was animation, art, and their job. You spent years building something. Then you released it into the world and hoped people understood what you were trying to say. Sometimes they did, and they didn't. But you tried anyway. Because somewhere in those 37,000 cherry blossoms and 120 bone rigs and 437 hours on a single finger hold, it's worth the time. Leo and David were pretty sure of it. Most days, anyway. Number 360. Chapter 360, 10 years. Things had begun accelerating across every front. Production on the next Hulk film had moved into a full shooting schedule. Night sequences, motion capture rehearsals. The animation pipeline for Kung Fu Panda was running in parallel, layouts being approved while fight choreography tests rendered overnight. Regal's rehearsal of I Want to Eat Your Pancreas was days away from shooting. Momentum was everywhere. And to the far east, quietly, steadily, a different seed had matured. 3 years earlier, a blonde-haired boy named Naruto Uzumaki had begun his serialized run. What started as a weekly gamble had become a structural force. In exactly 3 years over 144 chapters, almost 48 chapters per year, with almost no filler, detours designed to stall, and a tight arc, with modern pacing, cleaner fights, and emotional beats preserved without dragging. If the original trajectory of Naruto in 1999 had covered roughly 107 chapters in its first 3 years, ending somewhere around the early Konoha Crush arc, this version had surged far ahead without collapsing under its own speed. The arc breakdown told the story clearly. Land of Waves, 1 to 15 leaner emotional setup, sharper Zabuza conflict. Nin exams, 16 to 45 Forest of Death streamlined, preliminaries tightened without losing character focus. Konoha Crush, 46 to 60 The invasion arc accelerated, consequences emphasized. Search for Tsunade, 61 to 75 political tension compressed, Sannin confrontation direct and brutal. Sasuke retrieval, 76 to 105 fights condensed but emotionally intact, no dragging monologues. Akatsuki setup, 106 to 120 clear threat positioning. Controlled time skip groundwork. Early Shippuden/Gaara rescue, 121 to 140 faster pacing, modern battle structure. Tenchi Bridge recon, 141 to 150 ongoing Orochimaru reentry, deeper Akatsuki threads tightening. It was early Shippuden territory now. Tenchi Bridge was unfolding, Orochimaru's presence loomed, Naruto's post-time skip growth was being tested under real pressure, and the Akatsuki were no longer rumors. They are a terror group. Even with the streamlined structure, Kishimoto had been stubborn about one rule. Character arcs could not be sacrificed for speed. The Nin exams still demanded space, 25 chapters minimum. Sasuke retrieval still needed its emotional descent, and major fractures in bonds required time to echo. You could modernize pacing, but you could not cheat grief. Earlier in the day, the 3-year celebration had unfolded within the office of Kishimoto. Press conferences, fan gatherings, endless photographs, questions about future arcs, and endless speculation about Sasuke. Now, finally, the noise had faded. Back home, the atmosphere was entirely different. Kishimoto Masashi sat cross-legged on the floor, a low table between him and the people who had been there from the beginning. Tanaka-kun was half-slouched with his third beer, tie loosened, looking like he had survived a natural disaster. Which, given the press conference earlier, wasn't far off. Yamada-san was arguing about panel layouts even though they were off the clock. Keiko-chan laughed too loud at everything. Cheeks flushed from the whiskey she had been nursing since they got back. And Nanami sat near the balcony door, relaxed, like he didn't belong in any of this. Like he had just wandered in and decided to stay. Kishimoto looked at them and felt older than 32. Stop staring like that, Tanaka said, noticing. You look like you are about to give a farewell speech. I am only 32, Kishimoto muttered. And still unmarried. Keiko chimed in, grinning. That's completely irrelevant. Is it though? Yamada-san joined in. When was the last time you talked to a woman who wasn't your editor or assistant? Keiko's a woman. Keiko doesn't count. Keiko said. They laughed. Kishimoto tried to look annoyed, but failed. On the TV in the corner, his own face stared back at him. The interview from earlier, NHK had already cut and aired it. Oh God, Tanaka said, noticing. Turn it off. No, leave it. Keiko said. I want to see him squirm. Tanaka suddenly burst into laughter, remembering something. Tell them about the fan. No. Kishimoto warned immediately, but it was too late. Keiko grinned. The one who proposed? Nanami raised a brow. Proposed? Tanaka nodded enthusiastically. Front row at the Q&A. She stood up and said, Kishimoto-sensei, will you marry me and let me help you draw backgrounds forever? The room erupted. Kishimoto buried his face in one hand. I remember handling it very professionally. You said, thank you for your support, and walked away while she was still talking. Nanami, who'd been quiet till now, smiled into his drink. To be fair, what else could he say? Literally anything. Keiko said. He could have said literally anything, and it would have been better. On the TV interviewer, professional woman, early 40s, the kind who smiled but didn't mean it, leaned forward. Slightly. The question everyone wants to know, she said. When is Naruto getting adapted into anime? Real Kishimoto groaned. Here we go. TV Kishimoto smiled. Practiced. Soon. We don't want to rush it. Quality matters more than speed. But it's been 3 years, the interviewer pressed. 144 chapters. Most series would have started anime production by now. Right now all I can promise is that when we do release an anime adaptation, it's going to be top-notch quality. The interviewer's smile shifted. There are rumors about foreign investment. Is that why it's taking longer? Silence in the apartment. Oh, Yamada said quietly. She went there. Keiko sat up straighter. Is she really? Yep. Tanaka said. She's really asking about Regal-san. On screen, TV Kishimoto's expression didn't change. But you could see the calculation behind his eyes. How to answer this without making it worse? Foreign investment is common in the industry now, he said carefully. It's not unusual. But Naruto is a Japanese background story. The interviewer interrupted. Some people are concerned about outside influence on the adaptation. About maintaining the integrity of the work. Real Kishimoto rubbed his face. I hate this question. Should have prepared better. Tanaka said. I did prepare. Doesn't make it less annoying. Because here's the thing about foreign investment in Japanese media. People hated it even when it made perfect sense. The logic was simple. Japanese studios had limited budgets. Anime production was expensive, time-consuming, and the profit margins were razor-thin unless you hit big. Most shows barely broke even. Foreign investment, especially from someone like Regal who had proven he understood storytelling, who had the resources to do things properly, that should have been good news. But it wasn't about logic. It was about identity. Naruto was Japanese. Kishimoto was Japanese. The story was rooted in Japanese culture even when it was about ninja and demons and impossible jutsu. Having an American investor felt like contamination. Even though Kishimoto had full creative control and always would. It didn't matter. People saw foreign and got nervous. On screen, TV Kishimoto was handling it better than real Kishimoto felt he had at the moment. The delay has nothing to do with foreign investment, he said firmly. We're being careful about timing, about finding the right studio, about making sure we have the resources to do this properly. But Mr. Seraphsail will be involved in the anime production. He's the primary investor, yes. That means he will be involved in production logistics, budgeting, resource allocation. Creative decisions? Yes and no. TV Kishimoto's voice was clear on that. But the final call will be mine. The story is mine, and so is character development. Regal Seraphsail's involvement is financial. He is providing the resources to let us make the best possible story. And those resources are… TV Kishimoto smiled slightly. Generous. Whoever ends up animating this, whichever studio we partner with, they will be compensated well. Better than industry standard. That's one thing I can promise. The interviewer looked like she wanted to push harder, but decided against it. Moved on to safer questions about upcoming story arcs. Tanaka muted the TV. You handled that okay? Barely. No, seriously. Could have been worse. Like pulling a marriage proposal response. Can we please stop talking about that? Never. Keiko said. That's going in your biography. Chapter 7. The ring he couldn't accept. The TV had moved on to other questions now. Some fan-submitted ones that were actually interesting. If you could change one thing about Naruto's journey so far, what would it be? TV Kishimoto thought about it. I wouldn't change the journey, but I would give him better food. Kids should not only eat ramen. That can't be healthy. The apartment laughed. Final question, the interviewer said. 3 years in. 144 chapters. Where do you see Naruto going from here? TV Kishimoto's expression shifted, got more serious. Darker, he said simply. The story's been building toward consequences. Sasuke's gone. Akatsuki's moving and the world Naruto knew is changing. The next phase is about loss and what it costs to protect something. Whether bonds can survive being tested to breaking point. Will Sasuke come back? You really weren't hoping that I would answer that, right? The interviewer laughed. And it ended. Tanaka unmuted it just long enough to hear the announcer. Kishimoto Masashi, creator of Naruto, currently in its 3rd year of serialization with 144 chapters published. Muted it again. 144. Yamada said. Still sounds insane. It is insane. Kishimoto agreed. But it's working. For now. Tanaka said. Wait till we hit chapter 200. Then 300. Then wherever this thing ends. 500. Kishimoto said quietly. Everyone looked at him. What? Keiko said. 500 chapters, give or take. That's the end point and where the story finishes. Silence. You're serious. Nanami said. I am serious. I know how it ends and where every major arc goes. What happens to Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, all of them. 500 chapters is the map. And you're… Yamada paused. You're sure about that? As sure as I can be. Stories have natural endpoints. This one's 500 chapters. Might be 480 or 520. But somewhere in that range. Tanaka whistled low. That's years. Decades, maybe, depending on breaks. 10 years. Kishimoto said. If we maintain pace and nothing breaks, and most importantly, I don't die first. Don't joke about that. Keiko said. Who's joking? 10 years is a long time. Things happen. No, they don't. Nanami agreed. Kishimoto looked at him, then all of them. His team, the people who had been in the trenches with him from chapter 1. They drank to that, to the job, and for the 3 years down. And however many more it took. Number 361. Chapter 361. Filming, IDEEP. The filming of I Want to Eat Your Pancreas had begun, and today is the call sheet for day 4, scene 23. Scene 23 was 2 pages of script that looked deceptively simple. Hotel room, night, a question asked into darkness. But Regal had been thinking about how to shoot it for weeks, turning over the problem of making 2 people in a small room feel like the world was collapsing in on itself. He had arrived at 6:40 and walked the location with Clara. The set they had built on stage 3 dressed to look like the kind of mid-range hotel room where high school students on a trip might stay, spending 40 minutes discussing how to light a confession without making it look like one. The set was deliberately claustrophobic. 1 queen bed with institutional sheets. 1 window with blackout curtains cracked just enough to let Los Angeles bleed through in thin strips of amber. 1 bedside lamp, throwing warm light, that stopped short of the corners where shadows could gather and wait. Clara had designed the lighting like a church confessional, soft enough to feel intimate but sharp enough that faces couldn't hide every imperfection and hesitation visible in the grain of the 16 millimeters they were shooting on. 3 cameras for this, Clara said, walking Regal through the setup she had designed, pointing to each position as she explained the coverage strategy. A camera on dolly track picks up his entrance and carries the geography of the room, lets the audience feel the space he is walking into and the distance he is crossing. B camera stays locked on her in a medium close-up for the entire scene because we need to catch the small things, the hand clenching the bedsheet, the tension in her shoulders, everything she's doing while turned away from him. C camera handles his coverage. We will get the face, pause, and that specific moment when he understands what she's actually asking but can't figure out how to answer it. Regal nodded, seeing the scene play out in his head through the 3 perspectives simultaneously, the way coverage always worked. And the insert of her bag, already lit and ready to shoot separately after we finished the main coverage. Clara confirmed, gesturing to a corner of the set where they had staged Sakura's bag with its cargo of medications visible. 10 seconds of screen time showing the pills, the syringes, all of it. Enough for the audience to understand what Tom's character saw yesterday when he wasn't supposed to be looking. 10 is enough. Regal agreed, knowing that sometimes the most devastating information arrived in the briefest glimpses. Zendaya arrived at 7:30, and immediately, once she changed into the costumes, Regal didn't waste any time and sat with her while the makeup was being done. Scene 23. Zendaya said. Regal looked at her. That's today's featured. I am sure you will nail the scene. I just want you to go through the continuity beats. He set her script on the table, already open to the right page. Specifically the physical stuff. How Sakura is sleeping, clichéing bedsheet, and the way she talks. Zendaya nodded. They worked through it methodically. Every prop, position, and physical detail that would need to match across coverage. It took 20 minutes and covered half a page of Regal's notes. Tom arrived at 8:09, which was technically 6 minutes early by his call time, and which he announced to no one in particular while signing in. 8:09, he said. That's 6 minutes early. I would like that acknowledged. The production assistant signing him in, a 22-year-old named Beth who had been working on film sets for 8 months and had seen most things, wrote down the time without looking up. Acknowledged. Thank you, Beth. Yep. Tom found his way to the holding area, said good morning to Noah who was already there eating cereal from a Ziploc bag with a plastic spoon. Scene 23 today, Marcus said. Yep. Big one. Yep. Nao considered Tom for a moment. You look nervous. Something on your mind. Completely. Tom sat down. I'm not as nervous as I was on my first day, but nervous nonetheless. It's like I know what the scene is supposed to be, and I am worried about. He stopped. I don't know. Messing it up somehow. Getting in the way of it. Noah pointed his plastic spoon at him. That's actually a good instinct. Really, most actors try too hard to force a moment. Noah said, half the job is just staying out of your own way. He took another bite, then added casually. The other half is showing up on time. Which you did. 6 minutes early apparently. Beth told you. Does he have to? With the enigmatic entrance you made, almost all the people on the set heard you loud and clear. Tom walked out of the room wearing Elliot's clothes from the previous scene, looking like someone who had been playing truth or dare for hours and had all his defensive layers stripped away, the good kind of exhaustion that came from actually inhabiting a character instead of performing one. Regal found him near the craft services table, holding a coffee he wasn't drinking. Tom, the cameras aren't rolling, but it seems you are already in the character. It's just, I keep thinking about the scene, Tom said, but there was something uncertain in the way he said it, like he was trying to convince himself. What Elliot's supposed to be feeling in that moment, and I am worried I am going to try too hard to show it instead of just letting it happen naturally, you know? You're already where you need to be, Regal said, which sounded dismissive but wasn't. The way good direction often sounded simple until you try to actually do it. Remember, you've already played the scene where you saw what was in her bag. All that's already in your body. Just walk into the room and let whatever needs to happen, happen. Tom nodded slowly, working through it. So don't prepare or calculate about it constantly? Yes, though this is only for you. Regal confirmed. Elliot's exhausted. He's been playing games all night that got too honest. He has seen things he wasn't meant to see, and he is walking into a room thinking she's asleep and hoping he can just go to bed without having to process any of it. That's all you need to carry. The rest will find you. They had shot the insert yesterday. Tom as Elliot searching the bathroom for face wash, accidentally glimpsing Sakura's open bag. Medications and serious ones. The kind that made questions form in your throat that you didn't know how to ask. That moment was already filmed. Tom just had to remember it existed. Zendaya arrived at 7:53. Costume already on, pajamas, comfortable, the kind you actually slept in. Hair down, face clean, and no armor left. Oddly enough, she and Tom didn't talk much. Just a nod, a small smile. The comfortable silence of two people about to do hard work together. Regal watched them settle into their positions. Tom standing by the door with a water bottle, the physical prop that would anchor the scene. Zendaya lying on the bed, facing away from where Tom would enter. Positions, the first AD called. The set went quiet. Clara checked her monitors. Camera speed's good. Sound speed. Slate. Regal looked at the scene one more time through the A camera's monitor. Tom in the doorway. Zendaya's on the bed. Action. A camera, dolly track wide shot. Tom now as Elliot, walked in. It was the gait of someone at the end of a long day, shoulders slightly heavy, the quiet fatigue of a body that had stopped pretending it still had energy left. He glanced at the bed. At Sakura's, who was laying on the bed, back to him, perfectly still. He assumed she was asleep. Good. That made things simpler. He uncapped the water bottle and raised it halfway to his lips. Pick one. He stopped. Truth or dare. B camera, locked medium close-up on Zendaya. Sakura hadn't moved. The camera held on to her. On the way, her shoulders were just slightly too tense to actually be relaxed. A camera, medium on Tom. Elliot lowered the bottle slightly and looked at her again. Truth, he said. The answer came easily, almost out of habit, like responding to a question in class. Then he lifted the bottle toward his mouth again. B camera, extreme close-up, Sakura's hand. Her fingers gripped the bedsheet, tightened. White knuckles against white fabric. B camera, extreme close-up, Sakura's face, partial. Just her jaw, mouth, and nothing else. Tell me. Her lips barely moved. If I said that I was actually scared of dying, and I mean terrified, what would you do? A camera, medium close-up on Tom. Elliot froze. Water bottle. Halfway to his mouth, lips parted slightly, and eyes fixed on nothing in particular. Tom's expression didn't change. It didn't shift into sadness or shock or anything recognizable. But the stillness was everything. C camera. Slow push-in on Tom's face. The camera drifted forward, slow enough to almost go unnoticed. 10 seconds of silence. Tom, Elliot, stood there holding the water bottle, facing a question he couldn't answer. His eyes shifted slightly, from the empty middle distance to Sakura, then somewhere past her, finally settling on a meaningless spot along the wall. The bottle lowered. He didn't take a sip. His jaw tightened, moving faintly as if searching for words. As if words could exist for something like this. They didn't. B camera. Sakura's back, still. She remained still, facing away from him, because if she turned and saw his face, she would know that he understood, and it was easier to let the question fade quietly into the dark. A camera, medium on Tom. Elliot's face stayed blank, emotionless, but his grip on the water bottle tightened slightly, the plastic compressing under his fingers as he glanced once at Sakura's, then at the thin line of Los Angeles night slipping through the curtains before finally looking down. What's the dare? He asked quietly, his voice steady and controlled. B camera. Sakura's face, partial. Her jaw tensed. Cut. Regal said. The set remained silent for a moment longer than usual as Clara studied her monitors, watching the footage they had just captured. Check the gate. Regal said. The AC checked. Gate's good. Playback on B camera. The hand. They played it back, Sakura's fingers gripping the sheet, the tension unmistakable even in an extreme close-up. One more thing. Regal said. Tom, after her question, before your answer, can you hold that pause for about 5 more seconds? Longer silence. Yeah. Let the moment breathe. Give us the sense that you're searching for an answer that isn't there. Tom nodded. Got it. They reset. They shot it 6 more times. Take 2. Tom held the pause longer, 15 seconds of silence, his face working through a problem with no solution. Take 3. Zendaya adjusted slightly on the bed, a small shift that changed the energy entirely, making Sakura appear smaller, more vulnerable beneath the sheets. Take 4. A technical problem. The boom might cast a shadow. Take 5. Tom tried something new. After her question, after the long pause, just before speaking, he drew in a small breath. Barely noticeable, but there, the quiet inhale before words that would change everything. Regal called cut and glanced at Clara. She gave a short nod. That's the one. We got it. We got it. Regal looked over at Tom and Zendaya. They were still in place, both holding on to the emotional weight of the scene, even though the cameras had stopped. That's a wrap on scene 47. The first AD related. The crew began to move. Lights coming down, cables being coiled, the school hallway beginning to reassemble itself into a school hallway rather than a film set. Tom was looking at Regal. Was that? Yes. Regal said. The last take. The end of the scene. What you did. Tom frowned slightly. I didn't plan that. I know. Okay, he said. He looked down the now emptying hallway. At the spot Zendaya had sat as Sakura a few minutes ago. She is good, right? The question came out easy, almost offhand. Regal made a small sound. Yeah. Like, really good. He said it without self-consciousness, the way you said something true when you weren't thinking about how it sounded. The way she looked at me in take 1. That's sideways. He shook his head. I almost lost the scene. Regal glanced at him. Why not just tell her that? What? Zen? Regal called across the set before Tom could finish the syllable. Come here for a second. Why? Apparently Tom has something he wants to say to you. Zendaya looked at Tom for a second, and back at Regal. Then she just sighed, shook her head, and went back to listening to her music. Wow, we are ignored. Regal laughed. Fufu. However, Tom was relieved. Right. He picked up his bag, his prop book, his water bottle. Yeah, I need to have some water. He ran, while Regal watched it, and said nothing. Tom stepped off the set and grabbed his actual water bottle, not the prop one Elliot had been holding, and drank half of it in one. Sustained gulp, the way people drink when they've been holding their breath for longer than they realized. Zendaya sat up on the bed slowly, stretched her neck, rolled her shoulders, coming back to herself gradually from wherever Sakura had taken her. Regal walked over to where Tom stood near the monitors, still processing. Good job, Tom. And you too, Zen. They broke for lunch, the cast and crew scattering in different directions, some toward craft services, some to trailers, some outside to grab actual air and sunlight. But Regal stayed on set, walking through the hotel room one more time. He looked at the bed where Zendaya had lain asking an impossible question while facing away because looking at Tom would have meant seeing his face and knowing he knew. Looked at the spot near the door where Tom had stood holding a water bottle and carrying the unbearable weight of understanding something he couldn't speak about. Looked at the thin line of Los Angeles night still visible through the curtains. Clara found him there, reviewing the footage on her monitor with her DIT. You happy with what we got? More than happy, Regal said. They stood there together watching the monitors cycle through the takes. 2 pages of script. One impossible question. No answer except the refusal to answer. Just 2 people in a room, both carrying knowledge they couldn't share, both pretending they didn't know what they knew, both choosing denial over truth because truth meant the end and neither of them was ready for the end. That was scene 47. Number 362. Chapter 362. First interview. It was no shoot day for the team of I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. Instead, the main team was scheduled to have lunch. The lunch had been Samantha's idea, which meant it wasn't really a lunch. It was an interview that happened to involve appetizers. The journalist's name was Kite Otto, wrote for Prestige Weekly, and this was technically an unrecorded video interview. The structure was deliberate. Tom and Zendaya were young, relatively inexperienced with press, and Regal wanted them comfortable with media interactions before the actual promotional run started. They arrived in 2 cars, Regal and Samantha first, which gave them 4 minutes to settle and review the agreed-upon boundaries with Kite before Tom and Zendaya showed up together. Apparently, they had been running the same errand that morning, something Tom had needed a co-conspirator for, the details of which Zendaya had texted Samantha with a simple "don't ask," which naturally made Samantha want to ask, but professionalism won out. Kite Otto was already at the table when they arrived. "Mr. Seraphsail," he said, extending his hand. "Thanks for making time for this." "Kite," Regal replied, sitting down as menus materialized from somewhere, the ambient noise of West Hollywood's lunch crowd settling around them. Tom and Zendaya arrived 3 minutes later, and Tom, being Tom, spotted the table, made eye contact with Kite, and immediately launched into what could only be described as an introduction that was trying very hard. "Hi, Tom Holland. I am playing Elliot. He's he's one of the leads. Actually, he's the main character, or one of them anyway, because there are two main characters technically, so I guess co-lead would be more accurate." Kite looked at him with an expression that suggested he had been told this lunch would be interesting and was now actively believing it. "Kite Otto, I know who you are." "Oh, you do?" Tom seemed genuinely surprised by this. "That's great, because honestly, I didn't know who you were until this morning when Samantha gave me the briefing. And apparently you're kind of a big deal in your field, which makes sense given you are here interviewing us. And I'm sorry that probably sounded rude saying I didn't know you, but I figured honesty was better than pretending." "Tom," Zendaya said gently, sitting down with considerably more grace. "Right." Stopping now. Kite was already smiling, the kind of smile journalists get when they realize they're dealing with someone who hasn't learned to be boring yet. "I appreciate the honesty. Actually, it's rarer than you would think in this industry." Tom reached for his water glass slightly too quickly. "Great restaurant." Zendaya extended her hand across the table to Kite with the kind of composure that made her seem older than 20. "Zendaya, nice to meet you." "Likewise," Kite said, shaking her hand. "Actually, we have a small request before we start, if you don't mind." Of course. If Tom happens to say something he is not supposed to during the interview, and I am not saying he will, but statistically speaking there is a non-zero chance. "Would you mind not including it in the article?" It was clearly meant as a polite request. Kite hesitated. He looked at Tom again. The boy didn't seem rude or reckless in any obvious way, which made the warning slightly confusing. Naturally, the most obvious interpretation was that they were referring to something inappropriate, perhaps an offhand comment or a careless remark that might sound bad in print. But Zendaya didn't seem worried about rudeness. She looked more like someone preparing damage control in advance. "I'm not sure I understand," Kite admitted. Regal answered before she could. Regal replied calmly, "You will understand soon enough. Though ideally, it won't come to that, because if it does, it means that even after several reminders, he still ended up saying something he shouldn't." That explanation only made Kite more puzzled. He glanced at Tom again, trying to figure out what exactly they were worried about. What, exactly, was this mysterious thing Tom wasn't supposed to say? "I'm not that bad," Tom protested. "You told the PA the entire plot of the film on day 2. Zendaya countered. She asked how your day was going. Only then did it finally click for Kite. They weren't worried about rude comments. They were worried about spoilers. Kite pressed his lips together, clearly trying not to laugh. "Understood," he said. "Anything Tom accidentally reveals about the story stays off the record unless you approve it." "Thank you," Samantha said, visibly relieved. Kite started with Regal, which made strategic sense, established the film's context through the director before getting to the actors who would actually have to embody it. "So, Mr. Seraphsail, are you sure the film isn't a biological mystery beneath the love story you are selling to the audience?" "I would never do that. Wouldn't you? I promise." "Fine. I will believe you. Now moving on to my next question. You are a director, producer, cinematographer, obviously a writer, but recently you have added an actor to that list. Should I be calling you an actor now?" Regal smiled, understanding immediately what Kite was referencing, the bartender role he had played in Friends, the one that had somehow gotten more attention than he'd anticipated. "I would still prefer the director." "Understood. So should I assume directing is the priority and everything else, especially acting, is essentially a side project?" "Yes." "That brings me to the obvious question then," Kite continued, leaning forward slightly. "Why act at all? And please don't give me a generic answer. I am talking to one of the most creative directors in Hollywood. I would like to think you can do better than it seemed fun." I was absolutely about to say it seemed fun, Regal admitted. "But since you are asking for something more substantive, let me pose a question back. How many people do you think actually know who I am?" Kite considered this. A lot, I would imagine. Yeah, a lot. Regal pressed. Industry people, sure. Film critics, journalists, people who pay attention to who directs what. They know me. But take a random person, someone who doesn't follow Hollywood news, who just watches movies because they enjoy them, who couldn't tell you who directed the last 3 films they saw. Does that person know who Regal Seraphsail is? Probably not. Kite conceded. Right. But they would know Robert Downey Jr. when this film comes out. They will know Tom Holland in the future. Regal gesturing to Tom, who looked simultaneously pleased and alarmed by the attention. Actors have a reach that directors simply don't, at least not with general audiences who don't care about the names behind the camera, only the faces on screen. So this is about expanding your recognition? Kite asked, making a note. It's about expanding the reach of the work. Regal clarified. The more people recognize me, the more likely they are to pay attention when I make something new, which means the films I care about get seen by audiences who might not have sought them out otherwise. It's not about ego. It's about distribution of attention. Is that the only reason? There's another component. Regal said, his expression shifting to something that might have been amusement. You know I appeared on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire once, right? I do. After that aired, the old woman who lives near me recognized me for the first time. Regal said, and there was genuine humor in his voice now. Mind you, by that point I had already made a billion-dollar movie, Harry Potter, had been out for years, but it wasn't until she saw me on a game show that she knew who I was. That told me something important about the difference between being known for your work and being known as a person people actually see. The table laughed at that, even Kite, who was clearly enjoying this more than he had expected to. Kite was good at his job. This became clear within the first 10 minutes, as he moved seamlessly from softball opening questions about finding the project and being drawn to the material into territory that was considerably less comfortable. He had asked Regal about the budget first, the $9 million figure that had been in the initial trade announcements, and Regal had answered straightforwardly without evasion because the budget was what it was, and there was no point being coy about publicly available information. Then Kite had nodded, made a note, and said something that made the entire table recalibrate. There is a school of thought, and I am curious what you make of it, that a director coming off something like Superman, choosing to do a $9 million character piece,